Red Tide Rising. Book 1 in the Crimson series. A post-apocalyptic dystopian survival thriller. Author, R.J. Simmons. Prologue. The Ocean Serenity cut through the water like a glistening titan, its polished decks and towering hull reflecting the last golden hues of the setting sun. Beneath its grandeur, the ship carried more than just luxury. It bore the weight of lives, of expectations, and of secrets unknown to even the most experienced crew. Among its passengers was Glen Halloway, a man who had spent years saving lives only to find himself on this vessel, seeking solace from the very chaos he had once embraced. For Glen, this was supposed to be a break, a momentary escape from the exhaustion of sirens, blood-stained uniforms, and the ghosts of those he couldn't save. He had barely settled into his cabin when the first news reports crackled across the ship's televisions and private devices. A strange virus, rapid in its spread, was causing panic across major cities. The infected were losing their minds, and there were some reports they were turning cannibalistic. At first, it was dismissed as sensationalism, the kind of media frenzy that always accompanied flu season. But as ports began refusing entry to ships and emergency broadcasts drowned out entertainment networks, the atmosphere aboard the Ocean Serenity shifted from leisure to unease. By the third day at sea, passengers were glued to their screens. Rumors spread faster than the waves against the hull. An outbreak, martial law, riots in the streets. Then came the silence. No new reports. No updates. Just static and blank screens where anchors once delivered the news. But Glen knew better. He had seen the eyes of the ship's personnel, widened, uncertain. He had seen the way the crew whispered among themselves, avoiding the growing questions from passengers demanding to know when they would return home. The truth was clear. The Ocean Serenity wasn't just adrift on the water, it was now adrift from the world itself. Days passed. The ship's stores were built for a lengthy voyage, but not for indefinite isolation. Water rationing began as purification systems faltered. The fresh food was nearly gone, replaced with dwindling canned rations. Tempers flared as passengers grew desperate, fights breaking out over hoarded supplies. The once lavish cruise turned into a floating prison, its passengers fractured into those who followed the rules and those who took what they wanted. Crew members struggled to maintain order, their once polished uniforms now sweat-stained and wrinkled from restless nights and constant conflict mediation. Then came the first to break. A man in his late 20s, his name lost in the murmurs of the onlookers, stood at the ship's stern, staring out at the distant, unreachable shore. No one knew exactly when he had decided, but when he climbed onto the railing there were gasps, shouts. A crewman ran toward him, but the man leapt. For a few moments he swam, strong strokes cutting through the waves. Passengers crowded the railing, some screaming for help, others frozen in stunned silence. He made it a good distance, far enough that for a fleeting second it seemed possible. But then the struggle began. The ocean, unyielding and vast, swallowed his strength. His strokes slowed, then faltered. A riptide, unseen but ever-present, pulled at him like grasping hands. His cries were lost to the wind. One moment he was there, the next the sea had claimed him. Silence hung over the deck like a shroud. No one spoke. The reality had set in, there was no escape. Glen gripped the rail with bloodless fingers, his jaw clenched. The Ocean Serenity, a paradise upon the waves, had become a drifting purgatory. And though the virus had not yet reached them, he could feel it in the air, something worse than hunger, worse than thirst. Desperation. Chapter 1. Serenity Adrift. The Ocean Serenity had once been a floating paradise, a shining beacon of indulgence and escape from the world. Now it was a drifting refuge, aimless on an ocean that had long since lost its mercy. Glen gripped the rusting railing at the bow, staring out at the endless, mocking horizon. 3 years. It had been 3 full years since the world had gone silent. 3 years since they had heard a human voice over the radio. And 2 years since the last government ship passed by dropping off survivors from the mainland and supplies. The ship reeked of salt, decay, and desperation. The ocean breeze did little to mask the stench of unwashed bodies and rotting wood. Every deck bore the marks of their struggle. Furniture repurposed for survival to create makeshift fishing rigs hanging over the sides, long-dried blood smeared across walls and floors from those first violent months as the passengers turned on each other. Glen had responded to plenty of disasters in his time as a paramedic, but nothing could have prepared him for this. Behind him, the ship groaned under its own slow decay. Supplies were running low, the supplies brought by the government ship long gone. Occasionally they would come across abandoned ships swept out to sea from some distant harbor. It had been 6 months since they had found a floating ghost ship stocked with canned goods and dried food. The last of the fresh food had disappeared long ago, leaving them to ration canned goods and whatever they could pull from the sea. The water purification system had failed, forcing them to rely on crude distillation and what rain they could catch. It wasn't enough. People were dehydrated, weak, and on edge. Fights had become more frequent. Someone was going to snap soon. Glen could feel it in the air. The shift was happening already. Mateo Cruz, once the heart of the ship's kitchen, had taken to handing out pitiful portions of watery fish stew, his cheerful mask long gone. He spoke less, moved slower. Others had grown lethargic, sickly. Even those who weren't suffering infections or injuries had started looking hollow-eyed, their ribs pressing against their thinning skin. Glen made his way below deck, past the infirmary where Dr. Chandler Brenner worked tirelessly to keep the sick from slipping past the point of no return. The old man hardly looked up from his work as he passed, his hands shaking as he attempted to clean a wound with some of the last of their antiseptics. "Infection spreading," Chandler muttered, mostly to himself. "We're running out of antibiotics, Glen. It won't be long before a simple cut kills someone." "Yeah," Glen sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I know." Chandler looked up then, studying him with tired eyes. "It's not just the infections," he said, his voice quieter but weighted with frustration. "Malnutrition's setting in. We can't live on fish alone. No fresh fruits or vegetables means scurvy, weakened immune systems, muscle degradation. People are already showing signs: bleeding gums, joint pain, dizziness. It's only going to get worse." Glen exhaled sharply. He had seen it himself. The way people bruised too easily, how wounds took longer to heal. The constant complaints of exhaustion. "What do we do?" he asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. Chandler shook his head. "We need real food. We need land." Glen knew that was coming. It was the only option. But stepping onto land meant stepping into the unknown, into a world ruled by the infected. Still, if they stayed out here, they were just waiting to waste away. Lucille Davenport sat near the entrance, arms crossed. Her platinum blonde hair was tied back, and her once pristine designer clothes were now faded, patched with scraps from the crew's abandoned uniforms. She studied Glen with a skeptical gaze, as she always did. "If you're going to give me one of your speeches about keeping it together, spare me," she said dryly. "I'm well aware we're on a sinking ship. Figuratively. For now." Glen had always known where he stood with Lucille, squarely in the friend zone, despite the occasional flirtation that danced between them in quiet moments. There had been teasing, a smirk here, a lingering glance there, but it never went beyond that. Not really. He wasn't her type, he never had been. Lucille came from a world of high heels and high society, where men wore tailored suits, not bloodstained cargo pants and blue-collar shirts. If the world had stayed intact, she wouldn't have given him a second glance. But now she relied on him, not for charm or romance, but because he was steady when everything else was falling apart. Most of their time together was spent the same way, him talking her down from one emotional ledge or another, steadying her when the fear threatened to take hold. She tried to hide it behind sarcasm and defiance, but Glen saw through it. He always did. He didn't mind, not really. But sometimes, when the weight of survival pressed down, he wondered if she saw him as anything more than a lifeline in the storm. He ignored the jab. "We need a plan, Lucille. We can't keep going like this." She let out a humorless laugh. "Oh, you mean the part where we're slowly dying? I thought that was our plan." Glen exhaled sharply and turned toward Chandler, who now sat at the dining table turned makeshift infirmary, sorting through the last of the dwindling medical supplies. "Are you sure this isn't crimson?" Glen asked, his voice low but firm. Chandler didn't look up from the antibiotics he was rationing. "I told you before, Glen. It's just a regular sickness. A nasty one, yes, but not that." Lucy tilted her head. "How do you know?" she pressed. "I mean, isn't that how it starts? Fever, chills, people getting sick out of nowhere?" Chandler sighed and finally lifted his tired gaze. "Because if it were the crimson, we wouldn't be having this conversation. The first stage looks like the flu, sure, but within days they'd be starving for red meat. Then their skin would go pale, their veins dark. By the end of 2 weeks, they'd be tearing into us like a pack of rabid animals." Glen crossed his arms. "So this? Just a normal bug?" Chandler nodded. "If you can call it that. The problem isn't the infection itself, it's us. He gestured to the room, to the gaunt faces of the sick passengers curled up on makeshift cots. Malnutrition has left everyone's immune system shot. A common flu on land? You shake it off in a week. Out here? With no real food, no vitamins, and precious little medicine? It's a slow death sentence. Lucy frowned. So then what is the crimson really? Her voice wavered slightly, betraying a fear she rarely let show. Chandler leaned back, rubbing his temples before answering. Hemovoric hypermania syndrome, HHS, but we call it the crimson. Caused by the Ferrum 8 virus. A nightmare of a disease that rewrites the body's needs. It burns through iron faster than the body can handle, which means the infected have to consume it, blood, raw meat, anything rich in iron. He let that sink in before continuing. It turns them into hypermetabolic predators. Aggressive. Smart, but in all the wrong ways. They lose their higher reasoning, but the survival instincts. Those get sharper. Lucy swallowed hard. And they don't die? They can die, but they don't starve. Somehow they stay alive, Chandler confirmed. It's not like they are zombies. They are not dead and they don't rot. They just starve, forever. Their bodies don't stop burning through energy, which means they keep hunting, always looking for the next source of iron. When they run out of food, their bodies go dormant, conserving energy until food becomes available again. He shook his head. What we're dealing with here, this flu. It's cruel, but it's not that. The crimson? That's something else. The door to the infirmary creaked open, and Captain Percy Langford stepped inside, his uniform as crisp as he could manage in their current state, though the once pristine white was stained and fraying at the edges. His sharp gray eyes swept over the room, lingering on the sick before settling on Glen and Chandler. How bad? He asked, his voice steady, but Glen could hear the strain beneath it. Somewhere along the way he and Langford had struck up a friendship. You could call it that. Langford was still the captain, but he had come to rely on Glen over the last few years. Chandler exhaled through his nose and leaned against the table. Worse every day. The flu's running through the ship like wildfire, and without the right meds or nutrition, it's hitting harder than it should. The ones with weaker immune systems are deteriorating the fastest. The captain's lips pressed into a thin line, his fingers curling into a fist at his side. What do we have left? Some antibiotics, but they're dwindling, Chandler said. A few vitamins, but not enough to make a difference. The real problem is food. No fresh produce, no real nutrients. We've got scurvy creeping in, muscle degeneration. If we don't fix this, people will start dying from things that should be treatable. Langford nodded, his jaw tight. We need a solution. Glen, who had been leaning against the wall, arms crossed, straightened. Then we go ashore. Lucille let out a sharp laugh from her seat near the door. Brilliant. Let's just waltz into a city filled with bloodthirsty monsters and hope they don't eat us. Glen ignored her. He stepped toward the captain, his voice firm. We don't have a choice. If we stay out here, we starve. We get weaker. Many of us are already too weak to fight off even a single infected if one found its way on board. Langford frowned, considering. And if we go ashore, we might be walking into something worse. Chandler interjected, his voice grave. You're assuming there's a worse option. I'm telling you, Captain, this is a slow death. We need vitamins, real medicine, and fresh food. This ship isn't a lifeboat anymore, it's a tomb waiting to be filled. Glen nodded. We don't go in blind. We scout first. Pick a place that looks low risk. An island, maybe a small coastal town. We send a small team, grab what we can, and get out fast. Langford exhaled, rubbing his temple. And what if we lose people? What if the boat gets compromised while we're gone? We don't all go, Glen said. Just a handful of us. I'll lead it. Maybe Mateo. Luis, if he's willing. His eyes flicked to Chandler. We'll need you to tell us exactly what supplies to look for. Prioritize what'll keep people alive the longest. Chandler gave a tired nod. I can do that. Langford was silent for a long moment. The ship groaned around them, the weight of their reality pressing against them like the tide. Finally he sighed. All right, he said. But we do this smart. No heroics. No risks we don't have to take. We plan every step before we set foot on land. Glen nodded, already running through the logistics in his head. Where to go? What to bring? Who would be the best fit for the job? Lucille studied him from her spot, arms still crossed. You're awfully eager to run toward danger, Glen. He glanced at her. I'd rather take my chances with what's on land than wait to die out here. Langford shifted his stance, rubbing the back of his neck as if the weight of command had finally begun to press too hard on his spine. His gaze settled on Glen, then drifted past him to the makeshift infirmary filled with the sick and dying. He exhaled sharply. One more thing, the captain said finally. Luis is going to lead the supply run. Glen felt his pulse tick up a notch. Luis? He tried to keep the surprise from his voice, but it was there. He's capable, sure, but It's not a debate, Langford interrupted, his voice firm but not unkind. Luis has the training for this. You know it as well as I do. Glen clenched his jaw. Luis Ortega was a fighter, no doubt about that. Before the world fell apart, he'd been a National Guardsman, tasked with enforcing quarantines when the virus first started spreading. He'd been on the front lines when cities collapsed, when people rioted in the streets, when governments scrambled for control before finally losing their grip entirely. He had seen what happened when civilization broke. Luis had arrived with the last batch of survivors 2 years ago. He had been one of the few who made it onto the Ocean Serenity before the ports shut down for good, before the ship had been denied a safe harbor, before it had become their floating refuge. Luis had been the one enforcing rationing when things got bad. He had broken up fights, stood guard when desperation turned passengers against each other. He was a soldier through and through. And more than that, he was willing to make the hard calls. Langford continued, his voice heavy with authority. I need you here, Glen. You've been holding this ship together in ways I can't. People trust you. They look to you when things start to spiral. If something goes wrong while Luis is gone, I need you to help keep order. The Ocean Serenity had started as a luxury escape, but over the past few years, it had become something else entirely. A floating community, a last escape, a place where survival meant more than just rationing food and securing shelter. It meant keeping people from losing themselves. And somehow, Glen had become the one people turned to. Maybe it was because he wasn't part of the crew, because he didn't carry the weight of failed leadership or broken promises. He wasn't the captain, he wasn't a politician. He was just Glen. A former paramedic, a man who had spent his life stepping into the worst moments of people's lives and trying to keep them breathing long enough to see another sunrise. He wasn't the type to make speeches, to offer empty reassurances about rescue that might never come. But when things went bad, when someone got hurt, when panic swelled like a rising tide, it was Glen they called for. Glen swallowed the bitter taste of frustration but nodded. The captain was right. He hated that he was right. I'll help Luis plan it out, Glen said. But he's going to need people who won't hesitate if things go sideways. I'll make sure he gets them, Langford assured him. I know what's at stake. Before Glen could respond, the door swung open and Mateo Cruz stepped inside. His usual easygoing demeanor was nowhere to be found. His face was pale and there was something dark in his eyes. We've got a problem, Mateo said, voice tight. Langford stiffened. What kind of problem? Mateo glanced at Glen before answering. Couple of the older passengers. James and Evelyn Carter. We found them dead in their cabin. Chandler muttered a quiet curse under his breath. Flu? Glen asked, though he already knew the answer. Mateo nodded. Most likely. No one's seen them in days, but, he grimaced. It was the smell that led us to them. Langford closed his eyes for a brief moment before straightening. Blast it. Glen sighed, dragging a hand down his face. James and Evelyn had been some of the first to accept their reality. No screaming, no begging for rescue that would never come. They had simply endured, much like everyone else. But age had been against them from the start. How many more are slipping through the cracks? Lucille asked quietly from her seat. Langford's gaze darkened. Too many. He let out a long breath, his voice laced with frustration. Even before the sickness started spreading, we were barely keeping track of everyone. This ship wasn't built to sustain itself like this. It was meant to house luxury, not survival. When we stopped handing out rations and moved to people dining in groups, people stopped reporting in, started keeping to themselves. You can't police nearly 2,000 people when half of them have already given up. No one had a response to that. After a heavy silence, Langford straightened. We'll give them a burial. Naval tradition. Burial at sea? Glen asked. Something they had done many times already on this voyage. The captain nodded. It's the best we can do. They deserve that much. The old couple's bodies were wrapped in white sheets, as clean as could be managed in a world where cleanliness had become a privilege. They were laid side by side on a makeshift platform near the ship's edge, their features softened in death, as if they had simply drifted into sleep. The ocean stretched endless before them, the horizon a dull smear of gray against the sky. A hushed crowd had gathered, some out of respect, others for the grim reminder of their own mortality. Langford stood at the head of the gathering, back straight, eyes unreadable. He took a breath and spoke, his voice carrying over the waves. James and Evelyn Carter were among the many who sought peace on this ship before the world ended. They lived as best as they could with the time they had left. They did not succumb to fear, nor did they bring harm to others. They endured, and for that they deserve our respect. He paused, gaze sweeping over the group. The sea is both a beginning and an end. It has carried us through life, and now it will carry them in death. Lucille, standing off to the side, crossed her arms tightly over her chest. Mateo looked down, lips pressed into a firm line. Glen exhaled slowly, watching as two crew members stepped forward. With slow, deliberate motions they tilted the platform. The bodies slid gently into the water. For a long moment there was silence, just the sound of the waves lapping against the hull. Then the ocean swallowed them whole. Langford turned away first, his expression unreadable. "We move forward," he said simply. As the crowd began to disperse, Glen remained at the railing, staring at the place where the couple had disappeared. No matter what they did, the ocean always took more than it gave. Glen stopped the captain before he walked away. "Captain, I know Luis is leading the supply run, but I think it is important that I go as well. We need meds and the dock isn't in any shape to go out there. I know what to look for." Langford studied Glen for a long moment, his expression unreadable. It seemed the captain knew that Glen just needed to do something. Anything. Finally he gave a curt nod. "You're right. You know the medical supplies we need better than anyone. You go with Luis." Glen let out a slow breath, but before he could respond, the captain turned to Mateo, who stood with arms crossed, leaning against the wall. "You too, Cruz?" Langford said. Mateo straightened. "Me?" His usual easygoing smirk flickered, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You've got a steady hand, you're quick on your feet, and you know how to handle a knife better than most." Langford's tone left no room for argument. A shadow passed over Mateo's face, but he nodded. "Yeah, I can handle it." Glen shot him a glance, taking in the details he'd long since noted but never commented on. Mateo's stocky frame carried an easy confidence, his muscular arms inked with tattoos that hinted at a past he rarely talked about. A chef's knife on one forearm, a serpent coiled around the other, script in a language Glen didn't recognize curling along his wrist. He moved with a casual looseness, but Glen had seen firsthand how quickly that could shift. He still remembered the brawl on board months ago, when tensions boiled over between two desperate passengers. Mateo had stepped in, and it wasn't just luck or bravado that had kept him standing, it was skill. The kind that didn't come from kitchen work alone. Glen had always suspected there was more to him than his jokes and easygoing nature, and now that the world had collapsed, those instincts had sharpened into something else entirely. Mateo sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Guess the cat's out of the bag now, huh?" He met Glen's gaze, something dark flickering in his hazel eyes. "I wasn't always a kitchen guy. Before all this, I ran with a crew back in Miami. Gang life. Thought I was a tough pandillero." He exhaled sharply. "You don't last long in that world unless you know how to fight, and my weapon of choice was always a knife. Small, quiet, and gets the job done." Glen didn't respond right away. He had worked enough trauma cases back in the real world to know what kind of damage a knife could do in the hands of someone who truly knew how to use it. "To cook, that's why you left?" he finally asked. Mateo gave a humorless chuckle. "Yeah. Got tired of looking over my shoulder. Figured I could do something real with my hands instead of just cutting people open." He rolled his shoulders. "Funny how the world works. Now we all gotta be killers again." Langford nodded, satisfied. "Then you'll be their last line of defense. If things go south, we'll need someone who can handle themselves up close." Mateo tapped the hilt of the chef's knife strapped to his belt. "Don't worry, Cap. I won't let you down." The noise erupted like a tidal wave crashing against rusted steel, shouting voices, the sharp clatter of something being overturned, a heated argument spilling into chaos. The narrow corridors of the Ocean Serenity funneled the sound, amplifying it, sending a shiver of unease through the ship. Langford's expression darkened. He stiffened at the noise, then turned toward the source, his fingers twitching at his side. "Now what?" he muttered. Glen was already moving, grabbing the baseball bat he had come to tout with him everywhere. His boots thudding against the worn floorboards as he pushed toward the commotion. The moment he stepped into the dimly lit hallway leading to the main deck, he saw the gathering, a mass of passengers, their eyes hollow with exhaustion but burning with something more volatile. Desperation. Mistrust. Fear. A tall man with sunburned skin and wild, unkempt hair stood at the front, his fists clenched at his sides. His clothes, once part of a tailored cruise ensemble, were now tattered and loose on his frame. The hunger in his eyes wasn't just for food. "You think we don't see what's happening?" he snarled, his voice thick with restrained fury. "You're planning to leave us behind." Behind him, murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd, a wave of restless bodies shifting closer. Glen recognized some right away. Parker stood at the edge of the mass, not leading it but a part of the desperate group. His young son Andrew stood to one side, close to the railing watching things unfold. Nathaniel Reed hung quietly in the background of the group. Glen knew he was likely behind this. A troublemaker through and through. Some of them were visibly sick, cheeks sunken, eyes rimmed red from exhaustion and fever. Others, healthier, looked just as desperate, their knuckles whitening as they gripped makeshift weapons. A broken chair leg, a fishing gaff, a rusty pipe. Glen kept his posture neutral, but he could feel the weight of the ship's fragility in the air. This wasn't just a conversation. It was a moment balanced on the edge of a knife. "That's not what this is," Glen said firmly, stepping forward. "Bull," another man spat. He was younger, wiry, his hands twitching at his sides. "You're taking the best boat, the strongest people, and running off to save yourselves." Mateo let out a short, humorless chuckle, though his grip tightened around the handle of the knife at his hip. "Yeah, because a three-man crew with no supplies is the same as an escape plan." The wild-haired man's face twisted in anger. He jabbed a finger at them, his voice rising. "That's what they want us to think. Then they leave and we're stuck here to rot." The murmurs grew louder, anger building in waves. Glen could feel the air growing thicker, the shift from distrust to action. His muscles tensed. This was it, the moment when reason was drowned out by panic. Then the first punch flew. A man lunged forward, swinging wildly at Glen. He sidestepped at the last second, his instincts taking over, and drove an elbow into the attacker's ribs. A sharp gasp escaped the man as he stumbled back. Chaos ignited. Another figure surged toward him. This one was faster, more aggressive. Glen barely had time to bring his arms up before the weight of the man hit him. They crashed into the railing, his bat pinned between them. A hand grabbed his shirt, yanking, trying to throw him off balance. Mateo moved like a ghost in the chaos, slipping between bodies with practiced ease. His knife flashed in the dim light, striking out in controlled movements, never fatal, just enough to disable. He slashed at a man's forearm, cutting deep enough to send him howling back into the crowd. Another came at him, swinging a jagged piece of metal, and Mateo ducked low, driving the hilt of his blade into the attacker's gut before shoving him aside. Luis fought like a soldier, brutal and efficient. He grabbed a man by the collar, slammed him into the nearest wall, and sent him crumpling to the floor with a single well-placed elbow strike. Another passenger tried to rush him from behind, but Luis twisted just in time, bringing up his forearm to deflect the blow before countering with a sharp punch to the jaw. Another was pushed from the melee, off balance and heading towards Andrew, the small boy cowering on the sidelines. His eyes widened with fear. Luis body checked the person deflecting him into a railing and then gave Andrew a nod before turning back to the frenzy. Glen turned to see Lucille drop one guy with a strike to the nose. A woman grabbed her hair, and Lucille grabbed her arm and within a second had her in an arm bar on the ground. More people piled in, some trying to break up the fight, others feeding the frenzy. The ship's crew waded into the chaos, shouting for order, for calm, but it was drowned in the desperate scramble of limbs and violence. A pair of hands grabbed Glen from behind. He twisted sharply, ripping himself free just as another fist flew toward him. He ducked just in time, feeling the wind of the swing pass inches from his head. He swung his bat in response, not at full force, just enough to send the attacker stumbling back. Then a gunshot cracked through the air. The sound was like a hammer against steel. The fight froze. A breathless silence fell over the deck, only the sound of heavy breathing and shifting feet remaining. Langford stood at the stairs leading to the bridge, his pistol aimed at the ceiling, a thin trail of smoke curling from the barrel. His face was set in stone, his voice like steel. "That's enough." The weight of authority in his voice was undeniable. The remaining tension in the air hung for a few long seconds, then finally began to ebb. People shifted, some nursing fresh bruises, others still glaring but unwilling to take another step forward. Langford slowly lowered the gun, his gaze sweeping over the disheveled group. "We are not abandoning this ship," he said, voice low and controlled. "This supply run is the only thing keeping us from dying out here. We need medicine. We need food. And the people going on this mission, they're risking their lives for the rest of us." You step down, gaze hard. "You think you have it bad now? Imagine when there's no food left. No medicine. No hope. That's what happens if we don't do this." The mob's anger dimmed, shifting into uncertainty. Glen took a step forward, wiping blood from his split lip. "Look around you. Do we look like we're trying to run? If we wanted to leave you behind, we wouldn't be sending 3 people. We're doing this to keep all of us alive." The wild-haired man swallowed hard, glancing at his wounded comrades, then back at Langford. Slowly his shoulders sagged. We just don't want to be left to die," he muttered. Langford holstered his gun. "None of us do. That's why we stick together." His voice softened just enough to take the edge off. "Now go. Tend to your wounded. And if you want to help, start reinforcing this ship. If we fail out there now, we'll need to consider docking this ship, and we need to be ready for what comes next." One by one the crowd dispersed. Some still cast wary glances, but for now the fight was over. Langford turned back to Glen, Mateo, and Luis. "Get ready. I'm changing course to head to the town of Seabrook. You leave at first light." The deck still buzzed with the aftermath of the clash. Low murmurs, shuffling feet, the groans of the bruised and shaken. Glen's heart was still pounding, though his breathing had started to slow. The tension hadn't left his body completely, but the worst of it had passed. That's when he saw her, Sarah. She burst through the thinning crowd like a mother bear crashing through underbrush, her eyes wide, her hands trembling. Her gaze locked on the small figure huddled near the railing. "Andrew," she cried out. The boy looked up just as she dropped to her knees beside him, her arms wrapping around him in a desperate, almost panicked embrace. Her hands roamed his limbs, checking for bruises, cuts, anything out of place. "Are you hurt? Talk to me, sweetheart." "Look at me," she whispered urgently, her fingers cupping his face as she scanned for signs of trauma. "Tell me where it hurts." "I'm okay, Mom," Andrew said quietly, his voice just above a murmur. "I'm okay. I didn't get hit." Glen turned his eyes away, giving her a moment of privacy, but Parker's presence wasn't as easily ignored. He stood a few feet back, arms crossed, posture rigid, eyes locked on his wife and son. Shame pulled at his face, and when Glen stepped toward him, he didn't flinch, but he didn't meet his eyes either. "I wasn't trying to start anything," Parker said quickly before Glen could speak. His voice was low, rough with guilt. "I didn't know it would turn into that." Glen said nothing at first. He watched Sarah pull Andrew into her lap, brushing his hair back, rocking him gently like he was a toddler again instead of the scrawny kid he'd become. "I stood there because I didn't know what else to do," Parker continued, his voice trembling slightly. "Things have been getting worse, and I didn't know how to feed them anymore. Sarah's been eating less so Andrew can eat more. I saw her give up her whole portion last week. And I couldn't let him waste away." He finally looked at Glen then. There was no fire in his eyes, just the dull ache of a man who had been fighting too long and had nothing left in his arsenal. "I wasn't trying to betray anyone. I was desperate." Glen nodded slowly. He believed him. It didn't erase the fact that Parker had stood with the crowd, that his silence had added to the weight of that moment, but Glen understood. "You've always taken care of your family, Parker. I don't fault you for that," Glen said. "But don't stand with people who are ready to burn the ship down to save themselves. Not when your wife and kid are on board." Parker looked away, jaw clenched. I know. Sarah stood then, Andrew leaning into her side. Her eyes were puffy, red from tears, but she was composed now, controlled as she always tried to be when it came to their boy. She looked at Glen. "Thank you for stepping in." Truthfully, it was Luis. "But I'm just glad he's okay," Glen said quietly, glancing down at Andrew. The kid looked rattled but not broken. Sarah nodded, then turned to Parker. "We need to talk. But not here." Parker nodded, swallowing hard. He placed a gentle hand on Andrew's shoulder, who didn't pull away but didn't quite lean in either. The boy's trust had been shaken, maybe not broken but cracked. Lucille approached, her eyes bouncing from Parker to Sarah to Andrew. "Is everyone all right?" she asked, tone soft for once. Glen shook his head and turned away. The deck was quiet now, or as quiet as it could be on a ship full of the starving and sleepless. The moon hung low over the ocean, casting pale silver light over the rippling waves. The wind had calmed, but the tension hadn't. Glen sat alone near the railing, elbows on his knees, eyes scanning the horizon. Seabrook was out there, land, supplies, maybe salvation, or maybe something worse. He didn't know which scared him more. A soft creak behind him drew his attention. He didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Lucille. Her steps were lighter than most, probably from years of gliding through cocktail parties and high society fundraisers. Even now, 3 years into the end of the world, she carried herself like someone who was still performing for an invisible audience. But tonight, her stride lacked its usual sharpness. She was tired. They all were. She sank down beside him on the bench without a word. Glen glanced at her, offering the smallest of smiles. "Come to make sure I haven't thrown myself overboard?" he asked. Lucille smirked, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "Please. If you were going to be that dramatic, I'd expect a full monologue first." "Maybe tomorrow," Glen said, returning his gaze to the sea. For a while they sat in silence, the kind that didn't demand to be filled. It had been like this between them for a long time, comfortable, easy, even when everything else was anything but. Glen had liked Lucille from the moment he saw her, day one on the Ocean Serenity. She'd stepped onto the deck in heels and sunglasses, draped in designer clothes, looking like she was on her way to brunch instead of boarding a luxury cruise. She'd laughed at something a man beside her said, head tilted back slightly, one hand on her hip. Confidence and charm in a single frame. Glen, in his worn jeans and simple shirt, had taken one look at her and thought, no chance. She was the type of woman who had grown up around men who wore cufflinks and knew the names of expensive wines. Glen's world had been emergency rooms, ambulances, blood on his boots and exhaustion under his eyes. He saved people, patched them up, sent them home. Men like him weren't built for women like her. But then the world changed. The heels were traded for boots. The designer clothes faded, torn, replaced with whatever kept the wind off. And Lucille? She adapted. She shed her old life like a skin and stepped into survival with a determination that surprised everyone, Glen most of all. Somewhere along the way they became friends. And the flirting? That came naturally. Her sarcasm, his dry wit, it became a dance. A teasing back and forth that filled the spaces where fear tried to creep in. He'd make a joke, she'd roll her eyes and smirk. She'd lean a little too close when she didn't have to. He never leaned in farther. Not because he didn't want to, but because he knew what it was. Lucille was magnetic. And Glen? He was steady. Reliable. A rock in the storm. The kind of man people clung to when things were falling apart. Not the one they fell in love with. "So," Lucille said, breaking the quiet, "tomorrow's the big day." Glen nodded. "First step back on land in 3 years. Feels like it should come with a drum roll or something." "You nervous?" He looked at her. "Yeah, you." She paused for just a second. "A little. Mostly about what happens if you don't come back." Glen raised an eyebrow. "You worried about me?" "I'm worried about losing my best conversationalist," she said with a sly smile. "Who else am I going to trade barbs with when this place inevitably turns into Lord of the Flies?" "Mateo has some one-liners," Glen offered. "Mateo thinks sarcasm is the answer to every question," she quipped. Then her smile softened. "But seriously, be careful, okay?" "I will." He paused. "You too. Someone's got to hold this rust bucket together while we're gone." He studied her for a moment before adding, "Honestly, I'm not too worried about you. That move you pulled in the last brawl looked like more than a couple self-defense classes." Lucille smiled just slightly. "My dad didn't do anything halfway. Started me in taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, judo, and Muay Thai when I was 5. Glen gave a low whistle. "Just when I think I've got you figured out, you turn out to be some kind of apocalypse super soldier." She nodded, then leaned her shoulder against his for a moment. A brief contact, but meaningful. Glen felt the warmth of it long after she pulled away. He didn't say anything about the way his chest tightened when she was close, or how he sometimes caught himself hoping she might see him differently one day. That wasn't the world they lived in anymore. Hope was a luxury. And Glen had long since given up on luxuries. Lucille stood, brushing her hands on her patched pants. "Try not to die tomorrow." I'm not done arguing with you yet. Glen smiled just a little. Wouldn't dream of it. And as she walked away, disappearing into the shadows of the ship, Glen turned back toward the horizon. He didn't know what waited for them in Seabrook, but he knew what he was fighting for. The morning came with a muted gray sky, the horizon an unbroken line of uncertainty. The ship rocked gently with the tide, but the tension in the air was anything but calm. Glen stood on the lower deck, securing the last of their supplies in a worn canvas bag. He ran a hand along the smooth wood of his bat, a little league relic he had traded some fish to Parker a few months back. He felt bad as he knew it had belonged to Andrew, but Parker insisted. He didn't feel right taking things for free. Glen had promised himself to return it one day and hoped he wouldn't have to use it on this trip. A few feet away, Luis inspected his pistol with quiet precision, his fingers moving over the weapon like a man performing a ritual he'd done 1,000 times before. It was one of the few functioning firearms they had, and every bullet was as valuable as a full meal, maybe more. Glen watched as Luis checked each round, his expression unreadable, his focus absolute. This wasn't just habit. This was muscle memory. The weight of the gun in his hand, the quiet calculation of what it meant to fire and what it meant to miss. Luis had been trained for this long before the world fell apart. A soldier without orders, without a country, but still a soldier all the same. Mateo, by contrast, worked with blades. He fastened 3 knives to his belt, each one a repurposed kitchen tool honed to a lethal edge. He tested their balance, flipping one between his fingers with the kind of effortless grace that made Glen wonder, again, about his past. Too smooth, too precise for just a man who had worked in a ship's galley. Glen had seen the way Mateo moved in a fight, the way he reacted on instinct when things turned violent. Whatever skills he had picked up before the world crumbled, they had nothing to do with slicing vegetables. Glen raised an eyebrow. You planning to fillet some fish while we're out there? Mateo smirked. Hey man, you work with what you got. Some people had guns. I had a box of Henkel's knives and a lot of free time. Luis gave him a sidelong glance. Just make sure you don't try chopping onions mid-fight. Mateo smirked, slipping a knife into its sheath. Relax man. The only tears tonight will be from whatever ends up on the wrong end of this. Nearby, Dr. Chandler Brenner was rattling off a list of medical necessities, his voice tight with urgency. He looked up from his notes, rubbing his temples between scribbling items they had to find. Antibiotics, anything broad spectrum. Ibuprofen, aspirin, bandages, disinfectants for fluids if you can find them. Vitamins, C, D, iron supplements, anything to counteract malnutrition. Honestly, just grab any meds you find, and for the love of all that is holy, if you see anything resembling a sterile surgical kit, grab it. Glen nodded, committing it to memory. We'll get what we can, document. Chandler finally looked at him then, and for the first time, Glen saw something unfamiliar in his eyes. Hope. It was fragile, but it was there. Just come back, Chandler said, voice quieter. Glen gave him a short nod before turning back toward the boat. Then, before he could step forward, Lucille was there. She moved quickly, catching him off guard. Her hand grasped the front of his jacket, and before he could react, she kissed him, firm, warm, and lingering longer than he expected. When she pulled away, her usual icy demeanor was cracked, just enough to reveal something underneath. Try not to get yourself killed, Halloway, she murmured. Glen blinked, still processing. Would have been nice if you gave me the time of day when I first got on this ship. Or any day in the last 3 years. Lucille smirked, though there was an edge of nervousness in her eyes. You weren't interesting back then. Behind them, Mateo let out a low whistle. Man, Glen. Survive an apocalypse, and suddenly you're leading supply runs and getting kissed on the dock? Some guys got all the luck. Glen rolled his eyes. Yeah, nothing like a world-ending plague to make me dateable. Lucille scoffed but said nothing more, stepping back as Luis gestured toward the boat. Luis knelt beside Andrew on the deck. The sea breeze tugged at the cuffs of his weather-stained jacket, and in his hand he held a small, dented harmonica. Here, he said, holding it out to Andrew. This was mine. Carried it through several tours and every shore leave I got. Played it terribly too. He chuckled, but his smile faded a little. I want you to hang on to it for me. Andrew looked at him, confused. Why? Because I'm going ashore with Glen. Gotta see if we can find food, medicine, whatever we can carry. And I need someone I trust to hold on to this, till I get back. The boy hesitated, then took it carefully, like it might shatter if he gripped too hard. His small fingers curled around the metal. "I'll keep it safe," he promised. Luis ruffled the boy's damp hair. "I know you will, champ." Glen watched from a few paces away, saying nothing, but the gesture hit him hard. Luis had taken to Andrew almost immediately after rescuing his family, hauling them onto the Ocean Serenity during one of the earliest rescue runs. Glen remembered the story told by another passenger. Luis emerging from the smoke with the kid in one arm and Sarah clinging to his back, bleeding and half-conscious. From that point on, he was always checking on Andrew, always carving out little moments like this one. Glen hadn't asked, but he knew why. Luis had lost his own family when the Crimson breached the housing barracks back at the naval base. A wife, 2 daughters. No one ever found their bodies. Just silence and ash and a grief Luis carried in the way he moved. Slow but steady, like a man still breathing because he didn't know how to stop. And Glen suspected Andrew gave him something back. Just a sliver of it. A reminder of what he'd lost and maybe a reason to keep going. As Glen and Luis prepared to climb into the launch, Luis gave one last glance over his shoulder. Andrew waved from the railing, the harmonica glinting in the light as he held it up high like a promise. "Time to go," Luis said simply. Glen gave Lucille one last glance before climbing aboard. The USCG Sentinel, as the faded letters on its side still proclaimed, was a beast of a ship, rugged, reliable, built for endurance. It wasn't pretty, not like the Ocean Serenity had been in its prime, but that didn't matter. This was a workhorse, not a pleasure cruiser. Nearly 250 feet of steel and reinforced hull, with enough deck space to haul back whatever they could scavenge for the nearly 2,000 or so survivors still stranded on the cruise ship. It had been designed for long patrols, for rough waters and relentless duty, and even now, battered by time and neglect, it still carried that sense of purpose. Glen ran a hand over the railing as he stepped onto the deck, feeling the salt-crusted metal beneath his fingers. The Coast Guard cutter had been Luis's ticket to the Serenity, back when the world was falling apart. He'd shuttled several loads of survivors before he finally was forced to stay away from land and join the ship himself. The ship's original crew was long gone now, some lost to the Crimson, others to the unforgiving sea, but their vessel remained, floating proof that not everything had been swallowed by chaos. The bridge, a reinforced tower above the main deck, gave them a clear vantage point over the open water. The storage bay below, usually meant for equipment and emergency supplies, had been repurposed into a cargo hold for whatever they could salvage: food, medicine, anything that would keep the survivors aboard the Serenity alive a little longer. The ship had been stripped of all its handheld weapons. No rifles, no sidearms, nothing they could carry, but it still had a notable deterrent. Mounted near the stern, the heavy machine gun remained locked in place, its barrel rusted at the edges but still functional. It had been used to ward off sea pirates and smugglers in another life, back when law still meant something. Luis assumed the captain figured no one would want to bother with the bolts holding it down and therefore it was safe from the hands of the passengers. Now, it was their last line of defense if things went south on the water. Luis had made sure it was cleaned, loaded, and ready just in case. The ship roared to life as Luis started it, and Glen watched as the Ocean Serenity loomed above them. The passengers, the crew, the dying, all of it faded behind the morning mist as the 3 men drifted toward the unknown. Glen exhaled, leaning against the rail, his sharp green eyes scanning the horizon. The Sentinel was their lifeline, the only way to reach land and bring back what they needed. It wasn't invincible, but it was tough. Their mission was clear. Their survival, however, was anything but. The ship cut through the waves, its engine a lonely sound against the vast silence of the open ocean. The Ocean Serenity shrank behind them, fading into the mist like a ghost, leaving only the 3 of them and the stretch of water ahead. Luis sat at the helm, his grip steady on the throttle, eyes fixed on the horizon. The mainland loomed ahead, low, gray, and lifeless. From here, they could just make out the outline of a small coastal town, nestled against the shore like a forgotten relic. Mateo, reclining against a crate near the bow, exhaled and stretched his arms over his head. "You know," he said, glancing toward the shoreline, "most of them should be dead by now." Glen turned from where he sat, gripping the bat between his hands. "Who?" "The Crimson," Mateo replied. "I mean starvation, right? It's been 3 years. They can't have kept going this whole time. No food, no fresh blood. The ones that didn't get shot or burned or torn apart should have wasted away by now." Glen met his gaze, letting the silence stretch. Then he shook his head. "No. At least as far as the doctor has explained it to me, They don't starve like we do. Matteo frowned. And what exactly do you mean by that? Glen sighed. It's the virus. It changes them. It forces their metabolism into hyperdrive, makes them burn through iron faster than they can process it. If they were normal, they would have dropped dead from anemia after a few months. But they're not normal. You look like you've got something on your mind, Matteo said, squinting at Glen through the gloom. Glen didn't look away from the water. Dr. Chandler told me something before we left the Serenity. Luis paused mid-motion, setting down the cloth he'd been using. Chandler? What kind of something? Glen finally turned toward them, his face drawn tight. He said they'd been tracking new variants of the crimson. Ones that grow. Rapidly. Matteo raised an eyebrow. Grow? Like what? Fatter? Bigger? Faster, Glen said. Way faster. Chandler said it's something like what happens to a baby in the womb. Cells duplicating by the millions every hour. But this isn't in the safety of a uterus. It's happening inside adult bodies. Bones stretch, skin tears, muscles balloon overnight. It's not natural. It seems the virus causes some of the crimson to adapt to the body's needs. To keep the host alive. Luis shifted uneasily. You're telling me these things can evolve into giants? There have been reports, Glen said. Chandler's seen logs from other medical officers. Survivors talk about them, at least the ones who make it out. Some infected keep growing after they turn 9 feet tall. 10. Even bigger. Matteo gave a short, disbelieving laugh. Come on, that's stories. People panic, they exaggerate. Glen shook his head slowly. Robert Wadlow. He lived in the 1900s. Real guy. Grew to 8 feet 11 inches. All natural. No virus, no monster. Just a runaway pituitary gland. If the virus hijacks those same hormonal systems, especially growth hormone and adrenal function, well. He let the sentence trail off. They didn't need the rest. Luis was staring at the deck now, jaw clenched. And that's just one guy. There's also King OG, Glen said. Ancient records say he was 13.5 feet tall. Might be myth, might not. But when the doctor laid it out, what he's seen, what he suspects, it didn't sound like fiction anymore. Matteo leaned back against a crate and blew out a breath. So we're not just fighting monsters. We're fighting something that gets worse the longer it survives. Not all of them mutate like that, Glen said, but when they do, they don't just get taller. They get stronger. Denser. Chandler said some of the tissue scans show bone density off the charts, like their skeletons are reinforcing themselves. It's like the virus helps the host body adapt to its needs to survive. Matteo muttered something in Spanish under his breath, then looked up. So what do we do when one of those things shows up? Glen answered. We don't fight it. We run. Luis glanced over, his jaw tight. How long does it take? Glen adjusted his grip on the bat, thinking back to the field reports, the research Chandler had managed to salvage, the few survivors who had seen it firsthand. The doc said that it varies greatly case by case. Something to do with the health of the person before the virus takes hold. But in general, it happens in stages, he said. First 24 to 72 hours after exposure, it looks like the flu. Fever, chills, muscle aches. But they also start craving red meat, anything iron-rich. Then, about 3 to 7 days in, their bodies start shutting down. Their veins darken, skin goes pale, they lose red blood cells at an insane rate. That's when the aggression kicks in. Matteo's brow furrowed. Yeah, but they still die eventually, right? Glen shook his head. As far as we've heard, no. That's what makes this thing a nightmare. By the second week, they stop being human. Their higher reasoning shuts down, but their instincts go into overdrive. They're stronger, faster. They hunt, and when they do, no matter how much they eat, they end up with just enough iron to keep going. The virus burns through the rest. They don't rot. They don't die. They just waste away in a state of constant hunger. Their bodies going dormant until prey is near. Matteo swore under his breath. So they're not dead. They're starving. Always. Glen nodded. Exactly. And that makes them dangerous. Starving predators don't act timid. They get desperate. A heavy silence settled over them. The shoreline was growing closer now. From a distance, the town looked eerily intact. No rising smoke, no visible signs of fire or destruction. But that didn't mean it was safe. Luis slowed the motor, his voice low. We don't assume anything. We get in, get what we need, and get out. Matteo twirled a knife between his fingers, his expression unreadable. And if we run into anything that's still hungry? Glen tightened his grip on the bat. Then we make sure we're not on the menu. The hum of the motor filled the silence between them as they drew closer to the shore. The water was eerily calm, the kind of stillness that made Glen's gut twist. He wasn't sure if it was just the emptiness of the coastline or the knowledge that someone, had to be lurking there. Luis kept his eyes ahead, scanning the horizon like a man expecting trouble. His hands remained steady on the controls, his posture rigid. After a while, he broke the silence. "I never asked, Glen," Luis said, his voice even, but carrying that low tone of curiosity. "Back on the ship, I knew you were some kind of first responder. Paramedic, right?" Glen let out a breath and nodded. "Yeah. Fire department medic. Small town. Was anyway." Luis shot him a glance. "Before all this?" "Before all this." Glen's grip tightened around the bat resting on his lap. "I was supposed to be on vacation. First one in years. Thought maybe I'd finally get a little distance, clear my head." Luis frowned, watching him for a moment. "Clear your head from what?" Glen exhaled slowly, his eyes drifting to the horizon as memories clawed their way up from the dark places he'd buried them. "A fire. 4-story apartment complex, old wiring. We got the call in the middle of the night. By the time we arrived, the top floors were already gone. The tenants were panicked, screaming from the windows. We worked fast, tried to get as many people out as we could." He paused, running a hand through his hair. "I was on the second floor with 2 guys from my unit, Henderson and Cal. Good men. We were helping a family out when the structure gave out beneath us." He swallowed, staring at the empty water ahead. "I got out. They didn't." Luis didn't say anything right away. Neither did Mateo. They just let the weight of the words settle. It wasn't the fire that haunted Glen, it was the choice. The moment of impact. The split second where instinct kicked in and he had moved one way and they had moved another. That was all it had taken. One moment they had been beside him. The next, the world had swallowed them whole. "They were good firefighters," Glen continued, voice quieter. "They deserved better." Luis nodded, understanding something unspoken. Survivor's guilt. It's a beast of a thing. Glen huffed a humorless laugh. "Yeah. And now, 3 years into this nightmare and I'm still doing it. Still trying to keep people alive, still failing." Mateo, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke up. "You ever stop to think that maybe you're not failing?" He twirled a knife absently between his fingers, his voice lighter than the weight in the air. "I mean, look at us. We're still breathing. And back on that ship, we've got people still holding on because of you. Doesn't seem like failure to me." Glen shook his head but didn't argue. He wasn't sure he believed it. Luis kept his gaze on the approaching shore. "You did what you could, Glen. Before all this and now." He glanced over, his expression softer than usual. "That's all any of us can do." Glen exhaled sharply, then gave a small nod. "Yeah." The town ahead of them, from a distance, looked almost untouched by time. Buildings still stood, intact and proud, with no visible fires or collapsed ruins. There were no bodies strewn across the streets, no immediate evidence of struggle. It was almost picturesque in its stillness, like a postcard frozen in time before the world fell apart. But as they neared, the illusion unraveled. The first signs of decay became evident at the shoreline. The wooden docks, once sturdy and polished for tourists, were warped and splintering, battered by time and neglect. A few smaller boats bobbed in the water, half submerged, their hulls cracked and waterlogged. Barnacles clung greedily to their sides, creeping up past the tide line, as if reclaiming what humanity had abandoned. As the boat drew closer, Glen could see the streets beyond the waterfront. What had once been a quaint coastal town, a place where families might have gathered for summer vacations, was now a skeletal reminder of life before the fall. Windows were shattered, glass catching the dim sunlight in jagged reflections. Storefronts had been forced open, their interiors stripped bare by looters long ago. Signs swung from rusting hinges, creaking softly in the breeze. Cars sat abandoned along the roads, their doors left ajar, tires deflated, windshields cracked as if desperate hands had pounded against them before being silenced. Streetlights leaned at odd angles, their bases dented from some mysterious force, wires frayed and exposed. Bloodstains, faded to dark rust, streaked the sidewalks and roads, some in small smears, others in wide, grotesque patterns that told stories Glen didn't want to imagine. Time and weather had washed away the worst of it, but the memory of violence was etched into every surface. A sign near the edge of the beach welcomed visitors in cheerful block letters. Welcome to Seabrook. Population, 12,450. Someone had scrawled over the number in thick, black paint, crossing out all the numbers except for 0. The boat scraped against the dock, the hull grinding against old wood with a grating screech that made all three men freeze. The sound was far too loud in the suffocating silence. Then they heard it. A wailing cry echoed through the town, drifting from somewhere beyond the rows of buildings. A sound that wasn't quite human anymore. It sent a chill crawling down Glen's spine. Mateo stiffened instantly, gripping the hilt of one of his knives. What in the world was that? Luis' expression darkened, his grip tightening on his pistol. Crimson. Glen swallowed hard. The sound wasn't close, but it wasn't distant enough for comfort either. It was high-pitched, a drawn-out keen that rose and fell in unnatural waves. It was hunger given voice. Desperate. Searching. And it wasn't alone. As the first wail faded, another one answered. Then another. Somewhere in the distance, deep in the heart of the town, something was out there. Mateo let out a nervous chuckle, though there was no humor in it. Yeah, okay, so we're not alone. Glen adjusted his grip on the bat, shifting his stance as his eyes scanned the streets ahead. He hadn't seen movement yet, but he had a sinking feeling not to trust stillness. How far? Luis tilted his head slightly, listening. His expression was unreadable, but Glen saw the tightness in his jaw. They're not close, not yet. Could be miles away. But echoing sound can be tricky. They could be a few blocks away. Wind carries their screams too, so it's hard to judge. His voice was calm, measured. We move fast. Stay quiet. If we're lucky, they don't know we're here. Mateo let out a slow breath, rolling his shoulders like a boxer loosening up before a fight. And if we're not lucky? Luis chambered a round into his pistol, the sound sharp in the still air. Then we run. Glen felt the weight of the moment settle over them. There was no turning back now. Whatever they needed to find, food, medicine, supplies, they had to get it quickly and get out before those things found them. The town wasn't empty. And they weren't the only ones in search of food. Chapter 2. Shadows of Seabrook. We move quick and quiet, Luis muttered, voice low. No unnecessary noise, no long debates. Get what we need, then get out. Glen nodded, stepping off the dock onto the damp sand, his boots sinking slightly into the earth. The sensation was unsettling. After over 3 years aboard the Ocean Serenity, where every step had been accompanied by the subtle sway of the ship, the absolute stillness of solid ground felt alien beneath his feet. There was no rhythmic rocking, no shifting balance to compensate for, just an eerie, motionless quiet. The air smelled of salt and decay, a mix of the ocean's brine and the remnants of a world abandoned, but for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, he was standing on land, unchanging, unmoving, yet just as dangerous as the waters they had left behind. Beyond the shore, the town of Seabrook stretched before them. What had once been a charming coastal escape now stood as a hollowed shell of its former self. Buildings, though mostly intact, bore the marks of desperation. Shattered windows, broken doors, abandoned vehicles rusting in the street. Dried bloodstains painted the asphalt, long faded to a deep reddish brown. The wind carried a faint metallic scent, iron and salt mingling in the air. Mateo shifted next to Glen, scanning the buildings. All right, where to first? Glen pulled the crumpled map they had found aboard the ship from his pocket. The clinic was marked in faded red ink, just a few blocks inland. There, he said, pointing toward a squat, brick building partially obscured by an overturned delivery truck. We checked the clinic first. Luis nodded. Move as a group. I'll take point, you two cover me. If you see anything, movement, tracks, a shadow that doesn't belong, you call it out. No heroics. They advanced quickly, keeping close to the buildings, moving through the remains of what had once been a lively seaside town. Shop fronts stood eerily open, their contents long since stripped by looters or time. A half-decayed advertisement for an ice cream shop fluttered weakly in the breeze, the smiling cartoon mascot now peeling and faded. Weeds had begun reclaiming the sidewalks, pushing through cracks in the concrete, nature steadily erasing what civilization had left behind. They pressed on, reaching the pharmacy without incident. The glass doors had been shattered, jagged edges glinting in the dim light. Luis raised a fist, signaling for them to halt. He moved first, slipping inside with practiced efficiency. Glen followed, eyes adjusting to the dim interior. The air inside was stale, heavy with dust and the scent of decay. Shelves lay bare, pill bottles scattered across the floor. Someone had been here before, probably many someones. Glen cursed under his breath as he crouched near an overturned shelf, rummaging through the debris. Nothing, Mateo muttered, kicking aside a broken bottle of cough syrup. Someone cleaned this place out. Luis moved deeper into the store, stepping over broken glass and discarded packaging. He stopped at the pharmacy counter, peering over it cautiously before checking the storage room behind it. He returned shaking his head. It's been stripped clean. No antibiotics, no painkillers, nothing. The air inside the clinic was stale, thick with the scent of old antiseptic and decay. Glen moved carefully through the darkened halls, his flashlight sweeping over shattered glass and overturned furniture. The place had been looted long ago, but he knew that sometimes the best finds were the ones people overlooked. A rusted metal filing cabinet caught his eye, its drawers slightly ajar. With a grunt, he forced one open, revealing a mess of scattered papers and crumbling folders. His first reaction was to turn away, but then thought maybe there was something useful for the doctor's research inside. Most of it was useless: old patient files, prescription forms, inventory logs. But then, buried beneath the debris, he found something different. A yellowed envelope marked confidential, Natka. Frowning, Glen tore it open and unfolded the memo inside. Memorandum. To all emergency medical facilities, Eastern Seaboard. Subject: Hemovoric Hypermania Syndrome, HHS. Codename: The Crimson. Overview. HHS is an aggressive neurovascular disease caused by the Ferrum 8 virus, altering metabolism and cognition. Infected individuals experience extreme aggression, heightened senses, and an insatiable craving for iron-rich substances, mainly blood. The virus spreads through contact, with 23% of the population immune and 19% being asymptomatic carriers for up to 3 weeks. Note that the time period varies greatly. Symptoms and progression. Stage 1, 24 to 72 hours flu-like symptoms, dizziness, cravings for red meat. Stage 2, 3 to 7 days severe anemia, heightened aggression, paranoia, loss of empathy, increased sensory perception. Stage 3, 1 to 2 weeks onward, crimson phase, cognitive breakdown, extreme violence, physical mutations, sharpened teeth, sunken red eyes, continuous hunger, vocal distortions. Effects and containment. The virus destroys the bone marrow's ability to produce red blood cells, forcing victims into starvation and predation. The infected do not decay and remain alive indefinitely unless actively neutralized. Blood transfusions can slow symptoms but do not cure the infection. Synthetic iron reduces cravings but causes organ damage. Isolation is the only protection against further spread. Directive. All medical facilities must terminate suspected infected on-site. Evacuations are suspended indefinitely. Natka response units are enforcing this directive. Do not attempt containment. Survival is paramount. Glen let out a slow breath, the weight of the word sinking in. So the government had known. They had understood exactly what the Crimson was. And instead of fighting it, they had abandoned anyone who wasn't already immune. Frustration clawed at Glen's gut. He would need to tell the others, but waiting until they returned would be wise. He surveyed the empty shelves with a sigh. He had expected some shortages, but this was worse than he thought. What about vitamin supplements? Luis was already digging through an old promotional stand near the counter. He pulled a laminated flyer from beneath a toppled display stand. It was slightly crumpled but still legible. Iron Edge Gym, home of the ultimate full-body energy supplement. Available now. Mateo peered over his shoulder. You think they stocked vitamin supplements? Glen rubbed his jaw, considering. If anyone had a possible stockpile of something like that, it might be worth checking. It's a long shot, but we don't have much else. Luis pocketed the flyer and consulted the map before he turned back toward the entrance. Then we move. If it's not there, we check the firehouse nearby. You said they stock meds, right, Glen? Glen nodded. If there's anything left in the trucks, we might get lucky with some supplies. Storage closets may have more. They stepped out onto the street, the wind carrying with it the distant groan of something inhuman. A chill ran down Glen's spine. The sound was faint, but it was there. Somewhere in the town, something was stirring. Mateo let out a slow, steady breath. Yeah, we should probably move fast. As they walked, Glen felt the weight of unseen eyes on him. The town was too still, the emptiness unnatural. He had heard that the crimson lurked, waiting, conserving energy until they sensed prey. Luis raised a hand, halting them near the entrance of an alleyway. He crouched, pointing at the ground. Faint tracks in the dirt, leading toward a side street. Some were human. Others weren't. Fresh, Luis whispered. Someone passed through here recently. Glen clenched his jaw. This was no longer just about finding supplies. They weren't alone. Somewhere in this town were other survivors. Mateo adjusted the grip on his knife. Let's just hope they're friendly. The group moved swiftly through the ruined streets, sticking close to the buildings, their footsteps careful and deliberate. Every step was measured, every movement cautious. Silence was survival. The town lay in eerie stillness, draped in the long shadows of the setting sun. Only the rustling wind and the occasional groan of shifting metal from rusted, abandoned cars disturbed the oppressive quiet. Glen led the way, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. His muscles were coiled, his fingers flexing around the grip of his bat. Every nerve in his body was tuned to the environment. This town had been abandoned for too long, too empty, too still. It wasn't the peaceful kind of emptiness. It was the kind that suggested things were waiting. Luis moved just behind him, his military training evident in the way he covered their flank, scanning the rooftops and alleyways with sharp, methodical movements. Mateo, despite his usual jovial demeanor, kept his mouth shut, gripping his knife like it was his lifeline. They passed by a husk of what had once been a convenience store, its shattered glass doors gaping like a mouth frozen in a silent scream. A rusted-out street sign up ahead swayed in the breeze, creaking against its loosened bolts. Just beyond it stood the gym, Iron Edge Gym. A place that had once been a temple to strength and endurance, now another corpse of the old world. The massive glass windows at the front were shattered, leaving jagged teeth along the frames. The remains of the glass crunched under their feet as they stepped closer, each sound magnified in the silence. Faded banners, once boasting about fitness goals and peak performance, flapped weakly in the wind, their once bright colors bleached by time. A tattered poster near the entrance caught Glen's eye. Get strong. Stay strong. The irony made his stomach turn. Strength meant nothing here. It didn't matter how many pounds you could lift or how many miles you could run. The only strength that mattered now was the kind that kept you alive. Luis suddenly raised a closed fist. Everyone froze, instincts taking over. They ducked low, pressing against a line of overturned benches near the entrance. Glen followed Luis's gaze, his heartbeat a slow, heavy drum in his ears. Up ahead, a deer wandered across the cracked pavement, its sleek body moving cautiously through the desolate town. It was thin, ribs visible beneath its tawny fur, but it was alive. A rare thing in this world. Mateo let out a low whistle, his voice just above a breathe. Nice. Fresh meat. Luis shot him a sharp look. We don't have time for hunting. Glen sighed, though his stomach clearly disagreed. The thought of real food, something other than canned goods or stale rations, was a tempting fantasy, but it wasn't worth the risk. Hunting meant noise. Noise meant death. Then in an instant, the deer's ears flicked up. Its entire body went rigid. A second later, it bolted. Glen barely had time to register what was happening before they struck. From the shadows, a pack of them erupted, bodies gaunt yet unervingly fast, their red-streaked eyes locked onto the fleeing animal. They moved with terrifying coordination, their grotesque forms blending into the dying light. The deer only made it about 5 feet before one of them lunged, clawed fingers slashing across its flank. The creature was impossibly quick, almost too fast for Glen's eyes to track. The deer screamed as it tumbled to the ground. Then the rest of them descended. Shrill, guttural cries filled the air as the creatures tore into the struggling animal. Blood splattered across the pavement, pooling in thick, glistening puddles. Teeth sank into flesh. Bones cracked. The wet, visceral sounds of flesh being stripped from bone filled the street. Glen instinctively backed up, shoving Mateo toward the gym entrance. Inside. Now. They moved quickly, pressing themselves into the darkened doorway as the massacre continued just down the street. Mateo's eyes were wide, his breath coming fast. We never even saw them, he muttered. Luis clenched his jaw, his knuckles white around his grip. They were lying in wait. Glen swallowed the growing unease in his gut. The infected weren't mindless. They were patient. A new thought twisted in his stomach. If they could wait for prey, what else could they do? The last whimpers of the deer faded, leaving only the sound of the crimson screams and moans. Glen risked a glance out the shattered window, watching the creatures feast. Slowly curiosity got the better of Luis and Mateo too, and they carefully peeked out the shattered windows of Iron Edge Gym, their breaths shallow as they watched the feeding frenzy unfold outside. The flickering remnants of daylight cast long, distorted shadows over the blood-soaked pavement where the pack of crimson circled the deer's fresh corpse. Through the jagged glass openings, Glen tracked their movements. His fingers tightened around his bat, though he knew it would do no good against such a force. There were too many of them. Even without their eerie strength and speed, they hunted in a pack. And that made them worse than any mindless horde. The initial flurry had died down. The crimson backed away from the carcass. Then the largest of the group tore into the deer, a monstrous figure with thick, sinewy limbs and a chest that rose and fell in deep, heaving breaths. Even among the infected, this one was different. Stronger. Healthier. It fed ravenously, its powerful jaw crunching through bone, muscles shifting beneath its pale, jaundiced skin. The others circled around it, eyes burning like dying embers, their bodies leaner, twitching with hunger. But they didn't move in. Not yet. Luis shifted beside Glen, his breathing controlled but his muscles were coiled, ready. "They're waiting," he muttered, voice just above a whisper. "Like wolves?" Glen didn't need to be told. He could see it, an animalistic hierarchy played out in real time. The dominant one ate first. It ripped meat from the deer's flank, blood coating its already stained fingers as it chewed, swallowing thick chunks without pause. The others, weaker but just as starved, twitched with anticipation, their emaciated forms tense as they waited for their turn. Then one of them, gaunt but desperate, stepped forward. It hardly moved before the leader lashed out. The motion was swift, brutal, almost a blur. Over calcified claw-like fingernails struck across the smaller one's face, sending it sprawling back with a sharp, wet crack. The sound echoed in the unnatural stillness, like a bone snapping against concrete. The wounded creature scrambled backward on all fours, its mouth opening in a soundless whimper. The others remained rooted in place, watching, learning. Dominance wasn't a debate. It was enforced. The leader didn't even snarl. It simply resumed eating, as if the challenge had been too insignificant to acknowledge. The message had been sent. Only the strongest took what they wanted. The rest would wait or suffer. Luis exhaled through his nose, shifting slightly to get a better angle through the broken window. "They're not just reacting to hunger," he murmured. "They're thinking. Choosing when to move, when to fight. This one," he nodded toward the leader, "it's in charge." Glen nodded, his stomach twisting with something colder than fear. The Crimson weren't supposed to act like this. The infected were supposed to be nothing more than wild, feral things, driven purely by instinct. But what he was seeing now, this was control. Strategy. And that made them something much worse. Outside, the leader finished, blood dripping from its mouth as it stepped back. And then, like a dam breaking, the others rushed in. It was chaos in motion. They scrambled over one another, clawing, snarling, desperate to get whatever they could. Teeth snapped, hands tore at scraps, blood splattered across the pavement as they fought. Some of them, too weak to hold their ground, were shoved back, falling onto the concrete with sharp yelps before slinking away. The strongest in the pack ripped the best pieces, devouring them before the others could even try. The weakest, those too slow or cautious, were lucky if they got anything at all. Luis shook his head, muttering, "Even animals take care of their own." Glen swallowed hard, forcing himself to keep watching. He needed to understand. Needed to see what they were dealing with. And what he saw made his gut churn. These things, they weren't dying. They weren't mindless. They were evolving, or maybe everything he had heard so far was just wrong. With the Crimson, it was the survival of the fittest. The strongest feasted first, and the rest fought for scraps. And if they weren't careful, they'd be next. The gym was silent save for the shallow, measured breaths of the survivors. The distant snarls and slurping sounds of the feeding frenzy outside had begun to fade, but Glen was resolved not to be fooled again. He had learned a valuable lesson. The Crimson were always lurking, waiting for the next drop of blood to spill. Then a soft sound. A footstep. Luis stiffened first, his instincts razor-sharp. Glen followed his gaze, his grip tightening around the bat. Through the dim, dust-choked air of Iron Edge Gym, something moved near the entrance. The shattered windows framed the figure in jagged light, casting its emaciated form in sharp relief. It stood motionless for a heartbeat, its gaunt frame outlined against the ruins of the street beyond. Though lean, it wasn't frail. If anything, It radiated a sickly kind of strength, its wiry muscles coiled beneath its jaundiced skin, stretched too thin over prominent bones. Bloodshot eyes darted through the dim interior of the gym, searching, calculating. It wasn't one of the frenzied ones. It didn't lurch or stumble. It moved with slow, deliberate intent. It was hunting. Glen didn't breathe. Neither did the others. He kept his bat low, fingers locked around the grip, but he didn't dare shift his weight. Any movement, any noise, and they'd lose whatever thin barrier of invisibility they had. Luis, crouched behind an overturned bench press, had his knife ready, his posture rigid but controlled. Mateo had wedged himself between an old vending machine and a half-toppled squat rack, one hand hovering over the hilt of a blade strapped to his belt. The thing inhaled deeply, nostrils flaring. It tilted its head, the motion sharp, bird-like. It knew something was here. Someone was here. Glen's pulse hammered in his skull. The thing exhaled, slow and measured, its breath rattling through teeth that had sharpened over time, yellowed and jagged from constant gnawing. Its mouth twitched at the corners, not quite a snarl but close. It knows. Outside, the wind rattled through the broken storefront, stirring the tattered remains of a poster still clinging to the gym's entryway. The faint rustling distracted it for half a second. Just enough time for Glen to inch a fraction lower into the shadows. Luis moved first, so slow it was almost imperceptible, shifting his foot back inch by inch to distribute his weight evenly. If they had to move, if this thing charged, they needed to be ready. But the moment he shifted, the thing inhaled sharply, its head snapping in his direction. Glen's stomach clenched. Its lips peeled back, revealing every jagged tooth. Then, a sound so low it was almost felt more than heard. A chuffing breath. A predator scenting its prey. Mateo's hand twitched. Slowly, he raised two fingers, mimicking the shape of a gun, then tilted his head toward Luis, a silent suggestion. Luis shot him a look and gave a slow, deliberate shake of his head. Then, with an open palm, he motioned in a sweeping gesture. Too loud. Mateo sighed quietly, rolling his eyes but conceding the point. The thing took a step forward. Glass crunched under its bare, cracked feet. Glen felt a slow, creeping dread coil in his gut. They had seconds before this turned into a fight, and they weren't positioned to win. Then, another sound. Distant. Faint. A metallic clatter somewhere down the street, carried by the wind. The creature's head snapped toward the noise, its whole body tensing. It paused. Sniffed the air once more. Then Luis exhaled, slow and controlled. Mateo let out a breath, just above a whisper. That was all it took. The creature's head whipped in Mateo's direction. Mateo's hand drifted toward his knife, but before he could make a move, the creature let out a screech. A high, piercing sound that cut through the silence like a blade. Crap, Mateo hissed. The crimson's throat flexed for another call, but before the sound could escape, Mateo lunged. His blade flashed in the low light, slicing deep across the crimson's throat. A gurgling noise replaced the screech as dark, viscous blood spilled over its chest. But it didn't fall. Even with its throat cut open, the creature let out a guttural rasp and lashed forward, knocking Mateo to the ground with terrifying speed. It was still alive. Still fighting. Mateo struggled, pushing against the infected's wiry strength, but the crimson pinned him effortlessly, blood bubbling from its ruined throat. Its teeth snapped inches from Mateo's face, its breath reeking of blood and decay. Glen moved before he could think. With a feral growl of his own, he swung the bat in a brutal arc, the solid weight of the wood connecting with the creature's skull. A sickening crunch echoed through the gym. The crimson's head snapped sideways, but it still twitched, its fingers tightening around Mateo's wrist. Another swing. Harder this time. The impact split bone. The thing's body spasmed once before slumping, its grip going limp. But before relief could set in, its limbs jerked again, weakly at first, then with a sudden burst of renewed strength. The crimson wasn't dead. It was still clawing at Mateo, its eyes blazing with that unrelenting hunger. Hold it down. Luis hissed harshly, shoving his weight onto the creature's arms. Mateo gritted his teeth, using every ounce of strength to keep its snapping jaws away from his throat. Glen swung again, this time bringing the bat down across its temple. A deep, wet crunch. The crimson struggle slowed, but its fingers still twitched, curling like talons into Mateo's jacket. Luis didn't delay. He drew a knife from Mateo's side and drove it deep into the creature's skull, twisting it until the thing went completely still. Blood oozed around the blade, but the room was silent once more. except for their heavy breathing. Mateo shoved the corpse off him, gasping for breath. Holy Hades. He coughed, wiping his mouth. That thing didn't go down easy. Glen nudged the body with his boot, his gut twisting. Even dead, it looked unnatural. The skin had taken on a sickly pallor. The muscles, though lean, looked almost too defined, like a starving predator pushed to its limit. They're tougher than you might think, Luis murmured. He crouched, pointing 2 fingers at the sticky wound on its throat. Although it would have died eventually, it should have dropped from this alone. No kidding, Mateo muttered, shaking his head. That thing got the drop on me. He paused, then smirked, his jovial self coming back to life. Not my type though. Too clingy. Mateo wiped his blade on the tattered remains of the crimson shirt, then rocked back on his heels, eyeing the corpse with a mixture of disgust and fascination. The thing was gaunt, its skin, a patchy mix of jaundiced yellow and raw red, stretched tight over its skull. What little hair remained clung in greasy, thinning patches, and its eyes, still open, were nothing but ruptured blood vessels drowning in sickly jaundice whites. The mouth hung open in death, revealing jagged teeth, yellowed and chipped from gnawing on bone. Wow, Mateo muttered, shaking his head. Ugly isn't she? Luis let out a breath. I don't think ugly quite covers it. Mateo smirked, shifting onto the balls of his feet. Nah, this chick was so ugly she fell down an ugly tree, hit every branch on the way down, the tree fell on top of her, caught the forest on fire, and the fireman had to put her face out with an ice pick. Glen raised a brow, suppressing the twitch of amusement at the corner of his mouth. Firemen don't use ice picks. Mateo clicked his tongue, pointing at Glen like he'd just made a valid counterpoint. Okay, fine. With a shovel. Luis let out a low sigh, rubbing a hand over his face. You need to shut up. The voice that shushed them, however, hadn't been Luis. The group went still. Glen's fingers tightened around the handle of his bat. His eyes flickered to Luis, who had already drawn his pistol, his muscles taut with instinctive caution. A shadow shifted beyond the dim lighting spilling in from the gym's broken windows. Glen could just make out the silhouette, a figure crouched low, blending into the darkened corner of the room. Easy, a voice murmured. A man's voice, rough but measured. We don't want trouble. Luis was already stepping forward, positioning himself in front. Glen turned his body slightly to shield Mateo. Then come out, Glen said evenly. Slow. The shadow hesitated, then moved. A man emerged first, broad-shouldered, clad in a worn leather jacket, jeans caked in grime. His grizzled beard was streaked with gray, his eyes hard and calculating. A scar ran jagged down his right cheek. Behind him, 2 others stepped forward. A woman, wiry and sharp-eyed, a medical bag strapped tightly across her chest, her auburn hair pulled back in a hasty bandana. And a younger guy who looked barely out of his teens, lanky and nervous, wearing a hoodie and clutching a makeshift spear with white-knuckled hands. We saw the boat, the man said, his voice low but firm. Figured you weren't from around here. Glen didn't move. You been watching us? The man nodded. Didn't know what to make of you. Thought you might be raiders. He paused for the briefest second. Loud, clueless, suicidal raiders. Mateo scoffed quietly. Do we look like raiders? The man's expression didn't shift. I've seen worse dressed better. Luis glanced at Glen, who gave the faintest nod before stepping forward. Who are you? The man relented. Ethan. He jerked a thumb toward the woman. That's my wife Mora. And the kid's JJ. Mateo squinted. JJ? What's that stand for? The younger man swallowed hard. Jonah. Jonah Wallace Jr. Mateo grinned. JJ's better. Ethan turned back to Glen. We've been here a while. Scavenging, surviving. Had a bigger group once, but you know how it goes. His mouth pressed into a thin line. Noticed your boat come in. Figured you weren't just here for sightseeing. Luis exhaled sharply. We need supplies. Medical, supplements, whatever we can scrounge. Mora's eyes flickered toward him at the mention of medical supplies, but she said nothing. Ethan, however, crossed his arms. And what's stopping you from just taking what you need? Glen's grip on his bat loosened slightly. We're not thieves. Ethan studied him for a long moment, then nodded as if making a decision. Good. 'Cause we don't have much left. He glanced at Mora, who pursed her lips, then shifted her medical bag slightly. JJ cleared his throat. We do have something you might want. Not much medicine, but Food. Preserved. Safe. Luis' eyes narrowed. What kind of food? Dried fruit, Mora answered. We found a whole container shipment before things got bad. Been eating it ever since. Mateo let out an incredulous laugh. You're telling me you've been living off trail mix for years? Ethan grinned slightly. It's kept us alive. Luis exchanged glances with Glen. A shipment of dried fruit wasn't the antibiotics or vitamins they had come looking for, but it was a resource they couldn't ignore. Fresh food, or as fresh as it got these days, was worth its weight in gold. Glen considered their options, then nodded. All right, let's talk trade. Mora crouched low near the gym's shattered window, her gaze locked on the crimson outside. How long do we have before they notice? Ethan muttered beside her. Mora exhaled sharply, shifting her weight. Not long. Luis shot her a look. What do you mean? She turned toward the group, keeping her voice low but urgent. We can't stay here. The moment that Scout doesn't report back, the Alpha will know something's wrong. Glen frowned, gripping his bat tighter. You're sure? Mora nodded. Absolutely. The Crimson aren't just monsters. They have structure. A hierarchy. And we just disrupted it. Mateo gave a skeptical huff, rubbing the back of his neck. Hierarchy? You're saying they organize? They talk? Mora's gaze hardened. Yes, and it's more like they communicate. That's what makes them worse than any mindless horde. She motioned toward the feeding pack. You saw it yourself. The Alpha eats first. It decides who gets to feed, who gets to fight. Is stronger, faster, and more dangerous than the others. The Crimson don't just wander aimlessly, they follow. Luis nodded slowly. So that thing was a scout? Mora glanced toward the dead Crimson they had taken down inside the gym. Its gaunt frame was still, its throat slit, but its presence alone had nearly cost them everything. Yeah. They have 3 roles in a pack, the Alpha, the Hunters, and the Lurkers. She held up a finger. The Alpha leads. Stronger, smarter, and in complete control. It feeds first, it commands the others, and if something goes wrong, it's the first to react. Another finger. The Hunters are the ones who actively seek out prey. They're fast, they track by scent, and they drive their targets toward the Alpha and the rest of the pack. A third finger. The Lurkers wait. They conserve energy, hiding in the shadows until the Hunters bring prey close. Then they swarm. They're the reason people think they're safe, until they're not. Silence settled over the group. Luis ran a hand down his face. So that one we killed? Was a hunter, Mora confirmed. It was tracking us. It knew we were here. And when it doesn't return, the Alpha is going to come looking. Mateo let out a low curse. Well, that's just perfect, isn't it? Glen straightened, his expression grim. Then we move. Now. Mora nodded, already backing toward the gym's rear exit. We need to be out of here before the Alpha realizes we tipped the balance. Because when it does. Her voice dropped to a whisper. It won't just come looking. It'll send its hunters. They gathered their gear, and within moments they slipped into the night, silent, quick, and very, very aware that they were being hunted. Mora led them through the darkened alleyways of Seabrook, every step measured, every movement deliberate. The group followed in tense silence, their bodies low, their weapons ready. The distant echoes of the Crimson's feeding frenzy still rang in their ears, a gruesome reminder of what lurked in the shadows. We have to move fast, Mora said, slightly glancing over her shoulder as she pressed forward. Once that scout doesn't check in. Yeah, we get it, Mateo cut in, his voice tight. Death, doom, and general unpleasantness. Let's just move. Mora gave a grim smile. Pretty much. Glen tightened his grip on the bat in his hands, his jaw set. You sure about that? Mora shot him a look, her expression grim. You saw how they waited, how they followed a hierarchy. That wasn't random. They're organized in their own way. And we just broke their pattern. Luis swore under his breath. So what, they'll come looking for us? And they won't stop, Mora said. Ever. Mateo exhaled sharply. Great. Love that for us. They moved through the ruins, their steps quick but cautious. The last remnants of daylight were fading fast, and with it, their window of safety. The Crimson are most active at night, she continued, her voice just above a breath. They burn through energy fast. During the day they conserve it, lurk in the dark, wait. But once the sun's gone, they hunt and reposition themselves for the next day. Glen glanced at the crumbling buildings around them. And you're sure this hiding spot of yours is safe? Mora nodded. It's underground. They don't like enclosed spaces like that. No food sources. They rely on movement and scent to track prey. If we stay quiet, they won't know we're there. The streets of Seabrook had long since become a graveyard of abandoned vehicles and shattered buildings, each one a silent testament to how quickly the world had fallen apart. The air smelled of salt and decay, a mix of ocean brine and old death. As they neared the outskirts of town, Mora veered toward what looked like a collapsed overpass. Luis frowned. "This is your hiding spot?" "Not the overpass," Mora said, weaving through the debris. "What's under it?" She led them down a steep embankment, past twisted metal and crumbling concrete, until they reached what had once been an old storm drain. A rusted-out maintenance door stood half open, revealing a dark tunnel leading beneath the streets. "A storm bunker?" Glen asked, peering inside. Mora nodded. "There used to be an old maintenance shelter down here. Flood control. It's reinforced, low visibility, and more importantly, it masks light, sound, and the smell of our blood." Mateo whistled low. "Man, I was hoping for a VIP apocalypse suite, but this'll do." Mora ignored him and stepped inside first, her flashlight cutting through the thick darkness. The air was stale but dry, the walls lined with rusted pipes and old, faded warning signs. She motioned for the others to follow. One by one they slipped inside, careful not to disturb the loose debris. Luis was last, yanking the heavy maintenance door shut behind him, plunging them into near silence. The only sound was their own breathing, slow and measured. Mora moved deeper inside, weaving through the narrow corridor until they reached a reinforced room at the end of the passage. A few old supplies were still scattered inside, battered cots, empty shelves, and an ancient emergency radio coated in dust. It wasn't much, but it was shelter. Mateo exhaled and collapsed onto one of the cots. "Well, if the world ever gets its crap together, remind me to leave a 5-star review for Mora's underground death bunker." Glen smirked, but the tension in the air hadn't lifted. Luis ran a hand through his beard, his eyes sharp and calculating. "How long do we stay here?" Mora leaned against the wall, her gaze fixed on the heavy door. "Until morning. The Crimson get much less active after sunrise. Their bodies burn too much energy overnight. By dawn, they'll retreat to whatever holes they crawled out of and only stir when prey is near." Glen exhaled slowly. "And if they find us before then?" Mora's lips pressed into a thin line. "Then we don't see morning." Glen's eyes swept the dimly lit bunker as they entered, his posture still tense despite the relative safety of the underground shelter. Something wasn't right. The space looked like someone had been sitting and eating a meal only moments ago. Why would this group leave something as precious as food sitting out on a table while they went out scavenging? His fingers flexed, tightening his grip on his bat as he dropped his pack, his exhale slow, controlled. "All right," he said, his voice calm but firm. "We're here. Now who else is with you?" Mora looked at him anxiously. Luis's jaw tightened. He turned his head just slightly, his eyes catching the faintest flicker of movement in the shadows near the back of the room. A presence. Someone holding their breath, watching them. He squared his shoulders, gaze locked on the darkened corner. "Come on out," he said, tone leaving no room for argument. "I know you're there." Mora turned toward a shadowed corner of the room. "Sophia, come on. They're fine." A figure limped forward, her silhouette sharp and deliberate. The woman was lean and athletic, her dark brown skin illuminated as she stepped closer to the dim light. Her hair was tightly braided, and she wore a tattered press vest over a long-sleeved black shirt. A hunting knife was strapped to her thigh, her posture tense but controlled. Sophia nodded at them, her expression guarded. "Didn't expect to see new faces around here." Glen met her gaze, his bat still gripped tightly in his hand. "We didn't expect to find anyone either." Sophia gave a small smirk, then moved toward one of the cots, sitting down. "Well, you found us. What now?" Mateo turned slightly. "What's the deal, lady? We just need a place to lay low for the night. Then we're gone." Mora looked between them, then sighed. "We'll figure things out in the morning. For now, let's not start anything we don't need to. Plus, if we can strike a deal, I think they may be our ticket out of here." As the tension settled, Glen found himself leaning against one of the walls, exhaustion creeping into his bones. That's when JJ approached, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. "Hey, Glen?" Glen turned to him, his expression unreadable. "Yeah." JJ paused before speaking. "Back at the gym, you mentioned looking for vitamin supplements." "What?" Glen glanced toward Luis and then back at JJ. Some of our people are starting to show signs of deficiencies. We've been surviving on preserved food and fish, but fresh produce is long gone. Without vitamins, they're getting weaker. We need anything we can find. JJ bit his lip. I think I know where they went. Glen straightened. What? JJ nodded quickly. When I was scavenging a few days ago, I saw a big truck overturned not far from here. Looked like people were trying to haul stuff out before something went wrong. There were crates scattered everywhere. Some had the same logo as the gym. Luis swore under his breath. That could be what we need. Sophia, who had been listening from the sidelines, scoffed. If it's been there that long, chances are it's either been picked clean or worse. There's a reason it was abandoned. Glen considered this. Still worth checking. Luis nodded. Agreed. We'd take the risk. Sophia exhaled sharply, shaking her head. You people really don't know when to quit. Glen wiped sweat from his brow. His voice was low but firm. That's why we're still alive. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth and rusted metal. The group had pushed themselves hard, their bodies aching from hours of navigating the desolate terrain, evading the ever-present threat of the Crimson. Now, in the relative safety, they finally allowed themselves to collapse, if only for a moment. Mora unbelted her gear and let it drop to the ground with a heavy thud. She eased into a rickety chair near a folding table, rolling her shoulders as exhaustion clawed at her limbs. Then we move at dawn. Luis stood near the door, his pistol resting in his hand at his side. His eyes scanned the darkness, ever watchful despite the fatigue that weighed on him like a lead vest. He didn't need to look at the others to know they were all running on fumes. This place will hold for the night, Luis said, his decision final. Rest while you can. We might not get another chance. Mateo groaned as he slumped to one side on the cot, rubbing a hand over his face. Right, because nothing ever goes wrong when we say stuff like that. Should I go ahead and set up a welcome mat for disaster, or do we want to pretend we're lucky this time? No one argued. They were too drained for debate or Mateo's dry sense of humor. Glen let out a slow breath and leaned against the wall, his head tilting back. His body was sore, his mind weary, but he refused to let his guard down completely. Sleep was a risk, but exhaustion was just as deadly. Sophia sat on the edge of a cot, stretching her leg with a wince before rubbing at the dried blood crusted along the torn fabric of her jeans. Mateo, ever the opportunist, got up and then dropped onto the cot beside her with a grin that could have lit up the room better than the lantern. So, Mateo said, leaning back against the wall, arms folded behind his head. I was thinking, maybe when this is all over, you and me could. No, Sophia cut in before he could finish. Mateo clutched his chest as if she had physically stabbed him. You don't even know what I was gonna say. She raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Mateo, I could feel the cheesy pickup line forming in the air before you even opened your mouth. Okay, fair. But hear me out, what if we… No. You're not even. No. Mateo groaned dramatically, running a hand down his face. Woman, you wound me. Sophia smirked, finally glancing at him. You'll live. Mateo sighed, flopping forward, elbows on his knees. One day, Sophia. One day you're gonna wake up, look at me and think, wow, what a catch. And I'm gonna be so emotionally unavailable, you'll regret it. Sophia chuckled, shaking her head. Yeah, I'm losing sleep over that possibility. Glen, leaning against the opposite wall, watched the exchange with mild amusement. They had been running for hours, fighting for their lives, yet Mateo still found time to be, well, Mateo. He had to give him credit, the guy never let the apocalypse kill his sense of humor. Sophia exhaled, rubbing at her sore muscles before adjusting the bandage on her leg, a fresh injury judging by the way she winced. She shot a glance at Mateo, her expression half amused, half curious. You always like this, or is this just your special end-of-the-world charm? Mateo waggled his eyebrows. Oh, this is just the standard package. But if you upgrade, you get premium flirting and foot massages. She gave him a deadpan look. Pass. He grinned. Your loss. Shaking her head, Sophia adjusted her leg again. Seriously though, were you always this persistent? Mateo shrugged. I like to think of it as resilience. You never know when someone might actually say yes. Sounds exhausting. Nah, he said, smirking. Keeps things interesting. Sophia studied him for a moment, then asked, So what about you? What were you doing before all this? Mateo replied, Line cook on the Ocean Serenity. He glanced at her. You? Journalist, she said simply. Matteo blinked. No kidding? You don't strike me as the whole news at 6 type. Sophia smirked. I wasn't. I covered real stories. War zones, political scandals, corrupt officials. She exhaled, leaning back against the cot. Guess none of it mattered in the end. Matteo tilted his head. That why you ended up in Seabrook? She nodded, the smirk fading. I was sent to cover the outbreak. Thought I'd be reporting on government response, how people were handling the crisis. She let out a humorless laugh. Turned out there was no response. Just chaos. My team was killed the second things went south and I got stuck here. Matteo frowned, watching her closely. So you've been surviving on your own this whole time? More or less, Sophia said. Tried sticking with groups but they always fell apart. Either someone got infected or desperation turned people against each other. She shrugged. I figured it was easier to be a ghost. Glen, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. And yet you're here with them now. Sophia's eyes flicked to him, then back to the floor. Yeah, well, she muttered. Even ghosts get tired of being alone. Matteo watched her carefully, then nudged her shoulder lightly. You know, you might actually like me if you gave me a chance. Sophia smirked. That's a bold assumption. All right then, tell me, Matteo said, grinning. What's it gonna take? Sophia leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. A meteor strike. Matteo groaned, throwing his hands up. You are impossible. Sophia chuckled. Took you this long to figure that out? Glen shook his head, suppressing a smirk as he pushed off the wall. All right, lovebirds, get some rest. We move at first light. Sophia sank back onto the cot, a sly smirk tugging at her lips. If you wake up struggling to breathe with something heavy on your chest, don't panic, it's not a heart attack. She cracked one eye open, her tone light but edged with humor. It's just me smothering you in your sleep. Sweet dreams, Matteo. Oh, don't worry, Matteo grumbled, lying back. I'll be dreaming of all the rejection. And despite everything, the blood, the exhaustion, the nightmare waiting outside that bunker, Glen almost felt something close to normal in that moment. Almost. One by one they settled in. Luis remained on watch, the others curling into makeshift beds of jackets and old blankets. The world outside was silent, too silent, but for now that would have to be enough. Chapter 3. Hidden Dangers. Glen sat in the dimly lit storm bunker. Sleep had evaded him and his mind was still racing from the events of the night. The quiet of the underground shelter was a stark contrast to the chaos they had just escaped above ground. He could still hear the wet, visceral sounds of the crimson pack devouring the deer, the guttural screeches of the creatures filling the darkened streets. It had been a cruel reminder that they were not alone in this town, and that the infected were hiding everywhere. He rubbed a hand over his face, exhaling slowly. They had found survivors. That alone was unexpected. But Mora's revelation about the Crimson was what disturbed him most. Hierarchies. Organization. The infected weren't just wandering aimlessly, they had leaders, hunters, structure. That meant they were adapting. And that meant the danger was far worse than any of them had imagined. Luis, ever the soldier, was already going over their next move. We wait until daybreak, he said, checking the magazine of his pistol before sliding it back into place. If they're as structured as Mora says, then their alpha will already know his scout is missing and they'll have started searching. Glen nodded, but his gut twisted at the thought. Which means we need to be out of here soon. Mora stood near the entrance, arms crossed. Exactly. It's almost daybreak. We move then, get to that overturned truck JJ mentioned and grab whatever vitamins and supplies we can. Then we head back to your ship. She took a step closer. But before that, we need to make a deal. Glen narrowed his eyes. A deal? Mora nodded. You're going back to a boat full of people who need food, right? Well, we have food, more than you'd expect. Remember the shipment container we mentioned? Tons of dried fruit, preserved and still good. Luis folded his arms. And you're offering it to us? Mora nodded. All of it. As much as you can fit on your boat. In exchange, we come with you. She motioned toward Ethan, JJ, and Sophia. We've been scraping by in Seabrook, but we won't last much longer. We help you get what you need and in return you take us with you. Glen exhaled, exchanging a look with Luis and Matteo. It was a fair trade and honestly they needed the food. But bringing more people on board meant new risks, new liabilities and potential conflicts. Shifting slightly, Glen looked to the group. Before we finalize anything, we need to know a bit more about you all. What's everyone's story? What skills do you bring to the table? Mora was the first to speak, her voice low and even as she checked the edge of her blade. I was a nurse, she said, not looking up. Her auburn hair was tied back under a faded bandana, her pale blue eyes shadowed with exhaustion. Worked in a clinic here in Seabrook. When the first cases hit, I thought it was just another bad flu season. She shrugged one shoulder. We all did. Until patients started tearing through the ER. Her hands moved with mechanical precision, wiping the blade clean. Glen caught the faint tremor she tried to hide. She didn't tell them about the ones she couldn't save. She didn't have to. It was written in the way she kept her eyes locked on the task in front of her, like if she stopped moving, the memories would catch up. I stayed as long as I could, Mora said. But the hospital collapsed. I found Ethan at his shop. We survived because we stopped trying to save everyone. The words sat heavy in the bunker. Silence stretching. Ethan shifted where he sat near the door, his broad frame almost blending into the shadows. His leather jacket creaked as he leaned forward, resting his thick hands on his knees. A long scar ran down his right cheek, a permanent reminder of how close survival came to failure. I was a mechanic, Ethan said gruffly. Fixed trucks, bikes, anything with an engine. Spent too many weekends prepping for disasters that never came. Used to drive Mora crazy, but I guess now those skills come in handy. He rubbed a hand across his face, the stubble rasping audibly. When it started, I thought it'd blow over. Same way every storm or riot did. But then the phones went dead. The town emptied out. We fortified our place as best we could. Mora patched people up, I kept the lights on. His voice dropped, growing rougher. Eventually it was just us. Neighbors turned. Friends? We had to put them down. Overall, I've been pretty lucky. I've only had to kill these things from a distance. Small mercy, I guess. Glen didn't say anything. He just met Ethan's gaze for a moment and gave a slight nod. That was all the acknowledgement men like them needed. Survival had a price and everyone in this room had paid it. JJ sat cross-legged on a battered cot, fidgeting with a frayed strap on his backpack. His blonde hair stuck out in wild tufts, his sleeves rolled up. One arm showing scars from several human bites, a sign that he had seen these things close up. He looked younger than he was, all angles and nervous energy. I was just a grocery clerk, JJ said, voice cracking slightly before he cleared his throat. College dropout. Chemistry major. Thought I had all the time in the world to figure things out. He laughed once, a short hollow sound. When Seabrook started falling apart, me and my friends tried to get out. They didn't make it. His hands tightened around the strap. I hid for a long time, JJ said, voice smaller now. Avoided the main roads. Lived off vending machines and whatever I could scavenge. A group found me once. Took me in. Then they saw this. He motioned to his arm. They thought I was infected. Left me behind without a second thought. Fortunately, when Ethan found me some months later, he was willing to take the chance. Glen leaned back against the wall, the coolness of it seeping into his bones. JJ's story wasn't unique. Fear had turned people cruel long before the Crimson ever touched them. From across the bunker, Sophia finally spoke. She stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Her dark brown skin caught the dim light, her braided hair pulled back tightly. A hunting knife rested comfortably at her hip, not a show of force, just another tool in her arsenal. I was a journalist, she said flatly. Chased stories in war zones. Thought I knew what humanity was capable of. Turns out I didn't know anything. Her gaze was sharp, measuring, as if daring anyone to challenge her. I was embedded with the government response team when the Crimson started showing up in small towns, she continued. I saw firsthand what it did to people. Watched friends turn in hours. Saw entire communities vanish overnight. Sophia shifted her stance, her voice growing quieter. I should have died too. But I didn't. Turns out I'm immune. Lucky me. The sarcasm wasn't lost on anyone. Sophia pushed off the wall, moving to sit near the others. After a while, I stopped trying to be part of anything. Stayed to the shadows. Watched the town rot. Glen studied her for a long moment. She was a survivor through and through, not because she fought the hardest, but because she knew when to disappear. The silence that followed was thick, filled with everything left unsaid. These people weren't heroes. They weren't chosen. They were what was left when the world decided most people weren't worth saving. After a moment, Glen nodded. All right. You help us with the supplies, we get you out. Mora let out a slow breath, relief flickering across her face before she masked it with a nod. Good. Then we have a deal. Luis took a step forward, glancing at Ethan and sizing his immense stature against his own. We seem to be best equipped to quickly move the food stores. You and I will start loading the crates of dried fruit onto the boat first thing. The rest of you go for the vitamins. We don't split up longer than we have to. Ethan nodded, his expression grim but resolved. We'll make it fast. Most of it is on pallets and there are plenty of pallet jacks on hand. The sooner we're out of here, the better. Mateo, sitting cross-legged on a makeshift cot, let out a low whistle. Sounds simple enough. Except for, the part where we're still surrounded by bloodthirsty monsters who could rip our faces off. Sophia smiled. Welcome to life in Seabrook. Glen studied her for a moment. She had the look of someone who had seen too much, the sharpness in her gaze betraying years of survival on her own. A journalist, she had said. Before the world ended. He wondered how much she had seen before everything collapsed, and how much she had learned from watching humanity fall apart. JJ shifted nervously, his fingers tapping against the shaft of his makeshift spear. The truck's not far, but it's in a bad spot. Middle of the road, wide open. Whoever tried getting into it last didn't make it. There were signs. Glen didn't need the details. He had seen enough to know what signs meant. Blood, torn clothing, the remnants of someone who had been too slow. Luis exhaled. You go in fast, grab what you can, and get out before they notice you. Mateo scoffed. I swear you should just put that on a t-shirt as often as you say it. So far, not really working that way. Mora shot him a dismissive glance. He's right. Quick and quiet. It's the best option we have. Luis stepped up beside him, his usual soldier-like demeanor in place, but there was something else in his eyes. A flicker of something more personal. He pulled his pistol from its holster, weighing it in his palm before offering it to Glen. You're gonna need this more than I will, Luis said, his voice steady but firm. If things go south out there, a bat's only gonna get you so far. Firearms weren't his first choice. Too loud, too much risk of drawing unwanted attention. But Luis wasn't wrong. With the Crimson lurking, a last resort could mean the difference between survival and death. He took the pistol, checking the magazine before sliding it back into place. You sure about this? Luis nodded. Ethan and I are heading back to the docks. That's where the container with supplies is. He tells me the Crimson avoid the shoreline for some reason. You're gonna be on the front line. This way you'll have a better chance of making it back. Before Glen could thank him, Sophia's voice cut through the bunker. Just don't go firing that thing unless you absolutely have to. Glen turned as Sophia stood, rummaging through one of her packs. She pulled out a ragged cylinder made of duct tape, sections of an old flashlight, and what looked like a rubber gasket. She held it up between two fingers. Firing a gun out there is the fastest way to bring every Crimson in the area down on you, she explained. But this, she waggled the makeshift contraption, might buy you a little grace. Glen took it, studying the crude silencer. How good is it? Sophia smirked, crossing her arms. It's good for one shot, maybe two if you're lucky. But after that, it'll blow apart. It's not a real suppressor. It's a hack job and the Crimson's hearing is unbelievably sharp. But one shot's better than nothing. Glen turned the device over in his hands before nodding. I'll take it. Sophia leaned back against the wall. Yeah, just don't waste it. Because once you fire, we run. Across the room, Mateo was inspecting his knives when Sophia walked over and tossed something small at him. His reflexes kicked in immediately, his hand snapped out, catching the bundle in midair. When he unwrapped it, his eyes lit up. Are these? He started, turning the sleek, balanced throwing knives over in his palms. The handles were engraved with an expensive brand name, the steel untouched by rust or wear. Found them on a body a few months back. Figured they'd be better used in your hands than sitting in a locker here, Sophia said. Mateo let out a low whistle, admiring the blades. Man, these are some high-class murder sticks. Fancy apocalypse gift. He gave her a huge smile. You shouldn't have. Sophia rolled her eyes. Just make sure you put them to good use. Oh, I will. Mateo grinned, tucking them into his belt. I'll make sure every Crimson out there appreciates their fine craftsmanship. Glen shook his head, but he couldn't help the small smile that tugged at the corner of his lips. Despite everything, they still found ways to lighten the load, even if only for a moment. Silence fell over the group. The truth remained: dawn was coming fast, and with it, the real fight. The weight of exhaustion and uncertainty pressed down on them, but there was no other way. They had come too far, risked too much to turn back without those vitamins. Mora moved ahead, her flashlight cutting through the dim tunnel as she led them toward the exit. Luis remained behind, staying with Ethan to oversee the loading of supplies onto the boat. That left Glen, Mora, Mateo, Sophia, and JJ to make their way through the town, navigating the ruins with as much stealth as possible. They emerged onto the streets just as the first light of dawn cast eerie shadows against the broken buildings. The air was cool, but the scent of decay lingered, a grim reminder of what lurked just beyond sight. "Stay low," Mora muttered, leading the way through the crumbling alleyways. The town was quiet, but it was an unnatural silence, one that made the hairs on the back of Glen's neck stand up. It was the kind of quiet that screamed of waiting predators, of unseen eyes watching from the dark. Sophia kept her knife ready, her sharp gaze flicking from one building to the next, scanning every broken window and darkened doorway. JJ clutched his spear like a lifeline, his knuckles white against the wood. His breathing was shallow but steady, his nerves held together with fragile hope. Mateo, for all his usual sarcasm, was uncharacteristically silent now, his hand hovering near the throwing knife strapped to his belt. He was alert, eyes narrowed, ready to act. Then a sound. A metallic scrape. Like something dragging against pavement. Glen froze, holding up a hand. The others halted instantly, bodies tense as their senses sharpened. The scrape came again, slow, deliberate, like something testing the edges of the silence. From the shadows of a collapsed storefront, movement stirred. A figure, emaciated but unervingly quick, slithered through the debris, its gaunt form moving with predatory intent. The Crimson. It hadn't seen them yet, but the way it sniffed at the air, the way its head twitched with unnatural precision, told Glen it was searching. Mora gestured toward a narrow passage between two buildings. "Go. Now." One by one they slipped through, keeping to the deepest parts of the shadows. Glen brought up the rear, his grip tight on the bat. Every step felt like a test of their luck. The Crimson might not have noticed them, but that didn't mean they were safe. As Glen stepped around the rusted shell of an old sedan, a sudden movement sent a bolt of adrenaline through him. A bony, clawed hand shot out from beneath the car, snagging his ankle in a vice-like grip. The thing had been pinned beneath the vehicle long ago, its legs crushed beyond use, but that didn't stop it from trying to drag him under. Glen gritted his teeth, wrenching his foot back, but the Crimson's grip was strong. Its bloodshot eyes gleamed with raw hunger as it snarled, yanking at him with the last of its failing strength. "Glen!" Mora hissed, turning just as he stumbled, his knee hitting the pavement hard. Before Glen could react, a blade whistled through the air. A sleek, steel knife buried itself deep into the creature's temple with pinpoint accuracy. The Crimson spasmed once, then went still, its grip loosening as lifeless fingers slipped away from Glen's leg. Glen scrambled back, heart hammering as he looked up. Mateo stood a few feet away, another knife already twirling between his fingers. His smirk was sharp, but his eyes held a rare flicker of focus. "Not just a big mouth and a pretty face," he quipped. Sophia, who had drawn her own weapon but hadn't needed it, arched an eyebrow. "You're half right." Mateo pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. "Wounding me more than that thing ever could." Glen let out a slow breath, shaking his head as he pushed himself back to his feet. "Let's keep moving before something hears us." They moved in silence, weaving through the wreckage of Seabrook, each turn bringing them closer to their goal. The overturned truck. The vitamins. Their way out. As they rounded a final corner, JJ inhaled sharply and pointed. There it was. The overturned dump truck lay sprawled across the cracked pavement like a gutted animal, its metal frame twisted from the impact. Supplies were scattered in a chaotic mess beneath it. Boxes flung open, bags of dried goods burst and spilling across the asphalt. A grim testament to the desperation of whoever had tried to escape in it. Glen scanned the area, his grip tightening around the bat in his hands. The bloodstains streaked across the truck's crumpled cab told a clear story. Someone had been here before them and it hadn't ended well. The darkened smears on the metal weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. A few days at most. Mora crouched beside a box that had slid free from the wreckage, brushing dust off the faded gym logo printed across the top. "This is it," she murmured, prying open the lid. Inside, rows of plastic containers rattled against one another. Supplements. Daily vitamins, protein powders. Not food, but it'll keep people from falling apart. Mateo, ever the pragmatist, let out a low whistle as he inspected the mess of scattered supplies. Looks like whoever had these last didn't get to enjoy them. And judging by all this, he motioned toward a smear of blood near the truck's wheel well. They didn't walk away either. Sophia limped slightly as she moved toward a nearby crate, her earlier injury slowing her down but not stopping her. She popped open the container and let out a breath. More of the same. Vitamin supplements, some electrolyte tablets. This'll help. JJ fidgeted near the back, his eyes darting between the surrounding alleyways. I don't like this, he muttered. Feels too easy. Glen exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. The kid was right. Nothing had been easy since the world had ended. He took a cautious step closer to the truck, nudging a fallen box with the toe of his boot. The eerie silence of the town pressed down on them, thick and suffocating. No wind. No distant sounds of life. Just the omnipresent weight of waiting danger. Glen took a quick inventory of what remained intact in the truck's wreckage. Beyond the scattered vitamin supplements, there were electrolyte packets, protein powders, and energy bars, items that wouldn't replace real food but could sustain life aboard the ship. A few cases of water bottles, slightly dented but still sealed. It was too heavy to carry back, but they could all rehydrate. Something that was desperately needed. The energy bars alone could combat the worst effects of malnutrition, helping the sick regain strength. If they managed to haul enough of it back to the ship, it could buy the survivors precious weeks, maybe months, before they had to risk another supply run. Sophia said, "Let's grab what we can and move. I don't like being out in the open." Then Glen took another step and something snapped. A sharp metallic twang cut through the silence, and before he could react, his foot was yanked from under him. A snare, thin but strong wire tightened around his ankle, jerking him upward with terrifying speed. The world tilted, his stomach dropping as he was hoisted into the air, his body swinging violently as the trap took hold. His bat slipped from his grasp, clattering against the pavement below. The others scarcely had time to react before the dump truck's ruined bed groaned, the weight shifting unnaturally. Then, with a gut-wrenching screech, it slammed downward, trapping most of them under it. But instead of a deafening crash, the fall was muffled as the bed came down onto the scattered supplies. The boxes, stacked high beneath the weight, burst open, cushioning the impact and absorbing most of the sound. The loudest noise was the crack of plastic shattering and the dull crumple of compressed materials. It was still loud, but not loud enough to carry far. Mateo, who had been standing just at the edge, just managed to throw himself sideways, his body hitting the pavement hard. He gritted his teeth as pain shot up his leg. His foot had caught beneath a fallen chunk of debris, pinned but not crushed. Sophia wasn't as lucky. The edge of the falling truck bed caught her shoulder and leg, pinning her to the ground with a muffled cry of pain. JJ, having jumped back within the void created by the truck bed just in time, scrambled toward her, his hands shaking as he tried to pry away the metal trapping her in place while also holding his hand over her mouth to keep her quiet. Mora, though dazed by the sudden impact, vainly tried to lift the dump truck bed from within. Glen dangled above them, his breath coming fast, blood rushing to his head as he twisted, trying to reach the small multi-tool strapped to his belt. His heart pounded as he scanned the surrounding streets, waiting for the inevitable cries of the Crimson. But nothing came. The town remained eerily silent. The impact had been softened enough that it hadn't drawn attention. JJ's voice could be heard from inside the truck bed, his voice raw with fear. "What do we do? We're stuck." Glen reached up, using all his strength to grab his leg and then slowly pull himself up so he could reach the wire. He used the multi-tool to clip the wire, his body dropping hard onto the pavement. He hit the ground with a grunt, rolling onto his side just as he heard Mateo let out a breathless laugh. Mateo looked at Glen with surprise. "They didn't hear us." "Then let's keep it that way." Glen pulled himself up, adrenaline still coursing through him. He lifted the debris pinning Mateo's leg. "Now let's find a way to get everyone else out of there." Glen crouched beside the dump truck's mangled frame, hands braced against the cold metal as he tried to gauge the weight pressing down on the others. Sophia gritted her teeth beneath the twisted steel, her breath short and tight with pain. JJ scrambled uselessly at the debris, sweat beading on his forehead as he tried to lift it with nothing but desperation. Matteo, finally free, tested some weight on his leg and grimaced. All right, good news, I don't think anything's broken, he muttered. Bad news? I can't lift a freaking truck. Glen exhaled sharply, mind racing. They had no leverage, no proper tools. Nothing strong enough to hoist the massive weight trapping their people. The supplements had absorbed some of the impact, but that wouldn't help if Sophia bled out beneath the wreckage. We need the lift bags, Glen said, standing abruptly. Jaja's hands still gripped the steel as if sheer willpower alone could move it. What? What bags? Fire department rescue gear, Glen explained quickly. We use them for stabilizing crashes, raising overturned vehicles. If we get our hands on the right equipment, we can lift the bed. Sophia's head lolled slightly, her voice tight. And where, exactly, are we going to find that? The firehouse, Glen answered, already scanning the streets and mentally bringing up the map he had studied in his mind. It's not far from here. Mora, still pinned inside, coughed weakly. That's great and all, but how do you plan on getting back here in one piece? Getting back is one thing, using it is another. That's the part that sucks. Glen met Matteo's eyes. The hydraulic generator that airs up the bags is loud. Really loud. The moment we turn it on, we'll be ringing a dinner bell. Matteo sucked in a breath. Fantastic. Any other genius options? Glen turned back to Sophia. Going to get the gear. We'll make it fast. She let out a breathy laugh that sounded more like a wince. Fast would be good. They quietly weaved their way through the streets, staying in the shadows and moving as cautiously and quickly as they could. Neither of them had spoken about it yet. The trap. Because the real question wasn't how it was set. It was who said it. You thinking what I'm thinking? Matteo finally broke the silence, glancing up at Glen. Glen nodded, jaw tightening. Yeah. Which is worse? Matteo asked, standing up fully now. That some survivors are out here setting traps like that, or that the Crimson are the ones who did it? Glen exhaled through his nose, glancing back toward the ruined buildings around them. The town was dead, hollowed out, but something was still here. Watching. If it was survivors, Glen said, then that means someone's still out there. Someone desperate enough to set up a trap that could have killed us. Matteo scoffed, shifting the weight of his knives. Not exactly a warm welcome. If it was them, they either don't want company, or they plan to come back and pick through whoever got caught. Glen didn't like that thought, but he didn't dismiss it either. He had seen people turn cruel long before the Crimson had wiped out civilization. Desperation made monsters before the virus ever did. Matteo ran a hand over his face. And if it was the Crimson? His voice was quieter now, more cautious. Glen didn't answer immediately. He'd been trying not to think about that possibility. Crimson were hunters. But they were relentless, mindless in their starvation. They attacked. They didn't strategize. At least that's what he had always believed. If it was them, Glen finally said, then that means we've been underestimating them. That means they're more than just starving animals. Matteo let that hang between them for a long moment. Yeah, he muttered, exhaling slowly. That's what I was afraid of. Neither of them said anything after that. The firehouse loomed like a skeletal husk against the gray skyline. The once pristine red doors were rusted and cracked. The word Seabrook Fire Department hardly legible beneath grime and soot. The front had clearly been ransacked at some point. Windows shattered, the side garage door forced open by brute force or desperate hands. Glen and Matteo moved cautiously through the entrance, weapons ready. Inside, the air was stale, thick with dust and the lingering scent of charred wood. Place looks like it's been hit already, Matteo murmured. Glen nodded. But not for what we need. They moved through the wreckage, past broken desks and abandoned equipment, deeper into the back where the storage rooms were. Emergency gear was scattered, some looted, but Glen was sure that whoever had raided the firehouse hadn't been looking for vehicle extrication tools. Glen rifled through the storage racks, pushing aside torn jackets and empty first aid boxes until his fingers brushed cold steel. There. He yanked the lift bags from the shelf, the reinforced rubber still intact. They were bulky but portable enough to carry back. Matteo grabbed a second set. That it? Glen shook his head. We need the generator to supply hydraulic power to them. The firehouse was silent, save for the crunch of broken glass under their boots. The air was thick with dust, the scent of mildew and rust mingling with the lingering staleness of old smoke. Glen led the way, his bat gripped tightly in one hand. Matteo moved beside him, a knife still clenched in his fingers, his eyes sharp and scanning every darkened corner. Still no sign of the generator, Matteo muttered, stepping over a fallen beam. It should be near the garage, Glen replied. If it's still here. They pushed deeper into the station, past rows of overturned lockers and rusted-out fire equipment. The remnants of what had once been a center for emergency response now felt abandoned, until Glen spotted something near one of the old storage cabinets. A black duffel bag, slightly dusty but untouched. Hold up, he said, stepping toward it. Matteo crouched beside him, running his fingers over the reflective strip along the side of the bag. Even through the dust, the bold lettering on the front was unmistakable, the insignia of a first responder's emergency go bag, the kind EMTs carried into chaos. Looks intact, Matteo murmured, his voice edged with disbelief. That's rare. Glen pulled the heavy-duty zipper and flipped the bag open, his pulse ticking up as he sifted through its contents. It was full. Inside, perfectly packed and untouched, was a 374-piece trauma kit, a goldmine of medical supplies. He pulled back layers of bandages and gauze pads, his fingers brushing over sterile abdominal dressings, compression bandages and butterfly closures. A multi-trauma dressing, still vacuum-sealed, lay neatly folded beneath rolls of gauze. Wow, Glen muttered, pushing aside an emergency mylar blanket to reveal even more. A bottle of eye wash solution, medical tourniquets, and a roll of adhesive tape. Jackpot, Matteo breathed, peering over his shoulder. Glen dug deeper, his hand closing around a sealed pack of antibiotic ointment and benzalkonium antiseptic wipes. His gut twisted at the sight of a CPR face shield, a reminder of what this bag had been meant for. It wasn't just a first aid kit. It was a lifeline for people who had run into danger trying to save others. Then he found the real prize. Tucked in one of the side compartments was a sealed blood-clotting agent, a pack of instant ice packs, and, his breath hitched, a small bottle of painkillers. This could be the difference between someone making it and someone not, Glen said, his voice quieter now. Matteo nodded, nudging his arm. Think it's a little poetic? A firehouse EMT bag, untouched, just waiting for you, our resident apocalypse firefighter. Let's hope our luck holds out, he muttered. Matteo smirked. Yeah. And let's hope whoever left this behind isn't coming back for it. They shared a glance, then turned toward the garage. They still had a generator to find. Glen zipped up the bag and slung it over his shoulder. For the first time in what felt like forever, they had a win, however small it was. Come on, Glen said. Let's find that generator before something finds us. They hurried toward the back where the garage housed what was left of the fire engines. One had been stripped down to its frame, but a second one sat intact, its compartments still shut. Glen rushed to the side, fumbling with the latches until he found what he was looking for, an old hydraulic generator. He let out a relieved breath and started unfastening it. That thing's gonna be a beacon, Matteo muttered as he helped lift it free. They both knew the moment the generator fired up, it was going to draw every crimson within earshot. But they had no other choice. Glen adjusted the weight of the hydraulic generator on his back as he and Matteo made their way through the firehouse. The building was still, dust motes swirling in the hazy light filtering through shattered windows. As they went, the quieter the world seemed to become, as if the place itself was holding its breath. Then the smell hit them. It was the kind of stench that crawled into the back of the throat and sat there, thick and putrid, decay, but something worse. Glen stopped mid-step, nostrils flaring as his gut twisted. This wasn't just a dead body. This was something long dead, something rotting. Matteo covered his nose with his sleeve, cursing. Okay, that's bad. That's real bad. Glen nodded grimly. The crimson didn't just die and rot like zombies in a movie. They were alive and they didn't leave food behind to spoil. They consumed it all, leaving just blood stains. If there was something decomposing here, that meant it was something else. They exchanged a look before silently moving toward the source of the smell. The firehouse's back garage had once been the heart of emergency response, where fire engines were prepped and maintained, where teams scrambled to answer distress calls. Now it was a cavernous tomb, the scent of death thick in the stagnant air. Glen stepped over a fallen fire hose, his boots crunching against shattered glass. A dark smear of dried blood led toward the far end of the garage, where the rolling bay doors hung partially open, twisted off their tracks. Then they saw them. A pile of bodies. Crimson. Torn apart. The creatures were scarcely recognizable, their emaciated forms mangled beyond reason. Limbs had been ripped free, spines snapped. One body had been bisected entirely, its upper half slumped against a rusted toolbox, its lower half missing. Another had its ribs shattered outward, as if something had forced its way through the chest cavity. Holy! Mateo stopped himself, taking a half step back. What did this? Glen crouched down, scanning the remains. I don't know. The crimson weren't just dead. They had been fed on. Chunks of flesh were missing. Bones gnawed down to splintered white. Something hadn't just killed them, it had eaten them. Glen's eyes swept over the pile, and then his stomach clenched. One of the bodies twitched. He was up in a second, bat raised, ready to strike, but the thing didn't move to attack. It was barely alive. The crimson, or what remained of it, was missing both legs, its right arm little more than a ragged stump. Its bloodshot eyes, sunken and hazy with pain, rolled toward Glen, but there was no aggression left. Its mouth opened and closed weakly, lips cracked and dry. Its breath came in short, rattling gasps. Mateo swallowed hard, hand hovering over the hilt of his knife. It's dying. The crimson's mouth opened wider. A sound scraped out, low, strained, almost like a whimper. Then above them, a noise. A slow, deliberate shifting of weight. Something was in the rafters. Glen's entire body tensed. Mateo stiffened beside him, his fingers tightening on his knives. They both looked up at the same time. A shadow moved. Then it dropped. The impact sent vibrations through the concrete floor. The massive crimson landed between them and the exit. It was big. Larger than any crimson Glen had so far, standing a full head taller than he was, its frame packed with lean, coiled muscle. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, its veins black and pulsing beneath the surface. Its jaw was slightly unhinged, revealing rows of jagged, blood-stained teeth. But what struck Glen most wasn't its size. It was the intelligence in its eyes. This wasn't like the others. It wasn't just hunting. It was waiting. It had trapped them. Mateo inhaled sharply. Oh no. The massive crimson shifted its weight, rolling its thick shoulders with a sickening pop. It was still for a moment, just watching, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with something beyond mere hunger. It was playing with them. Glen's grip tightened on his bat. He had heard an old saying once, only humans and cats play with their food. Every instinct in his body screamed at him that this thing was doing just that. It wasn't charging. It wasn't lunging. It was toying with them. The dim light filtering through the broken windows casting jagged shadows across its grotesque form. It had once been a man, and judging by its sheer size, a massive one. It still wore the tattered remnants of a mechanic's uniform, the fabric stretched tight over a grotesquely altered body. Faded stitching on the chest pocket read J.D. Morgan, though the letters were half obscured by dried blood. His bones were wrong. Knuckle bones had burst through the skin, protruding like crude, jagged spikes. Its fingers and toes had overcalcified, the nails thick and curved into grotesque talons that clicked softly against the concrete floor. Down its back, vertebrae jutted outward like spiked ridges, pressing against the paper-thin skin stretched over its hunched frame. Its entire spine looked like it had grown out of its body, an exposed, bony ridge that made its movements disturbingly inhuman. The crimson exhaled deeply, nostrils flaring. Then it inhaled in a slow, deliberate way, savoring their scent. Glen, Mateo said slowly. What is that? Glen didn't answer. He was too busy calculating. The thing was blocking the only real exit. If they ran, it would lunge. If they attacked, they may not like the outcome. The crimson shifted again, one clawed foot stepping forward. Then grinned. The twisted remains of its lips peeled back, revealing rows of jagged, stained teeth. Its head tilted, the motion slow and deliberate as if mocking them. Glen had seen a lot of horrible things since the outbreak, but being isolated on the ship had spared him from many of the horrors on land. He had never fought creatures that had once been human, things that screamed in mindless hunger. But this was different. J.D. Morgan understood what it was doing. Was enjoying this. Glen swallowed hard. We're in trouble. Then, with a sickening, bone-cracking lurch, the crimson moved, its sheer size a force of nature. Its massive frame lunged forward, talons scraping against the concrete, its knotted muscles flexing with terrifying force. But it was slow. Not the erratic, animalistic speed of the usual crimson. It moved like something that knew it didn't have to be fast. Something that had taken its time hunting before, reveling in the fear of its prey. Glen ducked as one of its massive arms swung wide, the wind from the strike ruffling his hair as the talons carved deep furrows into the firehouse wall. He hardly had a second to breathe before Matteo was moving, knives flashing. "Keep it busy," Matteo barked. "Brilliant plan." Glen shot back, gripping his bat tighter. Matteo darted around the thing's flanks, nimble and fast, his knife flashing out, slicing across the creature's side. The blade cut deep, black and blood oozing from the wound. But the beast hardly reacted. Then, with terrifying ease, it swung its arm backward. Matteo didn't have time to react as the massive clawed hand clipped him, sending him sprawling into a pile of overturned lockers. He let out a grunt of pain but was already rolling to his feet. "Okay," Matteo coughed, shaking his head. "So that hurt." Glen took his chance, swinging his bat with everything he had. The wood cracked against J.D. Morgan's jaw, forcing its head to jerk to the side. But instead of staggering, the thing grinned wider, the impact hardly registering. Glen had heard enough about the Crimson before, frenzied, relentless, starving creatures that lunged the second they spotted movement. But this thing? It was enjoying the fight. The creature swung again, this time more precise, more controlled. Glen just ducked under the sweeping arc of its claws, stumbling back as it advanced. The hulking brute knew it had them cornered. "Any bright ideas?" Matteo grunted, wiping blood from his forehead. "Yeah," Glen muttered, reaching for his pistol. "We see if this thing is bulletproof." Glen raised the gun, the makeshift silencer still fastened to the barrel. His heart pounded as he pulled the trigger. Pop. The bullet struck J.D. Morgan's center mass in the chest. It didn't flinch. Not even a stagger. "Oh, that's not good," Glen muttered. J.D. Morgan's eyes flickered toward him, lips curling in amusement. Then it lunged. Glen dove sideways as the hulking Crimson crashed through the firehouse floor where he had been standing, bringing both of its massive fists down at the same time to pulverize its prey. Dust and shattered debris exploded into the air, the sheer force of its impact sending cracks spiderwebbing across the concrete. "Shoot it again," Matteo shouted. Glen turned, raising the pistol once more, but fear gripped him. The makeshift silencer had held the first time, but could he trust it a second? If it failed, the shot would echo through the firehouse, drawing every Crimson within earshot. No time to second-guess. He exhaled, steadied his aim, and took the risk. Pop. The suppressed shot cracked through the air, the silencer barely holding. The bullet hit home, puncturing through J.D. Morgan's eye and exploding out the back of his skull in a spray of blood. The beast reared back, a guttural snarl ripping from its throat as blackened blood spurted from the wound. It staggered, its talons clutching at its face, its hulking frame swaying violently as it fell to all fours. For a moment, Glen thought it was over. Then it started getting back up. "Come on, just die," Matteo whispered, rushing forward, stabbing his last knife into the thing's exposed neck. The blade sank deep, and J.D. Morgan still kept moving, its head jerking violently as if trying to shake off the pain. Glen knew they couldn't let it recover. His bat was still clenched in his hands. He tightened his grip, raised it over his head, and swung with everything he had. The bat cracked against J.D. Morgan's skull with a sickening crunch. The sheer force drove the beast's head downward, slamming it into the concrete floor. Glen didn't stop. Again. And again. The third hit broke the bat, splinters flying everywhere. But J.D. Morgan finally stopped moving. The firehouse was silent except for their heavy breathing. Matteo wiped the blood from his cheek, looking at the destroyed remains of Glen's weapon. "Well, that worked. Kind of." Glen exhaled, wiping sweat from his forehead. His hands were still shaking. "We need to go," he said, "before something else hears this mess." Matteo nodded but gestured toward the wreckage of the firehouse. "Before we do that." Glen followed his gaze. Mounted against the wall was an old firefighter's axe, its steel head still gleaming despite the years. A replacement. Glen walked over, pried it free, and tested its weight. The grip was solid, the blade sharp. "Yeah," Glen murmured. "This'll do." Matteo let out a low whistle. "Not a bad upgrade, bro." Glen didn't smile. He turned toward the door. "Come on," he said. "We've still got people to save." Chapter 4. Sink or swim. The weight of the hydraulic generator dug into Glen's shoulder as he adjusted the straps, the lift bags bouncing slightly in Matteo's grip as they moved through the ruins of Seabrook. The EMT bag swung from Glen's other shoulder, its contents shifting with each hurried step. Their breaths came steady but sharp, the urgency pressing against them like the thickening air around them. Dark clouds churned overhead, swallowing the sky in an ominous swirl of grays and blacks. The last slivers of daylight poking through the clouds flickered against the broken buildings, casting eerie, shifting shadows across the abandoned streets. The wind had picked up, rustling through shattered windows and sending loose debris skittering across the cracked pavement. Mateo shot Glen a wary glance. "Tell me I'm imagining this, but that storm's coming in fast." Glen didn't need to respond. The storm cloud's quick rolling movement said it all. With the sun all but smothered by the heavy clouds, the timing couldn't be worse. The crimson wouldn't wait until full darkness. They'd start moving early. Glen swallowed down the tension creeping up his spine. "We need to move." "Yeah, I'm all for that," Mateo muttered, shifting the lift bags to his other arm. Not exactly eager to be outside when those freaks decide bedtime's over. They quickened their pace, each step crunching against the debris-strewn streets, every step echoing in the growing silence. The once familiar noises of wind were gone, swallowed by the weight of an approaching storm. The town felt watchful, like something just beneath the surface had stirred. Glen's fingers flexed around the handle of his newly acquired axe, his old bat abandoned in the firehouse. He was still getting used to the weight of it, the solid, reassuring heft of the blade. He could feel it in his gut. They weren't alone out here. As if reading his mind, Mateo exhaled sharply. "Feels too quiet." Glen nodded. "They know something is changing." Mateo didn't need to ask who. The crimson could sense the storm too. Glen's mind raced through the possibilities. The infected didn't just roam aimlessly, they hunted with purpose. And a storm meant cover. A chance to move under the gloom, to spread through the streets before full darkness even arrived. And they were out in the open. The distant groan of shifting metal caught both their ears. Glen's grip on the axe tightened. Mateo halted, adjusting his stance, muscles coiled. The sound came from their left, somewhere beyond the skeletal remains of a half-collapsed auto shop. A creaking, the sound of something pushing against weight. A car? A door? A crimson? They didn't wait to find out. "Go!" Glen hissed, adjusting the load on his back as they broke into a jog, weaving between wreckage and abandoned vehicles, sticking close to the buildings to avoid being silhouetted against the darkened sky. The streets twisted in familiarity and soon, the overturned truck came into view, a metal beast lying helpless in the middle of the road. The weight of its bed pressed against the trapped survivors beneath, trapping them against the broken asphalt. JJ's face appeared through a small opening, eyes wide with relief. "You got it?" Just loud enough to be heard over the rising wind. Glen nodded, dropping the generator near the truck. "We got it." Mora, still inside, let out a breathy laugh. "Took you long enough." Glen was already working, yanking off the EMT bag as he turned to Mateo. "Get the lift bags set. We're gonna have to be fast." Mateo's expression was tight as he unrolled the bags, slipping them into position beneath the truck bed. "Yeah, about that? Fast might not cut it." Glen looked up. Mateo was staring past him. Past the truck. Past the street. To the dark shapes moving through the storm-choked twilight. The crimson had stirred. Glen didn't waste a second. He dropped to his knees, pulling the hydraulic generator into position as Mateo shoved the lift bags beneath the truck bed. The weight of the wreckage pressed down, groaning under its own mass as the wind howled through the streets. Mateo's fingers worked fast, threading the air hoses through the debris, checking and double-checking the seals. His breath came sharp and quick. "Bags are set," he muttered. "Just tell me this thing is gonna work." "It will," Glen said, kneeling beside the generator. He ripped off the protective casing and yanked the starter cord. Nothing. Mateo stiffened. "No, no, no, try it again." Glen braced himself and pulled harder. The cord jerked back in his grip, the engine giving a sluggish work-click thump, but still nothing. Mora's strained voice drifted from beneath the truck. "Not to be dramatic, but we're kind of on a clock here." Glen clenched his jaw, swallowing down a curse. He didn't have time for this. He checked the fuel line, running his fingers over the connections. His stomach twisted. Then he found it, a kink in the line. He quickly smoothed it out, praying that was the issue. Then he set his stance, planted his feet, and yanked the cord one last time. The engine roared to life. Mateo let out a shaky breath. Finally. But Glen wasn't celebrating yet. "Pressure has to build first," he said, adjusting the valve. The hydraulic system needed time before the lift bags could inflate. 30 seconds, maybe more. And then, in the distance, the first scream rang out. Mateo went still, his body stiffening as the sound drifted through the streets. It was faint. Too far to see, but close enough to hear, close enough to feel. Another scream followed. Then another. The storm-racked wind carried the wails of the crimson through the ruins of Seabrook. Their hungry, warbling howls rose and fell, carried like an eerie chant through the bones of the dead city. JJ's face went pale. They're coming. Morris sucked in a sharp breath from beneath the truck. How long? Glen's eyes flicked to the gauge. Not fast enough. Mateo adjusted his grip on his knife, his shoulders squared as he listened. They don't sound close. His voice was controlled, but there was an edge to it, like he was trying to convince himself. They're close enough, Glen muttered. The wind picked up, pushing through broken windows and rusted metal, masking smaller sounds beneath its steady wail. It was impossible to tell if the infected were miles away or just beyond the next block. Glen only hoped that if it was hard for them to gauge distance and direction of the sounds from the crimson, that maybe the crimson would have the same challenge with the sounds of the generator. The hydraulic bags shifted, a slow, almost imperceptible lift beneath the wreckage. JJ clutched at the underside of the truck, his knuckles white. It's moving, come on, come on. Glen adjusted the release valve slightly, careful not to rush the process. Not yet. If we go too fast we could. A new sound cut through the storm. Not a scream. Something heavier. A deep, echoing thud. Glen and Mateo locked eyes. It came again. A distant impact, like something heavy moving through the ruins, knocking over obstacles in its path. Mateo's voice was tight. That didn't sound like the others. Glen didn't answer. They had faced off against one crimson giant today. He didn't want to do it again. The crimson howls had started spreading now, rippling through the streets in a macabre wave. They weren't directionless. They were responding to something. Waiting. The hydraulic bags lurched again, pushing the wreckage up another inch. JJ scrambled, reaching for Mora's arm. Almost there, just. Another thud. Closer. Mateo turned toward the darkened street beyond the truck, his breath shallow. Glen. We need to be gone before they get here. Glen checked the gauge. Almost there. Hold. The wind howled, covering the distant shuffle of something moving. Something that wasn't screaming, wasn't howling, just getting closer. The gauge hit its mark. Glen released the final valve. The hydraulic bags swelled beneath the truck, slowly forcing the bed upward. The metal groaned under the strain, each inch a battle against rusted bolts and twisted wreckage. JJ and Mora scrambled clear, pulling Sophia with them. Then Glen heard it, a sharp hiss. His stomach clenched. No, not now. The sound intensified, air escaping too fast. One of the lift bags was rupturing. Mateo cursed. Glen. Glen was already moving, eyes darting toward the damaged bag. A jagged shard of metal, missed in the rush, had punctured the reinforced rubber. The rip widened, a loud whining shriek filling the air as the material failed. Then, boom. The lift bag exploded. The force sent a shockwave through the wreckage. The truck bed, still precariously lifted, slammed downward with the force of a falling church bell. The impact sent a metallic crash reverberating through the dead town, echoing off the crumbling buildings and abandoned streets. It was deafening, a raw, iron-heavy clang that split through the storm like a tolling death knell. Then silence. A silence so absolute it pressed against their chests, suffocating in its weight. Then the first crimson scream ripped through the air. And another. And another. It came from everywhere. From the hollowed-out houses. From beneath wreckage, where they had been lying dormant. From rooftops, where they had been watching, waiting. A chorus of hunger rising in the storm. Glen's breath hitched as the first shadows moved. The crimson emerged, slithering, crawling, charging from every direction. Not one pack. All of them. JJ made a choked sound. We just woke up the whole town. Mora shoved Sophia's arm over her shoulder, staggering under the weight. Then we run. The first sign was the tremor. A deep, rhythmic thudding, like the earth itself was groaning under an unbearable weight. Glen felt it before he heard it, a vibration in his boots, a sickening, rolling quake that sent dust cascading from crumbling rooftops. He stopped mid-stride, his breath catching in his throat. Then came the roar. It wasn't like the others. The usual screams of the crimson were high, ragged things, mindless cries of hunger, frenzied wails of desperate beasts. But this was something else entirely. A deafening, primal bellow tore through the ruined streets, so powerful it seemed to shake the very air. It wasn't just sound. It was force. A raw, guttural tremor that reverberated through Glen's chest, rattling his bones, setting his teeth on edge. Windows, already cracked from age and neglect, shattered completely, glass raining down in jagged shards. They all covered their ears to drown out the deafening sound. Then, from the gloom of the storm-darkened street, it emerged. Was massive. A behemoth of flesh, grotesquely swollen yet terrifyingly strong. Where the other crimson were gaunt and wiry, all sinew and starvation, this one was the opposite. A hulking mountain of grotesque, overfed bulk. Its flesh was a mottled patchwork of sickly pale grays and deep, festering reds, its swollen limbs thick with layers of hardened muscle and bloated tissue. Fat rolls spilled over its enormous frame, but there was nothing slow about its movements. Every step it took cracked the weather-beaten pavement beneath its weight, sending a rippling vibration through the ground. It towered over even the largest of the crimson, standing nearly 12 feet high. Its grotesquely bloated chest heaved with each labored breath, every exhale a wet, snarling rasp. And then Glen saw its mouth. Rows of jagged, oversized teeth jutted from its stretched lips, some broken, others unnervingly sharp, as if they had continued growing long after they should have stopped. Its maw gaped unnaturally wide. Blackened saliva dripped in thick strands from its massive, gnarled jaw, dripping against the pavement as it moved. But its eyes were the worst. Sunken pits of dark crimson, they burned with something more than hunger. Something deeper. Something intelligent. The other crimson had gone silent. This was no giant, this was a crimson titan. Hundreds of them stood frozen in place, their snarls quieted, their jerking, frenzied movements stilled. The storm-racked air pulsed with unnatural stillness, the kind that made every hair on Glen's body stand on end. The titan turned its massive head, surveying the street like a king regarding his subjects. Then it inhaled. Deep and slow, its bloated chest expanding, ribs creaking beneath the strain. The sound was like a dying bellows sucking in air. And then, it roared again. The force of it was staggering. Glen quickly braced before the sheer power of the sound hit him like a physical wave. His ears rang violently, his vision blurred at the edges. Mateo dropped to a knee, hands clamped over his skull, his face twisted in agony. JJ clutched at his chest, gasping like the air had been sucked from his lungs. And the crimson, they moved. Like puppets on a single, shared string, they snapped into motion at once. A tidal wave of flesh and bone, their gaunt forms surging forward in unison, eyes blazing, mouths gnashing. It wasn't a mindless charge. It was orchestrated, commanded. The Titan had spoken, and the crimson obeyed. Mateo exhaled sharply, gripping his knife. Glen quickly grabbed the empty bag before Mateo hissed, "Go. Now." Glen quickly hoisted the bag onto his back as Mateo grabbed his arm and yanked him forward. "Move." Mateo shouted, his voice cutting through the rising wails of the crimson. Behind them, the infected spilled onto the street, their gaunt, blood-streaked forms illuminated by the flashes of lightning overhead. Their eyes burned red in the gloom, their breath coming in frantic, snarling gasps as they locked onto the fleeing survivors. A crack of thunder shook the ground beneath them, but it was drowned out by the frenzied shrieks of the horde closing in. "They're faster than before." JJ panted, his shoes slapping against the pavement as he struggled to keep up. Sophia stumbled beside him, her injured leg struggled to hold her weight. She let out a sharp gasp as her knee buckled and she nearly hit the ground. Glen caught her before she fell, wrapping an arm around her waist and hauling her forward. "Come on, we're almost there," he urged, his own breath ragged from the exertion. "You go," she gritted out, trying to shove away from him. "I'll only slow you down." "Not happening." Glen tightened his grip, practically lifting her off her feet to keep her moving. The dock was still too far. They wouldn't make it at this pace. Mateo skidded to a stop ahead, grabbing a piece of loose scaffolding and yanking it down behind them. The metal clattered against the road, sending up a shower of rust and dust. It hardly slowed the creatures. The crimson leapt over it, their emaciated limbs stretching unnaturally as they lunged forward. That did nothing. JJ shouted, his voice rising in panic. "Just keep running." Mora snapped, shoving him ahead. "Move." Glen shouted, tightening his grip on Sophia as she stumbled. Mora hooked her other arm around Sophia's waist, dragging her along. The group sprinted down the fractured pavement, wind howling through the ruins as the first waves of the infected poured into the streets. They crawled from shattered windows, spilled from abandoned doorways, dropped from rooftops like starving carrion birds. Behind them, the truck and its deafening crash had become the eye of a storm, a swarm of crimson descending upon the wreckage in a frenzy, their guttural snarls tearing through the air. But many more ignored the carnage, fixated on the fresh prey fleeing before them. Sophia gasped as her bad leg buckled. Glen caught her, but she was slowing them down, too much. Mora gritted her teeth, dragging harder. Come on, Sophia, just a little further. The road ahead was a gauntlet of debris and wrecked vehicles. They had to make it to the next alley, get out of open ground, anything but this death trap of an exposed street. The howls grew closer. Then they struck. A crimson launched from the second-story ruins of a gutted storefront, hitting Sophia like a thunderbolt. She was yanked from their grip with a terrible, wet snarl. Glen scarcely had time to react before more followed. 3, then 5, then a dozen crimson poured from the wreckage, swarming her before she even hit the ground. Sophia screamed. It wasn't a cry for help. It was the horrific, choked wail of someone already lost. Her eyes found Glen and Mora for a fraction of a second, a look of knowing. Then she was gone. The crimson ripped into her in a frenzied mass, bodies piling over her in a writhing heap, their shrieks escalating into a manic, gluttonous frenzy. Mora let out a strangled gasp, frozen for just a heartbeat too long. No. Glen grabbed her arm and yanked her away. We can't help her. Mora resisted, just for a second. Her eyes locked on the shifting, snarling pile of bodies where Sophia had been. Then she heard the others coming. Like water flowing around a rock in a raging river, the horde split, some lost in their feeding but many more pouring around it, their blind hunger propelling them forward. Straight at them. Mora stifled a sob, then ran. Glen followed, his heart hammering as he shoved forward, dodging a grasping hand, just ducking beneath a swiping clawed limb. An alley was just ahead. JJ and Mateo were already through. Mora leapt over a fallen crate, twisting mid-step to shove Glen through behind her. The crimson crashed into the alley entrance in a chaotic wave, their snarls and clawing hands a tangled mass of desperation. Their sheer numbers became their own obstacle, bodies jamming together, shoving and snapping at one another in a frenzied struggle to reach the front. The bottleneck slowed them, turning their relentless pursuit into a writhing wall of hunger, each infected fighting to be the first to tear into fresh prey. Glen's heart was pounding, his breath coming in sharp gasps as the narrow alleyway stretched before him. The walls on either side were damp and streaked with age, the scent of mildew and decay thick in the air. Behind them the crimson howled, hundreds maybe more. Their guttural cries echoed through the darkened streets, a relentless chorus of hunger. Faster. Glen barked, urging the others forward. Mateo was right beside him, his stocky frame moving with surprising agility. You don't have to tell me twice, man, he panted, gripping a bloodied knife in one hand. His eyes flicked over his shoulder. Oh crap, they're gaining. JJ, younger and lanky, stumbled slightly as he leapt over a pile of broken crates, his arms pinwheeling to keep balance. I'm trying. His voice was raw with panic. Not all of us are built like track stars. Mora, her face set in grim determination, grabbed his arm and yanked him upright without breaking stride. You fall, you die, she snapped. Run. The alleyway twisted ahead, opening into a cluttered back lot littered with rusted dumpsters and abandoned pallets. The exit blocked by an 8-foot iron bar gate and fence. Glen's eyes darted for an exit. The Crimson were too fast. They could outrun them in open ground and surely catch them if cornered like this. There. He pointed toward a fire escape ladder bolted to the side of an old brick building near the fence. Oh, now. Mateo reached it first, leaping onto a crate and hoisting himself up with a grunt. Come on, he urged, climbing quickly. JJ went next, scrambling up the rungs, his fingers shaking as he hauled himself higher. Mora followed close behind, her feet slipping slightly on the rusted metal before she regained her grip. Glen was last. He turned just as the first of the Crimson lunged into the lot, their sunken eyes blazing, their jagged teeth snapping at the air. The nearest one, a gaunt figure with torn flesh hanging from its skeletal frame, barreled toward him with unnatural speed. Glen swung his axe in a brutal arc. The blade connected with a sickening crunch, splitting the creature's skull. It crumpled, but more were right behind it. Glen. Mora shouted from above. Move. He spun and grabbed the ladder, yanking himself up just as grasping fingers clawed at his boots. The Crimson snarled, their hands scraping against the metal, but they were too slow. Glen climbed, heart hammering as he reached the top. Mateo pulled him over the edge of the rooftop, breathing hard. That was way too close. He then pulled the ladder up to prevent the Crimson from using it. JJ collapsed onto his back, chest heaving. I hate this. I hate this so much. Mora knelt by the edge, peering down at the swarm below. They're not leaving, she muttered. They know we're up here. Glen wiped sweat from his brow, staring down at the writhing mass of infected bodies. They snarled and paced beneath them, their blood-stained fingers twitching, their jaws snapping mindlessly. They're waiting us out, Mateo muttered. Glen was breathing hard. We need a way out, he said, scanning the rooftops. Before they figure out how to climb walls too. Mora pointed toward the fence blocking the alleyway. On the other side was a large green trash bin. That way. We jump. JJ groaned. I'm not really built for jumping either. Glen took a deep breath, steadying himself. No choice. Move. One by one they backed up, took a running start and leapt across the gap. The wind howled around them, the Crimson screaming below. They vaulted over the fence and onto the trash bin on the other side, each bouncing off of the brick wall before rolling off and out of the alley. The group burst out onto the cracked pavement, each step slamming against the ground as they skidded to a stop, and found themselves trapped. The Crimson were everywhere. From the left, a wave of them surged down the street, crawling over abandoned cars, pouring from shattered buildings, their shrieks merging into a singular, mind-breaking wail. From the right, another mass, their gaunt, twisted bodies thrashing against one another in hunger, their bloodshot eyes locking onto the group with predatory focus. They were caught in the middle. Glen's heart pounded. The docks were straight ahead. One chance. We run, he snapped. Then Mora screamed. A Crimson lunged from the wreckage of a collapsed storefront, its emaciated form a blur of claws and snapping teeth. It slammed into Mora's side, knocking her to the pavement. She didn't have time to react before it was on her, pinning her with wiry, clawed hands. Its jaw stretched open in a horrific, gurgling snarl, its breath reeking of rot. Mora snarled right back, one arm pressing against its throat, the other scrambling for her knife. Glen didn't think. He moved. The pistol was in his hand before he registered pulling it. Bang. The shot ripped through the creature's skull, splattering darkened blood across the pavement. The body twitched before slumping lifeless. Mora shoved it off her with a grunt, scrambling to her feet. No time to breathe. The swarm was closing in. Glen turned toward the horde, raised the gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot found a target, heads snapping back, bodies collapsing, some twitching as their bodies refused to die completely. But for every one he dropped, 10 more surged forward. He kept firing. Bang, bang, click, empty. Go. Glen bellowed. Mora was already sprinting. Mateo and JJ weren't far behind, weaving through the wreckage, dodging grasping hands as the two converging swarms crashed together behind them. And behind them, the sea of Crimson was coming fast. A stretch of crumbling pavement stood between them and the water, the wind howling across the open space, carrying the scent of salt and decay. The boat was there, waiting. Their only salvation. But so was the horde. Glen could hear them, the relentless stampede of bare feet, the guttural snarls of the Crimson closing in. The alley was behind them, but the swarm had spilled into the open, surging like a tidal wave of hunger. Faster! Mateo shouted, weaving between the wreckage of abandoned market stalls and overturned crates. JJ panted beside him, his grip tight on his spear, but his legs were failing him. He was slowing. Glen grabbed the kid by the collar and yanked him forward. Keep moving. The swarm was too close. The air trembled with the sound of their screeches, their bodies slamming against debris as they clawed, lunged, and fought to reach them first. Not far. Just a few hundred feet. The pavement tilted downward as they neared the waterfront, the cracked concrete leading to the docks where the boat bobbed against the current. Then Glen saw them, Crimson already on the docks. A handful. Not the overwhelming force behind them, but enough to cut off their escape. Keep running? Glen barked, shifting the grip on his axe. Mora, still recovering from the attack, clenched her teeth, pushing forward with everything she had. Mateo cursed under his breath, already gripping a knife in his hand. JJ screamed. They're blocking the boat. Then we cut through. Mateo snarled. The first dockside Crimson turned at the commotion, its red-streaked eyes locking onto them. Then it screamed. The sound sent a jolt through Glen's spine, a call to the rest. They didn't have time to think. They had to fight through. The first dockside crimson let out a ragged, gurgling howl before launching forward, fast. Mateo met it head-on. His blade flashed in the dim light, slicing across its throat in a single, fluid motion. The creature staggered, blood bubbling from the wound, but it didn't fall. It lunged again, jaws snapping, undeterred by pain. Mateo snarled and drove his knife up into its skull, twisting hard before ripping it free. The crimson collapsed. Another rushed from the left, its skeletal hands swiping at JJ. JJ yelped, stumbling back, raising his spear just in time. The jagged metal tip punched through the crimson's ribcage, but the thing didn't stop. It grabbed the shaft of the weapon, yanking JJ forward with unnatural strength. More was there. She pulled a pistol from her back, muttering, "I guess it doesn't matter if we are loud now," and swung the butt of her pistol like a hammer, smashing it into the side of the crimson's skull. The creature reeled, just enough for JJ to wrench his spear free and ram it through its eye socket. It twitched once, then went limp. 2 down. But there were more. Another crimson sprinted from the side, straight for Glen. The force of its impact drove him backward, his boots skidding against the dock as rotting fingers clawed at his throat. It shrieked, its putrid breath hitting his face as it tried to sink its teeth into his neck. Glen twisted, shoving the barrel of his empty pistol against its chin. If he had bullets, he didn't. Instead, he drove the grip of the gun into its skull over and over, gritting his teeth as bone cracked beneath the repeated impacts. It still didn't let go. Mora lunged in, pressing her pistol to the creature's temple and pulled the trigger. Boom. The crimson's head snapped sideways, a mist of darkened blood spraying the dock. Its grip loosened and Glen shoved it off, panting. More were coming. The horde at their backs was seconds away from overwhelming them. Mateo sliced through another infected, its body toppling off the dock and splashing into the churning water below. He whirled, eyes darting to Glen. "We're out of time." Glen saw it too. A few steps. The boat. "Go," he bellowed. Mora fired once more, dropping the last of the dockside crimson, then grabbed JJ and shoved him toward the boat. Mateo leapt across first, landing hard on the deck. "Come on." Mora followed, then JJ stumbled in after her. Glen turned just as the first wave of the horde reached the dock. They crashed into the wooden planks, bodies pressing forward in a snarling, grasping mass. The dock shook beneath their sheer numbers. Glen's breath burned in his chest, his limbs trembling from the sheer adrenaline of their escape. He vaulted the distance over the water, but fatigue had slowed him. His feet landed on the outside rim of the boat, and he felt the momentum dragging him backwards towards the dock. A strong hand shot out from the boat, grabbed his shirt and yanked him aboard. Ethan grinned. "I've gotcha, man." He clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder, nodded, and racked a shell into his shotgun. They'd made it. Or so it seemed. A crimson vaulted the gap, landing hard beside Ethan. Ethan whirled and fired twice. Blood splattered across them as the creature pitched backward over the railing. Then he saw Luis. The man was at the boat's mounted machine gun, his mouth moving furiously, screaming something. Glen's heart slammed against his ribs. Luis wasn't celebrating. He was warning them. Glen turned just as the crimson surged forward, some vaulting from the dock, others crawling up the mooring lines, clambering over each other in a desperate bid to reach them. Too many. Too fast. From the stern, shotgun blasts cracked the night apart. Ethan was holding them off, steady and brutal. Glen caught flashes, figures darting through the dark, then collapsing under the muzzle flare. Luis was still screaming. Then Glen understood. His voice ripped through the chaos. "Down. Get down." The others threw themselves flat onto the deck. Glen followed, just as the gunfire erupted. The .50 caliber machine gun roared to life, its deafening bark drowning out even the howls of the crimson. The dock erupted in blood and splintered wood. Crimson exploded under the relentless barrage, bodies torn apart, limbs sheared from torsos as the sheer force of the rounds obliterated the front line of the swarm. Those closest to the boat never stood a chance. The ones climbing the mooring lines were ripped away, their bodies twisting violently as they tumbled into the churning black water. Glen lifted his head in time to see a dozen more drop like sacks of meat, their bodies shredded under the heavy fire. But still they came. Luis didn't stop. The dock became a killing field. Wood splintered under the onslaught, debris flying as bullets tore through the horde. A few still ran forward, ignoring the carnage around them, until Luis adjusted his aim and cut them down mid-stride. Blood and viscera slicked the planks, bodies piling on top of one another until the sheer mass of them clogged the dock's edge. Then silence. Spent casings tumbled around the deck. Glen lifted his head slowly, ears ringing from the sustained fire. Luis didn't step away from the gun for long. Just long enough to feed more ammo into it. His sharp gray eyes swept over the scene, the dock now piled with twitching bodies, but beyond the wreckage the horde was still coming. They didn't stop. They never did. More crimson poured onto the dock, trampling over their dead, driven only by hunger. Hundreds of them. Luis let out a slow breath. Then his grip tightened on the gun. "We're not done," he muttered. The roar of the .50 caliber machine gun thundered across the dock, its barrage ripping through the crimson with brutal efficiency. Spent shell casings rained down around Luis as he swung the gun's barrel, cutting swaths through the advancing horde. Bodies exploded under the sheer force of the rounds, limbs sheared clean, torsos ruptured in sprays of dark, clotting blood. But it wasn't enough. For every crimson that fell, 10 more surged forward, their red eyes locked onto the boat, their hunger driving them into the storm-churned waters. And then the dock trembled. The Titan had arrived. Its massive grotesque form pushing through the sea of crimson. Its roar bellowing out over the waters. Luis gritted his teeth, leveling the gun. "You wanna play?" he snarled. "All right then, you oversized freak, let's dance." The .50 caliber roared back. The first round slammed into the Titan's massive chest, tearing through thick flesh in gory sprays. Blackened blood erupted from the wounds, flesh rupturing under the relentless fire. It staggered, its massive feet crunching through the dock. But it didn't fall. It kept coming. Luis cursed and adjusted his aim, raking the machine gun upward. Bullets stitched a brutal path up the Titan's gut, shredding through layers of fat and muscle. It let out a thunderous bellow, arms swinging wildly, sending smaller crimson flying as it stumbled toward the edge of the dock. It was too massive, too heavy. The dock splintered beneath it, boards snapping, beams buckling. But it still wouldn't go down. "Luis!" Glen bellowed. "Go for the head." Luis tilted the gun up and fired directly into its gaping mouth. The bullet tore through the roof of its skull. The Titan let out a gargled, choking roar, staggered, and stepped back. The dock beneath it finally gave way. Wood splintered. The mooring posts snapped like twigs. The weight of the monstrous crimson was too much. With a bellowing wail, the Titan plummeted backward. Its massive body slammed into the water, sending a wave of blood and debris surging across the dock. Luis wasn't aiming for the crimson anymore. He was aiming for the dock. Luis swung the barrel down and squeezed the trigger. The bullets tore into the wooden planks, sending splinters flying as the rounds chewed through rotting support beams and shattered the already weathered structure. Glen's eyes widened. He's collapsing it. The crimson didn't react. They didn't understand. They just kept pushing forward, an unstoppable wave, blind to the destruction beneath their feet. Wood groaned. A deep, splintering crack echoed through the air. Then the dock gave way. The weight of the horde was too much and the entire front section collapsed. Dozens of crimson tumbled into the water, screeching as they fell. More behind them kept coming, pushing mindlessly forward, their sheer numbers forcing those ahead off the crumbling edge. The horde was still coming, but now they were throwing themselves into their own graves. One after another they plunged into the depths, and never came back up. One by one they fell. The water churned as bodies hit the waves, their shrieks turning to guttural sputtering sounds as they clawed at the water. Glen stood watching, his pulse still hammering. They weren't swimming. They weren't even really trying to. The crimson thrashed violently, arms flailing, but there was no coordination. No instinct to float. Instead they sank. Some clawed at each other, dragging more of their kind down in their frantic, panicked movements. Within moments, the surface was littered with bubbles and nothing else. Mateo stared, his face slack with disbelief. They can't swim. JJ gripped the railing, shaking his head. But why? Glen exhaled slowly, watching the last few sink. Then it clicked. They're too dense. Mora looked at him sharply. What? The virus, Glen said, mind racing. It turns their metabolism into overdrive, forces their bodies to consume everything. It burns through fat, through muscle, through anything it can just to keep them moving. He motioned toward the water. They have no buoyancy. Mateo let out a short laugh, almost disbelieving. They're so starved they just sink? Like rocks, Glen confirmed. They all stared at the water. Luis finally loosened his grip on the gun. Well, he smirked, that was convenient. Glen let out a slow exhale. Yeah. What was left of the crimson twitched in the growing pools of blood, their movements no longer fueled by hunger, but by the final empty spasms of dying bodies. No more howls. No more movement. Just the sound of lapping waves and the wind through the wreckage. Glen slowly pushed himself up, looking toward Luis, who gripped the railing tightly, his breathing ragged, his knuckles white against the strain. Mateo let out a sharp breath. I think I'm in love with Luis. Mora rolled onto her back, covering her face with one hand. Holy crap. JJ let out a shaky laugh, his chest heaving. Glen swallowed, glancing back at the ruined dock, then at Luis. You good? Glen called, his voice hoarse. Luis exhaled, finally stepping back from the gun. He glanced at the dock, then at Glen. Then he smirked. Yeah, I'm good. Chapter 5. Mutiny. The rain started as a sprinkle, a soft patter against the deck of the USCG Sentinel as it cut through the waves. Glen stood near the bow, one hand gripping the railing, the other resting on the handle of his new fire axe. The steady hum of the boat's engine was the only sound beyond the rain, filling the space between the survivors who now sat, slumped and exhausted, on the deck. Seabrook was behind them, but the weight of it wasn't. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Glen exhaled slowly, letting the ocean air fill his lungs. The adrenaline of the escape was fading, leaving behind an ache deeper than muscle or bone. The dock, the swarm, the Titan, it was all flashing through his mind in fragmented bursts. He could still hear Sophia's scream, still feel the blood on his hands, still see the endless sea of crimson eyes locked onto them as they fled. Mora sat beside the railing, her hands resting on her knees, staring out at the horizon. Her jaw was tight, her expression unreadable, but Glen knew grief when he saw it. Sophia had been part of her group. A part she hadn't planned on leaving behind. Ethan sat beside her, one arm draped over her shoulders in quiet support. Glen could tell he wasn't a man of many words, but the way his fingers gently traced circles on her back, the way he sat just close enough for their shoulders to press together, it spoke volumes. It seemed he knew there was nothing to say that would make it better. So he just stayed beside her, solid, steady, the way Glen suspected he always had. JJ sat with his back to the storage lockers, eyes half-lidded, exhaustion sinking deep into his bones. He hadn't spoken since they left the dock. He had seen too much for someone his age, and Glen knew it would take time for that weight to settle. If it ever did. Mateo was sprawled out on the deck, staring up at the sky as raindrops fell onto his face. His fingers drummed against his chest, an anxious, restless motion that hadn't stopped since they'd pushed off from shore. He had been quiet too, which was rare for him. That worried Glen almost as much as anything else. Luis stood near the helm, keeping a steady eye on the water. He had scarcely acknowledged the others since they'd boarded, his hands still gripping the controls as if the boat itself might betray them. Glen knew the feeling. It was easier to focus on the mechanics of survival than to let the mind wander. No one spoke for a long time. Then Mora broke the silence. We should have done more. Glen turned to look at her. She wasn't crying. Her voice wasn't shaking. But there was something raw in the way she said it, something hollow. There was nothing more to do, Luis said, his voice even. You got out. That was the only option. Mora shook her head, her fingers curling into fists. Sophia deserved better. She deserved to make it out, JJ muttered. We all did. Mateo let out a dry chuckle, though there was no humor in it. Welcome to the world, kid. Fairness died a long time ago. Ethan tightened his grip on Mora's shoulder. You can't blame yourself for this, he said, his voice low but firm. The rest of you made it out. We have to focus on that. Mora sighed, leaning into him just slightly. I know. Glen rubbed his temple. We can sit here and second-guess everything we did, or we can focus on the fact that we got supplies. We got out alive, and in doing so we can save many lives. That's not nothing. Mora shot him a look. You think that makes it better? No, Glen admitted. But it's the truth. Silence stretched again, only the rain and the waves filling the void. Luis finally turned from the helm, his eyes sharp. How long until we reached the Serenity? Glen checked the horizon. The massive cruise ship was still a shadow in the distance, looming in the mist. Not long now. Mateo sat up, arching his back and turning to relieve some ache. Think they'll be happy to see us? Luis exhaled. They'll be happy for the supplies. Ethan let out a slow breath. And for their people. He looked over at Mora, then at Glen. We're grateful you're taking us in. We won't forget it. Glen didn't say what he was thinking, that the real problems were just beginning. The sickness spreading on the ship, the tensions rising, the fragile balance they had been keeping intact. It was all waiting for them. And now they had new survivors to integrate, new conflicts to navigate. Mora watched him carefully. You don't look thrilled about going back. Glen huffed a tired breath. It's not that. Then what? After a moment he finally admitted it. Seabrook was bad. But I think there are different challenges waiting for us on the ship. JJ frowned. How? There's no Crimson there. No packs hunting us. Glen turned toward the cruise liner, its towering form growing larger with each passing minute. We don't need monsters to tear us apart. He met Luis's gaze, the unspoken understanding between them heavy. We do that just fine on our own. The rain picked up, the mist thickening around them as the Serenity came into view. Whatever waited for them aboard, it wasn't safety. It wasn't peace. The USCG Sentinel cut through the misty waters as it neared the looming silhouette of the Ocean Serenity. What should have felt like a victorious return was weighed down by exhaustion and the silent knowledge that survival had only bought them another round of uncertainty. Glen stood near the bow, his fire axe slung over his back, eyes locked onto the massive cruise liner ahead. The closer they got, the clearer the details became. The rusted streaks along its hull, the faint flicker of emergency lighting in some of the portholes, and the small group of figures standing at the edge of the deck, waiting. Luis slowed the Sentinel's approach, maneuvering alongside the ship's starboard side where the lowered gangway hung just above the rolling waves. The radio crackled to life, Dr. Chandler Brenner's voice coming through, worn but steady. Sentinel, do you copy? Luis grabbed the receiver. We copy, document. We're back. We're loaded to the brim with dried fruit and some vitamins. Compliments of our new passengers Mora, Ethan, and JJ. Pause. Then Chandler's voice came through, taut with something just under the surface. Do not disembark. Glen and Luis exchanged glances. Mateo, who had been sprawled near the storage bins, pushed himself upright with a frown. Come again, Doc? Chandler's voice returned, firmer this time. I mean it. No one steps off that boat. A ripple of unease moved through the crew. Mora, who had remained quiet since they pulled away from the docks of Seabrook, stiffened. What does that mean? The figures on the Ocean Serenity's deck grew clearer as they drifted closer. Glen spotted Lucille standing among them, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. Her usual sharp expression was replaced with something different. Concern, maybe even fear. You're not bringing them inside, Chandler said, voice resolute. Not yet. Mora shot to her feet. Are you serious? Sophia died, we barely made it back alive, and you're saying we can't even board? I'm saying you need to stay put, Chandler countered. We need to make sure you didn't bring the Crimson back with you. Silence. Then Mateo let out a disbelieving chuckle. Crimson? We weren't bitten, document. You think we're infected? Chandler sighed through the radio. I don't know what to think yet. You went into a Crimson-infested zone, and we can't risk anything coming back onto this ship, on you, on your gear, or in the supplies you gathered. Glen stepped forward, taking the receiver from Luis. Tell me what's going on, Chandler. Chandler spoke again, his voice was lower, cautious. We've seen cases before where exposure led to symptoms without direct bites. We don't know if the virus has mutated or if there are other ways it spreads. Airborne particles, contaminated blood, even prolonged proximity to an infected area. Mora took a step forward, gripping the railing. We would know if we were sick. Maybe, Chandler countered. Maybe not. We can't take the risk. You're not just carrying supplies, you might be carrying the end of this ship. Luis frowned, gripping the rail. So what's the plan? Chandler's exhale crackled through the static. We need to be sure. 2 weeks. You quarantine on the Sentinel. No one boards the Serenity until we're certain you and the supplies are clean. Glen clenched his jaw. And if we're not? Chandler didn't answer. He didn't need to. Glen exhaled, pressing his fingers against his temple. The weight of the past 24 hours settled over him like a lead blanket. The mission had been brutal. They had lost Sophia. They had escaped Seabrook. And now, after everything, they weren't even allowed back on the ship. He turned toward the others. Maura looked furious, JJ looked exhausted, and Mateo just looked numb. Luis met Glen's eyes. What's the call? Glen looked back at the Ocean Serenity, at the faces watching them from the deck. The ship loomed above them like a silent judge, its rusted edges a stark reminder that nothing in this world was safe anymore. He keyed the radio one last time. We'll wait. Chandler's relief was apparent. I'll check in every 12 hours. The radio clicked off. The gangway above remained empty. The Ocean Serenity, their home, had shut them out. 2 weeks. Stranded at sea. And Glen had a gut feeling that something had begun on that ship, and it wasn't going to wait for them. The Sentinel rocked gently in the waves, the distant thunder rolling across the horizon, a deep rumble that settled in Glen's chest like an unspoken warning. The rain had lessened but left behind a misty sheen over everything, making the metal deck slick beneath his feet. The ship creaked and groaned, an old vessel with too many ghosts, carrying the weight of their survival on rusted steel. A sudden splash echoed against the hull. Glen turned sharply, hand instinctively reaching for the fire axe strapped to his back. Mateo, who had been dozing with his back against a storage locker, snapped awake. Luis was already reaching for his sidearm when a familiar voice rang out. Someone help me up, or I swear I'll haunt you all when I drown. Lucille. Glen was moving before he fully processed it, his boots hitting the railing just in time to see her clinging to the side ladder, her wet blonde hair plastered against her face, her arms straining as she tried to pull herself up. Lucille, what the... He reached down, grabbing her wrist and hauling her up in one smooth motion. She gasped as she tumbled onto the deck, dripping seawater everywhere. She clutched at his jacket, her grip tight, breath coming fast. Mateo let out a low whistle. Wow, that was dramatic. Lucille ignored him, her piercing blue eyes locking onto Glen's. We have a problem. A big one. Glen's stomach sank. You're not supposed to be here. I don't care, she snapped, pushing wet strands of hair out of her face. The ship is falling apart, Glen. You think Seabrook was bad? You think the Crimson were bad? Try locking a bunch of scared, hungry people in a floating prison with dwindling food and medicine, docking a boat full of supplies next to them and telling them to wait 2 weeks. Luis stepped forward, his expression hard. You're saying things are worse than we thought? Lucille let out a humorless laugh, shaking her head. No. I'm saying we're about 2 days away from full-blown mutiny. People saw you coming back with supplies, and then Chandler says no one's allowed off the ship? No food, no medicine, no answers? They're ready to riot. Maura, who had been standing near the helm, ran a hand over her face. Of course they are. Mateo smirked, stretching out his arms. Well, I hope you're not worried about Glen getting too much attention after rolling in with all these goodies. I mean, women love a man who brings home the bacon, or, in this case, dried goods and vitamins. You might have some competition. Lucille's head snapped toward him, her expression flat. Oh, I'm not worried. Mateo arched a brow. No. She shook her head, folding her arms. Because if Glen ever cheats on me, I'll give him a ball wedgie. Silence. JJ blinked. Hey, what? Mateo sat forward, interested. Okay, I have to hear this. What in the world is a ball wedgie? Lucille turned to him with the kind of cool, casual expression that made Glen's spine stiffen. It's where I grab his manhood, pull it backwards, and give him a wedgie with it while twisting until it all just falls off. She mimed a small, twisting motion with her fingers. Mateo stared at her for a long beat before shaking his head. Nope. Nope, that is the most terrifying thing I have ever heard, and I just survived Seabrook. He rubbed his temples. I can say I've never been more afraid of someone in my entire life. I don't even have words for that level of cruelty. Glen pinched the bridge of his nose, exhaling slowly. Can we focus, please? Lucille tilted her head. I am focused. I focused on swimming through freezing water to get here, so you all better listen up. Luis nodded sharply. Tell us everything. Lucille sighed, pacing the deck as she wrung out the hem of her soaked shirt. It started when Chandler announced the quarantine. People were already on edge before, but when they saw you coming back with supplies and then got told they weren't getting any, that was it. Factions are forming. Some of the crew are trying to keep order, but a lot of people are done listening. They're saying we can't afford to wait 2 weeks. Maura frowned. Are they wrong? Lucille paused. I don't know. Maybe they are. But maybe we don't have a choice. If the Crimson virus can spread just by exposure, then you all could be walking time bombs. Glen clenched his jaw. And if we go back, we risk spreading it. If we stay out here, the ship turns against itself. Lucille nodded. Yeah. And if you think Chandler or the captain can stop it, think again. It's going to come down to who people listen to. And right now, they're looking at you, Glen. Glen ran a hand through his damp hair, his exhaustion deepening. He wasn't a leader. He never wanted to be. But it didn't matter what he wanted. If he didn't take control of the situation, then maybe no one would. And that might be worse. Mateo let out a slow breath. So, to recap, we escaped Crimson-infested Seabrook, made it back, and now we're stuck on a boat with a potential outbreak and a ticking time bomb of an angry, starving passengers? JJ threw his hands up exclaiming. Why is it always something? Lucille's voice was soft but firm. Whining won't help. Right now they are just voicing their anger. She looked at Glen. But it's just the start. The mist thickened around them, the looming shape of the Ocean Serenity standing like a silent, waiting beast. Glen stared at it, knowing that whatever they did next, there was no easy way out. The days blurred together in a monotonous cycle of waiting, watching, and worrying. The USCG Sentinel rocked gently against the waves, tethered in place beneath the looming shadow of the Ocean Serenity. The quarantine had stretched into its 7th day, and patience was wearing thin. Glen stood at the bow, his fire axe resting against the railing as he scanned the ship in the distance. The once bright cruise liner had lost its luster, now a dim, rust-streaked husk in the mist. The emergency lighting flickered inconsistently, like the heartbeat of something dying. Even from here he could feel the tension radiating from its decks. The radio crackled to life beside him. "Sentinel, do you copy?" Luis, who had been manning the radio, reached for the receiver. "We copy. Go ahead." There was a brief pause before a familiar voice came through, hoarse, edged with something Glen didn't like. "Captain Percy Langford. We're bringing you in." Glen straightened, his fingers tightening around the railing. He glanced toward Luis, who raised an eyebrow but said nothing. "You sure about that, Captain?" Luis asked, his voice careful. "Last we checked, you were locking us out." "I don't have a choice anymore," Langford said. "Things are deteriorating." Glen exhaled slowly. He had expected something like this. Quarantine was always a delaying tactic, not a solution. Whatever was happening on that ship, it was worse than the risk of them bringing something back. "How bad?" Glen asked. Langford shook his head slightly. "Bad enough." The answer wasn't good enough, but Glen didn't press. "You need us to keep our gear sealed up? Any special protocol for the transfer?" Another pause. "We're still enforcing a sanitation zone on the lower deck. You'll board there first, be checked, be cleared. The supplies are the priority." Mora, standing nearby with arms crossed, scoffed. "So now you want the supplies?" Langford didn't acknowledge the remark. "Expect docking in 15 minutes. Be ready." The radio cut off. Silence settled over the Sentinel's deck, broken only by the lapping of waves and the faint hum of the cruise ship's struggling generators. JJ let out a slow breath. "So that's it? We're finally getting off this boat?" "Looks like it," Luis muttered. "Question is, are we stepping into something worse?" Glen glanced back at the ship, its massive form unmoving in the mist. He had no doubt that whatever awaited them on that vessel would be worse than the uncertainty of quarantine. "Let's get ready," Glen said. "And stay sharp." The air was thick with salt and tension as Glen climbed the gangway, his boots clanking against the metal with each step. The Ocean Serenity loomed above him, its once pristine white hull streaked with rust and grime. What had once been a luxury cruise liner was now a floating prison, and judging by the hushed voices and stiff postures of the crew waiting for them, something was very wrong. Luis was right behind him, his sharp gaze sweeping the deck. Mora followed, her jaw tight, and Mateo muttered under his breath about how this was probably a mistake. JJ, still shaken from their ordeal in Seabrook, hovered near the back, his fingers twitching as he clutched his backpack strap like a lifeline. Lucille climbed up beside Glen, her expression carefully neutral but her body tense. She had spent the week quarantining with them on the Sentinel, and the fact that she had risked swimming to warn them before was proof that things were worse than expected on board. Now, as they finally stepped onto the Serenity, she was just as wary as the rest of them. Dr. Chandler Brenner was waiting for them, his smudged glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. But Glen's eyes were drawn to the man standing just off to the side, Captain Percy Langford. The captain was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s, his uniform still neatly pressed despite the ship's slow decay. His steel-gray eyes flicked over the group, landing on Glen with a weight that felt heavier than the sea. "I'm glad you all made it back in one piece," Langford said, his voice rough from years at sea. Glen responded, "We brought supplies." Langford's gaze flickered to the battered crates Luis and Mateo were hauling up. His lips pressed into a thin line. "Let's hope it was worth it." But before anyone could respond, another voice cut through the tension. "That depends on what they really brought back." A man stepped forward from the shadows of the deck. Tall and wiry, with dark, calculating eyes, Nathaniel Reed was a name Glen already knew well. He had been a problem long before quarantine, a man who never lifted a finger unless it was to push someone else into doing his dirty work. He didn't help, he manipulated. And somehow, despite the chaos, he had carved out a place for himself on the Serenity, turning fear and desperation into a personal advantage. Langford stiffened but didn't interrupt. Dr. Brenner looked away. Lucille's expression darkened. Reed smirked as his gaze settled on Glen. "So, the famous Glen Halloway finally returns." Glen didn't bother playing dumb. "Still leeching off everyone else, Reed?" Reed's smirk widened. Now that's not fair. I like to think I facilitate things. Keep the right people in the right places." Lucille scoffed. "Right. By making sure those right places always benefit you." Langford exhaled sharply, stepping between them. "Reed, that's enough." Reed's smirk didn't falter, but he took a deliberate step back, raising his hands in mock surrender. "Just curious, Captain. You know how people get when new faces arrive." Glen exchanged a glance with Luis. The unspoken message was clear. This guy was still trouble. Langford exhaled through his nose. "We'll debrief in my office. But first, the doctor needs to clear you." He nodded at Dr. Brenner, who stepped forward with a medical bag slung over his shoulder. "You know the drill," Brenner said, rubbing his tired eyes. "Standard check. No bites, no wounds, no fever. And I'll need to check the supplies you brought." Mora bristled. "We already told you." "It's protocol," Langford interrupted. "No exceptions." Glen sighed. "Fine. Let's get it over with." They moved into a makeshift infirmary, what had once been the ship's high-end spa, now converted into a sterile, cold examination room. Brenner worked quickly, checking their vitals, scanning them for any signs of infection. When he was done, he gave Langford a nod. "They're clear." Langford relaxed slightly. "Good. But Reed?" Reed just smiled like he knew something they didn't. As they were led toward the captain's office to debrief, Glen couldn't shake the feeling that stepping back onto the Serenity wasn't just a return home. It was walking straight into another kind of battle. Ethan and Mora merged into Glen's core group naturally. It had been weeks since they returned, and they had quickly become people Glen could count on and by proxy who the captain could rely on. Captain Percy Langford stood at the center of the dimly lit infirmary, his arms crossed as he surveyed the newly returned survivors. His face was lined with exhaustion, but his voice remained steady as he gave out assignments. "Dr. Brenner wants a closer look at what's happening to the sick," Langford said, glancing at Glen. "He needs a microscope and any other lab equipment you can scavenge from the kids' science center. See what you can find." Glen nodded, already thinking through the best route to take. The captain then turned to Ethan and Mora. "I know you are new, but you're healthier than most on this ship right now. People are getting worse. We need to start distributing the vitamins and dried fruit from the supply run to those too weak to come get them. Some of them might not last much longer without it." Mora's expression hardened, but she nodded. "We'll handle it." Langford ran a hand over his graying beard. "We need answers, and we need people to start recovering. Do your jobs and report back. After that, we've got to determine how long these supplies can last us if we are smart about their use." With their orders given, the group dispersed, each heading toward their respective tasks. Glen assisted Mora and Ethan as they moved through the lower decks of the Ocean Serenity, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpeting as they carried their precious cargo of supplements and dried fruit. The air was heavy with the scent of antiseptic and sweat, the telltale signs of efforts to try and keep up with the sickness. Ethan handed a small packet of vitamins to an older man propped up against a pile of blankets. The man's skin was pale, his eyes sunken, but he managed a grateful nod as he accepted the offering. "How long have you been feeling like this?" Mora asked, kneeling beside him. The man swallowed with some difficulty. "A week, maybe 2. Feels like my body's just shutting down." Glen exchanged a look with Mora. The scurvy, the malnutrition, it was eating away at people, slow but inevitable. These vitamins wouldn't fix everything, but they might buy some time. As they continued down the aisle of sick and weary passengers, a young mother clutched her toddler close, muttering thanks as Mora handed her a small bundle of dried fruit. The little girl's fingers grasped at it eagerly, stuffing a piece into her mouth with a fervor that twisted something in Glen's chest. "This fruit won't be enough to turn this around," Ethan murmured as they stepped aside to let a harried-looking doctor pass. Mora nodded grimly. "And at this rate we will run low on fruit in no time." Afterwards, Glen, Mateo, and JJ made their way through the dim corridors toward the Kids Science Center. The cruise ship had been designed for entertainment, and the exhibit was supposed to be an educational space filled with interactive displays for children. Now, it was a treasure trove of forgotten resources. Mateo ran a hand along a faded poster advertising hands-on experiments. "Man, I never thought I'd be stealing from a children's area to save lives." JJ chuckled, though the humor didn't quite reach his eyes. "Yeah, well, desperate times." Glen pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the darkened exhibit. Rows of display cases lined the room, filled with plastic models of molecules, interactive chemistry kits, and small, outdated lab equipment. But their real prize was in the back, a microscope that could give Dr. Brenner a closer look at the infection. JJ moved ahead, tracing his fingers over the smooth surface of the microscope. "Never thought I'd be handling one of these again." Mateo arched a brow. "What, you some kind of science nerd?" JJ shrugged. "Not exactly. My dad, he was always pushing me toward academics. I started college majoring in chemistry, but it just wasn't for me. My dad said I had no drive, no work ethic, no character." He exhaled sharply. "He's well off. Wanted me to follow in his footsteps. When I told him I wanted to make it on my own, he pretty much wrote me off." Glen studied him for a moment. "That why you were in Seabrook?" JJ gave a small nod. "Yeah. I wanted to prove I could do something without his money." He let out a humorless laugh. "And now here I am, scavenging for supplies in a floating apocalypse." Mateo grinned. "Real sitcom level dad you got there." JJ smirked. "Yeah, tell me about it." Glen carefully lifted the microscope, wrapping it in a soft cloth before placing it into his pack. "Let's get this back to the dock. The sooner we figure out what's happening on this ship, the better." Mateo stretched, cracking his knuckles. "You think it'll make a difference?" Glen's jaw tightened. "It has to." With one last glance at the remnants of a world meant for children, they turned and left, their footsteps echoing in the empty silence. The group trudged through the corridors, their bodies aching from the weight of the day. Every muscle in Glen's body protested as he moved, his fire axe hanging heavily from his back. The dock had been a massacre, Seabrook a waking nightmare, but somehow they'd made it back alive. Now they had to jump back into everyday survival and the multitude of tasks that kept the ship functioning. Since returning, it had been a non-stop list of things they needed to attend to. Luis was the last to step through the hatch before it sealed shut. The hum of the ship's engine beneath them felt like a ghost of stability, but Glen knew better. The system running just long enough to charge the batteries that ran the lighting and core systems. Glen didn't want to think what would happen when the fuel ran out. They weren't safe. Not really. The group stood in silence for a long moment, taking in the familiar dim glow of the emergency lights, the scent of stale air and seawater clinging to everything. "We call it a night?" Mateo asked, his voice weary from exhaustion. "Because if I don't sleep, I might actually die before the Crimson get me." JJ groaned as he rubbed his face. "I forgot what a real bed feels like." "You mean the thin mattresses that scarcely fits a grown man?" Mora asked dryly. JJ gave a weak grin. "Better than pavement." Mora exhaled, her hands gripping her sides as she stretched. "All right, everyone. Get some sleep. We'll figure out the rest in the morning." She turned to Glen. "You good?" Glen nodded, but he wasn't sure if it was a lie. He followed the others through the dim corridor, each splitting off toward their respective cabins. He hardly had the strength to kick off his boots as he shoved the door to his room open, letting it creak closed behind him. The bed looked more inviting than ever. Then there was a knock at the door. Glen turned, eyebrows furrowing. He hesitated, then sighed as he pulled it open. Lucille leaned against the frame, arms crossed. Her sharp blue eyes flickered with something unreadable. "I'm not here to seduce you," she said, smirking as if she could hear the thoughts forming in his exhausted brain. "I just don't feel like being alone." Glen exhaled a tired chuckle, stepping aside. "Come in." Lucille stepped inside, glancing around his sparse cabin. She wrinkled her nose. Not exactly luxury living. Welcome to the cheap seat version of cruise cabins, Glen muttered, collapsing onto the bed. Lucille slid onto the other side of the bed, lying down beside him. You snore? No. She let out a soft huff. Good. Otherwise, I'd have to smother you with your own pillow. Glen let his eyes drift closed. He should have felt tense with her lying so close, but exhaustion won out. There was something comforting about her presence, something grounding after everything they had just survived. Lucille shifted, pressing slightly against his side. Don't get any bright ideas, she murmured, though her voice lacked its usual bite. This is purely for warmth. Glen smirked, eyes still closed. Wouldn't dream of it. Then, after a beat, he added, You know, I was always more of a brunette guy anyway. So if you're still dyeing your hair, you don't have to bother on my account. Lucille scoffed, then elbowed him in the ribs, not hard but enough to make him grunt. Nice try, Halloway. It's all natural and you know it. He chuckled, and despite everything, so did she. For the first time in a long time, sleep came easily. It didn't last. Glen's eyes snapped open to the distant sound of shouting. Lucille stirred beside him, her body tensing. What the? Then a gunshot rang out. They were on their feet instantly. Glen grabbed his axe, Lucille yanking a knife from the inside of her boot. They burst into the corridor, finding chaos unfolding before them. A fight had broken out near the mess hall. Voices clashed in panicked screams, the shuffle of feet and sharp grunts filling the air. Glen's heart pounded as he saw a familiar figure pressed against the wall. Dr. Chandler Brenner, a knife at his throat. Mateo, JJ, and Luis were locked in combat with several others. Crew members, passengers, people Glen scarcely recognized, their faces twisted with desperation. A mutiny. Nathaniel Reed stood at the center of it all, his wiry frame rigid with authority. You brought sickness onto this ship, he snarled, eyes burning with rage. We should have never let you back on board. The crimson never touched me. Luis spat, his face bloodied from a fresh cut. You're just looking for an excuse to take control. Nathaniel's lips curled. Someone has to. Glen didn't wait. He surged forward, bringing his axe handle down onto the nearest mutineer's wrist. The man howled, dropping his weapon. Lucille moved like a phantom, slipping past Glen and slicing through the chaos, her blade drawing crimson lines in the dim light. JJ tackled one of the attackers, his inexperience evident in his wild swings, but he fought like a man with nothing left to lose. Mateo was a blur of motion, his knives a deadly extension of himself. Glen only just had time to process as he blocked a swing aimed for his head, kicking his attacker back. The fight was brutal, bodies slamming against the walls, grunts and cries filling the corridor. Then more footsteps echoed from the halls, more mutineers. They were outnumbered. Fall back. Luis barked, dragging Chandler with him. They retreated toward the bridge, their backs pressed together as the mutineers regrouped. Nathaniel grinned. You're done. Glen's grip tightened on his axe. Not yet. But they had no choice. As the wave of mutineers crashed down on them, the fight ended in a brutal blur. Glen felt the impact of something hard against his ribs, the world tilting as he hit the ground. Lucille was pulled away from him, Mateo shouting as he was slammed against the wall. JJ's breathless yelp was swallowed by the chaos. Glen struggled, but hands forced him down. Nathaniel loomed over him, his smirk triumphant. You should have stayed in your cabin, Halloway. The heel of Reed's boot came crashing down before darkness took him. The deck of the Ocean Serenity was packed with bodies. Survivors stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes wide with exhaustion, suspicion, and something far darker, fear. Glen could hardly register the mass of people before rough hands shoved him forward, forcing him and the others into the center of the gathering. The air was thick with the scent of salt, sweat, and desperation. Nathaniel Reed stood at the forefront, arms crossed, a smug grin spread across his face. He had always been a presence on the ship, lurking in the background, gathering influence through secret deals and well-placed alliances. Now, he stood like a king addressing his court, his wiry frame vibrating with self-satisfaction. Look at them. Reed's voice rang out, bouncing off the steel walls of the ship. Our brave scavengers, returning from another glorious expedition. He took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with contained amusement. And yet they seem a bit restrained, don't they? More murmurs rippled through the crowd. Glen could feel the tension, the undercurrent of uncertainty. This wasn't just a show of power, This was a performance. Reed raised his arms dramatically. I know many of you have concerns. About leadership. About survival. About who actually has our best interests at heart. His smirk widened as he turned back to Glen. And I know some people thought our dear captain was the only one fit to lead. He motioned to the guards beside him, and in unison they shoved Glen and the others to their knees. Glen gritted his teeth, refusing to show weakness. Luis and Chandler tensed beside him, while Mateo, ever defiant, spat blood onto the deck, a fresh wound at his temple from the scuffle. But let me ask you this, Reed continued, pacing in front of the gathered crowd. Has our esteemed Captain Langford provided for you? Has he ensured that every one of you eats your fair share? He gestured broadly to the group. Or has he continued to ration, to limit, to deny? The crowd shifted. Some nodded, some cast wary glances at one another. Others looked to Glen, confusion and uncertainty etched on their faces. Reed seized the moment. I say no more hoarding, no more waiting for a tomorrow that may never come. We take what we have. We survive today. He turned to the guard stationed near the ship's makeshift storeroom. Open the food reserves. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Luis stiffened beside Glen, his dark eyes flashing. He's going to burn through our supplies in days, he muttered under his breath. This is a power grab, not leadership. The doors to the storeroom swung open, and within seconds people surged forward. Boxes were ripped apart, cans snatched up, bags of dried goods hoisted into the air like prizes. Some cheered. Others looked around, casting uncertain glances between Reed and the kneeling group. Glen's stomach twisted. Reed wasn't leading, he was feeding a fire, one that would consume them all. Ethan. Glen's eyes scanned the crowd until they locked onto Ethan Caldwell and his wife, Maura. They stood near the back, unmoving, watching. Ethan's face was unreadable, but Glen saw the calculation in his eyes. He wasn't on Reed's side. Neither was Maura. But they weren't stepping in either. They were waiting. Glen forced himself to stay silent as the chaos unfolded around him. There would be a time to act. But not yet. Reed turned back to him, kneeling slightly so their faces were level. He reached into his shirt pocket and retrieved a packet of iron-edged supplement capsules. He popped a pill in his mouth with a smile. See, Glen, this is what leadership looks like. This is what the people want. Glen met his gaze, his voice low but steady. And what happens when the food runs out? Reed's grin faltered for a fraction of a second. Just enough for Glen to see it. We'll deal with that when the time comes, Reed said smoothly, standing back up and addressing the crowd again. For now, eat, drink, take what you need. This is our ship now. The cheers grew louder, but Glen heard the silence underneath. The fear. The knowledge that they had just crossed a line they couldn't come back from. And Reed? He was just getting started. He had them dragged through the ship to the galley. The tension in the air was suffocating. Reed stood at the center of the deck, the smug grin plastered across his face as he scanned the gathered survivors. His men, those who had pledged loyalty to him, stood in a loose semicircle around the crowd, weapons visible but not yet raised. This wasn't a slaughter. Not yet. Glen knelt among the other prisoners, his hands clenched into fists as he tried to steady his breathing. The freezer's steel walls loomed behind them, an industrial storage space turned makeshift cell. Reed had picked it for a reason. No windows. One entrance. No way out. Beside him, Mateo was muttering under his breath, the Spanish slipping out between shallow breaths. Luis sat with his back against the cold steel, his dark eyes locked onto Reed, unreadable. Lucille had her jaw set, her entire posture radiating quiet fury. And JJ was scarcely holding it together. You all had your chance, Reed announced, pacing in front of them like a man who believed he was already king. We allowed you to keep order, to lead us to safety. A chance to survive, to thrive. But some of you, his gaze flicked to Captain Langford, who stood with his hands bound behind his back, blood drying along his cheek, decided to keep playing by the old rules. Langford's lip curled, but he didn't rise to the bait. Glen knew better than anyone that the captain was keeping himself in check. If he lost control, Reed would put a bullet in his skull and call it justice. Reed let the silence stretch before turning his gaze to JJ. And you, he said, his tone shifting to something almost amused. I gave you an out, kid. Gave you a choice. You could have been standing next to me. Instead, you're about to be locked away with the rest of the dead weight. Glen wondered when that conversation had happened and if the same one had happened with Ethan and Maura. JJ swallowed hard, shaking his head. This isn't right. You're just taking over. This isn't about survival. It's about power. Reed chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, kid, you still don't get it. Power is survival. He gestured toward the freezer. The men flanking him moved, grabbing Luis first. The soldier didn't resist as they hauled him to his feet, shoving him toward the entrance. Mateo was next, dragged up despite his cursing. Lucille didn't give them the satisfaction of a fight. She stood on her own, brushing dust from her clothes like she was walking into a business meeting instead of a prison cell. Then came Glen. The grip on his arm was firm, but Glen didn't resist. Not yet. His time would come. JJ was last. He didn't fight either. He just shook his head, staring at Reed like he still couldn't believe this was happening. This is a mistake, JJ said, his voice tight. You can't just throw people away like this. Reed leaned in, lowering his voice just enough that only they could hear. I don't need everyone. I just need enough people who listen. After today I'll have time to figure out who I want to keep around and who goes for a swim. JJ's jaw tightened, but he didn't speak again. The door swung open with a groan. The freezer was massive, big enough to hold a whole restaurant's worth of perishables in another life. Now it was empty. Cold. Dark. Perfect for keeping problems locked away. The door slammed shut. The lock clicked and then the lights flickered out. Darkness swallowed them whole. For a moment no one spoke. Then Mateo let out a slow, measured breath. So, that went well. Glen exhaled, tilting his head back against the cold steel. Shut up, Mateo. The air inside was cold, not freezing, but enough to make their breath mist in the dim emergency lighting. The walls were thick, insulated. Soundproof. JJ shuffled closer, arms wrapped around himself. We need a plan. Lucille scoffed. You think? Luis shifted in the dark, moving toward the door. He pressed his shoulder against it, testing the hinges. Reed planned this, he muttered. This isn't just a punishment. He's making an example. Glen nodded. He wants people to see what happens when you cross him. Mora exhaled sharply, the sound edged with frustration. He's going to burn through the supplies, she said. We have enough food to last for a bit if we ration carefully, but if he starts handing it out like there's no tomorrow, that ship has sailed, Mora. Even if we get out of this mess, there is no way we get all those supplies back. Much of it is probably being devoured as we speak. Luis finished. Silence settled again. JJ let out a shuddering breath. So, what do we do? Glen stared at the ceiling, thinking. Reed was clever, but he was arrogant. He thought this was over. Thought they were beaten. That was his mistake. Glen sat up. We get out, he said simply. Mateo let out a dry laugh. Oh yeah. And how do we do that? You got a key hidden somewhere I don't know about? Glen ignored him, pushing himself up. His fingers traced the doorframe, feeling for weaknesses. It was solid. But no door was perfect. We find a way, Glen muttered. Because if we don't, Reed wins. Lucille crossed her arms. And that's unacceptable. That prick needs to get what is coming to him. JJ swallowed hard, nodding. Okay. So what do we do? Glen turned toward the others. We break out, he said. And then we take this ship back. The darkness pressed in around them. The fight wasn't over. Chapter 6. Turning tides. The cold was the worst part. Not the bruises from being shoved inside, not the dull ache of exhaustion pressing against Glen's ribs, just the biting, inescapable cold. They had turned off the freezer long ago, but it seemed Reed and switched back on the cooling. Not freezing, but enough to make them very uncomfortable. Another waste of precious resources. The thick insulation trapped them in a world of numbing chill. The air felt sharp, each breath like inhaling ice. Reed had slid in a small battery-powered lantern in the room. He had laughed from outside the door, commenting they should see the looks on their faces. How it was priceless. Frost clung to the walls, turning the metal into something unwelcoming and foreign. The one-stock storage racks were mostly empty, save for a few rusted cans and plastic-wrapped supplies that no one had bothered to move. It wasn't meant to be a prison, but Reed had turned it into one. Glen shifted, sitting against the wall, arms wrapped around his knees. Mateo paced, rubbing his arms furiously. Luis and Langford sat near the center, their postures stiff, the weight of what had happened evident on their faces. JJ was curled up nearby, his teeth chattering, but he was trying his best to suppress it. Mora and Ethan were missing, on the outside free. That sat heavy in Glen's chest. Luis let out a slow, measured breath, his jaw tight. His military discipline was showing. No visible frustration, no wasted movement. Just silent anger. Langford broke the silence first, his deep voice hoarse from hours of speaking, planning, shouting orders that had ultimately gone unheard. They hit us just before the evening shift change. His fingers twitched against his knee, remembering. I was in the bridge, going over status reports, tracking fuel reserves, battery levels, water purification schedules. Nothing unusual. Then we heard shouting over the radio. His expression darkened. Mutiny. Luis exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. We locked down the doors immediately, but it didn't matter. Someone cut the external feeds. We were blind before we even realized what was happening. He flexed his fingers as if shaking off the memory. Then came the pounding. They were organized, too organized for a desperate coup. They had a plan. Langford let out a humorless chuckle. Reed had been preparing for this longer than we thought. He leaned his head back against the icy wall, staring at the ceiling. We tried to hold the bridge, but someone opened the emergency locks. His lips pressed together. They stormed in with makeshift weapons. We had no chance. They knew what they were doing, Luis added bitterly. They got to the security systems first, knocked out our main surveillance. Then they used the fire suppression override to force the doors open. He sighed. They took the bridge. We were outnumbered 10-1. JJ frowned, rubbing his hands together for warmth. But most of the ship wasn't on Reed's side, right? I mean, half these people didn't even like him. They don't need to like him, Luis muttered. They just need to be afraid. Mateo stopped pacing, rolling his shoulders. That's the part that ticks me off the most. We all knew Reed was a snake. But people like him don't get power by being the strongest. They get it because everyone else is too scared to stop them. Langford nodded. That's exactly what happened. The first group fought back, tried to stop the takeover. They were beaten, locked up, or thrown overboard. His eyes darkened. After that, people just started going along with it. Glen shifted against the cold metal, his fists clenching. And Mora? Ethan? His voice was quieter than he meant it to be, but the weight behind the words was enough. No one answered at first. JJ pleaded. We don't know what happened to them, Glen. Glen scoffed. Don't we? His knuckles whitened. They didn't stop it. They didn't help. They just stood there in the crowd watching. JJ sat up straighter, defensive. You don't know that. You don't know what was happening when it all went down. You don't know what they were thinking. Glen turned to him, his voice sharp. I know that they're not in here with us. JJ faltered but shook his head. Maybe they didn't have a choice. Mateo snorted. Everyone has a choice. JJ frowned. They might have been trying to keep things from getting worse. Maybe they didn't want to risk themselves. Glen's voice cut through JJ's words. His eyes locked onto JJ's. Maybe when everything started to fall apart, they decided it wasn't worth it. JJ looked away, his hands curling into fists. That's not fair. Isn't it? Glen's jaw was tight, his muscles coiled with frustration. The image of Mora and Ethan standing silent, letting it all happen, wouldn't leave his mind. He had trusted them. Trusted that, when the time came, they'd be the ones standing beside him. Luis exhaled, his breath fogging in the freezing air. It doesn't matter now. What matters is what we do next. Langford nodded, shaking off the weight of his own memories. Reed has control of the bridge. That means he controls navigation, communications, and security. Mateo muttered a curse under his breath. So basically, he's got everything. For now. Luis's voice was steady. But Reed's making a mistake. JJ glanced up. What do you mean? Luis gestured vaguely at the frozen metal walls surrounding them. He's focused on controlling the ship, the rations, the order. But he's not thinking long-term. His dark eyes flicked to Langford. He doesn't know how to run this ship. He doesn't understand what keeps it functioning. Langford nodded. If we cut him off from the systems he relies on, power, water purification, navigation, we can take the upper hand. Or even better, if we cut the head off the snake, his little coup will fall apart. Glen let out a slow breath, forcing himself to push the anger down, to focus. How do we get out of here first? Glen's fingers had nearly gone numb from the cold, but his mind wouldn't stop working. The freezer wasn't a permanent solution. They had to get out, and soon. He was about to say something when Matteo suddenly let out a sharp, breathless laugh. "Reed's an idiot." The words caught everyone's attention, breaking the heavy silence like a cracking glass. Matteo's breath fogged in the frigid air as he paced, rubbing his hands together, his body vibrating with excitement. Luis raised an eyebrow. "Now's not the time for jokes, Matteo." No, you don't get it." Matteo spun on his heel, pointing at the heavy metal door that had been locked from the outside. "This model. This exact type of industrial freezer. I worked in enough kitchens to know." Glen frowned. "Know what?" Matteo grinned, his hazel eyes practically alight with wicked amusement. "They locked us in, right? But they didn't realize." He strode forward, placing a gloved hand on the inside of the door. "The hinge pins are on the inside." There was a beat of silence before realization dawned. Langford blinked, sitting up straighter. "Wait, are you saying?" Matteo smacked his palm against the metal. "Oh yeah. This bad boy has quick-release latches." He turned toward the others with an exaggerated shrug. "You know, in case some poor cook got stuck inside." JJ let out a stunned, almost disbelieving sound. "You're telling me we've been sitting here freezing when we could have just—" He motioned wildly toward the door. "Yup." Matteo popped the pea before stepping closer, rubbing his hands together. "Reed and his cronies thought they were being smart by locking us in. But they never bothered to check how these things work." Luis muttered a curse under his breath. "That's a serious design flaw." Matteo grinned. "Or a serious blessing depending on how you look at it." Glen exhaled, shaking off his frustration. "Then let's stop talking about it and get out of here. I'm freezing my huevos off." Matteo cracked his knuckles. "Gladly." He crouched near the hinge side of the door, feeling along the metal until his fingers found what he was looking for, a recessed panel near the top hinge. He pressed against it and with a soft click, the pin shifted. Ice had formed around the edges, making it stiff, but he worked it loose, rolling his shoulders. "Little help here? My fingers are gonna freeze off." Luis moved beside him, prying at the bottom pin while Glen reached for the middle one. Langford, despite the stiffness in his limbs, maneuvered to add his strength to the effort. The first pin popped free. Then the second. Finally, with a sharp groan of metal, the last pin slid loose, and the heavy freezer door lurched outward. The sudden release sent Matteo stumbling backward, but he caught himself, letting out an exhilarated laugh. "Ladies and gentlemen, your escape artist has arrived." Luis was already moving, stepping cautiously toward the threshold. Glen followed, his grip tightening around the metal rod from a shelving unit that he had salvaged earlier. They hoped that they had waited long enough for the guards to relax, to assume the frozen prisoners inside were too weak to make a move. Now they had one shot. The corridor outside was dimly lit by the flickering emergency lighting, the distant hum of the ship's generators barely masking the low murmur of voices. Two guards stood at the far end, their backs partially turned as they talked in hushed tones. Glen locked eyes with Luis, nodding once. They moved. Luis took the lead, silent as a shadow, his military training evident in the way he approached. Glen and Matteo flanked him, while JJ and Langford trailed just behind, their breaths held as if even the sound of air could give them away. 10 feet. Fuck. The guards didn't hear them until it was too late. Luis struck first, his fist slamming into the nearest man's throat before he could make a sound. The guard crumpled, gasping and clutching his neck. Glen swung his metal rod, catching the second guard across the temple. He staggered, but before he could recover, Matteo lunged, driving a knee into his gut and sending him sprawling. Luis wasted no time, crouching and yanking the first guard's gun from its holster. "We need to move before." A shout from the far corridor cut him off. Another guard. The alarm was raised. "Blast it!" Langford growled. "Go!" Glen barked. They took off down the corridor as more boots thundered from the direction of the bridge. The ship's narrow halls twisted around them, but they had planned for this. Luis led them through a side passage, past abandoned storage lockers and the remnants of an overturned supply cart. The first reinforcements rounded the corner just as they reached the maintenance stairwell. "Down?" Luis ordered. Gunfire erupted, bullets ricocheting off the metal walls. Glen ducked low, his heart hammering as they barreled down the steps two at a time. JJ nearly tripped, catching himself on the railing with a sharp curse. More shouts above. More footsteps. They were gaining. As they reached the lower deck, another group of armed guards emerged from the far end of the hall, blocking their escape. Trap. Glen clenched his jaw, lifting his weapon, knowing they wouldn't win a straight fight. The guards raised their rifles, preparing to fire. Then the ship trembled. A sudden, powerful explosion rocked the vessel, sending shockwaves through the hull. The lights flickered, the overhead bulbs bursting in a shower of sparks. The guards looked around in confusion. Then, from the far end of the corridor, two figures emerged from the smoke. Ethan and Mora. Ethan fired first, his shotgun roaring like thunder in the enclosed space. The lead guard was thrown backward, crashing into the wall with a strangled cry. Mora moved like lightning, her blade flashing as she cut through the nearest opponent before he could react. "Move!" Ethan bellowed. Glen and the others charged, slamming into the stunned defenders. Luis took one down with a brutal elbow strike, while Mateo danced between two attackers, his knife finding soft gaps in their armor. Ethan fired again, forcing the remaining guards to retreat down the hallway. Mora grabbed Glen's arm. "We need to go now. More are coming." Glen dragged him forward. The group sprinted down the corridor, their feet pounding against the steel floor. Another explosion rocked the ship, this time from above. The power surged, then cut out completely, plunging them into darkness. Red emergency lights flickered to life, casting the halls in an eerie, pulsing glow. Glen turned to Mora. "What the heck did you two do?" She smirked. "Gave Reed something to worry about." Ethan slammed open a maintenance hatch, revealing the emergency access tunnel leading toward the docking bay. "We've got a way out," he said. "But we need to move before they regroup. Strip these guys of anything useful and keep going." Langford exhaled, rubbing his temple as he surveyed the weapons they had taken from the guards. His gaze settled on the handful of pistols and the two semi-automatic rifles now in their possession. "It's wasteful," he muttered. "We hardly have enough guns to secure vital areas or forbid a crimson outbreak, and Reed's goons were using them to guard prisoners." Glen noticed one of the guards had his axe strapped to his back. He wiped sweat from his forehead, still catching his breath from the fight, and picked it up. "Yeah, well, it worked in our favor." Luis checked the chamber of a pistol he had taken off one of the guards. "Worked in our favor this time. But they'll come looking. We need to move fast." Mateo let out a sharp breath, shaking his head as he slung a rifle over his shoulder. Should have known Reed would raid the armory to secure his power. He glanced toward the bound guards now sitting against the bulkhead, their wrists zip-tied together. One of them, a younger guy with sweat beading on his brow, was shifting uncomfortably under the weight of their stares. Glen stepped forward, crouching in front of the man. His green eyes locked onto the guards. "Where's Reed?" he asked, voice low. The guard clenched his jaw, his lips pressing into a thin line. Mateo crouched beside Glen, flipping a knife between his fingers. "Come on, man. You really think he'd do the same for you?" The guard hesitated but still didn't speak. Langford let out a tired sigh, stepping forward and crouching to meet the guard's gaze. His voice was softer than Glen's, but it held the kind of weight only years of authority could forge. "Son, you know how this ends," he said. "You tell us and we lock you in a storage room until this is over. You don't tell us." He didn't finish the sentence, but the silence that followed was more than enough. The guard swallowed hard. His gaze flickered to the side, toward the other tied-up guards, men who had also followed Reed. Then finally he exhaled. "He's in the captain's quarters." Glen wasn't surprised. Mateo scoffed. "Of course he is." Luis tightened his grip on the pistol. "We should have guessed. Guy probably thinks he's king of this rust bucket." Langford pushed to his feet. "He'll have men with him. Then we do this fast," Glen said. "Before he figures out we're coming." Langford nodded, rubbing his chin. "All right. We split up. JJ and I will secure these guards and lock them in a supply closet. Then we'll find others who are on our side and rally support. Glen, you take the rest. You go after Reed." Lucille nodded, adjusting the grip on the rifle she had taken. "We finish this." Glen glanced at the bound guards one last time before stepping toward the corridor. "Let's move." The metal steps creaked beneath their weight as they ascended toward the captain's cabin. The dim emergency lighting flickered along the narrow corridor, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Glen's grip tightened on the handle of his fire axe as he moved, scanning every darkened corner, every doorway they passed. Lucille moved just ahead of him, the dim light reflecting off the blade she held in a reverse grip. Mateo was right behind her, his usual easygoing demeanor replaced with cold focus. Luis, taking up the rear, had his pistol drawn, his jaw set as he watched their backs. They were heading for Reed. He had holed himself up in the captain's quarters, using the upper decks as his personal throne while the rest of the ship scraped by on scraps. They'd let him manipulate, lie, and maneuver his way into power for too long. That ended tonight. They turned a corner and that's when they heard it, a shuffle of footsteps, low voices, then silence. "They know we're coming," Mateo muttered. Glen nodded, motioning for the others to slow. His pulse thrummed in his ears as he pressed against the wall, listening. Then, movement. A figure lunged from the shadows, charging straight for Lucille. The man was big, easily 6 feet and built like a bouncer. His arms reached out, aiming to grab her, but before he could, Lucille pivoted on the balls of her feet, sidestepping him with practiced precision. Then she moved. Her knee shot up, slamming into his gut. The air left his lungs in a choked grunt, but she wasn't done. She shifted her weight and drove her elbow into his nose, the sharp crack of cartilage breaking echoing through the hall. He stumbled back dazed. Lucille didn't give him the chance to recover. She stepped in close, hooked her leg behind his knee and twisted her hips, sending him crashing onto the cold metal floor. The impact shook the whole hallway. Before he could scramble up, she straddled him, one knee digging into his chest as she pressed the blade against his throat. "Still want to grab me, tough guy?" she hissed, breath steady, eyes sharp. The man wheezed, blood running from his broken nose, his arms twitching uselessly at his sides. Luis exhaled through his nose. "Remind me not to get on your bad side." Mateo let out a low whistle. "I suddenly feel bad for any poor sap who tried to hit on you in college." Lucille didn't smile. She just leaned in closer, voice cool. "My dad knew I was going to be a beautiful woman. He also knew men were wolves." She tilted her head slightly, pressing the knife just enough to make the man freeze beneath her and draw the slightest hint of blood. "So he made sure I could gut one if I needed to." Glen didn't doubt her for a second. She pushed off him, wiping her blade on his shirt as she stood. "Let's keep moving." Mateo elbowed Glen. "Dude, you're dating Ninja Barbie?" "Nice." Glen grinned and lightly shook his head. Mateo just couldn't turn it off. His humor was a reflex. Glen took a second to refocus himself. They had a job to finish. And if Reed thought they were just going to knock on his door and ask nicely, he was about to get a very painful lesson. The hallway leading to the captain's quarters was eerily silent. Glen's boots scarcely made a sound against the steel floors as they moved, their weapons raised, scanning every shadow, every doorway. The ship's dim emergency lighting flickered, casting long, wavering shapes against the walls. Mateo asked from beside him, "You think he's got a backup plan?" Glen exhaled through his nose. "If he's smart, yeah." They reached the final stretch of hallway, double doors at the far end marked captain's quarters. 2 men stood in the hallway, armed, their postures alert. Fortunately, they were looking in the same direction away from where the group was coming from. Glen nodded to Mora. "We take them quietly." Mora moved first, slinking into the shadows along the wall. She was fast, precise. Before the guard on the left even had a chance to turn, her rifle stock slammed into the side of his head. He crumpled. The second guard didn't even notice before Mateo was on him, yanking him backward and driving a knife into his side. The man let out a muffled grunt before collapsing. They moved quickly but carefully. The air felt thick, heavy with the kind of anticipation that came before a fight. Reed had holed himself up in the captain's quarters, no doubt surrounded by whatever loyalists he had left. But Glen knew the truth. Most people on this ship weren't on Reed's side. They were just afraid. And fear had a way of keeping people still. As they approached the final stretch, a sudden voice broke the silence. "Stop right there." Glen froze. A group of 6 men stood at the far end of the hall, blocking their way. They weren't Reed's loyal guards, just a group of passengers, some armed with makeshift weapons, others with firearms stripped from the ship's armory. The man at the front was Andrew's father, Parker. He held a pistol but didn't raise it and appeared uneasy with what was going on. "Reed's done," Glen said simply. "Move." Parker shifted, glancing at the others behind him. Some looked uncertain, shifting uncomfortably. "I can't do that," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Captain's orders." Lucille scoffed. "The real captain is back. Langford's free and he's ready to take this ship back." One of the men, a wiry guy clutching a crowbar, exhaled sharply. "Look, man, we don't want trouble." "But Reed said anyone trying to take him out." "Reed says a lot of things," Mateo interrupted. "Most of them are crap." Glen took a step forward. We're not here to fight you. You think Reed's looking out for you? You think he's going to make sure you survive? Because I promise you, the second you're no longer useful, you'll be the next ones in the freezer. Or worse. Parker's grip on his pistol tightened. Glen could see the uncertainty in his eyes. Step aside, Glen said, voice calm but firm. You know how this ends. The tension in the air was suffocating. Then finally Parker let out a slow breath. He holstered his gun. A few of the others hesitated, but one by one they stepped back, clearing the way. Glen gave Parker a small nod before moving past them. Stay out of it. You'll live longer. The group pushed forward. The doors to the captain's quarters were just ahead. But they weren't unguarded. 2 men stood at either side of the entrance, these ones fully armed. They weren't scared passengers. They were Reed's real enforcers, the ones who had been with him since before the mutiny. The taller of the two, a bald man with a white beard, leveled his rifle. You take another step and we put you down. Glen's mind worked quickly. They couldn't rush this. The guards had firearms, and while Luis was a great shot, the hallway was too tight, too dangerous. Mora took a slow step forward, raising her hands slightly. You know this is over, right? She said, voice steady. Reed's losing. The people on this ship don't want him in charge. Bearded man didn't move. We're not the people. We're the ones keeping order. Mateo let out a short laugh. Order? You call this order? You guys can't even keep your own people in line. Half of them just let us walk past. That struck a nerve. The shorter of the 2 guards, a younger man with a nervous twitch in his hands, glanced toward the others still lingering in the hallway. He saw what Glen saw, indecision. Glen took his chance. You can stand with Reed and go down with him. Or you can walk away. The younger guard swallowed hard. Then, in a move that surprised even Glen, he took a step back. Bearded man's eyes widened. Don't you? The younger guard dropped his weapon and took off down the hall. Before Bearded man could react, Luis moved. The pistol barked once, and the rifle clattered to the floor as the man staggered back, clutching his shoulder. He let out a strangled cry before he could recover. Glen was on him. The axe swung in a brutal arc. Glen hadn't even noticed that Mateo had circled around the man and was also stabbing him in the side. It was over in seconds. Glen exhaled, yanking the axe free, stepping over the body as he turned toward the door. We end this now. Mateo wiped his blade clean. Took the words right out of my mouth. Luis and Mora flanked the door as Glen stepped forward. He didn't knock. He kicked. The lock gave way under the force, the doors swinging inward with a crash. Inside, Reed stood behind the captain's desk, a rifle in hand, his eyes burning with desperation. Behind him, a few of his remaining loyalists stood tense, their grips on their weapons uncertain. You're making a mistake, Reed snarled, leveling his gun at Glen. Before Glen could respond, one of Reed's men lunged at him from the side. The impact slammed Glen into the wall, then again into the metal railing that lined the walkway. His back hit hard, knocking the air from his lungs. His axe slipped from his grip, clattering to the deck. The man was strong, a burly enforcer with a shaved head and arms like steel cables. He drove his forearm against Glen's throat, trying to push him over the railing, the open sea churning below. You're not taking this ship, the man growled, his breath hot against Glen's face as he shoved harder. Glen gritted his teeth. The metal of the railing bit into his spine, his boots scraping against the deck as he fought for leverage. Then instinct took over. With a surge of energy, Glen twisted his body, shifting his weight. He hooked one leg behind the man's knee, bracing his core. And then, using every ounce of strength left in his body, he exploded upward. The wrestling move was second nature, muscle memory from 4 years of high school wrestling kicking in. Glen hooked his opponent's arm, pivoted his hips, and with a grunt, flipped the man clean over his shoulder. The enforcer's eyes widened in shock as his body went airborne. For a split second, time seemed to slow. The man's arms flailed, his mouth opening in a silent curse. Then he bounced off the railing from the deck below and tumbled over. A sickening splash echoed as his body disappeared into the dark waters below. Glen straightened, sucking in deep, ragged breaths. He wiped sweat and blood from his face, glancing over at the others. Mateo stared at him. What the heck was that? Glen smirked. 4 years of high school varsity wrestling. Finally came in handy. Lucille let out a breathless laugh. Okay, that was kind of hot. The group turned back to the open doorway the man had come out of. Reed was still standing behind the desk, his gun trembling in his grip, eyes flicking between Glen and the others. The confidence had drained from his face. "This is my ship." Reed spat. Glen picked up his axe and swung, not at Reed but at the desk. The blade buried itself in the wood inches from Reed's hand. "Not anymore," Glen said. Reed pivoted and ran, diving through an open door. Glen was right on his heels, but Reed was fast, faster than expected for a coward. By the time Glen rounded the corner, the door was already slamming shut with a sharp click of the lock. Glen skidded to a halt, chest heaving. Mateo and Luis were right behind him, their expressions grim in the dim emergency lighting. Mateo slammed his fist against the door. "Reed, you pathetic piece of crap, open the door. You really think you're getting out of this?" Glen surveyed the room looking for something to use. He was sickened by what he saw. There were a pile of crumbs where crackers had been broken apart by greedy fingers. The unmistakable scent of smoked salmon lingered, the tin left open and abandoned as if Reed had been sampling his choices before settling on a final meal. Then there was the whiskey. Mateo whistled low, picking up the heavy crystal decanter. The amber liquid inside caught the dim emergency lights, glistening like something from a world long gone. "Pappy Van Winkle," he read from the label, shaking his head. I knew the captain was sitting on the good stuff. JJ, hovering near the wall with a deep-set frown, shook his head. He was sitting on a lot more than that. A cigar smoldered in an ashtray near the edge of the desk, the rich tobacco scent still clinging to the air. A few thin wisps curled toward the ceiling, fading into the dim light like ghosts. Luis nudged the discarded cigar with the tip of his boot, his expression dark. Reed wasn't just enjoying himself, he muttered. He was gorging himself on whatever he could find. Glen's jaw clenched as he turned toward the door on the far side of the room, the one Reed had barricaded himself behind. The parasite was still in there, holed up like a rat in a ship full of sinking survivors. Lucille crossed her arms, eyes locked on the door. "We should have dealt with him before it got to this." Mateo scoffed, swirling the whiskey in its decanter. "Yeah, well, hindsight's right." Then from behind the door came the sound of shifting furniture. A deep, satisfied sigh. And a moment later Reed's voice, smooth, smug and unbearably pleased with himself. "You know," he called, his voice muffled by the thick steel of the door, "there is still a way for you all to come out on top here." Glen exhaled slowly. "Open the door, Reed." Reed let out a quiet chuckle. "Glen, I'm trying to give you a chance, I'm trying to be polite about it." Louis stepped forward, rapping his knuckles against the door. "You think you can hold out in there forever?" Reed hummed thoughtfully. "Not forever. Just long enough." There was the sound of something being poured, the clink of glass against glass. Now that is a fine pour. Can't believe the captain was hiding all this." Lucille scoffed, arms folded as she leaned against the wall. "You're enjoying this." "Oh, you have no idea," Reed said. "I mean, think about it. While the rest of you have been rationing fish stew and stale crackers, he's been living the high life." Another sip. Another satisfied sigh. "Did you see the smoked salmon? A real treat. And don't even get me started on the chocolates. What a shame you arrived too late. I might have shared some." Lucille's fists clenched. "People are starving and you're up here stuffing your face?" Reed let out a theatrical gasp. "Oh, Lucille. Always so dramatic." There was a pause, then a deliberate crunch as he took a bite of something. That's good." Mateo's grip tightened around his knife. "This guy's really asking for it." Glen pressed his palms against the door, his voice low and firm. "You're wasting food. You're wasting ammo and you're wasting lives." Reed chuckled. "No, Glen. You're wasting time." Ethan turned toward Glen. "We need to break the door down." Reed must have heard because his voice turned amused. "Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I've saved the best defense for last." Louis scowled. "We're going to get in, Reed. One way or another." "Oh, I don't doubt that," Reed said easily. "The real question is how much energy do you waste trying and what happens when you do?" Mateo shook his head. "Man's got a real death wish." Glen glanced around the room, taking in the lavish spread, the discarded cigar, the still-turning record on the gramophone, everything Reed had enjoyed before locking himself away. His fingers flexed around the handle of his axe. He could try breaking the door down, but it would take time. Time they didn't have. Glen took a step back, weighing his options. The captain's quarters weren't a fortress, but the heavy door and reinforced frame meant busting through wouldn't be easy. Inside he could hear Reed moving, frantic, desperate. The scrape of furniture, the unmistakable metallic clack of a gun being readied. Then the chilling sound of a rifle chambering around. Luis exhaled sharply, shaking his head. So that's how it is? Reed's panicked voice came through the door, muffled but clear enough. Stay back. I'll shoot anyone who comes through that door. Mateo scoffed. You don't have the guts. Glen didn't say anything. His eyes flicked to Luis, who seemed far too calm about the whole thing. Reed, Glen called, keeping his voice steady. You're out of moves? Open the door before this gets worse. A bitter laugh from inside. Worse? You think I don't know what happens if I open that door? You think I'm gonna let you throw me to those savages? Mateo sighed dramatically. All right then, Captain Coward. Let's see what you got. The response was immediate. A burst of gunfire tore through the door, sending bits of metal splinters flying into the corridor. The automatic rifle rattled out its deadly song, but it wasn't controlled, just panicked, wild bursts that peppered the hallway. Glen and the others dropped flat against the walls, avoiding the worst of it. Mateo let out a low whistle. Oh, he's actually shooting. More shots. Another pause. Glen counted. 3 bursts. 4, 5. Then click. Silence. Luis chuckled, shaking his head. He's out. Inside, Glen could hear Reed scrambling, cursing. Trying to reload. You don't know that. Reed snapped. Luis smirked, stepping up to the door. Oh, I do. That rifle. It used to be mine. Reed's panic was almost palpable now. Luis continued, voice casual. I left it on this ship for a reason, Reed. Because there was only one clip of ammo for it. That's why I didn't take it to Seabrook. Glen heard a faint, shuddering breath from inside the room. The unmistakable sound of realization hitting home. Mateo snorted. Oh, that's just embarrassing. Glen wasn't interested in gloating. He noticed that in his outburst of gunfire he had blown one of the hinges off the door and greatly damaged the integrity of the door itself. He turned to Ethan. Break it down? Ethan stepped forward, his huge frame rippling with muscles. The first slam hit the door with a force that rattled the entire room. The chair Reed had shoved under the knob creaked but held. The second hit cracked the frame. The third sent the door flying open. Glen was through in an instant, his axe raised. Reed scrambled backward, his empty rifle slipping from his fingers as he hit the desk. His hands shot up instinctively. Wait. Ethan moved first, clocking him across the face with the butt of his pistol. Reed crumpled to the floor with a grunt, his body slamming against the cold metal. Glen stepped forward, towering over him. His eyes burned with exhaustion, with fury. It's over, Reed. Reed groaned, clutching his face, his vision swimming. The weight of defeat crushed him. No more bullets. No more power. And looking up at Glen, at the others, he knew he had never really had it to begin with. Reed's body coiled like a spring, desperation flashing in his eyes as he snatched the rifle from the floor, gripping it like a club. With a wild swing, he lashed out, the butt of the weapon slamming into Ethan's head with a sickening crack. Ethan's body crumpled instantly, hitting the ground in a limp heap. Mora let out a strangled cry, lunging forward, but Glen was faster. He tackled Reed, driving him hard into the ground. The rifle clattered away, spinning across the floor as Reed groaned, cradling his bruised face as he blinked blearily up at Glen. The reality of his situation settled in. The fight was over and he had lost. The rifle he had swung was now out of his grasp, lying a few feet away where it had clattered after hitting Ethan. Mateo kicked it further away with a snort. Not so tough without your little posse, huh? Reed didn't answer. His lips parted slightly as if he wanted to speak, but fear kept him silent. His eyes darted around the room, searching for an escape, a backup plan, anything that might give him an edge. There was nothing left. Mora stood over Ethan, kneeling to check his pulse. Relief softened the tension in her shoulders as she looked up. He's alive. Just out cold. Luis, his pistol still trained on Reed, exhaled sharply. That was your last mistake, Reed? Reed swallowed hard. His hands slowly lifted in surrender, his bravado finally cracking. Wait, just listen, he stammered. I was doing what had to be done. The ship, our survival, it needed control. Glen's jaw clenched. Control? His voice was tight, measured. You mean ruling by fear? You mean turning us against each other, locking us up, leaving us to die when it suited you? Mateo scoffed. Oh yeah? And locking us in a freezer was for our own good too? Reed's mouth opened, then shut. He had no answer. Mora stood, her eyes burning with fury. People died because of you. You turned survivors into prisoners. You let fear decide who lived and who didn't. Reed's breath hitched. He was shaking now, his hands still raised, palms out. I was trying to do what was necessary. Glen took a step closer, towering over him. His voice was quiet but carried the weight of everything they had endured. You were trying to save yourself. That's all. Reed's face twisted, fear and frustration warring inside him. His gaze darted to Luis, then to Mora, then finally back to Glen. He wet his lips. You need me, he tried. I know how to keep things together. The others, they'll listen to me. If you let me go, I can help fix this. Luis let out a humorless laugh. Oh, you want mercy now? Reed nodded quickly. Yes, mercy. Because if you kill me, you're no better than I was. Silence stretched across the room. Then Mora stepped forward. No, she said coldly. You see, we're not like you. Glen studied Reed for a long moment before turning to Luis. Tie him up. We'll let the captain decide what to do with him. Reed let out a breath, shoulders sagging in visible relief. Thank you. You're making the right call. Mateo grunted as he yanked Reed's arms behind his back, securing them with a thick length of cord. Don't start celebrating yet, buddy. Chapter 7. Exiles and Echoes. The corridors of the Ocean Serenity trembled with the sound of footsteps pounding against metal floors, the echoes rolling through the ship like distant thunder. The captain's men moved with practiced efficiency, sweeping through hallways and compartments with a single purpose, rooting out those still loyal to Nathaniel Reed. Glen stood just outside the infirmary, his arms crossed as he listened to the commotion. The distant shouts of men being dragged from their hiding places, the curses and desperate pleas, it was all familiar. He had seen it before, back when the world still had a semblance of law and order, back when desperate men clung to their positions even as everything crumbled around them. Beside him, Dr. Chandler Brenner wiped his glasses on the hem of his worn shirt, his brow furrowed. This could turn ugly fast, he muttered. How do we know who's actually guilty and who just didn't have a choice? Glen exhaled slowly. It was the question that had been eating at him since Langford had given the order. He had no doubt that Reed's core followers needed to be removed, but fear had done just as much damage on this ship. How do we sort them out? Glen asked, glancing at the doctor. How do we really know? Chandler pressed his lips into a thin line. The ones who fought back, the ones who carried weapons against us, those are your loyalists. But the others? The ones who just went along with it to survive? You tell me, Glen, what choice did they really have? Glen didn't have an answer. A commotion down the hall pulled his attention. Two of Langford's men emerged from a storage room, dragging a middle-aged man between them. His face was bloodied, one eye swollen shut, and his body sagged as they pulled him forward. He wasn't resisting. Langford himself stood in the main corridor, overseeing the operation with the weariness of a man who had seen too much. He turned as the new prisoner were hauled before him. Name? Langford asked, his voice devoid of emotion. One of the guards answered. Derek Lorne. Worked with Reed distributing the rations. We found him hiding in the cargo hold. Langford looked down at Lorne, who met his gaze without defiance, but without pleading either. You were with Reed? Lorne swallowed hard. I distributed food. That's all. I didn't carry a weapon. I didn't hurt anyone. Langford turned to Glen. What do you think? The man was scared but not defiant. He wasn't one of the zealots who had fought tooth and nail to keep Reed in power. But he had still been a part of it. If he didn't take up arms, if he didn't harm anyone, then he's not one of them, Glen said finally. People like him were just trying to survive. Langford exhaled sharply but nodded. Put him with the others we're holding for questioning. The guards dragged Lorne away and Glen watched them go, the weight of responsibility pressing heavier on his shoulders. They had to get this right. They had to be sure. They continued through the ship, identifying those who had been Reed's enforcers, the ones who had wielded weapons, who had beaten those who opposed them, who had actively fought against Langford's command. Those men and women were dragged to the upper deck, where they were held under guard, awaiting Langford's judgment. A commotion erupted near the hallway leading to the lower decks. Two of Langford's men emerged, half dragging, half hauling a man whose protests were drowned in the growing murmurs of the onlookers. Parker. Glen's stomach twisted as he recognized the man. Parker had been one of the people he knew, a survivor who had traded Glen his son's bat months ago in exchange for some extra food. Now he looked more defeated than defiant, his shirt torn, his arms wrenched behind his back by two crew members. His wife Sarah and son Andrew followed closely behind, their faces pale with fear. Parker struggled against their grip but didn't lash out, didn't curse or spit like some of the others. He wasn't like them, not entirely. He had picked up arms with Reed's group, that much was undeniable. But Glen remembered the moment he had called Parker out during the fight. How the man had held back, how he had stepped aside rather than strike. Lucille appeared beside Glen, arms crossed tightly. This is going to get bad. Most may not know Parker, but almost everyone on this ship loves his son Andrew, she murmured. Glen nodded. He could feel it building, the tension in the crowd, the way the captain's men looked to Langford for direction. It wasn't just about justice anymore. It was about making an example. Langford stepped forward, his face lined with exhaustion and frustration. Parker Delaney, he said, his voice carrying over the murmuring crowd. You sided with Reed. Took up arms against us. Parker lifted his head, jaw clenched. I didn't fire a shot, he said. I stepped aside when Glen told me to. Langford's gaze flicked to Glen, unreadable. And yet you still stood with them. Parker's wife clutched their son closer, her eyes wet with unshed tears. Please, she exclaimed, we just want to survive. Luis gave Glen a pleading look. Glen knew he had a soft spot for Parker's son Andrew. He exhaled, then stepped forward. He's not the same as the others. Langford's expression hardened. He still took a side. He made a choice, yeah, Glen said, keeping his voice level. But when it mattered, when he could have fought us, he didn't. That means something. The captain studied him for a long moment, then turned his gaze back to Parker. You knew the cost of aligning with Reed. There has to be consequences. Parker met his stare, not pleading, not begging, just waiting. Glen took another step forward. If we punish everyone the same regardless of the details, then we're no better than Reed. We already won. We don't need to break people to prove it. Langford didn't answer right away. The weight of the decision sat between them like an anchor. Finally he exhaled sharply. Fine. He turned to his men. He's on probationary reprieve. That means he earns his place here every single day. He looked at Parker. You step out of line, you're done. No second chances. Parker gave a slow nod. Understood. Langford motioned for the men to release him. Parker staggered slightly but stayed upright. His wife let out a shaky breath of relief, and their son clung to his side. Glen felt the shift in the air. The anger didn't vanish, but it dulled, the crowd slowly dispersing. Langford gave him one last look, something unspoken passing between them before he turned away to deal with the rest of the prisoners. Lucille leaned in slightly. You just put your neck out for him. Glen sighed. Yeah. She smirked. Looks good on you. Glen shook his head, but a small part of him hoped he had made the right call. He leaned against the railing of the observation deck, watching as the last of Reed's loyalists were gathered. Some were shouting, cursing the captain's name, demanding to be released. Others sat in silence, heads bowed, their fates uncertain. Mateo approached, wiping his hands on his pants. It's done, he said, nodding toward the captives. We got them all. Glen let out a slow breath. I hope so. Langford stepped onto the deck, his gaze sweeping over the prisoners. The entire ship seemed to hold its breath as he squared his shoulders and spoke. Nathaniel Reed has been removed from power. His rule is over. But his actions nearly tore the ship apart. His eyes flickered across the gathered crew and passengers. Justice will be served. But not through vengeance. Glen felt the tension ease slightly at those words. The ship had seen enough death. Enough violence. They needed to rebuild, not destroy what little was left. Langford gestured toward the guards. Secure them below. We'll decide their fate in the morning. The captain's men moved swiftly, leading the prisoners below deck. The crowd began to disperse, voices carrying through the air like ghosts of the past. Glen turned to Chandler. I hope we made the right call. Chandler placed a hand on his shoulder. We'll find out soon enough. As the night settled over the Ocean Serenity, Glen knew that the hardest battles weren't fought with weapons or fists. They were fought with choices. And those choices would determine whether they survived or tore themselves apart from within. The next morning the deck of the Ocean Serenity was unnervingly silent, the only sound the steady lapping of waves against the hull. A small group of figures stood near the ship's edge, their expressions ranging from resigned to furious. These were the last of Reed's loyalists, his enforcers, his believers, his remnants. And now they were nothing more than exiles. Captain Langford stood rigid, arms folded, his face unreadable as he surveyed the gathered mutineers. The lifeboats bobbed just below, stocked with meager supplies, 2 days' worth of rations, enough water to make it to land if they were smart. It was a better fate than they deserved. "You forced our hand," Langford said, his voice carrying over the deck. "You betrayed this ship. You put everyone at risk. And for that, you have no place here." A murmur rippled through the onlookers, survivors who had fought against Reed's rule, now watching justice play out before them. Glen stood among them, his grip firm on the handle of his axe, his jaw clenched. This was the only way forward. They all knew it. One of the exiles, a wiry man with a large hooked nose, sneered. "You think we won't make it?" His voice dripped with defiance, but Glen could see the fear beneath it. "You're condemning us to death." Langford's expression didn't waver. "That's up to you." Another follower, a woman with tangled hair and sunken eyes, spat onto the deck. "You're no better than Reed." Mateo, standing just off to the side, let out a dry chuckle. "Except, we're not the ones tossing people overboard in the middle of the night." He jerked a thumb toward the ship's interior. "Speaking of, if any of you were holding on to hope that your fearless leader would come busting out to rescue you, forget it." He smirked. "We sealed up those hinges with an iron plate. No little escape tricks this time." A flicker of something, fear, disbelief, crossed a few of their faces. Reed had always been a snake, always found a way to slip through cracks. But this time there were no cracks left. Langford stepped forward, his patience thinning. "Enough. You get in the boats or we put you in them. Your choice." A tense silence stretched over the deck, the distant creak of the ship and the rhythmic crash of waves against the hull the only sounds breaking it. The exiles stood at the edge, staring at the lifeboats below. Some had already begun climbing down, their faces set in grim determination. Others looked on anxiously, their gazes darting between the crew, the captain, and the dark water stretching endlessly in every direction. Then one of them refused to move. Glen recognized him, Travis Wilkes. A former security officer before the world collapsed, and one of Reed's most outspoken enforcers. The man was thick-set, with a permanent scowl etched into his face. He stood with his arms crossed over his chest, feet planted wide, refusing to even look at the ladder leading down to the lifeboats. Langford eyed him coolly. "Get in the boat, Wilkes." Wilkes didn't budge. "Not happening." Langford sighed, shaking his head. "You don't have a choice." Wilkes let out a dry chuckle. "No? I say I do. I helped keep order on this ship. I did what was necessary. And now you're throwing us over like we're trash?" He took a step forward, his eyes blazing. "No, Captain. I think you're weak. I think you're scared. And I think you don't have the stomach to do what needs to be done." Langford's jaw tightened, but he remained still. The gathered crew and passengers watched in breathless silence. Then Wilkes sneered. "That's why Reed was stronger than you." The air grew heavier, an unspoken tension crackling between them. Langford's voice came low and steady. "Last chance." Wilkes spread his arms. "What are you gonna do, Captain? Drag me down yourself?" He spat onto the deck. "I'd rather take my chances." Langford exhaled sharply. Then without a word he moved. The captain's hand shot out, gripping Wilkes by the collar of his jacket. Before the man could react, Langford wrenched him forward with surprising force, dragging him toward the railing. Wilkes struggled, but Langford was stronger than his age suggested. With a single, fluid motion, he shoved Wilkes against the rail, tipping him backward. A brief, flickering moment of panic flashed across Wilkes' face. "You leave this ship," Langford growled, his voice like iron, "one way or another." Wilkes' mouth opened, perhaps to protest, perhaps to beg. But it didn't matter. Langford shoved him over. A collective gasp rang out as Wilkes flailed, his arms pinwheeling, his body twisting in midair. Then he hit the water with a resounding splash. For a few agonizing seconds there was nothing. Then he surfaced, sputtering, his limbs thrashing as he fought against the relentless waves. "You're killing me," he shouted, his voice ragged with fury and fear. Langford peered down at him, unmoved. "Then you'd better start swimming." Wilkes cursed, his body bobbing in the current, but no one moved to help him. No lifeline was tossed. No crew members rushed forward. The message was clear. A slow ripple of fear moved through the remaining exiles. Langford turned back to them, straightening his uniform. "This ship is no longer your home," he said, his voice steady. "You leave or you go over the rail. Those are your choices." The remaining followers of Reed didn't resist. One by one they turned toward the ladder, their resistance crumbling like sand beneath the tide. The ones who had hesitated now scrambled to climb down, moving with newfound urgency. They whispered among themselves, exchanging wary glances, but none dared to challenge Langford. Within minutes, the last of them had boarded the lifeboats. Their vessels drifted away from the Ocean Serenity, the small figures huddled together against the growing wind. Glen exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck. The weight of what had just happened settled in his chest. Mateo let out a low whistle beside him. "Well, I guess that settles that." Luis crossed his arms. It had to be done. Chandler Brenner, who had been watching from the sidelines, adjusted his glasses with a weary sigh. "Let's hope we don't regret it." Langford turned to the gathered crew, his expression unreadable. "We move forward. We rebuild." His eyes flicked to Glen. "But we don't forget." Glen met his gaze and nodded. The ship felt lighter now, but only just. As the lifeboats disappeared into the horizon, carrying the last of Reed's legacy with them, Glen knew one thing for certain. There would be no turning back. Not for them. Not for anyone. Glen stretched his shoulders, the ache of exhaustion settling deep into his bones. The infirmary was busier than ever, a dull hum of activity filling the space as Dr. Brenner worked through patient after patient. The aftermath of Reed's rule still clung to the ship like a disease. Bodies battered, people malnourished, minds frayed by fear. And now, as they tried to re-establish some sense of order, the daily routines of survival began to grind forward once again. Lucille sat on the counter, arms crossed, watching as Glen worked. "You should take a break." He didn't look up from wrapping a fresh bandage around a woman's wounded arm. "Can't afford to." Lucille let out a short sigh. "You say that, but you're going to run yourself into the ground. And I need you alive, Halloway." Glen gave her a tired smirk. "Didn't know you cared." She rolled her eyes. Just as Glen finished securing the bandage, the door swung open and Ethan Caldwell stepped in, rubbing at his temples. "Doc, got a minute?" Brenner turned from his notes, adjusting his glasses. "What's the problem?" Ethan exhaled, his fingers pressing against his temples. "Been having these headaches. Worse than usual. The lights feel like knives in my skull." Brenner frowned, motioning for him to sit. "How long?" "Started a couple of days ago, but today it's nearly unbearable." Lucille shifted, her brows knitting together. "You sure it's not just stress?" Ethan shook his head. "I know stress. This ain't it." Glen leaned against the counter, thinking back to the last time Ethan had been in a real fight. "Reed hit you pretty hard with that rifle. Could be a concussion." Brenner hummed in agreement, already inspecting Ethan's pupils. "Could also be migraines triggered by the trauma. You've taken a significant blow to the head. Sometimes it takes a while for symptoms to show up." Ethan grunted. "So what do we do about it?" "Rest for starters," Brenner said, moving his fingers in front of Ethan's eyes to test his reactions. "And whatever painkillers we can spare, but we're running low. Have you had nausea, dizziness, trouble sleeping?" Ethan nodded. "All of the above." Brenner sighed, stepping back. "You need to take it easy. No heavy lifting, no sudden movements. If it gets worse, blurred vision, vomiting, memory problems, you come straight back." Ethan rubbed at his temples. "That all? Just take it easy?" Brenner's lips pressed into a thin line. "Unless you want me to crack open your skull and take a look?" Lucille smirked. "Don't tempt him, Ethan. You just might." Ethan let out a dry chuckle, shaking his head. "Fine. I'll take it easy." Glen exchanged a look with Brenner, the unspoken concern lingering between them. They could only do so much with what they had. If Ethan's condition worsened, they'd be flying blind. Dr. Brenner gave a light grunt, then turned to Glen. "Do you mind if we continue our conversation of what you saw in Seaside? I'd like to compare it against my studies so far. See if it helps us at all." Glen sat stiffly on the edge of the table, hands clasped between his knees. The memory of Seabrook clung to him, those things lumbering through the fog, twisted and too strong for anything that should have once been human. "Sure, Doc. Whatever you need." Dr. Brenner adjusted his glasses, scribbling something onto a clipboard before turning toward the small group. Lucille stood off to the side, arms crossed, her expression unreadable but eyes locked on Glen like she was analyzing every twitch in his jaw. "You said you saw different types," Brenner said, calm but curious. Not just in behavior, structure too? Glen nodded. Yeah. The one we encountered in the firehouse had to be pushing 500 pounds at least, but it moved like it weighed half that. Shoulders were wider than normal. Fingers, longer. Curling in. I don't even want to guess how big the giant one was we saw on the docks. Lucille finally spoke. More evolved than the first wave? No, Glen said slowly, not evolved, just changed. Reinforced. Built different. Dr. Brenner clicked his pen and pulled a small folder from the counter. Inside were grainy photos and some partially X-rayed remains recovered from an earlier encounter with the Coast Guard. Luis had brought Dr. Brenner a stack of research material during one of his last incursions. He laid one out, an arm heavily calcified, the joints swollen grotesquely. Whatever the crimson pathogen is, Brenner began, his voice slipping into something between awe and discomfort. It's rewriting more than just neural behavior. We're seeing advanced hyperostosis, abnormal bone growth that's pushing skeletal density well beyond normal human thresholds. He tapped the image. It's like their osteoblasts are stuck in overdrive, laying down new bone without stopping. That explains the weight, the rigid posture, and those bulging joints. There's excessive calcification around major articulation points. Glen leaned in, staring at the black and white scan. So it's not just for show. They're built to last. Brenner gave a tight nod. Exactly. And it's not just the bones. Keratin production has gone completely haywire. The fingernails, what's left of them, are thickening, curling, hardening like claws. Probably the same mutation ramping up keratinocyte activity in the skin, overproduction, poor regulation. Lucille's eyes narrowed. Like body armor. In a sense, Brenner agreed. It's almost like the virus is trying to reinforce the body, make it more durable, more weaponized. But it's messy. Ugly. The price of that kind of cellular overdrive is deformity. Pain too. Glen raised an eyebrow. Doesn't seem like they feel it. They don't, Brenner said, quieter now. Whatever pain signals are still functioning are overridden or rewired. Pain isn't a deterrent anymore. Just background noise. The silence stretched. The weight of what they were dealing with settled in the corners of the room like dust. Lucille finally broke it. So we're not just dealing with infected. We're dealing with something being built for survival. Glen looked back at the scan, jaw clenched. Built to hunt. The Ocean Serenity felt quieter than it should have. That was the first thing Glen noticed as he made his way through the corridors. Not silent. No, there was always the distant hum of the ship's dying electrical systems, the creaking of the hull, the occasional murmur of voices behind closed doors. But something was different. There were fewer people moving about. Fewer hushed conversations in the mess hall. Fewer faces in the corridors. The flu was getting worse. Glen adjusted his grip on the strap of his pack, heading toward the infirmary for another exhausting day of helping the doc. The air smelled of stale sweat and disinfectant as he stepped inside, finding Dr. Brenner hunched over his desk, squinting at a handwritten inventory log. His glasses were perched low on his nose, his expression dark. Lucille was there too, arms crossed as she leaned against one of the empty exam tables. She was dressed practically, cargo pants, a fitted jacket, boots, but there was something almost regal about her posture, like she was trying to appear unaffected by the growing tension. Chandler looked up when Glen entered. "Hope you're here with good news because I'm fresh out of it." Glen set his pack down. "Picked up what we could from the science lab. Sorry I didn't think to grab the specimen glass discs and testing solutions the first trip. With the microscope we grabbed before, this should be enough to give you a closer look at what's making everyone sick." Chandler exhaled, rubbing a hand over his face. "I'm fairly confident I already know what's making them sick. It's not the crimson. Just a regular virus. Well, regular by pre-apocalypse standards." He pulled his glasses off and tossed them onto the desk. "But that doesn't make it any less of a problem. We've got at least 30 confirmed cases, probably more who just haven't come forward yet. People are scared, hiding or locking themselves in rooms. It's as if they are afraid others may accuse them of having the crimson. Makes it so much harder to identify and treat them." Lucille made a sound of disapproval. "People are idiots." Chandler gave her a look. "No, they're scared. And when people get scared, they start looking for someone to blame." Glen frowned. "Blame for what?" "It's the flu." Lucille sighed, pushing off the table. "Doesn't matter. Some people think it started with you and the others coming back from Seabrook." She rolled her eyes. "As if you carried it back in your pockets." Plus, this was going on before you even left. Don't they remember the key thing you brought back was supplements to help with the flu symptoms? Like I said, idiots. Chandler shook his head. I don't think it was Seabrook. I think it was inevitable. He gestured around them. This ship wasn't built to house long-term survivors. We've got overcrowded quarters, limited medical supplies, and a population that's already weak from malnutrition. This was always going to happen. Glen leaned against the counter. So what's Langford's plan? Lucille smirked. Oh, you're gonna love this. Chandler sighed. He's rationing a month's worth of food and water at a time. Telling people to stay in their cabins as much as possible, only come out when necessary. Wants to stop the spread. Glen's stomach sank. That's a terrible idea. Chandler nodded. Yep. Lucille tilted her head. Not necessarily. If everyone actually followed the plan, it could work. Glen scoffed. You really think they will? Lucille smirked. Not a chance. Chandler sat back in his chair, rubbing his temples. It's already causing problems. Some people are just locking themselves in their cabins like good little quarantine passengers. But others? They don't like being told to hide. Especially the ones who were already skeptical of Langford's leadership. Glen crossed his arms. So we're looking at another power struggle. Chandler nodded grimly. I think so. People are starting to talk about Langford losing control. Some are saying he's weak, that he's too cautious. And some, he sighed. Some think maybe a few of Reed's people are still on board. Lucille raised an eyebrow. Oh, come on. Reed's locked up tight and his goons are overboard. If any of them are still on this ship, they're doing a good job of hiding. Chandler didn't look convinced. Maybe. But paranoia doesn't need proof. People just need an enemy. Glen exhaled slowly. It was the same as before, back when the world still had the illusion of order. When things went bad, people needed a scapegoat. And if they didn't have one, they'd invent one. Lucille tapped her fingers against her arm. So, what's our move? Glen met her gaze. We keep an eye on things. If people are starting to question Langford, we need to know who's leading the charge. If there's another coup in the making, we can't be caught off guard again. Lucille nodded. Fine. But let's be clear, I am not babysitting a bunch of panicked survivors while they freak out over their rations. Chandler snorted. No one's asking you to. But someone's got to be the voice of reason. Lucille smirked. Oh, then we're screwed. Glen ignored her, turning back to Chandler. Anything else we should know? Chandler sighed. Yeah. We lost 2 more last night. The words hit harder than Glen expected. Who? Chandler pulled a small notepad from his pocket, flipping to a page near the back. Emily Vaughn and Thomas Sinclair. Both were already weak. The flu pushed them over the edge. He shut the notebook, his expression unreadable. We're going to have to start thinking about a quicker process than a formal burial at sea. Dead and infected bodies tend to bring greater problems. Lucille made a face. Great. Just what we needed. More morale boosters. Glen ran a hand down his face. How many more are at risk? Chandler rubbed his temple. If we don't get them stabilized? At least 20. Maybe more. Silence settled over them. Lucille was the first to break it. So, just another day in paradise. Glen nodded slowly. Yeah, just another day. And as the ship groaned around them, as the weight of their survival settled onto his shoulders once again, he knew one thing for certain. Despite what the doctor said, this wasn't just a regular sickness. That night Maura brought Ethan into the medical bay, asking for help carrying his bulking form. All the cots were full, so Chandler motioned him to his office where he had a small bed for himself set up. They gently lowered him down. Glen lingered in the doorway of the medical bay, arms crossed over his chest as he took in the scene before him. The room was dimly lit, the weak glow of the emergency bulbs casting long shadows over the rows of makeshift cots. The air was thick with the stale scent of antiseptic, sweat, and sickness, reminders of just how many had already fallen to this fever. Ethan lay on the narrow mattresses, his face slick with sweat, his breaths coming slow and uneven. His normally broad, sturdy frame looked smaller now, shrunken beneath the weight of whatever sickness had its grip on him. Despite that, his jaw was set, his eyes sharp as they flicked toward Maura, who sat at his bedside, pressing the back of her hand to his burning forehead. You're getting worse, Maura murmured, her voice too quiet for the other patients to hear. Glen had been about to step away, but the shift in her tone made him hesitate. He wasn't one to eavesdrop, not usually. But something about the way Ethan had stiffened under her touch, the way his fingers twitched against the thin blanket covering him, told Glen this was more than a simple sickbed visit. Ethan cracked one eye open, lips curling slightly. "Just the flu," he rasped, though the hoarseness in his voice made it hard to believe. "You know me, I've had worse." Maura didn't look convinced. Her lips pressed into a tight line as she leaned back, rubbing her hands together as if working through some thought she hadn't voiced yet. Glen had seen that look before over the last several weeks, usually when she was trying to talk Ethan down from one of his reckless ideas. "You're not eating," she said finally. "You're not drinking anything either." Ethan let out a breathy chuckle, though it sounded more like a wheeze. "Not exactly hungry for fish stew." Glen shifted, glancing toward Dr. Brenner on the other side of the bay, who was tending to another patient. The doctor had diagnosed the sickness as the common flu. Glen's doubts were rising and wasn't sure what was running through the ship, but to him it wasn't just some common flu. This was nothing like what he had ever seen. Too many people had already taken to their beds, and Ethan's symptoms were only getting worse. Maura reached for a damp cloth and wiped it across Ethan's forehead, her movements slower than usual, deliberate. "You need to rest. No more trying to be the tough guy." Ethan's gaze flickered toward her, something faint but noticeable behind the fever haze. "Maura, if I ever stop being a tough guy, I think you'd miss it." She huffed a quiet laugh. "Maybe." Glen almost smirked, recognizing the familiar rhythm of their back and forth. Even now, Ethan wouldn't let the sickness steal that from them. But then Maura's expression shifted. Her humor faded, replaced with something more uncertain. "You're keeping your distance," she said. Glen's brows furrowed slightly. That caught his attention. Ethan blinked, as if realizing it himself. "I don't want you getting sick." Maura shook her head. "That's not how this works. We take care of each other." Ethan exhaled, a slow and rattling breath. He looked like he was fighting to stay upright, to force himself into clarity even though his body was failing him. "You shouldn't be here." "You keep saying that," Maura muttered. "That I'm not safe here." Ethan's body tensed. "You're not." Maura scoffed lightly. "It's just the fever talking." Ethan's fingers curled weakly in the blanket. "Maura, I need you to listen to me," he said, voice suddenly steadier. "You have to get off this ship." Glen stiffened. Maura froze, caught between disbelief and something else. "Ethan." "No," Ethan cut her off. His grip on her wrist was weak but insistent. "Something's wrong here. It's not just the sickness. People are scared. And scared people do dangerous things." Glen took a slow step closer, making sure to stay in the shadows. He had seen that kind of fear before, back when things first fell apart. It had started with hushed conversations, with uneasy glances, with people clutching their weapons just a little too tightly. It always ended the same way. Maura swallowed, her voice quieter now. "Ethan, I can't just leave. And even if I could, where would we go? There's nothing out there." Ethan let out a frustrated breath, turning his head slightly on the pillow, though the movement looked like it cost him. "I don't," he paused, then sighed. "I don't trust Langford. Or the others. Not anymore." Maura frowned. "Langford is the only thing holding this ship together." Ethan scoffed. "For now." He swallowed hard, his throat working against the fever. "But that won't last. People are getting sick, they're running out of food, and everyone's looking for someone to blame." Maura exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand through her hair. "And you think they're going to turn on us?" Ethan didn't answer right away. His fingers twitched again, restless despite his exhaustion. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. "I think it's already starting." Glen felt his stomach twist. He had noticed the whispers growing louder. The tension in the air was shifting. Langford's hold on the ship was already fragile, and if Ethan was right, it wouldn't take much to push people over the edge. Maura's hand stilled as she wiped the damp cloth over Ethan's forehead again, though this time her fingers trembled slightly. "We're going to get through this," she said, more to herself than him. Ethan's eyes softened, but his jaw remained tight. "Just promise me," he rasped. "If things go south, you'll run." Maura's breath hitched. Glen could see the war in her expression. The refusal. The fear. But the look in Ethan's eyes made her worry. And that scared Glen more than anything. He turned away before she could answer, stepping out of the infirmary and into the dimly lit corridor beyond. Ethan wasn't just sick. He was seeing something coming before the rest of them. And if he was right, they might already be too late. The radio crackled to life, a burst of static breaking the uneasy silence in Captain Langford's quarters. Glen stood near the table, arms crossed, the weight of the last few days pressing on his shoulders. Langford had been speaking in hushed tones with Louise, both of them staring at the map sprawled across the table, a tattered navigation chart of their last known locations and potential points of interest along the coast. Then came the call. Bridge to Captain Langford. Sir, we have a problem. Langford stiffened, reaching for the receiver. Go ahead. Pause. Then. The Coast Guard cutter's missing. Glen's stomach dropped. Louise's head snapped up. Langford's fingers tightened around the radio. Repeat that, Bridge? The USCG Sentinel. She's gone, Captain. She must have been taken in the last few hours. The room fell into stunned silence. Glen exchanged a look with Louise, who slowly exhaled, rubbing a hand over his jaw. Langford's voice was tight. Any sign of who took it? Another pause. Then. We have a suspect, sir. Nathaniel Reed is missing. Louise let out a humorless chuckle, shaking his head. That son of a... Glen didn't let him finish. He had help. He couldn't have done this alone. Langford nodded grimly. I want a full report from security. Check the maintenance logs, the guard shifts. Someone on this ship let him out or looked the other way. We should have known Reed still had people aboard. Louise crossed his arms. If he got out, that means some of those exiles must have had a plan to meet him. It wasn't just a desperate escape. He's regrouping. Glen's mind raced. The Sentinel was more than just a boat. It had been their most valuable asset. It was fast, equipped with emergency supplies, and worst of all, the machine gun, Langford murmured as if following Glen's thoughts. He's got a heavy weapon now. Glen could almost feel the tension ripple through the room. If Reed decided to turn that firepower back on the Ocean Serenity, it would be a massacre. A few well-placed shots to their hull or engines could cripple them. Mateo chose that moment to step into the room, having clearly overheard the conversation. All right, so do we panic now or later? Luis smirked, reaching into his pocket. Later. He pulled out a small, seemingly insignificant piece of metal and tossed it onto the table. Glen frowned, stepping closer. What is that? Luis leaned against the table, his grin widening. Firing pin. The realization hit fast. Glen let out a sharp breath, his lips curling into a rare smirk. You took the firing pin. Luis nodded. Yep. When we docked after Seabrook, I did a once-over on the gun. Figured I didn't trust that thing falling into the wrong hands. Call it a gut feeling. Langford exhaled, rubbing his forehead. So the gun is useless. Paperweight, Luis confirmed. Unless Reed figures out how to machine a replacement, but good luck with that. Mateo let out a laugh, clapping Luis on the shoulder. Remind me to buy you a drink? Oh wait, there's nothing good left to drink. Langford didn't share their amusement. His face remained grim. That's a relief, but we still have a problem. The Sentinel had supplies, fuel, medicine, emergency gear. Even without the machine gun, Reed's in a better position than we are right now. Glen ran a hand through his hair. If he stole the ship, he's not planning to just disappear. He's going to use it for something. Either he's looking for a safe haven or he's coming back. Mateo leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. So we find him first. Langford's expression darkened. That's easier said than done. Not necessarily, Luis countered. The cutter's fast, but it still has limits. He needs fuel and he needs food. If I were him, I'd be looking for a coastline with abandoned ports. We should start scanning the nearest ones. Langford nodded, rubbing his chin. We can still track him if we move fast. Glen exhaled. Then we better move. The tension on the Ocean Serenity had been smothering before, but now it was suffocating. The moment they confirmed the USCG Sentinel was missing, a new weight settled over Glen's shoulders, a sickening certainty that their problems had just multiplied. Mora stormed into the mess hall where Glen and the others were gathered, her face tight with frustration. Ethan's gone. The words hit like a gut punch. Glen couldn't believe his friend was dead. He knew he was getting sicker, but he didn't think it had gotten that bad. Then he noticed the look on Mora's face. It wasn't grief, it was something else. Luis, who had been leaning against the table, straightened. What do you mean gone? Mora shook her head. I mean his things are missing. His jacket, his supplies, some of our rations too. Mateo let out a low whistle. Oh, that's not good. Glen stood, his hands clenched into fists. You're sure? Mora shot him a glare. I know what I saw, Glen. I checked our room. He wasn't there, but his jacket. She swallowed hard. He never went anywhere without that thing. It was there when I left him in the sickbay. Now it's gone. And so is he. JJ, who had been listening from the corner, frowned. Okay, but why would he leave? The guy wasn't exactly in top shape. Mora exhaled sharply. He kept talking in his fevered state, saying we needed to get off the ship, that something was coming. I thought it was just the fever talking, but maybe, she shook her head, maybe he meant it. Luis exchanged a glance with Glen. And now the sentinel is missing too. A heavy silence settled over them. Glen scrubbed a hand down his face. You think he left with whoever took the ship? Mora flinched. No. No way. Ethan wouldn't. He might not have known what he was doing, Luis interjected. If he was delirious, if he was convinced he had to get off the ship and someone offered him a way out. Mora's lips pressed into a tight line. He wouldn't leave me. Glen met her gaze, his own uncertainty reflecting in her stormy blue eyes. Maybe he thought he was protecting you. Mateo leaned back against the counter, arms crossed. Or maybe someone took him. The words hung in the air like a guillotine. JJ shifted uncomfortably. Reed's people? He asked hesitantly. Nathaniel Reed had been a problem before, always stirring up dissent. But Glen wasn't sure what he'd gain from taking Ethan, unless he saw him as leverage. Mora's expression darkened. If they hurt him. We don't know anything yet, Glen cut in, his voice firm. What we do know is that the Sentinel is missing, Ethan is missing, and those two things happening at the same time isn't a coincidence. Luis nodded. Then we start asking questions. Mora was already moving before he finished speaking. I'll check the sickbay again. Maybe someone saw him before he left. I'll check with the crew, Luis added. See if anyone noticed anything before the Sentinel disappeared. Mateo stretched. I'll talk to the folks on the lower decks. See if anyone's been talking about sneaking off the ship. As they split up, the unease in Glen's gut deepened. Ethan was out there. But whether he had left willingly or not, that was the real question. The moment the ship groaned under its own weight, Glen knew something was wrong. The metallic hum of the Ocean Serenity's aging systems filled the air, but beneath it, beneath the familiar sounds of survival, there was something else. Silence. Not the usual uneasy quiet of people sleeping fitfully in their bunks. This was a void, an absence where murmured voices and shifting footsteps should have been. Glen's turned to Luis, who stood nearby with his arms crossed, frowning at the darkened corridor leading toward the lower decks. You feel that? Glen muttered. Luis nodded once. Yeah. Mora approached, her expression tight with concern. Something's off. The three exchanged a glance before Glen gestured for them to move. They had spent the better part of an hour organizing the 1-month supply drop for the passengers, but now, something else needed their attention. Mateo and JJ fell in beside them as they moved deeper into the ship. The hallway stretched ahead, dimly lit by the ship's emergency lighting, casting long, distorted shadows. Mora had questioned every passenger they delivered supplies to. We're looking for Ethan, Mora said, keeping her voice low. But no one had seen him since the Sentinel went missing. Glen's shoulders tensed. Ethan Caldwell was a tough man, a survivalist by nature. He wasn't the type to just disappear. Let's do another once-over, Mora. They moved quickly, checking the mess hall first, then the storage rooms, the corridors filled with the quiet shuffle of footsteps on metal. People stirred in their bunks as they passed, some too weak to lift their heads, others murmuring in their sleep. The flu had hit hard, but this was something else. The infirmary was empty save for Dr. Brenner, who was sorting through the dwindling medical supplies. He looked up when Glen and the others entered. Sorry, no news. Brenner said before they could ask. I checked earlier when Mora first noticed he was missing, and I've been asking everyone before shipping patients off to their rooms to spread them out. I need to make room for the critically ill. I plan to get them moved here soon. Glen exhaled sharply. So where is he? Brenner adjusted his glasses. I wish I could tell you. I couldn't even hazard a guess. If we can't find him on this ship, then that leaves only one logical possibility. The words settled in the air, heavy with meaning. Glen didn't respond immediately, just turned and led the way toward the lower decks. The air grew colder as they descended, the scent of rust and salt thick in their lungs. This part of the ship had been largely abandoned after the last bout of internal strife. Too many memories, too many ghosts. Then they found it. Blood. Not a lot, but enough. A dark smear on the floor just outside the freezer, the same freezer where Reed had been kept before his escape. Glen hadn't been down here to check it out himself, and although he read there was blood splatter on the floors, he assumed it was from their earlier battles. This seemed fresher than that. Mateo cursed under his breath. That's not a good sign. Glen stepped forward, gripping the handle of the freezer door. The others positioned themselves behind him, weapons ready. He waited only a second before yanking it open. The cold air rushed out in a wave, mist curling around their feet. Inside, metal shelves were overturned as if there was a struggle. But something else lingered in the air, a sharp, metallic tang. And then they saw it. More blood. A trail leading toward the back of the freezer, disappearing behind stacked crates. Luis edged forward, his pistol raised. Glen moved beside him, stepping carefully over the stained floor. More attempts. Ethan? No response. Glen motioned for Luis to move left while he took the right. They rounded the crates, eyes sweeping the space, empty. No body, no sign of struggle beyond the blood and overturned shelves. Just the quiet hum of the vent fan and the gnawing certainty that something had gone terribly wrong. JJ swallowed hard. Where the heck is he? Glen didn't have an answer. Then the lights flickered. A low, groaning noise echoed through the ship. A deep, shuddering vibration that rattled through the metal walls. Then, darkness. The ship plunged into pitch black. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Mateo let out a sharp breath. That's not normal. Glen's jaw tightened. No, it's not. Moments later the power flickered back on, then off again, then back on. Staying on this time. Chapter 8. Flickers and Phantoms. The lights went out again. A mechanical groan echoed from somewhere deep in the bowels of the Ocean Serenity, followed by silence, then the low whine of emergency power kicking in. Dim amber strips along the corridor ceiling flickered to life, casting the hallway in a sickly, inconsistent glow. Glen stood still for a beat, waiting to hear if it was going to stabilize this time. It didn't. A panel somewhere near the stairwell let out a sharp pop and a single light overhead burst with a hiss of sparks. Glass shattered. He flinched. 2 weeks. That's how long the ship's power had been playing this game, on, off, dim, off again. Sometimes it flickered for hours. Other times it just died completely and took the air circulation system with it. When it came back on, it was always weaker than before. Like the ship itself was running out of breath. The captain had written it off early, called it a loose wire somewhere deep in the maintenance guts of the ship. Maybe it was. But nobody had gone down to check. Not with people coughing up blood, 22 deaths in the last week, and supplies vanishing faster than anyone could account for. Everyone was stretched too thin. Including him. Glen turned away from the broken light and continued down the hallway, the faint smell of ozone in the air. He kept one hand on the axe strapped to his back. In this lighting, it was easy to imagine shapes where there were none. Too easy. A door creaked open ahead of him and he tensed, ready, but it was just Mateo. He blinked at the dim lights, rubbing his face with a tired hand. Power still shot, huh? He mumbled. Getting worse, Glen said. Mateo leaned against the bulkhead and exhaled. I thought the captain was going to send someone to check the generator room. He wanted to, Glen said. But the doc's been using anyone healthy enough to move as a nurse. On top of that, Langford's down 37 crew to the sickness. He can't spare the muscle. So no one's been down there? Glen shook his head. Not since the last surge fried half the fuses. Anyone who knows how to fix it is either sick, dead, or guarding the food stores. Mateo gave a soft whistle. So we're drifting in the dark. Literally. Glen started walking again. Mateo followed. Did you see it happen? Glen asked after a moment. The last full outage? Yeah, Mateo said. We were in the galley prepping the soup line for the crew. Lights blinked out for a full 5 minutes. Everything stopped. Refrigeration, circulation, even the communication system. People panicked. Glen nodded grimly. Someone's going to get killed in the dark. You mean besides by the sickness? Or maybe because of it, Glen muttered. Chandler thinks it's spreading faster in stagnant air. Mateo ran a hand through his curls. No ventilation, no light, no food. Awesome vacation cruise. They reached the bulkhead leading to the lower service corridors. A dull hum vibrated through the wall. Glen placed a hand on the cold metal and frowned. Feels like the generators are struggling, he murmured. Or dying, Mateo added. Glen glanced down the darkened corridor, the shadows thick and oppressive. We need to get down there. Matteo blinked. You mean now? I mean before the whole system dies and we're floating blind. Matteo balked. So we're gonna play electrician now? Glen turned to him with a tired grin. Don't worry. I've shocked myself before. Got experience. Matteo groaned. Man, why does everything that sounds like a joke also sound like a death sentence? Glen checked the straps on his gear. Because it probably is. He pulled open the maintenance hatch and stepped into the dark. The maintenance corridor stretched ahead, claustrophobic and dim, their flashlights cutting narrow tunnels through the dark. The deeper they went, the more the hum of the ship's systems faded into silence. Just the soft shuffle of boots and the occasional creak of aging steel under strain. Matteo walked just behind Glen, trailing his fingers along a low-slung pipe. You know what's been bugging me lately? He said, his voice hushed but not whispering. Everything? Glen offered. Well, yeah, Matteo said. But specifically rats. Glen stopped mid-step and looked over his shoulder. What about them? They're gone, Matteo said. I mean, when all this first started, they were everywhere. Galleys, storage, vents, places you didn't even want to know about. But now, he spread his hands. Nothing. Not a scratch, not a squeak. I haven't seen a single tail in weeks. Glen turned back toward the corridor and kept walking. Could be they ran out of food. Or maybe we ran out of them, Matteo said. And I don't mean starvation. I mean eaten. Glen shot him a glance. You saying someone's snacking on rats? Matteo raised an eyebrow. Would you blame them? We've been on thin soup and fish heads for weeks. People are desperate. I've seen the way some of the lower deck groups look at scraps like it's gold. Ahead of them, a soft clang echoed, just a loose pipe vibrating under strain. Still both men paused. Old habits. When the world turned deadly, every sound had to be measured. A voice called from behind. He's not wrong. Luis stepped into the corridor's light, having caught up from the rear. He looked calm, but his eyes scanned the hallway the way a soldier scans a battlefield, out of habit, not fear. Rats used to be a food source, he said, walking up beside them. Back in long voyage days, sailors caught and ate them all the time. Salty meat was better than nothing. Kept them alive. Glen gave a nod. Old ship stories? Luis smirked faintly. History books. And my grandfather when he was trying to gross me out. Matteo shook his head. Man, I know things are bad, but eating rats? That's the line for me. You'd be surprised what your line looks like when it's been 6 days since your last full meal, Luis said, his voice quiet. Glen scanned the overhead panels and electrical conduits, trying to focus. But the conversation had lodged in his mind. You think someone's actually doing it? Glen asked. Eating them? Luis shrugged. Could be. But I haven't seen one, dead or alive. No droppings. No scratching in the vents. That's the weird part. Matteo frowned. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like they just vanished. Glen didn't respond right away. He pushed open another rust-streaked hatch and stepped through into the next maintenance bay. It smelled of machine oil and rusted wire. No sign of movement. No chewed corners. No nest. No one's cleaning this place, he said quietly. If they were around, we'd know. Luis stepped past him, checking one of the access panels. Maybe they bailed out. Hitched a ride on the Sentinel or got smart and fled the noise to the lowest decks. Matteo snorted. Smart rats. Great. That'll keep me up tonight. They moved deeper, inspecting fuse boxes, following loose wiring. It was hard to say whether the flickering power came from a mechanical fault or the failing state of the ship, but nothing obvious stood out. The lights flickered again, briefly dimming before surging back to their low hum. Systems choking on its own power, Glen muttered. Feels like it's bleeding voltage somewhere. Luis crouched beside a junction, running his fingers along a warped cable. Could be grounding out. Moisture down here would short things fast. Glen sighed. If we don't find the break soon, we'll be living by candlelight. Matteo paused near a dark alcove, his flashlight catching a streak of something on the wall. Grease. Nothing unusual. But still he frowned. Maybe we bring this up with the captain. Have someone check the ventilation too. If rats are gone, maybe that's a sign of another problem. Luis nodded. Could be. Or people are scavenging harder than we thought. Could be they already cleared them out. Glen leaned against the wall, feeling the thrum of ill-functioning systems through the steel. Let's finish sweeping this level, he said. If nothing jumps out, we regroup. Maybe the doc can spare someone to trace the wiring. And if he can't? Mateo asked. Then we keep looking, Glen said. Before everything really goes dark. They continued down the passage, flashlights flickering as the ship groaned quietly around them. Somewhere above, the Serenity carried on. Dim lights, thin rations, and passengers huddling in the dark, clinging to a version of hope that was wearing thinner by the hour. No rats. No noise. Just the silence. Too much silence. They didn't make it back to the upper deck before the lights died for good. It was subtle at first, just a flicker along the bulkhead, a pulse like a dying heartbeat. Then the amber strips blinked once, twice, and then everything went black. Glen stopped mid-step. That's it, he said, voice low. Mateo swore softly beside him. You sure? Yeah. Glen murmured. This outage was different. He could feel all the systems winding down below. The hum of machinery, already weak, faded into silence. No backup kick-in. No reserve lighting. Just the groan of old steel and the echo of their own breathing. Luis flipped his flashlight on, its narrow beam slicing through the dark. We need to get topside. They moved quickly. The climb was quiet, eerily so. Each deck they passed felt heavier, colder. People stood in the corridors, lanterns clutched in shaking hands, voices hushed with that quiet edge of panic. Shadows stretched long and unfamiliar. Conversations were full of what now and how long, but nobody had answers. Lucille spotted them near the stairwell and fell in beside Glen. Still nothing? He shook his head. We're dead in the water. She didn't say anything, just clenched her jaw tighter and kept walking. When they reached the bridge, Captain Langford was already there. He stood at the helm, arms crossed over his chest, his posture still ramrod straight, but his eyes had the 1,000-yard stare of a man watching everything he'd held together start to unravel. Main systems are out, he said without preamble. Emergency backups didn't hold. We've lost refrigeration, ventilation, lighting. All of it. Glen stepped forward. We've been tracking issues below. Fuses, stress fractures, corrosion. Nothing conclusive, but the power's been bleeding off for weeks. Langford gave a slow nod. The generator room's been sealed since the last storm. We assumed the failsafes were enough. We were wrong. Anyone sent down there yet? No one to send. Half the crew's sick, the rest are on food detail, medical assistance, or crowd control. His gaze flicked toward Glen. I need a team. You lead it. Glen nodded. Mateo and I'll go. Luis too. But Luis was already shaking his head. You're better off taking someone else. He looked toward the windows, where a faint glow of lantern light flickered from the decks below. People are already on edge. No light, no air, no hope. It's a recipe for a riot. I need to stay. Keep folks from tearing each other apart. Then I'll go, another voice said from the doorway. Mora. She stepped into the bridge, her expression calm, but her posture too stiff to be relaxed. Her eyes were ringed with exhaustion, but there was something sharp underneath. A need. A drive. Glen replied. You sure? She gave a single quick nod. It's been weeks and Ethan's still missing. Sitting up here doing nothing won't help anyone. Her voice cracked faintly at the name, but she pushed on. I need to move. I need to do something. Langford looked between them, then nodded. Fine. Halloway, Mora, Mateo. Get to the generator room. Find out what happened. Fix it if you can. I can help too. The group turned. Parker stood just beyond the threshold, hands raised, posture non-threatening. His expression was tight, but his voice was steady. I know I don't have a great track record, he said. But I was a mechanic for a while, then did industrial wiring. Electrical panels, fuse relays, grounded systems. I know how this stuff works. Mateo muttered under his breath. That's convenient. I'm not here to argue, Parker said. You need someone who can actually work a live panel without frying himself. I can do that. Just give me a chance. Glen looked to Mora. She gave a faint shrug as if to say at this point, what do we have to lose? Luis didn't look thrilled, but he stepped forward and clapped Parker on the shoulder. You screw this up, and I swear to whatever's left above us, being Andrew's dad won't save you. Parker met his gaze. Then I won't screw it up. Langford finally spoke again, quieter this time. You get down there and you fix it. Because if you don't, we'll have much bigger problems than the lights going out. Glen nodded. Understood. As they turned to leave, Langford added one last thing. If something looks wrong down there, really wrong, you come back. We can't afford to lose more people chasing dead wires or even worse getting hit with live ones. Glen gave a slight nod, but he knew this was a mission they couldn't fail at. They stepped into the dark. The corridor swallowed them, just the four of them now: Glen, Mora, Mateo, and Parker. Flashlights carved narrow paths of visibility ahead of them, illuminating peeling paint, water-stained walls, and nothing else. The ship creaked around them, each sound more unsettling now that the comforting hum of power was gone. Mora kept close to Glen's side, her movements purposeful, but her face tight. Glen didn't ask. He didn't need to. Sometimes silence was the only thread keeping people together. Parker walked at the rear, quiet but alert. No jokes, no half-hearted attempts at conversation. Just the steady rhythm of each step on steel gratings. Mateo leaned in close to Glen as they moved past the sealed maintenance bay. So we're trusting the guy who sided with Reed? Glen didn't answer. But he did tighten his grip on the axe. Just in case. The further they descended, the colder the air became. Not the kind of cold you felt on your skin, but the kind that settled behind your ribs, quiet, creeping like a warning echoing too low to understand. Their flashlights bobbed ahead of them, for narrow beams cutting through the dark like spears of brittle light. No hum of machinery anymore. Just metal groaning, water dripping, and the occasional scurry of something unseen. Glen wasn't sure if that made him relieved or more uneasy. At least if there were rats, it meant there was still something alive down here. They reached a stairwell slick with condensation. Each step down creaked beneath their weight. The generator room was 3 decks below engineering. A long way down in the dark. Mora kept just behind him, her silence finally breaking as they passed a rust-streaked emergency door half hanging from its hinges. I still don't believe he left. Glen slowed, glancing back at her. Her voice was soft but not fragile, like something held together by grit and nothing else. Ethan? He asked. She nodded. Her face was angled away, the light from her flashlight casting sharp shadows over her cheekbones. They were thieves, Glen. He knew what they were. He knew. And he still left with them. Not a word. Just gone. Glen stopped on the landing, letting the others move ahead. Mateo gave him a look as he passed, then continued downward, Parker behind him. Mora stood beside Glen now, one hand on the railing, the other clenching her flashlight like it was the only thing keeping her upright. I keep trying to tell myself he had a reason, she said. That he was going to come back. That maybe it was all part of a plan. Something bigger. Something noble. She exhaled hard through her nose. But you know what I think every time I try to believe that? Glen said nothing. He let her talk. I think he left because it was easier, she continued. Because he didn't want to be here when it all fell apart. Because maybe deep down he was more like them than I wanted to believe. Her voice cracked on that last part. Just a little. Glen stepped closer, placing a hand gently on her shoulder. People surprise you, he said. Sometimes they disappoint you. And sometimes they do something so out of character that it messes with everything you thought you knew about them. He paused. But that's not on you. Mora gave a tight nod, blinking fast. I keep thinking maybe if I just talked to him more. Mora, Glen interrupted gently. Don't go there. You didn't make his choices. He did. Silence. Then she laughed softly, bitter and brief. I don't know what's worse. Thinking he was a coward, or thinking he was right to leave. Glen wanted to give her something reassuring. A promise. A solid reason why Ethan had left and how they were all better off without him. But he didn't have it. So he just said the truth. You're still here and you're not alone. Mora swallowed and nodded again. Yeah. Okay. They resumed walking. The others were waiting at the bottom of the stairwell, flashlights trained on a door marked with faded red paint. Generator access. Authorized crew only. Mateo glanced back at them. You too good? Yeah, Mora said quickly, clearing her throat. Let's just get this done. Glen reached out and turned the locking wheel on the heavy door. It groaned in protest but finally clicked. The door creaked open slowly. The stench hit them immediately, hot, metallic, and wrong. It wasn't rot exactly or decay. It was like burned wiring and spoiled oil mixed with the sharpness of something Glen couldn't name. Smells like something cooked, Mateo muttered, pulling his shirt up over his nose. The generator room was massive, cavernous in the dark, the heavy diesel engines lining both sides like slumbering beasts. The floor was slick with pooled condensation and scattered tools. The overhead lights were dead. Only the scattered beams of their flashlights gave any hint of shape or depth. Parker moved forward slowly, his gaze sweeping the wiring panels and breaker stations. Looks like half these relays blew out weeks ago, he murmured. No one's touched them since. Glen moved to a control console and pressed a few switches. Nothing. Not even a flicker. Moira was silent now, scanning the far wall. Her flashlight caught on a dark smear trailing along the base of the wall. A broken wrench lay in the corner beside it, half submerged in a shallow puddle of oil and water. She crouched beside it. Someone was working here. Or trying to. Parker stepped in beside her. Could be one of the crew. Maybe they tried a patch job and didn't finish. Glen moved to one of the engine units, placing his hand on the cold casing. Then where are they? The room answered only with silence. Let's get to work, Parker said, stepping up to the main relay box. We've got a lot to check. And the deeper they dug into the ship's wounded heart, the more Glen couldn't shake the feeling. Whatever broke the power system wasn't just time and wear. It felt like something else, and they hadn't found it yet. The sound of their footsteps echoed against the steel deck plates as they moved deeper into the generator room. Parker peeled off toward a tangled mess of wires leading from the control panel, flashlight flicking side to side. Glen kept his beam fixed on the generator itself, thick metal the size of a small bus, motionless and cold. But something was wrong. More than just age or rust. Glen, Parker called out. You need to see this. Glen joined him near the back of the generator, where a thick bundle of cables should have connected the main power output to the ship's grid. They didn't. The lines had been torn out. Not disconnected, ripped, with jagged ends and exposed copper strands fraying like split nerves. Blackened insulation hung like dead vines from the ceiling conduit, and the access plate that would normally cover the connection was on the floor, bent nearly in half. Parker crouched next to the exposed conduit, shaking his head. This wasn't corrosion. Or heat. Someone pulled this, manually. Wrenched it off like they were in a hurry or didn't care if they broke the system. Why would anyone do that? Moira asked, voice tight behind them. Glen looked around the room, piecing together the silent story left behind. He followed the trail of broken parts and dark stains leading to the far side of the generator unit. And then he saw them. Tails. Dozens of them. They were scattered near an overturned crate, piled like discarded string in dark little clusters. The bodies were gone. Only a few half-bones, curled claws, and patches of fur remained. The rest had been devoured or hauled away. Moira stepped beside him, covering her mouth. Oh my. Mateo swore under his breath and shined his light further down the narrow service corridor that led off the generator bay. The beam landed on a mess of rotted food, rusting cans, slimy plastic wrappers, spoiled fish meat gone gray and nearly unrecognizable. Buckets of water, at least a dozen, were stacked in the corner like a survivalist's hoard. All partially full. Some looked clean, others murky. A threadbare blanket, stained and crumpled, lay curled in the corner like someone had once slept in it. Or still did. Somebody was living down here, Mateo said, voice hollow. Down here. In this stench. In the dark. Glen moved slowly, cautiously, inspecting the site. There were old ration tins with scratch marks across the lids, gnawed open by tiny teeth. But there were also bite marks on bones that didn't match rats. Larger. Rougher. And then there were the stains, old blood, mostly dried, soaking the blanket, smeared across the steel floor. No sign of a body. Just the aftermath. Mateo let out a strained chuckle, but it didn't reach his eyes. Okay, so rats. That explains why they vanished. They all came here. Smelled the rot. Feast in the dark. He bent down, poking at one of the tails with the butt of his flashlight. Thing is, who ate them? Silence dropped over them like a heavy cloth. Moira exhaled, slow and sharp. You think someone was feeding on them? Mateo glanced back at her. Maybe. Could have been some desperate fool. One of the passengers who snapped and figured the generator bay was safer than the mess hall. Parker stood up slowly. If someone tore the lines on purpose and lived down here, maybe they didn't want the lights back on. Glen didn't like the way that sounded. He stepped away from the sleeping area and back to the broken wiring. Can you fix it? He asked Parker. The man scratched his jaw, face tight in thought. It's not a simple job. The connectors are ruined. I'd need time, tools, maybe even a new panel. But if I can splice in new lines, we might be able to jump it. And bring power back? Moira asked. Enough to restart the systems, Parker said. Maybe get ventilation going again. Lights on some decks. It won't be pretty, but it's a start. Glen gave a tight nod. Then do it. He turned back to Mateo, who was still scanning the far corner, his expression guarded now. Keep watch while he works. I don't want whoever lived down here deciding they want their bunk back. Mateo saluted weakly. Gladly. Creepy basement guard duty sounds like a vacation compared to looking at those tales again. Glen looked to Mora. She was staring at the sleeping pallet. At the empty space where someone should have been. Or still might be. Glen stepped closer, lowering his voice. You all right? She blinked slow. Yeah. Just wondering how desperate someone has to be to crawl down here and pretend it's home. Glen didn't answer. Because he knew. They were all just one failure away from being just as desperate. And whatever this place had become, whoever had turned it into a home, it hadn't been abandoned that long. Not long at all. A scream ripped through the dark. Sharp, high, inhuman. It echoed down the metal corridors, bounced off the rusting walls of the generator room, and sliced through Glen's bones like a blade made of memory. He froze. So did the others. Mora's flashlight twitched across the far wall. Parker stopped mid-reach near the wiring panel. Mateo's breath caught, his hand tightening around the blade he carried. Glen turned slowly toward the sound, chest already pounding. I know that scream, he said. His voice was low, rough. Mora looked at him, brows knit. Crimson. Glen gave a tight nod. Heard it too many times in Seabrook. I'll never forget it. Parker stood up slowly, his face pale. I thought they didn't make it on board. They didn't, Glen said. Or they weren't supposed to. Another scream, closer. This one rattled the overhead pipes. Wet, gurgling at the edges. It was hungry. Grab your gear, Glen said. We're not alone. Mateo swore under his breath, but raised his light and started toward the sound. Do we go toward it? Would you rather it find us? Glen replied, already moving. They left Parker to work for now. His hands were shaking as he fumbled for tools, but he nodded, silently begging them not to take long. The corridor off the generator room narrowed, bent sharply to the right, then dipped into a deeper section of the service tunnels. Glen led the way, Mora just behind, then Mateo. The smell hit them hard down here. Sour meat, stagnant water, rust. Mora stopped suddenly. Wait. Glen turned to her, her light was fixed ahead, her face tense, lips parted. Someone was there. Half lit at the end of the tunnel, shuffling through the shadows. Mora, Glen began. She stepped past him. She didn't run. She walked. Slowly. Like in a dream. Ethan, she whispered. Glen followed her flashlight beam as it landed full on the figure. And his heart sank. It was Ethan. Or what was left of him. He was shirtless, ribs protruding, skin pale and veined with something dark and unnatural. His eyes glowed faintly in the beam, wide and unfocused. A bloody smear coated his jaw. His hands flexed at his sides, fingers curled like claws. He was breathing but wrong. A hitching, gurgling rhythm. He looked at Mora. And smiled. Mora, Glen said, stepping forward. He's turned. She didn't move. No, he's just sick. He's been down here. He didn't leave. Look at his eyes, Glen said, voice hard now. He's gone. Ethan tilted his head. That twisted smile grew wider. The light gleamed off his teeth, too many, too sharp. Mora, Glen said, hand tightening on his axe. You need to back up. But she didn't. She took one more step toward Ethan. And hesitated. Just one heartbeat. That's all it took. Ethan lunged. Too fast. He was on her before Glen could raise the axe, his body crashing into hers, teeth slamming into the side of her throat. Mora's scream choked into a gurgle, her flashlight clattering to the floor and spinning wildly. Glen shouted, charging forward, but it was already too late. Mora crumpled to the deck. Ethan crouched over her, hunched and snarling, blood running down his chin. Glen didn't think, he moved. The axe came down in a wide arc, but the space was too tight. It clipped the low pipe overhead with a clang that sent sparks showering over Ethan's back and jarred Glen's arms. The crimson didn't even react. He turned on Glen with that same gleeful, predatory smile, mouth slick with Mora's blood. Ethan's body moved like it didn't care about limits anymore, twitchy, sudden, all tendons and power. He lunged. Glen twisted to the side and Ethan's claws tore into the wall behind him, shredding an old maintenance sign into curling metal ribbons. Glen stumbled, slammed into a panel and just ducked the next swipe. His axe came up, clattering against Ethan's arm. The blade bit, but shallow, like hitting tire rubber instead of flesh. "He's thick," Glen yelled, staggering backward. Mateo was shouting from behind, but Glen didn't hear the words. Just the wet breath of the thing in front of him and the rush of adrenaline roaring in his ears. The corridor was too tight. He couldn't get a clean swing, couldn't build the momentum he needed. Every strike glanced off steel or ricocheted off a railing. Ethan came at him again, faster this time. Glen tried to sidestep but slipped in a pool of coolant or blood. He couldn't tell any more. Ethan slammed him into the bulkhead hard enough to knock the flashlight from his hand. The world spun, lit only by the flickering beam Mateo still held from behind. Glen's ribs burned. Something cracked. His axe was still in his hand, but now pinned against his own side. Ethan reached for his throat. Glen headbutted him. A crunch. A hiss. Ethan reeled back for only a second, but it was enough. Glen jammed his boot into the Crimson's gut and shoved. Ethan stumbled over Mora's body, tripping long enough for Glen to heave himself up. His axe scraped the wall as he raised it. Too slow. Ethan pounced again. Glen ducked, dropped to one knee and swung upward with everything he had. The axe caught Ethan in the side of the neck with a bone-deep crack. It didn't decapitate him, but it buried halfway through his collar and spine, wedging there like a blade stuck in a tree. Ethan didn't scream. He roared. The noise was guttural, hateful, louder than it had any right to be in such a narrow space. He lifted Glen off the floor. One hand, just one, gripping Glen's jacket by the chest. The Crimson's body shook, muscles bulging grotesquely beneath blood-slick skin, and Glen realized. This wasn't a regular Crimson. It was evolving. It was trying to become one of them, a giant. Glen braced his feet against the bulkhead behind, yanked his axe free with a grunt, and brought it down again. This time the blow was clean. The axe split Ethan's head at the crown, cleaving down to the bridge of his nose. Ethan dropped. Just dropped, like all the strength had snapped at once. His body hit the metal floor with a sickening thud, limbs twitching once, then going still. Silence returned. Only Glen's breath remained, labored, ragged, broken. Mateo edged forward, flashlight quivering in his grip. "Is he dead?" Glen rasped. He leaned back against the wall, the axe slick in his hands, his knees weak. Mateo swallowed hard, voice shaky. "That was Ethan?" Glen nodded once. Mateo dropped into a crouch, eyes wide as he scanned Ethan's corpse. "He's bigger, bulked up. That wasn't just a regular Crimson infection. That was something else." "We've seen it," Glen said. "Remember the fire station in Seabrook? They get stronger. Their bones thicken. Fast reflexes. Like something's rewriting them inside." He knelt beside Ethan's body, trying not to look at Mora. "Not yet." His hands brushed along Ethan's waist, checking pockets, belt, anything that might give a clue, and paused. A folded paper was tucked into Ethan's waistband, dry and creased but clearly placed with care. Glen pulled it out slowly, brow furrowing. "What is it?" Mateo asked. "A letter," Glen said. "Too dark right now, we dot." He turned the body over gently. Then something caught his eye. The mass of electrical cables bunched in a line along the wall, knotted with rope. Tied around one of the thicker conduit brackets, looped into a frayed length of canvas that had clearly once been wrapped around Ethan's torso. "He tied himself down," Glen said. Mateo stepped closer. "What?" "Here." Glen pointed. "He bound himself to the pipes. Probably before the change. Tried to keep from hurting anyone." The silence that followed was heavy. Glen followed the line of wires as it led directly back to where Parker was. "He knew," Glen said. "He knew what was happening to him. And he still tried to stop it. It looks like he pulled so hard on the lines here it yanked them back from the box further down." Mateos asked. "Did Mora see that?" Glen looked at her, finally. Her body lay still, peaceful somehow, though blood pooled around her neck like a broken halo. "No," Glen said quietly. "She didn't get the chance." He looked down at the letter again, fingers tightening around it. Whatever Ethan had written, it was too late for Mora. Parker's voice cut through the silence, steadying but hoarse. "Glen, I think I've got something." Glen turned, the letter still clutched in his hand, the blood on his axe still tacky. He made his way back into the generator room, legs heavy with exhaustion and grief. Parker crouched beside the main relay panel, sleeves rolled up, his hands slick with grease and grime. He gestured toward a series of thick, color-coded wires, some of them clearly spliced together with makeshift clamps and salvaged scrap. I shut off the backup failsafe. It wasn't doing anything but bleeding out the charge, Parker said. If I bridge these lines into the main conduit, I might be able to trigger a partial boot. Enough to power up ventilation and maybe most of the other core systems. Regular lights and power will be out to most of the ship, but I've tied in the lines for emergency lights too. Glen nodded. Do it. Parker glanced at him. You all right? Glen didn't answer. Just stepped aside, letting Parker get to work. There was a sudden crack as Parker twisted a breaker handle into position. Sparks jumped, lighting his face with blue light. He didn't recoil, just grunted, then leaned back and double-checked the feed lines. All right, Parker muttered. This should do it. He pulled a final lever. For a beat, nothing. Then a low hum rippled through the deck beneath their feet. The lights above them blinked, buzzed, then flared to life. Dim and flickering, sure, but on. Yellow-white panels glowing to full strength along the ceiling. The ventilation system thumped, then groaned to life with a steady churn of stale air. Somewhere far off, a mechanical relay snapped into motion. Mateo let out a breath like he'd been holding it for an hour. Sweet mercy. I thought I'd never hear a fan again. Parker let himself slump back against the wall, smiling weakly. Told you I could fix it. But the smile vanished a second later. A hand, wet, pale, streaked with mold, shot out from beneath a nest of water pipes behind him. It latched onto his ankle. Parker screamed. Before Glen could move, Parker was yanked backward, hard. His body crashed to the floor, legs kicking, flashlight tumbling. Another hand reached out, claws extended, and sank into the meat of his leg. Parker shrieked as blood sprayed the wall. Glen was already moving. The thing under the pipes writhed like a spider, its limbs bent wrong, neck twitching at a broken angle. Eyes wide and bloodshot. Teeth stained red. Reed! Mateo shouted. That's Reed. But Glen didn't have time to process it. The axe would be too risky with the creature so entangled with Parker. Glen looked for another weapon and then snatched a rusted pipe wrench off a nearby workbench, heavy and slick with oil. Parker was screaming now, raw and panicked, his voice echoing off the steel walls like a siren. Clawed hands raked across his back, tearing through the thin fabric of his coveralls and into skin, leaving bloody streaks that glistened under the harsh, flickering lights. The Crimson Reed wasn't just attacking. He was dragging, inch by inch, hauling Parker beneath the tangled nest of rusted conduit like some kind of deep-sea predator pulling prey into a burrow. Parker kicked wildly, boots thudding against the deck. One foot lodged between two corroded pipes, buying him seconds, just enough to keep from being swallowed under the mass of pipes. Glen moved. He caught one clear glimpse of Reed before he struck. His body contorted, wedged half beneath the machinery like he'd slithered in there. His legs were twisted unnaturally, bones jutting at wrong angles, skin shriveled from exposure and mottled with black. His torso was half hidden beneath the conduit, but Glen could see the shoulder muscles bunching, the arms coiled with inhuman strength. His face, if it could still be called that, was pallid and stretched tight over his skull, the mouth wide and slack-jawed, leaking blood and drool. Eyes red, pupil-less. Hungry. It looked like he'd been living in the pipes. Or dying in them. Or waiting. Glen raised the pipe wrench high and brought it down with a grunt. The wrench connected with the side of Reed's head, a solid metallic crack that rang out over Parker's cries. The blow knocked Reed's face sideways, blood spraying across the exposed conduit, but he didn't let go. He shrieked, shrill, wet, and inhuman, mouth stretching far too wide as his jaw cracked and distended. He sank his teeth deep into Parker's calf, gnashing like an animal. Parker howled in agony, his hands scrabbling at the floor, trying to dig in, to brace, to do anything. His foot was still pinned beneath Reed's knees, the infected body wrapped around him like a spider pulling prey into its den. Glen swung again, harder this time. The wrench smashed into Reed's temple with another sickening crunch, splitting skin, sending black-red blood splattering across the deck. Reed snarled and twisted, his grip faltering for half a second. But still not enough. He wouldn't die. Let go of him. Glen roared. The third blow was vicious, cracking through part of Reed's skull with a spray of bone fragments that hit Glen's neck and cheek. Something in the creature's body shuddered, but the hand still gripped Parker's leg, twitching, fingers digging into the meat of his thigh. The fourth strike was aimed at the mouth. Glen swung low, brutal, the heavy wrench caving in Reed's jaw. Teeth snapped. The shriek stopped. The fifth and final hit was delivered with a roar of pure fury. Glen brought the wrench down like a hammer, straight through what remained of Reed's head. It hit with a wet splurch and kept going, crushing the skull into the floor. Reed went limp. The grip on Parker's leg fell away. The Crimson's body sagged, part of it still half-stuffed beneath the pipe nest, leaking blood and dark fluid into the narrow space. Steam hissed faintly from a nearby pipe ruptured in the struggle. Parker gasped, curling into himself, both hands clutching at his leg. Blood ran fast, too fast. Glen dropped to one knee beside him, checking the wound. Bite. Ugly. Flesh torn ragged, the fabric shredded down to skin. Bleeding bad. Mateo came running, skidding to a stop beside them. His flashlight shook in his grip as he stared at Parker's leg. He's been bit. I know, Glen said, ripping off his shirt sleeve and already wrapping Parker's leg with a piece of torn cloth, pulling it tight enough to slow the blood. Parker's face was pale, his breath shallow. I didn't even see him, he choked. He was under the pipes the whole time. How did I not see him? Glen looked back at Reed's remains, or what was left of them, slumped halfway beneath the conduits like a corpse that had burrowed in to die. He was a lurker, Glen said. He was waiting for someone to get close enough. They sat in silence for a few seconds, just the hum of the generator now echoing around them, a mechanical heart finally beating again. One panel at a time, the lights blinked to life around the room, casting pale illumination over bloodstains, broken bodies, and the tangled wreckage of what had once been their power hub. Mateo knelt beside Glen, eyes darting from the body to Parker to the wrench still in Glen's hand. We got the lights back on, he said softly. Glen didn't answer, because the lights only revealed the truth. Moore was gone. Parker was bitten. And Reed had been waiting in the dark. This ship wasn't just broken. It was infested. And it had only just begun to show its teeth. Chapter 9. Secrets and Lies. The air reeked of blood, sweat, and panic. Glen shouldered the weight of Parker's half-limp body as Mateo helped haul him down the corridor, each step thudding against the metal floor. The gash in Parker's lower leg was ragged, fresh, and pulsing blood through a makeshift bandage they'd tied with a piece of shirt. The bite, if it could be called that, was brutal. Torn flesh. Not more than 15 minutes old. Glen's jaw was tight. Reed and Ethan had turned crimson. Whatever was left of them had died back there, but they hadn't gone down easy. We're losing time, Glen muttered, pushing through the infirmary doors. Chandler Brenner looked up from a tray of supplies, his glasses fogged at the corners, sleeves rolled to the elbows. One glance at Parker's leg and the old trauma surgeon was already in motion. On the table. Now. They dropped Parker onto the nearest cot. Glen kept pressure on the wound while Chandler snapped on gloves, already barking for Mateo to prep gauze, a tourniquet, surgical thread. The infirmary lights buzzed overhead, casting Parker's pale, sweat-slicked face in a ghostly hue. Parker groaned, eyes fluttering. Tell me the truth, Doc. Is it gonna happen? Chandler didn't answer right away. His hands moved fast, cutting away the soaked bandage to expose the bite. Mateo grimaced. That looks bad. Chandler grunted. I've seen worse. But there was tension in his voice. Glen heard it. Brenner, Glen said low and firm. We just fought 2 infected down there. They turned fast. You know what I'm asking. Chandler didn't stop working. He reached for the tourniquet, tied it just below the knee, and began prepping the limb. Those 2 weren't immune. Parker may be. Glen shot him a look. You sure? Chandler finally paused, glancing between them. The Crimson doesn't work like a movie virus. You don't get bit and magically turn. It's not saliva, it's not scratches. The only factor is if the person's not immune and has enough exposure for the virus to take hold. Parker blinked up at him, eyes glassy. So, I'm not dead yet? No, Chandler said. But your leg is. Parker managed a choked laugh. Not the encouragement I was hoping for. Chandler met Glen's eyes. Chances are the virus has entered his bloodstream, so taking the leg doesn't help that. But the physical trauma is significant. We have to cut it off. Fast. There is too much damage and there's no margin of viable muscle to work with. Glen nodded. Then do it. Chandler reached for the ketamine and injected it into Parker's thigh. You'll feel like you're drifting, Chandler murmured, already pulling surgical instruments from the tray. Parker's head lolled as the sedative hit. Doc, he slurred. If I turn, take my head off. Don't let me hurt anyone. Chandler's voice softened for just a moment. I won't have to. You're going to live. Glen kept one hand braced on Parker's chest, feeling the rapid rise and fall as the drug took hold. Time slowed. The only sound was the clink of metal as Chandler picked up the bone saw. Mateo turned his back, swallowing hard. I hate this part. Chandler glanced up. Then don't watch. Glen didn't look away. He held the limb steady, watching as Chandler made the first incision, blood spilling into the collection tray. The sound of flesh being cut, bone being sawed, it was brutal, mechanical. Necessary. Minutes dragged. Glen kept count without realizing, breaths, beats, strokes of the saw. When Chandler finally pulled the severed limb free and set it aside, wrapped in gauze, the silence that followed was deafening. He leaned back, covered in sweat, hands shaking just slightly. It's done. Glen exhaled slowly. Is he stable? Chandler nodded. As stable as he can be. But he's strong. He's got a shot. Mateo turned around cautiously. And you're still sure he's not going to turn? Chandler stripped off his gloves, eyes hard behind his smudged glasses. We'll keep an eye on him, but my bet is Parker's immune. Luis told me he was in the thick of it when Luis rescued his family. I suspect he would have turned by now if he wasn't immune already. Mateo let out a slow breath and slumped into the nearest chair. Well, that's good. Because seeing as he fixed the power, I like the guy and I really didn't want to stab him in the face. Chandler looked at Parker, his chest still rising, slow but steady. The next 24 hours are critical, he said quietly. He's not safe yet. Glen stepped out of the infirmary and into the corridor, the door clicking shut behind him. The blood was still drying on his gloves. His jaw ached from how tight he'd been clenching it. The ship rocked gently underfoot, creaking like an old animal in pain. Somewhere in the walls, pipes groaned. And below, the scent of the ocean mixed with something fouler, rot and the residue of violence. Mateo stood leaning against the wall just outside the door, arms crossed, face unreadable. They still down there? Glen asked. Mateo nodded. Yeah. We locked it down, but it's quiet now. Most folks are holed up in their cabins for the night. Glen nodded. Let's get it done. The 3 bodies had been dragged up from the lower levels and laid out under a tarp near the starboard railing. Ethan, Mora, and what had once been Reed. They lay in a row, bundled and quiet beneath the gray overcast night sky. Glen stood over them with Mateo, a knot of exhaustion behind his eyes. Neither of them spoke. There was nothing to say, not yet. The ship swayed gently. A reminder that it was still afloat. That they were, somehow, still alive. Glen knelt beside Ethan first. The tarp had come slightly loose around his shoulders. Glen leaned down to tighten it. He then thought of the paper he had taken off Ethan that was still wedged in his pocket. Glen eased it free. It was folded carefully, the creases clean, as if Ethan had intended for it to last. The paper was thick, torn from one of the old logbooks that had once been used to ration supplies in the early days of the lockdown. Glen recognized Ethan's handwriting, sharp, measured. The kind of penmanship from a man used to writing reports, not feelings. He read, Mara, if you're reading this, I waited too long. I think something's wrong. I'm not sure yet, but I feel it. The ache, the hunger, it's like something crawling under my skin. I couldn't risk it. Not with you up there. So I quarantined myself below. Reed didn't want to come, but I dragged him with me. I didn't trust him around you. I thought about putting a knife in his throat and being done with it, but I settled for keeping him close. If I got sick, at least he'd go down with me. I love you. Ethan. Glen exhaled slowly, lowering the note into his lap. For a long moment, the only sound was the wind brushing against the rusted rails, and the creak of the ship as it drifted. He knew, Glen muttered. Mateo looked over, brows drawn together. Ethan? Glen nodded. Felt it. Didn't wait for proof. Just went below. To keep her safe. Mateo was quiet for a long beat. Then, that's more than most would do. Glen folded the note carefully and turned toward Mora. Her figure, wrapped in tarp, was smaller somehow, fragile in a way Glen had never seen her in life. She'd always carried herself with quiet strength, the kind you didn't notice until it was gone. He tucked the folded note gently into her pocket. She deserves to know who he was at the end, he said. Mateo nodded. Then they moved to read. Glen didn't say a word. Neither did Mateo. There was no note for him. No one waiting to hear about his last moments. No grief to soften the sharpness of what he'd become. Glen and Mateo hoisted the tarp, Reed's dead weight thudding dully against the rail. The sea stretched below, slate-colored and endless. Without a word they tipped him overboard. The body hit the water with a splash and was gone, claimed by the tide. Mateo leaned over the railing and spat. Good riddance. They turned back to the last two, Maura and Ethan. The ship rocked gently beneath their feet as they carried the wrapped bodies to the edge. Glen looked out across the water, then down at the two of them. May the sea treat you better than this world did, he murmured. Together, he and Mateo lowered them into the water. No ceremony. No songs. Just silence. The ocean took them both. Behind them, JJ stood just beyond the shadows of the upper deck stairs. Glen hadn't noticed him approach. The kid's hoodie was soaked through from the mist, arms crossed tightly across his chest like he was trying to hold something inside, something fragile and breaking. When the body slipped beneath the waves, JJ sank to one knee, hand pressed to the railing. His face twisted with something Glen recognized too well: guilt, grief, the helpless ache of losing someone who didn't deserve to go. They looked out for me when no one else did, JJ said, voice quiet and raw. Even when she was scared. Even when she should have left me behind. He looked down at the water like he could still see her there. Glen moved beside him, setting a hand on his shoulder. JJ didn't recoil, just sobbed, ever so slightly. Mateo stood silent at the rail, head bowed. The ocean rolled on beneath them, slow and steady, swallowing the dead and the grief alike. Later, back near the infirmary, Glen was sitting alone on a bench when Dr. Brenner appeared in the doorway, wiping his hands on a stained towel. His glasses perched on his nose, smudged again, and his coat was half-buttoned, more out of habit than function. Parker's going to make it, the old man said, voice hoarse but steady. Glen looked up. Relief washed over him, deeper than he expected. He's awake. No. But stable. Resting in his cabin. Brenner dropped the towel over his shoulder. Sarah and Andrew are with him. I let them stay. He'll be out for a while, but he's past the worst of it. I gave her a prosthetic we took off of Mr. Rowland's body after he died. It's not a perfect fit, but it's for the same leg and better than nothing. After he heals up they can try it out. Glen nodded, words caught somewhere between his chest and throat. You did good, Chandler added after a moment. Glen didn't answer. He just leaned back against the wall, staring out across the endless gray horizon. For the first time in days he let himself close his eyes. Not to rest, but to remember. The next morning came dull and gray, the sky smeared in ash-colored clouds as if even the sun had grown weary of shining. Glen stood at the edge of the infirmary deck, arms resting on the railing, eyes locked on the mist that clung to the sea like it didn't want to let go. Behind him the door creaked open. He didn't turn. He didn't need to. I thought Ethan just had the flu, Chandler said, voice low, gravel thick from too many nights without enough sleep. That's what we all thought. Glen exhaled through his nose. You said the crimson isn't airborne. It's not, Chandler said. At least we don't think it is. One report I'm glad turned out to be false. He paused. But we still don't know how long it takes. How long someone might carry it before it shows. And Ethan? He wasn't showing the signs until the end. Glen turned to face him. So you think there's more? Chandler rubbed the back of his neck, eyes sunken, jaw tight. I think there might be. And that scares me. Lucille's eyes widened. I think we may have a bigger issue. Don't you remember? Maura and Ethan were in charge of handing out vitamin supplements to the sick passengers. They sorted them and handed them out a few at a time. That means Ethan touched every one of them. Chandler raised a hand to his face. Let's just hope he contracted the virus after he handed those out. We've got to be diligent. There is no telling the level of exposure. He motioned for Glen to follow and led him back into the infirmary. The room was dim, quiet, its usual buzz of low voices and movement replaced by stillness. Two cots sat empty. Another held a man too thin to be recovering, curled in on himself beneath a gray blanket. Chandler stopped beside the charting table, flipping through a stack of notes. We've had 6 patients come in the past week. All of them showing flu-like symptoms. Fever, aches, disorientation. We chalked it up to malnutrition, maybe a chest infection. But now. He shook his head. Now I'm not so sure. Glen rested a hand on the back of a chair, brow furrowed. How many do you think are sick? I don't know, Chandler said. But that's the problem. What if it's not the flu? What if some of them are in stage 1 and we just haven't recognized it yet? What if we're sitting on a bomb, Glen? and we're out of time to defuse it. Glen clenched his jaw. But they've been isolated. Most of the passengers haven't left this ship since it started. Exactly, Chandler said, tapping the chart with the back of his pen. Which means half of them, maybe more, are probably not immune. They were never exposed. They never were subjected to the virus and therefore didn't know if they were immune or not. If one person slips, just one, the virus spreads like wildfire. And after Ethan, we can't pretend we're safe. He moved to the wall and flipped open a locker, pulling out a plastic-wrapped box of test kits, ancient, mostly experimental, pulled from the med bay of a different life. These might help us identify who's carrying antibodies. But they won't stop the spread. And we don't have nearly enough. Glen swallowed. Captain asks we keep this quiet for now. Chandler gave him a look. You're serious? You saw what happened with Reed. If word gets out that someone turned, this whole ship comes apart at the seams. Chandler looked like he wanted to argue, but he didn't. Not really. He just exhaled and set the test kits aside. We'll need help, he said finally. Trustworthy people. Quiet. Careful. Glen nodded. Start with Louise. Then Lucille. Chandler grunted. Lucille? She knows how to read people, she doesn't panic, and if things go sideways, she can handle herself. Chandler didn't answer that, but Glen saw the faint twitch of agreement in the corner of his mouth. They stood there for a while, the hum of the lights the only sound between them. Eventually, Glen broke the silence. Why do you think Ethan didn't say anything? Chandler was quiet for a long time. Then he said, I think he was afraid. Not of dying. Of turning. Of being a monster. He couldn't risk it. He made the right call to quarantine, but I can't say I agree with how he did it. Glen said softly. Yeah, Chandler replied. But if there's even one more like him who doesn't quarantine. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Outside, voices drifted across the upper decks. Chatter, the clink of tools, someone arguing softly over rations. Normal sounds. Daily routine. But now, Glen heard something else behind it. Unease. It had started creeping in after a fight in the lower decks. After the word, crimson, slipped out too easily in whispered corners. In such tight quarters and so many people, there was little chance people hadn't seen something. Keeping this secret was not going to be easy. People were watching each other a little too closely. Keeping distance. Listening more than speaking. Wondering if their cough was just the cold, or something worse. Glen stepped out into the open air again, Chandler trailing behind him. I'll start checking the sick myself, Chandler said, softer now. One by one. Quiet. Discreet. Glen nodded. And I'll talk to the captain. We need a backup plan if things go bad. Chandler raised an eyebrow. You think he'll listen? He will, Glen said. He doesn't want this place to turn into a graveyard. Chandler gave a quiet grunt, then paused. You're good at this, you know. At what? Chandler shrugged. Keeping the lid on boiling water. Glen didn't smile. Yeah, well, let's hope I don't get burned. They both stood there watching the ocean shift below and the ship creak beneath them. Somewhere in the ship, Parker slept, alive. But elsewhere on the ship, someone else might be dying. Or worse, changing. The announcement came not long after sunrise. Captain Langford's voice crackled over the intercom system, hard and brittle like the man himself. All passengers are to remain in their cabins until further notice. This is a Level 1 quarantine directive. Crew will deliver daily medications and refill rations. No exceptions. Anyone caught violating lockdown will be confined. That is all. No reason. No explanation. Just ironclad orders wrapped in silence. Glen stood in the mess hall with the crew when the message hit. The voices around him dropped off mid-sentence. A spoon clattered against a tray somewhere near the back. No one moved. Eyes drifted toward the ceiling, toward each other, toward him. Lucille was already at his side, arms crossed tight across her chest, her expression unreadable. Well, that won't raise any questions, she muttered, voice low and sharp. Luis appeared in the doorway a second later, his jaw set. We're not telling them? Not yet, Glen said. Langford wants this locked down first. Quietly. Luis didn't argue. But he didn't agree either. The tension in his shoulders spoke for him. Mateo leaned against the wall near the galley hatch, spinning a throwing knife in his fingers. So, we're just pretending everything's fine while we play janitor and clean up bodies? Glen met his eyes. Until we have to stop pretending. Lucille glanced toward the stairwell that led down to the lower cabins. How many do you think? Too many, Luis answered. They moved fast after that. Small teams, just the 4 of them and 2 loyal crew members Langford trusted, spread out into the lower decks. They moved room by room, checking every door, every corridor, guided by the growing list Chandler had begun to compile. Passengers with fevers, with disorientation, with the early stages that might have been malnutrition, might have been flu, might have been crimson. The first one they found was a woman in her 50s, collapsed in the corner of her cabin, sweat-soaked and shaking. Her eyes twitched rapidly beneath closed lids. She was murmuring something under her breath, something Glen couldn't quite catch. Luis checked her vitals while Glen crouched beside the bed, heart hammering. She's got a fever, Luis said, but not high enough. Glen leaned in close. The woman's eyes snapped open, red-rimmed, bloodshot, and hungry. She lunged. Glen's hand shot forward, catching her by the collar and slamming her back against the bulkhead. She screamed, no words, just a primal, guttural wail that twisted something in his gut. Mateo stepped in, knife flashing. By the time the scream ended, the room was still again. They wrapped the body in sheets, silent as they carried it through the service corridor that ran along the hull. At the lowest deck hatch, Glen and Luis worked the rusted lever and opened the sea door. The ocean roared quietly below. They pushed her out into the water. No name. No words. Just another secret swallowed by the tide. The second one fought harder. Young. Maybe 20. His bunkmate had called it in before the quarantine sealed the doors. Claimed he'd been talking nonsense, hadn't eaten in 3 days. Said his gums were bleeding. They arrived too late. By the time they got to the cabin, the kid had torn through the mattress and was curled in the corner, bare-chested and snarling like an animal. His eyes locked onto them the moment they stepped in. He charged. It took all 3 of them, Luis grappling him to the floor, Glen driving his knee into the kid's spine, and Mateo slashing deep into the base of the skull before the body finally stopped twitching. Afterward, they sat in the hallway outside, silent, covered in sweat and blood. Lucille joined them 10 minutes later, looking pale. 2 more down in sea deck. One confirmed stage 1. The other. I think we were too late. Glen nodded, wiping his face with a trembling hand. Same here. She crouched beside him. How much longer are we going to keep this quiet? As long as we have to, Glen said. Until Chandler can finish the testing. Until we know how many more we've got. Luis stared at the floor. And if there's too many? Mateo grimaced. You all noticing how many of these rooms we check are empty? I haven't been keeping track of everyone, but doesn't that seem off to you? No one answered. That night, they held a quiet meeting in the crew quarters. Langford sat at the head of the table, a bottle of dark liquor at his elbow, untouched. His hands were folded, but there was no strength left in his posture. He looked hollow, smaller than usual. We've recovered 6 bodies, Glen reported. All confirmed crimson. And several still missing, Mateo added grimly. Either hiding, or worse. Chandler, seated beside the captain, rubbed his temples. We have 14 showing early symptoms. We're starting to test them, but we don't have enough kits. If they're infected and they turn before we catch it. They won't turn, Langford interrupted. They'll be handled. The room fell quiet. Lucille's eyes narrowed. So we keep tossing them overboard like garbage? Like it never happened? Langford looked at her. Would you prefer they panic? Start opening cabin doors and dragging their sick into the halls, demanding answers? She didn't reply. No one's happy about this, Glen said quietly. I get that this is survival. If it spreads now, we lose the ship. Luis nodded once. Then we keep cleaning up. Quiet. Until we can't. Langford exhaled and stood slowly. I'll issue another statement in the morning. Emphasize the importance of quarantine. Double ration drops if I have to. But you keep this contained. No mistakes. He walked out without another word. The moment he was gone, Lucille leaned in, voice low. Glen, this can't hold forever. People aren't stupid. They're scared. They're watching. Eventually, someone's going to put the pieces together. I know, he said. But right now, our job isn't to tell the truth. Mateo looked up from cleaning his blade. What is it then? To buy enough time to make sure there's someone left to hear it. The room stayed quiet after that. Outside, the waves lapped quietly at the hull, and the crimson lurked in unseen corners of the ship, waiting for their moment. Glen didn't sleep that night. He stood on the top deck, staring into the black horizon, knowing full well they hadn't seen the worst yet. A high-pitched, panicked shriek cut through the quiet like a blade, bouncing off steel corridors and making every muscle in Glen's body snap tight. He was mid-step on D-deck when it hit, his flashlight beam dancing across the floor. Lucille, beside him, cursed under her breath and broke into a sprint. Another scream joined the first, then a heavy thud, a door banging open, and the unmistakable sound of a body being thrown hard against metal. Glen and Lucille rounded the corner just as a man stumbled out of cabin 6D11, his face torn open in a ragged crescent. His eyes were wild, mouth gaping, but no sound came now, just blood bubbling at the corners of his lips. He collapsed into Glen's arms, twitching once before going limp. Inside the cabin, someone was snarling. Lucille didn't wait. She kicked the door wide and swept inside, machete drawn. Glen followed, heart pounding. The woman inside was already gone, turned. Her skin was slick with sweat and streaked with dark veins, her eyes milky red. She was crouched over another body, one hand clawing at its shoulder, mouth wet with blood. Lucille stepped in and brought the machete down. What? Twice. Then it was over. The room smelled like rot and copper. Glen knelt next to the second victim. Too late. He was gone. Lucille backed into the hallway, breathing hard. That's 3. Just tonight. Glen wiped his blade on the edge of the bedsheet. Chandler said 14 were symptomatic. That was hours ago. They dragged the woman's body into a service cart they'd retrofitted with tarp and bleach-soaked towels. They wrapped her, then her victims, and wheeled them both down the service lift. The elevator groaned all the way to the lower hatch near the hull. Luis and Mateo were already there. Another body lay between them, head caved in, the side of Mateo's metal pipe still slick. Hallway outside C-deck laundry, Luis said grimly. She jumped a guy heading to check on his brother. He fought her off, but she was already in full turn. Had to put her down. Mateo wiped his forehead. The guy's lucky. One more second and she'd have had him open like a soup can. Langford put him under guard so he can't talk to anyone. Glen looked at the bodies. We're not ahead of this anymore. We're chasing it. Lucille crossed her arms. How long until someone catches us in the act? Mateo shrugged. Won't matter soon. The Crimson are not hiding anymore. They dumped the bodies into the sea with mechanical precision. No words, no faces shown, just bundles of tarps and silence swallowed by the deep. The water glistened red beneath the moonlight, but the ship rolled on as if it hadn't noticed. Glen stood there longer than the others, watching the blood fade into the current. When he turned, Lucille was already back on the comms. 2 more calls just came in, she said, holding up the walkie. 1 in the cafeteria storage. 1 locked in a bathroom stall on B-deck. Both confirmed Crimson. Glen clenched his jaw. We moved together. No splitting up. They worked in pairs now. The crew was too thin, the threat too fast. Every corner was a possible ambush. Every noise, every cough, every whisper behind a closed cabin door could be the start of another bloodbath. The one in the cafeteria took too long. A young man had barricaded himself inside with a Crimson version of his father. He was crying when they got there, screaming that he could bring him back, that it wasn't too late. They had to drag him out. Mateo finished the job, jaw clenched the whole time. He didn't speak again for the rest of the night. By dawn, the count had doubled. 8 confirmed. At least 25 suspected, missing. Glen had stopped asking for names. The count of witnesses in custody grew with every encounter. Back in the mess hall, the crew gathered around a darkened table, the room lit only by a flickering wall lamp. Chandler arrived last, still in his bloodied coat. He didn't sit. 3 more positive tests, he announced, voice low. We've isolated them for now, but they don't have long until we need to put them down. Hoping they can say goodbye to their families first. Luis rubbed at his eyes. We're losing. Langford was absent. Locked away in his cabin, reportedly working on another broadcast. Rumor said he hadn't eaten in 2 days. Lucille looked at Glen. It's only a matter of time before someone opens the wrong door. They already are, Glen said quietly. He looked around the table. These were the only people he could count on now. 6 of them. The last line between what was left of order and full collapse. We don't sleep tonight, he said. No shifts. We move as one. We clear every corridor, every call. Quietly. Luis nodded, expression grim. And when we are done? Glen didn't blink. Then we start over and check again. Lucille leaned forward, her voice cold. And when the passengers figure out what we've been doing? Glen looked toward the black porthole window, the ocean stretching endless beyond it. We pray they don't. Outside the fog thickened. It started with whispers. By midday those whispers had grown teeth. Glen heard it first in the galley, two crewmen talking in hushed tones while they loaded ration carts for distribution. He didn't catch every word, but he didn't have to. Eyes were red. Like blood. He wasn't just sick. You think it's crimson? Glen stepped around the corner. The men stiffened like children caught stealing bread. Back to work, he said. Now. They just nodded and got moving, but the look one of them gave the other on the way out told Glen the truth. They already knew. Or thought they did. And that was nearly the same thing. By the time the third shift bell rang, it was everywhere. Passengers leaning out of their cabins, muttering to each other as crew rolled past. People pressing questions behind closed doors. When would the quarantine end? What happened to the folks from SeaDeck who was sick now? Someone had scratched the word crimson into the wall outside the galley storage. Lucille stared at it for a long moment before scrubbing it away with a rag and bleach. It's spreading, she muttered. And I am not talking about the virus. Later, they gathered in the forward conference room, the lights dimmed, tension coiled in the stale air. Captain Langford sat at the head of the table, his uniform jacket open, collar loose, eyes bloodshot from lack of sleep. His fingers tapped the table in slow, steady rhythm. Glen stood at the opposite end with arms folded, Lucille beside him. Mateo sat with one boot on the chair beside him, bouncing his knee anxiously. Chandler leaned on the edge of the table, his expression lined with exhaustion. Langford was the first to speak. We issue a broadcast tonight, he said. We tell them it's a fever. Fast-moving, yes. But not crimson. The room stayed quiet for half a breath. Then Glen stepped forward. We can't lie to them again. Langford's eyes narrowed. It's not about lying. We're preventing panic. They already are panicking, Glen said. They know something's wrong. People are talking. They've seen the blood. The locked doors. They've heard the screams. Chandler added quietly, I've had 6 people fake symptoms just to try and get access to the med bay. They don't want treatment. They want to know. Langford's voice hardened. You think they'll react better if we tell them the truth? If we say Crimson's on board and it could be anyone? You think they won't start kicking in doors looking for monsters? Luis shifted in his chair. We're not giving them a warning. We're leaving them blind. And vulnerable, Lucille added. They don't even know what to look for. What if someone's hiding an early case? What if someone's trying to protect a family member and doesn't know what they're really facing? We tell them, Glen said again. It's time. Langford slammed a palm against the table, the sound sharp and final. We will not incite a mutiny. Mateo sat back with a dry, bitter laugh. You think we're holding this ship together with duct tape and morale out of spite? We are on your side, Cap. This isn't a mutiny, it's a warning. Langford stood, jaw tight, voice shaking now with something between anger and desperation. They're civilians. Families. Children. If we give them a reason to panic, they will. And once that starts, there's no pulling it back. Glen stepped in, voice calm but firm. And if we keep lying, we lose the ones still willing to trust us. When the next one's turn, and more people die, what then? What do we say? Another fever dream? Another hallucination? Langford looked around the room, eyes darting from face to face. Chandler didn't look away. Lucille met his gaze without faltering. Luis stayed silent, but his silence was no longer neutral. Finally, the captain exhaled and sat down, deflated. We tell them it's the fever. It causes delirium. Confusion. We're treating it. That's the message. That's the order. Nobody moved. Mateo's voice was low. This is going to blow up in your face. Langford didn't answer. He simply reached for the comms panel on the wall and tapped it twice. All crew leaders prepare for broadcast duties. Passenger message to follow within the hour. Repeat. All crew leaders report to your designated communication stations. Langford out. The light on the panel went red, then dark. Lucille turned and walked out without a word. Luis followed a moment later. Chandler stayed behind, shaking his head. Every second we don't warn them, we lose more than people. We lose our ability to help the rest. He left too. Only Glen remained, staring at the captain across the darkened table. You look to me to guide the passengers. To keep them calm and lead them. "But I can't steer a sinking ship, Langford," he said quietly. "And sooner or later the truth always floats." Then he turned and walked out. Langford stayed seated, staring into the reflection on the porthole. Outside, the ocean rocked gently, hiding everything beneath the surface. But not for much longer. Glen moved down the corridor toward the infirmary, hurried pace echoing on the steel floor. The ship groaned under the strain of another gray morning. He hadn't seen Chandler since last night's argument with Langford, and he had to know if any of the test kits had revealed anything new. He turned the final corner, nearly slipping on a streak of something dark smeared across the wall. Blood. Not dry. Fresh. He slowed, breath catching in his throat. The door to the infirmary was cracked open. Just an inch. Enough for a whisper to escape. Or something worse. Glen pressed his shoulder to the wall beside the door, slowly leaning his head to peer inside. At first, all he saw were shadows. The room was darker than it should have been. The lights overhead flickered, two gone completely, another pulsing like a heartbeat. He couldn't see Chandler's bed. Couldn't see the far wall. But he could see the trail. It led from the examination table all the way to the center of the room. And at the end of it, what was left of Chandler Brenner. Glen's breath hitched. He staggered back, hand pressed to his mouth. Chandler's body had been torn apart. Limbs half detached. One leg chewed down to the bone. His face. Gone. Crimson, Glen muttered. Then he heard them. A rustle. A wet shuffle. Nails scraping against steel. They stepped into view, three of them. One hunched low, its skin mottled with blood and grime. Another stood upright, swaying, its lips peeled back in an almost smile, the front of its shirt soaked through. The third crawled on all fours, sniffing the air. Glen backed away fast, shoulder hitting the door frame. The noise was enough. All three lifted their heads. Snapped toward him. And then they were moving. Glen slammed the door shut just as the first one slammed into the other side. Bam. The steel groaned, rattled in its hinges. Glen cursed, scanning for anything to brace it with. A rolling cart sat nearby. He shoved it hard against the base of the door, then spotted a broken stretcher wedged in the wall and kicked it free. Bam. Bam. He jammed the stretcher into the floor wedge of the door handle, using it as a makeshift brace. Another crash from the other side. The frame buckled but held. He could hear them now. Snarling. Scratching. Fingers dragging along the metal. Then, nothing. Silence. Glen stood there, chest heaving, staring at the door. He didn't move for what felt like minutes. Just stood. Listening. Waiting. And then he realized they'd gone quiet. Not gone. Dormant. Like they knew they couldn't get out, but weren't finished. He leaned closer just an inch and heard it, shallow breaths. Slow pacing. The occasional thud of something shifting against the far wall. They were still in there. Watching. Waiting. Glen stepped back, his pulse still hammering in his ears. The doctor was gone. The last person on board who really understood the virus, the infection, the immune response, ripped apart in the very place he'd saved so many lives. And now the sick bay was lost. Glen staggered down the hall a few feet and dropped to a crouch against the wall, trying to catch his breath. He'd have to seal it, mark it, warn the others, and then he'd have to lie. Again. Because if anyone found out that the infirmary, the last safe place, the last hope, was gone, there wouldn't be panic. There would be chaos. He stood slowly, gripping the wall for balance. He had to find Lucille. Luis. Mateo. Had to regroup. Plan the next move. Because now, everything was shifting faster than they could keep up. The Crimson weren't dormant anymore. They were hunting. Chapter 10. Lost Serenity. Outside the infirmary, the ship groaned, a sound too deep to be structural. The Ocean Serenity had always made noise, creaking steel, humming vents, sloshing ballast. But this was different. Then came the scream. Not the blood-curdling kind. Not a movie scream. This one was real, raw, cut short midway like someone had been yanked backward mid-breath. A wet crunch followed and Glen's blood ran cold. They're on the move. He didn't wait. Glen tore down the corridor, weaving around overturned carts and a scattering of pill bottles that had rolled from the infirmary. His axe bounced against his back with every step. This was different. This was war. He rounded the corner and nearly slipped, blood on the floor, fresh and dark, a trail smeared along the wall like someone had been dragged. Glen didn't look. Didn't need to. He needed Mateo first. The galley wasn't far. A service corridor would take him through the crew kitchen and into the backline pantry. If Mateo was anywhere, it was there. Glen reached the doors, slid to a stop, and knocked twice, then once, then twice again. The knock they'd all agreed on. A safety code. Nothing. His hand went to the axe. Then the door creaked open just enough for Mateo's tattooed arm to shoot out, grabbing Glen by the jacket and yanking him in. Holy crap, Mateo breathed, bolting the door behind them. You're still upright. I thought. Chandler's dead, Glen said flatly. Torn up bad. Mateo's face shifted. Glen knew he'd known Chandler. Liked him. But there wasn't time to mourn. Glen nodded. It started. Mateo swallowed hard, the last traces of warmth draining from his face. You tell Langford yet? Not yet. Grabbing everyone as I go. JJ around? No idea. Last I saw, he bolted toward the lower storage after alarms started blaring. Lucille? Mateo gave a grim nod. She was in the promenade, trying to calm some rich idiots who thought this was another drill. All right, Glen said. We find her. Then JJ. Then the bridge. No hero runs. We stick to walls, avoid open decks, and don't engage unless we have to. Mateo grabbed his kitchen knives, 2 of them, sleek and familiar, sliding into thigh sheaths. His throwing knives were already strapped around his waist. He gave a nod, jaw clenched. Lead the way. The hallway outside was a different ship than it had been an hour ago. Lights flickered. Emergency power had kicked in. Red strobes pulsed down narrow walls, casting everything in jerking shadows. Screams echoed up from somewhere below. Glen didn't want to think about what deck those were coming from. They reached the promenade just in time to hear glass shatter. Lucille stood in the middle of the hallway, her back to a barricade of upended chairs and suitcases. 3 terrified passengers cowered behind her as a crimson clawed at a shattered window, pushing its emaciated body through the jagged frame. Lucille held a flare in one hand, a knife in the other. Lucille. Glen barked. She glanced back just as the crimson lunged. Mateo moved first. His knife sang through the air, a low arc of silver, then embedded deep in the back of the creature's neck. It didn't even scream. It just hit the ground in a pile of twitching limbs, blood pooling under its jaw. Lucille didn't flinch. She turned to Glen, panting. Took you long enough. You okay? I'm fine. These idiots, she motioned to the trembling group behind her. They thought they could bribe it or something. They don't get it doesn't want canned goods. Glen didn't even respond. Leave them. If they want to follow, they will. If not. I know, Lucille said, already grabbing a pack. The survivors did follow for a while, but after a few moments the group made a run for their luxury rooms. The lower decks were worse, red smears across walls, broken lights dangling from the ceiling. The crimson had come through here already. They found JJ huddled in a maintenance room, a metal pipe in one hand, flashlight in the other. He was covered in grime, a deep scratch along his arm, but his eyes lit up when he saw them. You're alive, he said. Barely, Glen said. Let's keep it that way. With everyone assembled, they moved fast, avoiding hot zones, cutting through service tunnels, down into the heart of the ship. By the time they reached the bridge, Langford and Luis were barricaded inside, holding the last defense point. Langford's face was hard as stone. We lost most of the crew. Communications are down. Infected spreading fast. It's over, Glen said, stepping forward. We're not winning this. Silence. Then Langford nodded, slow. Where? The cafeteria. It's central. Food storage. Metal shutters. Cold storage walk-in if we're overrun. Luis frowned. That's where evac was supposed to muster. It still can be, Glen said. If we're lucky. Langford looked at him a long moment. Then he said, all right. We make our stand there. The hallway outside the bridge was slick with blood and water, condensation dripping from busted pipes like cold sweat from the ship's ribs. Glen led the way, axe ready, every step measured. Behind him, the others moved in tight formation. Mateo on his left, Lucille to his right, JJ close to her. Luis and Langford brought up the rear, their boots squelching in dark puddles. No one spoke. The Ocean Serenity had once been polished, pristine, designed for luxury. Now it felt like a rusting coffin. They descended a narrow stairwell toward Deck 7, heading for the cafeteria. Glen gripped the railing with one hand, his other on the axe, trying not to think about the way the walls seemed to breathe with every creak of the ship's hull. The lighting here had failed completely, Only the strobing red of the emergency backups pulsed in slow, ominous beats. It felt like moving through a throat. A dying thing's throat. They hit the landing and froze. The hallway was littered with bodies. Passengers, crew, at least 8 people sprawled across the floor in various stages of mutilation. One man's arm had been torn completely free, another's face caved in like wet clay. Blood pooled thick and black around their corpses. But none of them twitched. "They're dead?" JJ asked, voice just above a whisper. Glen crouched and inspected one. Still warm. Probably died within the last hour. Lucille crouched on the opposite side of the hallway. "These wounds, they're shredded. Not clean like bites. This was a frenzy." Glen nodded grimly. "More than that." He pointed at the dark veining crawling up a woman's pale neck, like ink spilled beneath the skin. The telltale mark of crimson exposure. But it was fast. Too fast. They weren't infected long ago. These people turned fast, and got torn apart even faster. Mateo adjusted his grip on his knife. "That's not normal, right? I mean, the virus doesn't spread that quick." "Not unless they were already weak," Glen muttered. Flu was burning through the ship. Their immune systems were wrecked. The crimson virus didn't have to fight hard. "Great," Mateo said dryly. "So now we've got the express version of the apocalypse." They moved carefully past the corpses, but Glen kept glancing at them. Something wasn't right. They rounded the corner toward the crew access corridor and stopped. A body lay ahead, alone this time, slumped against the wall. But it wasn't moving. Not even to breathe. JJ started to step forward, but Glen threw out a hand. "Don't." He edged closer, the others holding back. His boots slipped slightly in a fresh smear of blood. The figure was skeletal, skin stretched tight, veins black, lips curled back over cracked teeth. Sunken red eyes stared blankly ahead. Motionless. Too motionless. "I think it's dead," Lucille said, stepping beside him. Glen stared a moment longer, then shook his head. "No. It's waiting." Before anyone could speak, the thing moved. It didn't twitch. It sprung, an explosion of snarling, bony limbs, launching off the wall like a coiled trap. Glen didn't think. He raised the axe just in time. The blade buried deep into the lurker's skull with a sharp, wet crack. The impact rattled up his arms, jarring his shoulders as the creature collapsed mid-lunge, twitching violently on the floor. The hallway went silent again. JJ was frozen, eyes wide, breath stuck in his throat. It wasn't dead. "They don't all scream and chase," Glen muttered, wrenching the axe free. "Some of them wait." "Why?" Lucille asked, voice low, scanning the hallway. "To conserve energy. Starve bodies. The virus pushes them into hibernation until something gets close enough to eat." Mateo gave a nervous laugh. "And now we're dealing with crimson landmines?" "Pretty much." Luis moved closer to the downed lurker, nudging it with his boot. "We've seen sleepers before, but not like this. This one was calculating. See the footprints leading past it. Straight and patterned. Like a regular person just came through. So why didn't it attack them?" Glen's eyes lingered on the corpse. "This wasn't random. It waited for us." Lucille stared at the wall behind the lurker. Her eyes narrowed. "Look." Etched into the metal with something sharp, fingernails maybe, a pattern of deep scratches. Not chaotic. Organized. Repeated slashes and clusters of 4, arranged in angled lines. "Trail markers?" Mateo asked. Langford stepped up, tracing the etchings with a gloved hand. "I've seen similar patterns near the lifeboat stations. At first I thought they were just some of the teens messing around." "They're not," Glen said. "They're signs." "They're communicating," Lucille muttered. "Or at least coordinating." JJ swallowed hard. "So they're not just smarter. They're organized." The silence that followed was suffocating. Finally, Glen broke it. "We move. Quiet. Stay sharp. They're not swarming anymore. They're hunting." They crept down the rest of the corridor, every corner now suspect, every body a potential ambush. Glen noticed things he hadn't before. Groups of victims herded into corners, trails of blood that ended too cleanly, piles of bones stripped bare and stacked unnaturally. Pack behavior. Predator tactics. The group pressed forward through a narrowing hall, the flickering lights illuminating the crimson-streaked walls. Every step Glen took felt heavier. The silence wasn't silence anymore. It was watching. Breathing. Thinking. The ship felt alive, and whatever was in its veins wasn't blood. It was hunger. They reached a junction. Ahead lay the corridor that led toward the cafeteria. Freedom, if such a thing existed now. But the hallway branching right was different. A barricade of chairs, suitcases, and snapped mop handles stretched halfway across the passage. Someone had tried to make a stand here, and nearly failed. Then Glen heard it. A muffled sob. Then a voice, low and strained. Please, he's just a kid. Glen froze, holding up a fist. The group halted behind him. Someone's alive, he said quietly. Louis stepped forward immediately. Then we helped them. Glen didn't move. It's a bottleneck. No line of retreat, too many blind corners. Doesn't matter, Louis said. We don't walk past people. Not if we can stop. Lucille added, her voice wasn't cruel, just tired. You think they'll survive 5 minutes if we all die trying to drag them out? The voice came again, familiar this time. Glen? He blinked. Parker? He moved forward fast, pushing aside a makeshift barricade of crates and broken furniture until he reached the half-splintered door behind it. He knocked once, then pressed his palm against the wood. It's me. The bolt slid back. The door cracked open. Parker stood on the other side, unshaven, pale, his face drawn with exhaustion. He leaned heavily on a rusted crutch, the bottom half of his right leg gone and replaced with a used prosthetic. Behind him, Sarah, his wife, stood protectively over their son Andrew. The boy clung to her hip, his cheeks streaked with tears. You shouldn't be here, Parker rasped. And neither should you, Glen replied. Luis moved in beside him. We've got shelter. But we need to go. Now. Parker nodded. Let me get my gear. He turned, but the moment he shifted his weight he stumbled. Glen caught him before he hit the floor. You can barely stand, Glen muttered. I can still move, Parker hissed. Just not fast. We'll cover you, Louis said, already helping to steady him. Let's move. They started back through the barricade, but that's when the sound came. A long, slow dragging noise from behind the vending machine at the far end of the corridor. Then stillness. Then, snap. A lurker burst from behind the machine with terrifying speed, launching towards Sarah and the boy. Lucille shouted a warning. Mateo moved, but it was too far. Glen lunged, his body moving on instinct, but he too was out of reach. From the side hallway a figure barreled to intercept. It was the captain. He threw himself into the lurker, shoulder first, slamming it sideways and away from the mother and child. The two of them crashed into the wall with a sickening thud, and the lurker slashed wildly, its claws catching Langford's thigh as he turned to cover the rear. Langford went down with a grunt, blood spreading fast down his leg. Mateo arrived a beat later, driving his knife into the back of the creature's skull. The lurker dropped instantly. Parker leaned heavily on Glen, his voice quiet. Is Langford? Still breathing, Glen said, moving to help the captain up. Langford gritted his teeth as Luis ripped a strip of cloth from a coat and tied it tightly around the wound. Not a bite, he hissed. Just claws. Doesn't mean you're safe, Lucille muttered. She crouched beside him, wiping away blood to examine the wound. How deep? Langford didn't answer. But Glen noticed him keeping the injured leg behind him. Shielded. Quiet. Lucille noticed it too. She didn't say anything. Not yet. But she met Glen's eyes and he saw the doubt there. The worry. Langford was wounded. But more importantly, he was hiding something. They moved quickly after that. Parker limped with Luis bracing him on one side, his crutch useless in the chaos. Sarah kept a tight hold on Andrew, whispering promises Glen knew she might not be able to keep. The corridor grew narrower, more twisted. The carpet was soaked through with blood, the walls marked in those same strange scratch patterns, angled clusters of 4 like something counting. Or mapping. They passed the remains of a crew member, torn in half and draped over a shattered food cart. But what stopped Glen wasn't the man's corpse. Was the other one. Lying beside the crew member was a half-eaten crimson. Its chest had been caved in, not torn, not slashed. Crush. Bone fragments stuck out from the floor beneath it. Its arms were twisted behind its back like it had been thrown. And its head, it was flattened. Mateo let out a slow, rattled breath. That wasn't us. Glen stepped forward, crouched beside it. He reached out with the end of his axe, gently nudging the misshapen skull. No, he murmured. It wasn't. Lucille crouched beside him, voice low. Something stronger. Bigger, Glen said. JJ was pale as paper. They're not the top of the food chain? No, Glen said. Not anymore. A distant groan rolled through the ship. Vibrating. Almost like an exhale. No one spoke after that. They just moved faster. The next corridor led into the cargo bay, an open maw of shadow and rusted metal. Glen paused at the threshold, the others bunching up behind him. The bay's wide ceiling stretched 2 stories up, flanked by metal scaffolding and rows of shipping crates secured with fraying netting. Some had been split open, ripped, not cut. What was inside had either been taken. Lucille pressed close to him. There's no other route? Glen shook his head. We either cut through or double back through the larboard stairwell. It's too far for Parker, Mateo said. This way. Parker nodded grimly, leaning on Luis, every movement labored. His crutch was long gone, abandoned for the sake of speed. They moved cautiously, each footstep echoing on the catwalks above and steel decking below. Glen signaled for silence, dropping into a crouch as they approached a stack of containers. He peeked around one and immediately froze. At the center of the bay, in the wide open floor space, a pack had gathered. Maybe a dozen crimson, skeletal, twitching, some crouched on all fours, surrounded a taller figure. Glen's pulse spiked as he took in its proportions. It stood upright, hunched slightly, but even so it towered over the others. Patches of skin were stretched thin over its frame, the muscle beneath taut and veined black. But its eyes were the worst part, calm. Where? The Alpha. It barked a low, guttural sound, short, controlled, and one of the lesser crimson dragged in a body from the shadows. A crew member. Dead. Or not yet. The crimson at the front, a hunched, younger one, lunged early, biting deep into the crew member's throat before the Alpha gave any signal. The others recoiled. The Alpha turned. Then it struck. In a blur, it grabbed the feeder by the back of the neck and slammed it into the floor. Once. Twice. A third time. Bones cracked like snapped branches. The rest of the pack remained perfectly still, heads lowered like guilty dogs. The Alpha backed off, chest heaving. Then it stepped aside. The rest of the crimson waited. Then, only after a second guttural bark, they descended in unison. No frenzy. No chaos. Order. Glen backed away from the crate, breath caught halfway up his throat. He turned to the others. Alpha. It's controlling them. JJ's hands were trembling. Since when do they punish each other? Safe to say we have no clue what they can do, Lucille said under her breath. Langford growled softly. We have to move before they finish feeding. Glen turned to Mateo, then gestured to the far side of the cargo bay. You remember the emergency fire suppression pipes? Yeah, Mateo said, catching on immediately. You want noise. Set it off. Pull the release valve and flood the overhead with steam. That'll mask our noise and draw their focus. Mateo nodded and slipped away, disappearing between crates with hardly a sound. Luis helped lower Parker behind cover while the rest braced for the distraction. Glen watched Langford out of the corner of his eye. The older man's face was pale, sheen of sweat glinting off his brow. He kept adjusting the pressure on his wounded leg. Glen had seen wounds like that before. Too shallow to be fatal. Too deep to ignore. Langford hadn't said much since they entered the cargo bay. JJ reached for his canteen, fumbling with the strap. It slipped and clattered onto the floor. Clink, clack, clack. Everyone froze. Crimson heads snapped toward the sound like predators on a leash. Langford wheeled on JJ, rage flaring in his eyes. You stupid little. Glen grabbed Langford, pulling him back against the crate just as the crimson moved toward the noise. Only the Alpha remained still, watching from its perch atop a torn crate. For a moment, Glen could swear it smelled them. Then, WJOS. A vent erupted overhead, blasting steam and hissing pressure into the space. Emergency lights flickered again, disorienting strobe flashes bathing everything in red and white. Move! Glen barked. They ran low and fast, Parker hobbling between Luis and Lucille, the boy carried tight in Sarah's arms. Glen led the way through the shifting mist, flanking around the far wall toward the emergency bulkhead exit. He dared a glance back. The Alpha was standing tall, watching the steam rise. It hadn't moved, hadn't flinched. But its gaze, Glen swore, it landed on him before they slipped through the next corridor. Once through, Mateo slammed the latch shut and yanked the wheel into the locked position. He leaned back against it, panting. We good? No, Glen said. But we're alive. JJ stood to the side trying not to shake. Luis moved to check on Parker and Sarah. Langford stood alone, hand gripping a pipe on the wall to steady himself. Glen walked over slowly. "You okay?" he asked. Langford's response was clipped. "Fine. You're limping worse than before." I said I'm fine. You yelled back there. At JJ. I had to, Langford snapped. He nearly got us all killed. No, Glen said quietly. You yelled because you're slipping. Langford's eyes narrowed. You want to say that again? Glen didn't raise his voice. You're sweating. Shaking. Short fuse. And now that I think about it, you've been like that for several days. Langford looked away. Lucille was watching now. JJ too. No one spoke. You said it was just a scratch, Glen continued. I believe you. But what aren't you telling us? Langford's lips curled slightly. You think I'm one of them? No, at least not yet, but the symptoms are adding up. I think you're running out of time. Langford said nothing. Then, after a long moment, he pulled his sleeve down further and turned away. Glen didn't press. Not yet. He had bigger problems. The service hallway narrowed, the overhead lights dimming further with each step. Exposed pipes dripped from above, pooling into slick patches on the floor. Glen led the group in silence, the tension so thick it clung to his skin like sweat. They were almost to the cafeteria. Almost. Quiet, he hissed, raising a hand. The group came to a halt in front of a tight corridor. Glen took one cautious step forward. Snap. The sound was above them, quick, sharp, like metal buckling. Everyone looked up. A dark shape slammed through the ceiling tiles in a blur of claws and sinew. It dropped with the force of a wrecking ball, landing just behind Sarah and Parker. The hunter. It screeched, a dry, inhuman sound, and lunged. Get back. Glen shouted, but he was too far. The hunter's claws slashed the air as Sarah stumbled back, shielding Andrew with her body. Parker dropped, pulling them both under him, helpless with one leg but still able to be a shield. But JJ moved. He dove to the side, grabbing a broken pipe from the floor and swung hard. It struck the creature across the face, stunning it just long enough for Mateo to charge in, knives drawn. The first blade went deep into its shoulder. The second didn't land. The hunter twisted, flinging Mateo into the wall. He crashed hard, his left arm bending at a sickening angle as he hit the floor. Mateo! Lucille cried out. Glen surged forward, fire axe raised. The hunter turned just in time to meet him, its elongated jaw snapping inches from Glen's face as he swung. The axe buried itself deep in the creature's torso, embedding between its ribs. It howled and thrashed, trying to tear itself free, but Glen didn't let go. He shoved with everything he had. Luis joined him, stabbing the hunter's spine with a knife. The thing shrieked and collapsed, convulsing once before finally going still. The silence that followed was broken only by Mateo's low groan. Lucille dropped to her knees beside him. Your arm's broken, she said, voice tight. We need to splint it. I can still use my right, Mateo grunted. Don't count me out yet. Luis stood over the body of the hunter, blood dripping from his weapon, chest heaving. His expression was wild, eyes red-rimmed, jaw clenched. Everyone okay? Glen asked, scanning the group. JJ sat back, panting, face pale but intact. Sarah held Andrew close, murmuring into his ear. Parker had managed to pull himself upright, bruised but breathing. Langford stood with his pistol still in hand. But it was pointed at Lucille. Or had been. She stared at him, silent as the realization hit. You nearly shot me, she said flatly. Langford blinked, lowering the gun like he hadn't realized what he was doing. You were in the way. No, she said. You're not thinking clearly. You haven't been for a while. Langford stepped back, teeth bared. I've been keeping us alive. You're losing control, she said, quiet but steady. Glen moved closer, slowly. Langford, he said carefully, you need to sit down. I don't need anything. Lucille's gaze didn't waver. Lift your shirt. Langford hesitated. Just a second too long. Luis stepped behind him. Do it. Langford snarled but yanked his shirt up. The infection had spread, veins like tree roots, black and branching, crawling up his side and curling around his ribcage. Sweat glistened on his skin. His pupils were blown wide, too wide. Lucille stepped back. You're turning. No, Langford said. It's under control and it's early. I can feel it fighting. There's no beating it, Glen said. You know that. Langford's hand tightened on his pistol. You need me. A long, tense beat passed between them. Then Langford's arm dropped. Fine, he said hoarsely. Then make it quick. No, Glen said. You're not dead. Not yet. He motioned to the right, toward a storage room just off the hallway. Its door hung slightly open. Glen, Lucille said softly. It has a lock, he answered. If he turns soon, he'll be stuck. If we happen to pull through this, then we can come back for him. Langford stared at the floor for a long moment, then nodded. Glen walked him to the door. Langford stepped inside slowly, like his body already weighed more than it used to. Inside he sat on a crate. Glen unclipped his walkie and handed it to him. Keep it on, Glen said. Langford nodded. Tell me if anyone makes it out. Glen locked the door. From the other side, Langford's voice came through the speaker. Glen? He pressed the button. Yeah. I'm sorry. So am I. And then they walked away. Back in the hallway, no one spoke. Mateo sat with his arms splinted against his chest. JJ was staring at the door, face unreadable. Sarah had covered Andrew's eyes. Lucille didn't look at Glen, just turned her head and stared down the corridor. They all knew what that closed door meant. Langford was gone. And they all knew they couldn't stop now. Let's move, Glen said. The corridor ahead stretched long and dim, lined with broken panels and overturned carts. Glen moved at a steady pace, pushing forward, ears straining. Somewhere beneath them, the ship groaned like it was sinking into something far deeper than water. The groan rose into a metal shriek and then shouting. Screams. From below. From above. From everywhere. JJ froze. They're coming. Crimson. Dozens of them. He heard them before he saw them. Claws against steel, the wet thud of bare feet on decks, the hoarse gasps of mouths that devoured everything in their path but still harbored insatiable hunger. From the stairwells behind and the vents above, the infected poured in. Go! Glen shouted, raising the axe as the first crimson rounded the corner. Mateo, cradling his broken arm but refusing to lag behind, stabbed one in the throat with his good hand. It didn't kill it, but it slowed it enough for Lucille to drive her boot through its skull. Parker limped hard, leaning fully on Luis now. We're not gonna outrun them. We don't have to, Glen said. Just reach the doors. Lucille peeled off to the side as they turned into the final hallway leading to the cafeteria. She stopped at a choke point, a narrow passage where piping snaked across the walls like veins. I've got this. Keep going. Lucille. Glen turned back. Don't, Glen. Her eyes blazed. You'll just slow me down. A lurker came from the side. She intercepted it with a jagged length of rebar, planting it through its mouth and slamming it back against the wall. JJ flinched, looking between them. Glen grabbed him by the collar. Don't look. Move. They pushed through. The hallway became a war zone. Glen swung his axe in wide arcs, clearing a path as the group barreled toward the cafeteria. The infected were everywhere, pouring from hallways and open ducts. The air stank of blood and rotting breath. Glen spotted the heavy metal doors ahead, sealed, unpowered, shut tight. Parker, can you help me move that cart? Parker grabbed a service cart that had once held trays of covered meals. Now it was empty, dented, wheels busted on one side. Ram it, Glen said. Hard. He and Parker worked in tandem, pushing the cart down the hallway with building speed. Sarah stood back with Andrew behind a pile of crates, Mateo watching over them with his one good arm gripping a pipe. Luis kept the hallway clear. Another roar behind them. Lucille. Glen's chest tightened. He didn't look back. They hit the door. The cart struck with a metallic clang and the door buckled, but didn't give. Again? They pushed it back. Slammed it harder. This time the bottom hinge cracked loose. From behind them a lurker screamed. Lucille's voice followed. Glen. He turned. She stumbled into view, blood streaking down her arm, shirt torn. She shoved an infected off her shoulder, her arm shaking from the effort. Two more were behind her. Glen ran. He reached her as one of them lunged. His axe split it from collarbone to gut. The second jumped for her, and Lucille ducked low, letting it fly over her shoulder before Glen brought the butt of the axe down, crushing its skull against the floor. You done playing hero? He grunted, grabbing her under the arm. I bought you time. Don't do it again. Not planning to. They reached the others just as Parker and Luis shoved the cart into the door a third time. Crack. The frame broke loose, the right door popping open just wide enough. In. Glen barked. JJ slipped through first, then Sarah with Andrew. Parker limped after them, dragging his foot. Lucille shoved Mateo through. Luis backed in, covering them. Glen turned, just as the horde filled the corridor behind them. Dozens of crimson, shoulder to shoulder, eyes black and seething. They charged. Glen dove through the gap and slammed the door shut just as the first body hit it. Boom. Then another. Boom, boom, boom. The door shuddered with each impact. Block it. Glen yelled. Luis and Parker dragged the busted cart into the doorway. Lucille jammed a serving tray between the handles. Mateo kicked a fallen oven rack into place. The pounding didn't stop. The metal bowed under the pressure. JJ was curled near the prep counter, shaking. Sarah sat beside him, cradling Andrew and muttering into his hair. Mateo leaned against the door, breathing hard. They're not giving up. They won't, Glen said, wiping blood off the blade of his axe. Not until they get in. They may go quite eventually, but they still won't give up. Lucille sat down beside a tipped-over serving bin. Blood smeared her side. She didn't complain. We made it, she said softly. Glen stood in the center of the cafeteria, turning in slow circles. Cold storage behind them. Kitchen lines on either side. A service hallway on the other side. All doors sealed for now. But outside, the horde didn't leave. They didn't retreat. They waited. And in the distance, somewhere deeper in the ship, another voice screamed. But this one didn't sound human, and it didn't sound like the regular crimson. And it didn't stop. It howled louder. A command. And the infected went still. All at once. They held their breath in expectation of what came next. Outside, silence thickened. No more pounding. No more shrieks. Just that terrible stillness, as if the horde beyond the doors had become statues. Listening. Waiting. Inside, Glen finally allowed himself to collapse onto one of the overturned tables. He let the axe slide from his fingers to the floor with a metallic clatter. His arms trembled, not from fear but from everything they'd outrun. Everything they'd almost lost. Mateo sat nearby, his broken arm braced against his chest with torn cloth and duct tape. Glen moved over, gently peeling back the makeshift splint to check the swelling. Still have feeling? He asked. Yeah, Mateo winced. Just enough to wish I didn't. JJ knelt beside them, holding a bottle of water and trying not to fumble it with his shaking hands. Hold this, Glen said, nodding to the splint. JJ moved into place. He didn't meet Glen's eyes, but his grip was steady. Parker, using a mop handle as a makeshift cane, hobbled over to help Lucille reinforce the door barricade. His movements were slower now, stiff, but purposeful. Luis worked alongside them, dragging overturned prep carts into place with sharp, angry energy. You okay? Glen asked Luis as he passed. Luis didn't look at him. Yeah. He shoved a folding table into place, jamming its legs into the doorframe. Just tired of losing people. A few feet away, Sarah sat against the wall, arms around Andrew. The boy was silent, clutching a water bottle and a crumpled napkin like a lifeline. Crackle. The walkie on Glen's belt burst to life. He snatched it up. Langford. A long pause. Then, Glen. The voice was raw, frayed. But it was him. I'm here, Glen said, kneeling near the prep counter. Still locked in. Still myself. I think. The others turned toward the sound. Lucille froze in place. JJ stopped fidgeting. Luis straightened beside the barricade. You holding up? Glen asked. Langford gave a dry, rasping laugh. Define holding up. Another pause. Something's been bugging me, Glen. All those missing passengers, the ones who just vanished before this all exploded. We kept thinking they were dead or slipped into the water. But I think a lot of them were hiding. Lucille's brow furrowed. You think they were infected? I think they were scared, Langford said. They got sick, locked themselves away, and let the virus run its course. The flu outbreak gave them cover, excuse to isolate, to be ignored. Luis cursed under his breath. That would explain why so many turned fast. They were already half gone. They weren't all fresh crimson, Glen muttered. They were building pressure beneath the surface. Langford coughed, long and wet. I should have seen it. I ran this ship. Should have paid more attention to what was missing, not just what was wrong. You saw more than most, Glen said. You helped more than most. Another long pause. Then Langford spoke again, voice lower now. Something passed by a few minutes ago. Just outside the door. Glen went still. What kind of something? Big. Heavy. Lucille and Mateo exchanged a look. JJ stepped back closer to Sarah and Andrew. Didn't sound like a crimson. It didn't make a sound, not a grunt, not a breath. Just footsteps. Real slow. Real, deliberate. Glen's mouth was dry. Did it try to get at you? No. Just kept going. But it felt like it knew I was there. It stopped outside the door for just a moment. Didn't bother to look. Didn't need to, then it kept walking. Silence stretched. You need to stay ahead of that thing, Glen, Langford said. I don't think the doors'll stop it. Glen swallowed. We will. There was a pause. And then quieter. Tell Lucille. I'm sorry about the gun. Lucille blinked, jaw tight. Tell Luis. He needs to keep you all safe now. Luis clenched his fists, then slowly sat down beside the barricade, head lowered. JJ looked away. And then Langford added, just a whisper now. They are looking to you now, Glen. You've got a shot. So don't waste it. I just wish there was a way I could still help you. A beat of static. And then, silence. Glen clicked the receiver again. Langford. Nothing. Lang. The walkie buzzed softly, then fell quiet for good. Mateo leaned his head back against the wall, eyes shut. JJ bit the inside of his cheek. Luis exhaled sharply through his nose, but said nothing. Lucille crossed the room and eased down next to Glen, her shoulder brushing his. You didn't leave me behind, she said quietly. Glen stared down at the walkie in his hand. I never would. She didn't smile. Just nodded once, eyes on the floor. The cafeteria held, but only just. They were safe for now. But somewhere out there on the ship, something huge was still moving. And it didn't care how strong the doors were. Chapter 11. Silent Watchers. The walls felt closer than they had a few days ago. Maybe it was the humidity. Maybe it was the tension that thickened the air like mist, curling around every breath. Glen stood in the narrow corridor just outside the commons area, arms crossed, one boot braced against the wall. He could hear them arguing inside before he even stepped through the door. I'm telling you, we wait much longer, there won't be anything left to save. Luis' voice echoed with the clipped precision of a man trained for conflict. We need to move now. Retake the storage rooms. Clear the upper decks and rescue anyone holed up. Get a handle on this while there may still be people to save. Glen entered quietly, eyes scanning the room. Luis stood rigid near the map on one of the tables, finger stabbing down at the floor plan of the ship like he could will it to change. JJ was pointing to the locked food storage doors across the hallway. They had tried and failed to open them. They were locked from the inside, indicating something was in there. We need food and water more than anything right now. Great, Mateo muttered from the far corner. Let's just retake the storage room. You know, the one that's locked from the inside. With no response. Because that's totally not suspicious. The others looked up as Glen entered, but Luis hardly blinked. It's been sealed for 3 days, JJ continued. No movement. No sound. If someone was in there, they'd have answered by now. I say we break in and kill any crimson. We're weak from lack of food and dehydrated already. Lucille leaned against a cabinet nearby, arms crossed, her platinum hair tied back in a messy braid. Her voice was calm but sharp. Or maybe they're hiding. Maybe they're trying to stay quiet. Because they're either scared or worried we are crimson. Glen didn't speak yet. He watched the faces in the room. Luis all fire and muscle and duty. JJ strung tight like a wire about to snap. Lucille composed but cracking behind the eyes. Even if they're infected, they've got food in there, JJ pressed. We need it. Luis turned sharply. So you'd risk everyone in here for a few cans of food? JJ straightened from the wall, his lanky frame tense. I'd risk not starving, yeah. Luis advanced a step, and JJ's hand twitched near the pocket knife clipped to his belt. Luis didn't shy away. This is bigger than you. We have an obligation to any survivors still on board. We can't save them if we die taking unnecessary risks. I didn't fight in 2 wars to die because some scared kid with an ego thought he knew better. Glen stepped between them before JJ could respond. That's enough. Luis opened his mouth, but Glen's eyes snapped to him with a force that stilled the room. The soldier held his gaze a moment longer before backing off, jaw tight. JJ looked away, muttering, "Doesn't feel like anyone's trying to do anything smart." The tension didn't drain, it just simmered lower. You two keep this up, Glen said, voice quiet but steady, and it won't matter what's in the food storage. We'll tear ourselves apart before the Crimson ever get the chance. Mateo, who had been watching from the kitchen doorway, gave a small whistle. I vote we not start throwing punches before dinner, yeah? Nobody laughed. We need a plan, Glen continued. Not a fight. Staying on this ship has been the only thing keeping us alive so far, but right now we are trapped and it's overrun with Crimson. How do we move forward? That's what we need to figure out. Silence hung for a moment longer, the weight of their exhaustion filling every corner of the room. Then, from where he sat slouched in the far corner, JJ lifted his head. His voice was quiet. Too quiet. We don't have to stay on the ship at all. Everyone froze. Lucille was the first to speak. Excuse me? JJ stood slowly, brushing dust from his jeans. I've been thinking. The ship's failing. Supplies are low. And if the Crimson are organizing? He looked around the room. What are we waiting for? Luis narrowed his eyes. You're suggesting we leave? What? Just hop in a lifeboat and float into the sunset. JJ didn't blink. No. I'm suggesting we stop waiting for this place to fall apart and find somewhere that isn't already overrun. Lucille scoffed. Right. Because it's so cozy out there. You want to try your luck on the mainland? Your description of Seabrook doesn't give me the warm and fuzzies. Mateo chimed in. Yeah man, don't you remember Seabrook? This ship is like a vacation spot compared to what waits on the mainland. JJ said. The longer we stay here, the more we're just waiting for one of those things to get us. The room fell into a heavy silence. Sarah finally spoke from where she leaned near the door. You're not wrong. Luis turned sharply. You're siding with him? I'm saying the ship was a haven once, she replied. Now it's not. Glen looked at each of them. Fear was rising. The kind that couldn't be beaten back with weapons or brute force. The kind that seeped into bones and hollowed people out. He let the silence stretch a little longer before speaking. Maybe JJ's right, Glen said finally. Maybe it's time we start looking for a way off this ship. Luis looked like he wanted to lash out. But he didn't. JJ nodded, surprised but grateful. Mateo crossed his arms. If we're gonna do that, we better make sure we have a destination. Because we're not sailing into the unknown without a plan. Lucille looked at Glen, her voice quieter. So what now? JJ reluctantly spoke again. I think I have an option. The room fell into a stillness that wasn't quite silence. More like everyone had collectively forgotten how to breathe. JJ stood in the same spot, eyes a little too wide, hands buried in the front pocket of his hoodie. Glen tilted his head, studying him. What do you mean, an option? JJ licked his lips, glanced down, then back up. I didn't say anything earlier because, well, it sounded insane. Like really insane. And I figured there wasn't a chance it'd even be worth considering. That's usually how my stories start, Mateo deadpanned from the kitchen entrance. JJ ignored him. My dad, he's rich. Like yacht rich. Lucille rolled her eyes. We're on a cruise ship, JJ. Kinda surrounded by rich people. JJ gave a dry laugh, but there wasn't much humor behind it. No, I mean, private island rich. Satellite uplink, full perimeter defense, helipad, storm bunkers kind of rich. The kind of rich where you build your own self-sufficient compound and call it a vacation home. The words hung in the air like fog. Even Parker looked up from where he sat with his son, brows drawn. Luis crossed his arms, skeptical. What, like some doomsday prepper fantasy? JJ shrugged. Not quite. He doesn't like neighbors. Or laws. Or oversight. Said it all slowed him down. So he built a place off-grid, somewhere in the Exumas, and made sure nobody could find it unless he wanted them to. Mateo blinked, then gave a slow nod. So we're talking drug lord money? JJ tilted his head. Pharmaceuticals. Same moral compass, shinier buildings. Lucille narrowed her eyes. And you're just now bringing this up? You've been sitting on a potential sanctuary for how long? JJ looked at the floor. Because it sounded crazy. And frankly, my dad probably wouldn't be thrilled to see me. Sarah's voice was cautious. Why not? JJ sighed. He thinks I'm a screw-up. Dropped out of college and walked out on him and his entire legacy. Last time we spoke, he told me if I ever came back, it'd better be in a suit and ready to beg. Mateo winced. Yikes. Sounds like a real warm guy. He's not, Jija muttered. But he is paranoid. That island is loaded with enough supplies to last out a war. Maybe two. Solar power, desalination system, cold storage, even a small landing strip. Luis rubbed the back of his neck, pacing. How far is it? It is a bit of a trip by boat, but it's doable. The distance is part of the reason I held off. JJ replied. But we'd need a boat, fuel, navigation tools, supplies and charts just to start. Parker finally spoke up from his seat. His voice was quiet, strained. Do you think he's still alive? JJ didn't answer right away. Then, if anyone could survive this, it's him. He's only slightly less ruthless than the Crimson. Glen leaned against the wall, arms crossed, thinking. And you're sure we could even find it? He never gave you coordinates? No, JJ said, but I know how to get close. It's tucked in a small island chain. Once there, I can follow a waypoint system. I remember the markers. He used to teach me how to navigate when he thought I would amount to something. He said GPS was for idiots and liabilities. Lucille arched a brow. So your father, the pharma kingpin, hit a private compound off-grid like a Bond villain and you just casually remember how to reach it? JJ gave her a sheepish grin. I get it, it's a lot to believe. Parker looked up. It's real, it's hope. Sarah nodded. It's better than starving here or waiting for the Crimson to break through the next door. Luis exhaled hard. Assuming we believe this, assuming, outside of the fuel, a seaworthy vessel and supplies, we'd need weapons to survive until we got there. No telling what we'll come across. We can make it work, Glen said. He wasn't sure where the words came from. Maybe it was desperation. Maybe instinct. But as he looked at the faces in the room, tired, wary, barely clinging to hope, he knew the real reason. Because this was something they could aim for. A target. A goal. Not just survival. Direction. He looked back at JJ. You said your dad wouldn't be happy to see you. Think he'll shoot first, ask questions later? JJ shrugged. Honestly? With him? Maybe. Luis cursed under his breath. Mateo smirked. Well, I'm in. Worst case, we get vaporized by a rich sociopath. Best case, we get beachfront property and canned peaches. For now, they needed rest. Glen sat near the wall of the commons, his back resting against cold steel. His fire axe was across his lap, one hand wrapped around the handle. He had made a makeshift strap for it so he could more easily sling it over his shoulder. Lucille dozed a few feet away, curled in a blanket, her head resting on a brick of sealed napkins. Parker sat nearby, gently stroking Andrew's hair as the boy slept, tucked tightly between his parents. Sarah's eyes were open, scanning the ceiling even though she didn't speak. Mateo sat by the entry, one boot bouncing restlessly. His knife was already in his hand, running a slow, practiced rhythm along a whetstone. The only sound in the room aside from the ship's quiet groans. JJ lay on his side by the far wall, hugging his knees. He hadn't said much after the plan to leave started taking shape. Glen wasn't sure if it was guilt or second thoughts. Maybe both. Then came the sound. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was faint at first. A lazy drag of claws or nails along the outer wall. Too deliberate to be the ship shifting. Too slow to be a rat. Glen sat upright, eyes flicking to the vent near the ceiling. Tup, tup, tup. Lucille stirred. What was that? Mateo stood. Didn't like that sound, man. Parker's arms instinctively wrapped tighter around Andrew. Another scratch closer now. Followed by a long guttural moan, soft, restrained, like it wasn't meant to be heard. Luis entered from the hallway. His face was drawn, eyes alert. You hear it too? We all did, Glen said, already rising. JJ slowly pushed himself upright, his voice hoarse. What is it? Tap. Glen turned his head sharply. The tap came again, from inside the wall this time. Lower. Closer. Tap. No, he said quietly. It's not. They waited, the silence stretched razor thin. Then came the creak above them. A slow, deliberate shift of weight on metal, coming from the ventilation shaft near the ceiling. The vent cover swayed. Glen stepped back, lifting the axe. Luis raised his rifle. Then it dropped. A shape unfurled from the shaft like a spider descending on invisible threads, limbs unnaturally long, elbows bent the wrong direction. It landed without sound. It didn't snarl. It didn't leap. It just stood there. Black, veined eyes stared at them from the shadows beneath stringy, sweat-slicked hair. Its mouth hung slightly open, not in hunger, but in something eerily close to curiosity. Sarah gasped and pulled Andrew behind her. Mateo was the first to move. His knife arced through the air, burying itself in the lurker's skull just above the right eye. It didn't scream. It twitched, then collapsed. The only sound afterward was the dull thud of its body hitting the deck. Nobody moved. Matteo stepped forward slowly, yanked his knife free and crouched beside it. "Something's wrong," he muttered. This one was clean. No blood on it. No meat stuck in its teeth. It wasn't hunting. Lucille joined him, standing over the body. "Then what was it doing?" Luis said from the far side of the room. "They're watching how we move. How we fight." Glen's blood chilled. This wasn't a breach. It wasn't an attack. There weren't swarms at the doors or screaming up the stairwells. This was recon. "They're learning," Glen said quietly. The words felt foreign in his mouth, but true. So bone-deep true that it made his skin crawl. "They're testing responses," Luis continued. "They know we're still here. But they don't know how many. Or how strong." "They're scouting us," Lucille said. "Like we're the ones in a cage now." Matteo sheathed his knife and rose, his voice quiet. "How long before they send something worse?" The lights flickered. Just once. A warning more than a failure. Parker pulled Sarah and Andrew closer, his voice just audible. "If they're smart, we're dead." Glen crouched beside the lurker's body, inspecting the odd smoothness of its limbs, the way it had moved. It hadn't growled. Hadn't lunged. It had just watched. "We've seen the alphas coordinate," Glen said. "We've seen the hunters track. The lurkers lie in wait." Lucille nodded slowly. "But this one didn't wait. It came to us." Matteo swallowed hard. "And what happens when they all start doing that?" Luis tightened his grip on his rifle. "Then the war changes." Another sound. This time at the far end of the corridor. Everyone froze. Glen turned toward the sound, heart pounding. A second crimson crouched just outside the hall, watching from the shadows through the small glass window in the door. Sitting on its hunches just past the shine of the moonlight. It didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't breathe. JJ's soft voice came from the corner. "It's not attacking." "No," Glen muttered. "Because it already got what it came for." And then, it slipped back into the darkness. No sound. No snarl. Just gone. Matteo stepped beside Glen, voice low. "You think we scared it off?" "No," Glen said. "I think it was done watching." The silence that followed was suffocating. Luis finally said what they were all thinking. "We need to leave. Soon." Glen looked at him. At Lucille. At Matteo. At the sleeping child on the floor who didn't yet understand the monsters were getting more dangerous. Because the Crimson weren't just swarming. They were planning. And Glen could feel the tide changing. The next time they came, it wouldn't be a test. It would be the real thing. By morning, no one had rested more than a few broken minutes. The air in the commons had turned metallic, hot and cloying with sweat, recycled air, and quiet dread. Shadows stretched longer than they should have, even under emergency lighting. Glen sat near the emergency locker, head in his hands, rubbing circles into his temples like it would somehow squeeze the fatigue out. It didn't. Behind him, the faint scrape of movement echoed from the corridor. But it was just Matteo, dragging over a plastic bin of gear and supplies for inventory. "Don't think I've blinked since last night," Matteo muttered, voice raw. "I keep seeing that thing's eyes. The way it looked at us." Glen lifted his head. "Not like prey. Right. Like a guy watching ants under glass." Matteo paused and sat down with a thump, then winced as he stretched his left arm. Across the room, Parker sat propped against the wall, trying to mask the pain in his leg. He kept a blanket draped casually over it, but Glen saw the way he kept adjusting. Subtle shifts like the blanket weighed more than it should. Parker caught him looking and offered a tight smile. "Still hurts." Parker nodded. "More than it did yesterday. You should let Lucille check it." "I will, pas Khalid." "Later." He shifted again. His stump, just above the knee, was inflamed beneath the wrap. Glen could tell from the way the fabric stretched taut. The ship had ran out of proper post-op care supplies months ago. They were patching together survival with duct tape and stubbornness. Sarah walked over with a plastic cup of lukewarm water. Her hand brushed Parker's arm before she handed it off. She looked tired, more so than usual. A deep groan echoed somewhere through the vents above them. Everyone turned toward the sound. Matteo slowly stood, rolling his sore arm back into his sling. That wasn't the ship groaning. Lucille wiped her hands on her pants. "We're not making it 2 more nights." Glen thought staying even 1 more night may be risking fate. The table had become a war desk. Old cruise brochures were scattered across the surface, Sun-washed photos of happy couples and sparkling decks now buried beneath notes scribbled in pencil and blood-red marker. Glen leaned over them, his eyes scanning a fold-out map of the Serenity's original layout. Someone, probably Sarah, had taped a child's crayon drawing of a dolphin to the far edge. Glen didn't move it. This is where we are now. He tapped a blotchy area near the aft lower decks. Comments. Storage bays 2 levels up. Lifeboat access is here, port and starboard. The ballroom's a choke point, Lucille said from her place across the table. Too many blind corners. One way in, one way out. And we don't know what's waiting up there. So we go around, Glen said. Through the engineering deck. Lucille looked up sharply. You mean crawl through the old ventilation routes and shaft ladders? It's tight, Glen admitted. But it's safer than trying to sprint through that ballroom, and the main vent lines are large enough. We can't use the offshoot vents as they get much narrower. Safer? She repeated. Glen, that system hasn't been touched since before the outbreak. Half those vents are rusted through or sealed. Some are only wide enough for a kid. And it runs through the lower generator room. If the Crimson are nesting anywhere on this ship, it's down there. Mateo, who sat hunched beside Lucille with his injured arm pressed to his chest, lifted his chin. I'm going. Lucille blinked. You can't even lift your arm. Doesn't mean I can't crawl. His voice was low, matter of fact. You want someone who knows how to move quiet? You want someone who knows how to jam a knife through something's skull in the dark? I'm your guy. Hurt or not. No, she said. You're not expendable. None of us are, Mateo snapped. But we sure aren't making it if we sit here another day playing ration roulette and hoping the monsters next door forget we exist. Lucille sat back, jaw clenched. Glen could see it in her eyes, logic warring with fear, with anger, with grief. They all felt it. Even Parker, silent and pale in the corner, offered no protest. Glen ran a hand on his face. Look, I'm not saying this is the plan. I'm saying it's a possibility. If the main deck's blocked and the lifeboat bay's still intact, then we'll need a way to reach it without painting a giant bullseye on our backs. Luis nodded slowly. We'll need a scout. 1 or 2 people to check the route. Quiet. Fast. Light gear. I'll go, Mateo said immediately. No, Lucille barked. You need rest, not a death crawl through a vent shaft. I need to not die in here, Mateo growled back. Glen held up a hand before the tension could boil over. No one's escaping today. This is recon and route planning. Nothing more. We don't know the vent routes well enough, and it's a risk lining us all up without a clear path. Sarah stepped forward then, Andrew quietly clutching her side, wide-eyed and silent. She looked at Glen. If we do this, she said, what's the goal? Just get to the boats? Not at first, Glen replied. But ultimately we get to the boats. Get out. Head toward JJ's island, if it's real. But we need supplies first. JJ huffed. It's real. And if it isn't? Lucille asked flatly. Glen looked at her. Then we keep moving. Until what? She asked louder now. Until we find land? Until the ocean eats us? Until something rips through the hull while we're sleeping and pulls us into the dark? Glen didn't have an answer for that. Luis did. We either die here, he said, voice grim but clear, or we die trying. No one spoke after that. It just settled over the room like a weighted blanket. Lucille looked away, arms folded tightly. Parker finally spoke, his voice ragged. If there's even a chance for Andrew to grow up somewhere that isn't this? He glanced around the room. Then we try. JJ nodded slowly. Then we plan. Glen bent back over the brochures. The corners of one tore off easily in his fingers, edges soft from age and salt. He looked down at the map, fingers tracing a route from engineering to the lifeboats. It's a long shot, he murmured. But it's still a shot. Then, Sirke. The walkie-talkie sat near the emergency locker where they kept what little gear they had. It crackled again, spitting static through the silence like a voice trying to claw its way through. Glen bolted upright, scrambling over. Luis sat up immediately, ready for action. Mateo crossed his fingers and muttered, Tell me that's what I think it is. Come on, rescue team. Another burst of static. Then a voice. Faint. Crack. Barely more than breath. But familiar. Glen, you still breathing? Glen froze. He pressed the button. Langford. Pause. That's a yes. Good. Hate to think I was talking to ghosts. Glen's pulse surged. Langford, where are you? Are you alive? You were in the storage room, did you get out? A rasp of a weak chuckle came through. Glen, it was a closet. Not Fort Knox. Give me a little credit. Everyone had gathered now, crowding around the walkie. Sarah clutched Andrew tighter. Luis knelt beside Glen, eyes sharp. Lucille uttered, "That's him?" "Yeah," Glen said. "It's him." The voice came again, more ragged this time. Slurred at the edges. "I've been moving, hiding, low as I can get. Got lucky with a sealed maintenance shaft. Kept me one step ahead of the freaks." Mateo leaned in. "You've been silent for days. We thought you were dead." Langford laughed, a broken, shallow sound. "Not yet. That's coming soon, but not yet." Glen pressed the talk button again. "Langford, listen. We've been trying to figure out how to get off this tub. JJ's got a lead on a place we can go. But the lifeboats might be too dangerous to approach directly. We're thinking the engineering deck would be a good alternative route to reach them. You know a way?" Silence. Then slow and wheezing, "Yeah. Yeah, I think I might have a way." Glen sat up straighter. "Talk to me." Langford coughed. It was a wet sound. "Dangerous. There's a hatch, aft side of engineering. Emergency evac route for crew. Didn't show on the tourist maps. From there you can climb a ladder on the outside of the ship to the port side lifeboat area." He trailed off. Mateo let out a low whistle. "You think we can get out that way?" "Not sure," Langford rasped. "But it's better odds than trying to play chicken with the Crimson up top." Lucille asked, "Can you guide us there?" "Yeah, I can guide. I know the ducts, the crawl spaces. I've been living in them. I'll get you close. You should first swing by my quarters. Weapons locker is stocked. Code for padlock is 911. And yes, that was on purpose." "I feel it, Glen. The change. My hands are shaking, my head's not right. I don't have much time left." Langford took a few minutes giving them directions to his quarters through the vents and an idea of the best route to engineering, then his voice cracked. "I can help, Glen. But not for long." Then the line went quiet. But the walkie didn't go dead. It stayed on, open. Glen could hear the shallow rasp of Langford's breath on the other end. Fading. Straining. Holding on. He turned to the others. "He's still alive," Glen said. "And if he's right, if that launch port exists, it's our best shot." Lucille looked at Glen. "Can we trust him? If he's turning?" Glen stared at the walkie. "At the quiet we still coming through." "We have to," he said. And in the stillness of that night, for the first time in days, a tiny thread of direction, of hope, began to pull them forward. They stayed like that for a long moment, huddled in the dark, circled around the walkie as if the small plastic box might save them. The silence that followed Langford's last words pressed in heavy and deep. Only the faint hiss of open air drifted through the speaker now, like the ocean itself had learned how to breathe and was doing it, slowly, right into their ears. Glen didn't let go of the walkie. He couldn't. Not yet. Langford's breath, thin, rattling, still came through in waves, each one fainter than the last. No more words. But he was there. Somewhere in the guts of the ship. Waiting. Dying. Lucille leaned against Glen's shoulder. "It's not much of a plan." Glen's throat tightened. "It's more than we had 5 minutes ago." She didn't move. Just stayed there, warm and still against him, eyes locked on the walkie like it might crackle back to life again and say something, anything, before it was too late. They looked around at what remained of their world, the dented steel walls covered in grime and dried blood. The flickering lights above them. The sealed cafeteria doors, barricaded with overturned tables, scrap metal, and chairs bound together with wire. Every night, those doors creaked under unseen pressure. Every night, they wondered if the next groan would be the last before it gave. Glen's voice was hoarse as he stepped forward. "Tomorrow, we move." Mateo's wheeze broke the quiet. "About time." Sarah brushed a hand over Andrew's hair. The boy had fallen asleep again, small hands clutched tight around an empty juice box like it was the most valuable thing he owned. She didn't speak, but her nod was clear. Resolved. Lucille finally straightened, stepping back from Glen, her expression hardening like armor. She lowered her voice. "We're not making it off this ship clean." "I know," Glen said. "We won't all make it," she added. Glen looked at her. "I know." Lucille stared for a moment longer, then simply said, "Then we'd better make it count." Glen finally let go of the walkie. The signal was still open, but Langford's breathing was gone. Nothing but silence now. Not even a hiss. Just that strange, dreadful quiet the ship always made when it knew something had changed. He set it gently on the table next to the cracked map and scribbled notes and looked at the group. Tired. Fractured. But not broken. We sleep if we can, he said. We leave at first light. What about Langford? Mateo asked. We listen to his signal until we lose it, Glen replied. Or until we know he's gone. Either way, we don't wait. Sarah tucked Andrew deeper under a blanket, then moved beside Parker. He still hadn't spoken much. His eyes were closed, jaw tight, sweat beading at his brow. His leg twitched under the blanket. Another fever spike, Glen guessed. Luis opened one eye as Glen passed. We get the kid out. No matter what. Glen stopped, met his gaze, and nodded. No matter what. He stood over the map, tracing the route they'd all been dreading, the crawl through the ducts, the generator corridor, path to engineering, the hidden launch bay Langford swore existed. Maybe it was real. Maybe it was a fever-induced delusion of the captain. But the time for waiting was done. Tomorrow they'd gamble everything. And maybe, just maybe, they'd make it off the Ocean Serenity. The next morning Glen stood over the scattered maps again, the light from a battery-powered lantern flickering at his elbow. The plan was set, or as close to set as anything could be on a ship crawling with nightmares. First, captain's quarters. Then, engineering. Then escape. But there were things between here and there. Terrible things. Luis leaned over the table beside him, pointing at the route they'd sketched. You're sure about this path? No, Glen said. But it's the least stupid option we've got. Captain's quarters are on deck 3. He says his desk holds maps and lockers have weapons. And if it doesn't? Then we improvise, Glen muttered. Luis's mouth twitched like he wanted to say more, but instead he looked up toward the ceiling. There's something big on this ship, Glen. I can hear it at night walking, breathing. That weight? It's massive. And I don't have a 50 cal machine gun this time. JJ raised his hand casually. True, no machine gun, but what if I made some bombs? All eyes turned to him. JJ sat cross-legged on the floor, fiddling with the busted clip from a headlamp. He didn't look up. I'm serious, he said. We don't have much in the way of guns. But we've got bleach, ammonia, drain cleaner, and a lot of other stuff in the cleaning supplies. Fire extinguishers, and we've even got pressure canisters from the kitchen. Lucille's brow furrowed. You want to make explosives? Out of cleaning supplies. JJ finally looked up. I was a chemistry major. Before all this. Mateo tilted his head. Didn't you drop out of college? And I didn't realize they had terrorist classes at colleges anymore? JJ smirked. I went 3 years to be clear, and every chemistry major wants to know how to blow stuff up. I know how to make the explosives, but I'll need to figure out how to make triggers. Luis crossed his arms. You're talking shrapnel grenades? Pipe bombs? JJ nodded. Basic stuff. Enough to injure, maybe kill, depending on how many metal forks and knives we can pack in. The room went quiet. Parker, pale and sweating but awake now, raised his hand. You'll need help. JJ blinked. What? You know chemistry, Parker said. I know circuits, timers, wiring. I used to do electrical installs before the ship. If you can make something volatile, I can make a way to set them off. JJ nodded, surprised. Yeah. Okay. Deal. Langford's voice crackled to life on the walkie, just barely audible. JJ. Everyone turned. Yeah, I'm here, JJ said, grabbing the radio. Langford's breath rattled like gravel. Make a big one. Biggest you can manage. Walkie, channel 37. Parker, you need to tie it in, when you're ready. Rig it to the walkie? JJ asked. You want us to use it as the trigger? Yeah. A cough. What? I've got a spare walkie and I can tune it into 37 and talk with you all on this one. If you're too far when the time comes, I'll press the button. Lucille's jaw clenched. Langford. But his voice cut her off. Don't argue. You don't know what's down here. I do. Something big's moving below the deck. The kind of big you don't shoot your way out of. If you all get off the ship, we can't let this ship float into some harbor with survivors. I won't let this ship be responsible for more people dying. A long pause. Make it count, JJ. Drop it down the 3rd vertical air shaft as you work towards engineering. That will put it close to fuel tanks. And Glen, get these people to safety. I'm counting on you. Then silence. Glen lowered the walkie with trembling hands. He looked at his team. No, his family. Every face was drawn, cracked, haunted. But they were still standing. He tapped the map. Captain's quarters first. We need those maps. We need whatever's left of the armory. He looked at Parker. You and JJ work on the bombs. You've got a few hours at best. When we get back, we'll want to get everyone moving to engineering. Parker nodded, his voice tight. I'll stay back and help JJ finish the wiring on the detonator. Glen turned toward the others. Lucille. Louise. You're with me. We're going in quiet. Maybe we can get to the captain's quarters without a war. Louise raised a brow. You're thinking vents? Glen nodded. Too many open halls between us and Langford's quarters. If we don't go quite now, we won't make it to engineering later. The vents are narrow, but it's our best shot. Lucille was already tightening the straps on her pack. We drop in, grab what we can, and get out before anything hears us. Glen stared at the map one more time, finger tracing the faded maintenance duct above Deck 3. Then he grabbed his axe, slid the walkie into his jacket, and exhaled. The vent shafts were tighter than Glen had hoped. He crawled forward, arms and knees scraping along rusted metal, the air warm and choked with dust. Lucille followed behind him in near silence. Louise brought up the rear, moving with the quiet efficiency of a soldier. Each clank of a loose bolt, each groan from the metal below them felt like a warning. Ahead, Glen paused. There, up ahead at a junction, something shifted in the gloom. Lucille froze behind him. What is it? Then Glen saw it. A lurker. Wedged into a side duct, its limbs twisted, caught in a space too small for its unnatural body. It couldn't crawl, couldn't retreat. Just stuck, head low, eyes open wide and staring straight at him. Louis swore under his breath. The thing's lips pulled back slowly, a rasping, wordless exhale escaping its mouth. It didn't snarl, didn't scream, just watched. Too tight for the axe. Lucille crept forward, pulled her blade free, handing it to Glen. He crept closer, holding his breath, waiting for the scream that would alert the other crimson. But nothing came. Maybe its diaphragm had been squeezed too tight. He lifted the blade and drove it clean through the creature's skull from the side. A wet twitch, then stillness. None of them moved for a second. That was too close, Louise whispered. We keep moving, Glen said. The vent shaft opened into a grated crawlspace above the ceiling. Glen found the anchor point and eased the grate open, peering down into the darkened room below. So quiet. He dropped first, landing with a soft thud beside the captain's desk. Lucille followed next, then Louise, who landed heavier, knees bent, knife already drawn. Inside was shadow and silence. No blood. No bodies. No monster curled beneath the cot. Just stillness. They stepped inside, weapons raised. The quarters were larger than most crew spaces. Langford had always called it his bunker. One wall was lined with lockers, thick steel ones with code locks. At the far end stood a bolted-down desk, ship-grade, with drawers meant to survive rough seas. A mounted compass was screwed to the wall above it. Lucille crossed the room, sweeping with her flashlight. Clear. Louise exhaled. Let's see what the good captain left us. Glen moved to the desk. The drawers were unlocked. Langford must have known he wouldn't be returning. Inside, maps carefully rolled and rubber-banded. A working compass in a padded case. Sealed bags with waterproof matches, rations, and a bundle of emergency flares. A worn leather notebook sat on top, Langford's, and under it a journal from Dr. Brenner. Glen took them, tucking them into his jacket. Lucille took a slow breath. This is it. Louise nodded, eyes locking on the sealed armory lockers against the far wall. Langford's war chest. If we're lucky, Glen said, moving to the desk, it still holds everything we need. Louise cracked open the first locker. They all sighed with relief. Rifles, a shotgun, pistols, magazines stacked in labeled tins. Precise, organized. Louise let out a low breath. Looks like the old man planned to go down fighting. Lucille lifted a pistol, checked the mag, and holstered it. Good. Then we honor his plan and put these to good use. Louise popped a magazine into his rifle. I think we just upgraded from survivors to armed evac team. Lucille eyed the far wall. Yeah, but something's still up here with us. We haven't heard it since yesterday, but that doesn't mean it's gone. Agreed, Glen said, grabbing a final armful of flares and charts. We've got what we came for. Let's not test fate. Glen took a final look around the room. Langford's shadow lingered here, his planning, his preparation. They had made it here easy enough, and Glen hoped their luck would hold up. As if on cue, something bumped the captain's door and they heard a shuffling from the hallway. Glen raised a finger to the others to keep them silent and motioned for them to head back up the vents and to the cafeteria. By the time they returned, Sarah had Andrew bundled in a blanket, holding him close. Parker sat nearby, sweat beading on his forehead, but alert. JJ and Parker had cleared a space on the floor, circuit boards and chemical bottles spread out. The beginnings of their bombs. JJ looked up. Get it? Glen dropped the bundle of maps on the table. And more. He handed him a pistol. Just in case chemistry fails. JJ looked up. We've made several bombs, but less than half have triggers so far. These guns may make the final difference, but you can't beat a big bang. Parker laughed, coughing into his hand. Don't encourage him. Glen looked at each of them in turn. We've got weapons now. Ammo. Charts. A path to engineering. He turned toward the sealed door and the black corridor beyond it. We're not ready, he said. But we're going anyway. Because nothing waited on this ship but death. And they weren't ready to give it the satisfaction. Then, it happened. A sound tore through the ship, deep, guttural, and impossible. A roar so massive it didn't just echo through the halls, it shook them. Metal groaned. Lights flickered. The air itself seemed to bend with the force of it. The Titan. Even without seeing it, they all knew. From above, below, and somewhere in the heart of the ship came the answer. A cacophony of shrieks and howls, hundreds of them. Crimson, awake and moving. Responding. Lucille grabbed Glen's arm, face pale. They're rallying. Luis raised his rifle. We're out of time. Glen stood. Gear up, he said. We move now. Chapter 12. The way out. The vent groaned beneath Glen's weight as he slithered forward, one palm flat against the greasy steel, the other holding JJ's walkie-triggered bomb close to his chest. Behind him, the group followed in tense silence. Lucille, Luis, Mateo, Parker, Sarah, and Andrew, each one smeared in sweat and dust, limbs aching from the crawl through the suffocating ductwork. The air was close. Too close. He could feel every breath bouncing back into his face, hot and stale, mixed with the lingering scent of rot and old metal. Somewhere ahead, a rivet pinged loose and tumbled into the dark, clinking like a dropped coin in a mausoleum. Careful, Glen said, twisting his body to shimmy around a corner. The bomb shifted in his grip. He adjusted, securing it with a scrap of fabric JJ had tied around the outer shell, just in case. The silence stretched between them until Mateo broke it with a low mutter. I always imagined my death would be way cooler than this. Fire. A motorcycle jump. Not, cooked in a tin coffin. Lucille's voice came sharp behind him, though she kept her tone hushed. You want to be the next one we use as a distraction, keep it up. That's fair, Mateo muttered, then added with a wheeze, still feel like a can of sardines that owes someone money. Glen suppressed a smirk and kept crawling. The passage was narrowing again, ribs dragging lightly against the side. He adjusted his angle, pushed through a seam, and finally reached the grated opening above the engine room. He held up a hand. Stopped. The others froze behind him like links in a chain. Glen inched forward and peered down through the slats. The engine room was a gutted cathedral of steel. Twisted scaffolding rose toward the ceiling in crooked towers. Pipes groaned, thick with rust and oil. Chains dangled from overhead beams like iron vines. But what drew Glen's attention wasn't the wreckage. It was the movement below. Down below, the crimson waited, slumped in unnatural angles, twitching just slightly as if caught in the middle of some nightmare. One lay across the floor with its jaw open, twitching fingers clutched around its own ankle. Another was curled in a corner, spine arched like a drawn bow, eyes shut tight, lips moving soundlessly. Lurkers. Waiting. Glen felt the blood drain from his face. He eased back from the grate. We're right over them. They're dormant. For, maybe 5. Luis pulled himself beside Glen, peered down for just a second, and nodded grimly. We dropped the bomb, then moved straight to engineering. Glen shifted, checking the grip on the bomb in his arms. Not yet. We get to the hatch first. No point waking them if the escape route's not an option. Lucille exhaled behind them, her breath shaky. I don't think I've taken a full breath in an hour. Mateo crawled up behind her, grunting. Remind me why the genius plan was go through the murder vents instead of, I don't know, not doing that? Parker's voice rasped behind him, the strain in his voice unmistakable. I lost feeling in my leg about 10 minutes ago. It might have fallen off and I wouldn't even know it. You're doing fine, Sarah said softly. She was just behind him, her hand never leaving his back. Almost there. Glen checked the map Louise had helped him scratch into the back of a clipboard. If they followed the next 2 junctions and bypassed the ruptured steam line, the vent would lead them to the drop hatch above engineering access. Their real goal. He motioned them forward again, slow and careful. The crawl continued, tense and wordless now. The floor trembled with distant sounds. Somewhere far below, the ship let out a metallic groan like it was remembering its age. Sweat dripped into Glen's eyes, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. At the next corner, the duct widened slightly. Glen stopped and waited for the others to regroup. Sarah helped Parker pull himself through the seam, one arm shaking from the effort. Lucille crawled up behind Glen, her eyes narrowed. Maybe we should have tried the ballroom, she muttered. At least there were curtains. Crimson tend to ruin ambience, Glen said dryly. Mateo pulled himself up next to them and clapped a hand on Luis's leg. Okay. Everyone still breathing? No missing fingers? Good. Let's go find this miracle hatch. Glen led them on. They passed through one more junction, this one split by an ancient ventilation fan, its blades twisted and jammed from something Glen didn't want to identify. Glen disabled the control box with practiced efficiency, yanking the wiring clean and silencing the old hum. Then, finally, they reached it. A square maintenance panel bolted into the floor of the duct, just above the engineering access hallway. Glen could feel cooler air rising through the seams, carrying the sharp tang of ozone and the bitter scent of scorched circuitry. Here, he mouthed. This is it. Louise tested the bolts. Already loosened. Langford was right. Parker caught up, breath hitching. Tell me there's a ladder down there. No ladder, Louise said. But there's scaffolding. We can drop and grab it. Better than dropping into teeth, Mateo offered. Glen looked down through the cracked seam. The hallway below was empty for now. A dim emergency light flickered near the corner. Panels buzzed softly on the walls, and water dripped from a rusted pipe into a puddle the size of a manhole cover. We go one at a time, Glen said, voice low. Quiet, clean, fast. Weapons ready. Engineering is around that corner. Luis nodded, already pulling his pistol from his belt. And if it's not? Glen's jaw clenched. Then we find another way out. He pushed the panel aside and dropped. Glen hit the scaffolding with a soft thud, knees bending to absorb the impact. The rusted bars groaned beneath his weight, but they held. He crouched low, scanning the corridor below through gaps in the grated flooring. Still clear. One at a time, he whispered up into the vent shaft. Luis dropped down next, landing in a low stance, pistol already drawn, sweeping the hallway ahead. He gave a small nod to Glen, we're good. Lucille came after, her footsteps tapping softly on the metal as she dropped beside them. Her hair clung to her face in damp strands, her jaw tight as she stepped aside to make room for the others. Mateo's landing was less graceful, earning a light rattle from the scaffolding. 10 out of 10, he muttered, brushing dust from his shirt. Stuck the dismount. Shoo, Glen warned, hand raised. We're right by them. Parker's turn came next, guided down carefully by Sarah. Even in the dim light, she kept a steady grip on his good arm, her other hand ready in case his prosthetic slipped. They landed with minimal sound, both of them breathing hard. That left Andrew. Glen moved beneath the opening, holding out his arms. All right, buddy. Come on. I've got you. Andrew peered down from the vent, his small face pale and streaked with grime. I can do it. I know you can. Just take it slow. The boy slid through the opening, gripping the edge with shaking hands. His small frame made it easier. He was quiet, but the fear in his eyes spoke volumes. As he dropped, Glen caught him under the arms and gently set him down. Andrew's chest rose and fell rapidly. He held JJ's walkie-triggered detonator tight in his hand like it was his only lifeline. They had decided that the adults needed their hands free to use weapons, and Andrew was proud to be able to do something to help. You good? Glen asked softly. Andrew gave a sharp little nod, even if his eyes still shimmered. Glen ruffled his hair once, then stood and turned his attention to the corridor. It was scorched and quiet, lined with sealed bulkheads and dead terminals. The walls groaned with the sound of pressure and failing systems, and water dripped rhythmically from overhead pipes into puddles along the floor. Up ahead, a large metal door was shut tight. It was thick, industrial, and unmistakably locked. Luis stepped up and scanned the faded label painted above it. Engine room, he muttered. Sealed tight. Glen exhaled. Langford said engineering was supposed to be just beyond. If they're connected behind these walls, maybe. Will the blast make it through the wall? Lucille asked, glancing over Glen's shoulder. We can try, Glen said, crouching near the wall adjacent to the sealed door. JJ said this charge has shrapnel embedded. It might punch through thin paneling. He unslung the bomb from his shoulder, carefully peeling away the wrapping. The explosive was crude but solid, its surface littered with nails, bolts, and slivers of metal fused into hardened adhesive. The walkie-talkie blinked red, waiting for a signal. Andrew stepped up beside him. I already have the channel set, he said softly, holding up the walkie like it was something sacred. You sure it's locked in? Glen asked gently. Andrew nodded once. JJ showed me how. Red dial. Push to set. Don't bump it. He looked over at Luis. Mr. Luis said I could hold on to his harmonica, and if I do a good job I can keep it. Glen smiled faintly. It's an important job. I think something as special as Luis' harmonica is a great reward. You're doing great, buddy. They planted the bomb low along the wall near the sealed engine room door, just to the side where the bulkhead thinned into an equipment storage alcove. Luis ran cable across the floor to secure it, then looped it tight against the support brace. If the blast doesn't blow the fuel tanks, Luis said quietly, it'll at least get every crimson in the area looking the other way. Then we better not be here when it goes off, Mateo muttered, glancing back the way they came. No kidding, Parker added. I'd really prefer not to be blown to pieces. Sarah touched Andrew's shoulder. You did great. Andrew looked up at her and gave a small, tired smile. He hadn't spoken much since the crawl began, but his eyes were clear now, focused. Brave. Glen stood, adjusting the strap on his axe. Let's move. Engineering's supposed to be 2 corridors over. If the escape hatch exists, it'll be there. And if it's not? Lucille asked. Then we find another way. They slipped away from the sealed engine door, weapons tight in hand, footsteps pattering across the metal floor. The air was heavier now, as if even the ship itself was holding its breath. Behind them, the bomb blinked softly in the dark, waiting. Ahead of them, the corridor curved into shadow, and whatever waited with it. The hallway twisted like a serpent, curving deeper into the ship's bowels. Glen led the group forward at a careful pace, his axe gripped tight, eyes flicking across every corner, every overhead vent, every rusted maintenance panel like it might move and lunge at them. 2 corridors, he said, voice just loud enough for Luis behind him to hear. That's all Langford marked. Luis gave a quiet nod, sweeping his pistol across an open junction as they passed. Let's hope he wasn't guessing. Andrew was tucked between Parker and Sarah, his little hands still clutched around the detonator. His eyes didn't wander. He didn't talk. He just moved, small, quiet steps, staying low, always near someone's side. His courage wasn't loud, but it pulsed in every trembling breath. The deck beneath them was warped, metal blistered from past fires and stress fractures. Every so often, something groaned above them, a slow, aching sound like the ship was tired of surviving too. Left, Glen said at the next junction, gesturing with a quick flick of his axe. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, like the heat of the upper decks didn't dare reach here. The shadows were thicker. The silence worse. And then Luis stopped, hand out, signaling halt. Glen saw it too. Ahead, the corridor opened into a wide, sunken compartment. A control chamber, maybe. Old terminals lined the walls, their screens long dead. Pipes snaked overhead like exposed arteries. But the center was the real problem. Crimson. At least a dozen of them. They were splayed out across the floor, tangled in old wiring, slumped across broken control chairs, crouched like statues in the corners, silent. Still. Lurkers. The escape hatch was visible on the far wall, half covered by a tilted electrical cabinet that had long since given up trying to stay upright. Its edges were dented but intact, a circular panel with an inset crank and faded stencil. Emergency access, manual override. Lucille leaned in behind Glen, eyes narrowing. Tell me that's not it. It is, Glen said. His stomach churned. Mateo peered over their shoulders, jaw clenched. That's a bad room. Parker let out a low breath. That's not a room. That's a nest. They stayed crouched at the entrance, hidden just behind the bulkhead. Glen counted again. 11. Maybe more. It was hard to tell where one gaunt body ended and another began. A few twitched, a hand flexing here, a head lolling there. One near the hatch had blood smeared across its mouth, dried into a crusty rust-red line. Its chest rose and fell in shallow, irregular gasps. "They're asleep," Luis murmured. "Or waiting," Lucille muttered. Glen wiped a line of sweat from his temple, mind racing. "Even if we went in quiet, there's no way we could move that cabinet without waking at least one of them." Mateo shook his head. "And if you wake one, you wake them all. It's like fighting fire in a fireworks factory." Sarah stepped closer, keeping her voice calm. "What about luring them out? Bait them somewhere else?" "With what?" Luis asked. "A whistle? We don't have time to rig distractions." Then it happened. A soft clatter echoed down the hallway behind them. Everyone froze. Andrew had stumbled. The toe of his shoe had hit an old piece of conduit, just enough to send it rolling with a metallic clink, clink, clink. They all turned in unison to him. Andrew's face had gone pale, eyes wide in horror. He clutched the detonator to his chest and breathed, "I'm sorry." Then the sound that followed made Glen's skin crawl. Not just from ahead but behind. The unmistakable shriek of Crimson echoing down the corridor they'd come from. And in response, a chorus of wet, rasping growls from the nest ahead. The lurkers were waking. Lucille's breath hitched. "We need to move. Now." The Crimson in the control room shifted. One stood upright with an unnatural snap of its limbs, its spine cracking as it twisted toward the hallway. Sarah grabbed Andrew's hand and yanked him behind her. "We have to fall back." "No," Glen growled, turning toward Luis. "We lead them away from the hatch. Up the second corridor. The one with the loading platform." Luis's eyes locked with his. "We throw a bomb?" "Not yet. Too close. We need them clear first or it's suicide." The hallway behind them was already echoing with footsteps, fast, clawed, frantic. A wave was coming. "Mateo," Glen barked, "left hallway. Get us cover fire if they see us." "On it." "Parker, you and Sarah, stay tight with Andrew." "Already got him," Sarah said, her voice trembling but focused. Glen turned to Luis, adrenaline pumping. "We move on 3." He watched the first of the Crimson from the nest fully rise, its emaciated frame shaking as it stepped forward into the flickering light. 1. Another emerged behind it. Then another. 2. The shrieks from behind were closer now, seconds away. 3. They ran. Glen was the first through the intersection, his boots slamming the metal floor. The sound was loud, deliberate. He wanted the Crimson to follow, to chase, to pull them out of the nest and away from the only chance they had of escaping. Behind him, the Crimson screamed, and the hunt began. The hallway twisted and pulsed with noise, claws scraping, distant howls echoing like alarms from some deep, broken part of the ship. Glen sprinted at the front, axe gripped in one hand, the weight of some of JJ's other bombs thumping against his side as it bounced inside his bag. "Luis. Mateo. Rear." Glen barked without turning. "We need distance." "I'm on it," Mateo shouted, fishing into his side pouch. His hand came up clutching one of JJ's smaller bombs, smoke and shrapnel both. "We dropping this now?" "Do it," Glen yelled. Mateo tossed the grenade back the way they came, down the dim corridor where the Crimson had burst forth like an angry flood. The metal shell clanged against the floor once, twice. Luis wheeled around mid-run, lifted his sidearm and fired. The bullet struck true. Boom. The explosion was much larger than Glen had expected. It tore through the hallway like a thunderclap. Fire and twisted shrapnel screamed down the passage. The wall trembled. Ceiling panels buckled. A section of the floor caved in. The roar of shrieking Crimson was instantly swallowed in a spray of fire and steel. But it didn't stop there. The ship groaned, deep, ancient, like a wounded animal. A terrible grinding sound echoed from above as metal warped under pressure. Glen turned just in time to see the ceiling behind them collapse in a storm of flame and debris. The hallway crumpled like paper. Pipes exploded in bursts of steam. A tangle of twisted steel and dust slammed into the floor, sealing off the corridor behind them. Smoke poured toward them like a rising tide. "No retreat," Lucille shouted, coughing as she pulled her collar over her mouth. "We just buried our way out." Sarah had thrown herself over Andrew the moment the explosion went off. He was trembling in her arms, his small hands clutching the detonator against his chest like it was part of him. His lips moved, mouthing something Glen couldn't hear. Glen pulled him to his feet. "You're all right," he said. "We're all right. But we have to move." Then the alarms kicked on. Red lights bathed the hallway in a pulsing glow. Sirens screeched from overhead, so loud it felt like they were inside his skull. Old emergency panels on the walls flared to life in bursts of static and garbled announcements. "Fire detected. Bulkhead lockdown initiated. Proceed to designated safe zones." "What safe zones?" Parker barked, wiping soot from his face. "Everything on this ship wants to kill us." A jet of mist sprayed down from the ceiling, old fire suppression still active. It hissed into the air, making visibility even worse. "Eyes up," Luis called out. "Crimson don't need much to follow noise." They kept moving. Glen shoved through a half-collapsed door, leading them into another corridor, this one darker, untouched by the destruction of the last few weeks. But the sirens were louder here, echoing off the walls like war drums. Lucille caught up beside him, panting. "We're boxed in. Even if we loop back, that corridor's toast." "I know," Glen said, voice hoarse from smoke. "The hatch is out." Langford was right, but the Crimson made it impossible. "So what now?" she demanded. He didn't answer at first. His eyes locked ahead, beyond the corridor, where a side panel had been torn away and a distant shaft of light filtered through. Not sunlight, emergency deck lighting filtering down from the upper levels. The lifeboats. That was all that was left. "We go up," Glen said. "We make a push for the upper deck. Lifeboats are our only shot now." "You think we can make it on a straight shot?" Mateo called from the rear, gun still raised as he backed toward them. "You think they're not already crawling with those things?" "Doesn't matter." Glen looked around at each of them, smoke curling past their shoulders, the floor still shaking from the damage behind. "It's that or die here." Sarah nodded quickly, her hand tight on Andrew's shoulder. "Then we keep going." Parker gritted his teeth. "Can't run fast, but I'll shoot straight." Luis reloaded, face grim. "We've burned the bridge. Might as well charge forward." Lucille offered a dry smile. "Not exactly how I imagined a vacation cruise ending." Glen turned toward the stairwell ahead, the last path they hadn't tried, leading upward toward the upper decks and whatever waited beyond. He raised his axe and gave the only order left. "Let's finish this." Alarms continued to scream as the team charged up the narrow stairwell. Red emergency lights blinked overhead like a warning from the ship itself, one beat behind Glen's racing pulse. Every footfall, every groan of old metal, was swallowed by the constant wail. Crimson shadows darted just out of reach. Shapes moved in the flicker. And there was no time to stop. Glen led the way 2 steps at a time, soaked in sweat and half limping. Jagged shards of metal had clipped his leg and shoulder during the earlier blast, cut clean through his cloths, but he refused to stop. "Not yet." "I'm fine," he grunted when Lucille's hand brushed his arm. "Just keep moving." "No, you're bleeding," she said sharply but didn't press. She knew the look in his eyes, there was no stopping now. Behind them, Parker and Sarah held the rear, covering the stairwell with short bursts of gunfire. Every now and then, a shriek rang out, echoing up the shaft. One of their bullets would meet it, and the noise would fall away, only for another to rise in its place. "They're climbing after us," Sarah shouted, helping Parker steady himself as they cleared the landing. "We're almost there." Luis called ahead. "Upper pool decks just past this corridor, if the map's right." "If," Mateo muttered. "That's a great word to hear when we're running for our lives." They reached the bulkhead exit and burst onto the pool deck, if it could still be called that. The once luxurious space was now a war zone. Chase lounges were overturned and broken. Pool tiles were cracked, glass scattered everywhere like ice shards. A row of decorative palm lights flickered like dying fireflies. And then they saw the hunters. 3 of them stood near the far end of the deck, lean and long-limbed, their skeletal torsos twitching with each jerking breath. They turned in unison at the noise of the door opening, their mouths stretching open in soundless screeches. "Smoke!" Glen shouted. Mateo was already moving. He yanked 2 small canisters from his pack and rolled them forward. They hissed violently, unleashing twin clouds of thick, white smoke that swallowed the middle of the deck in seconds. "Cut left!" Lucille yelled. "Stay out of the open." They fanned out across the deck, using overturned tables and shattered walls for cover. Muzzle flashes lit the fog and shrieks came from within, sharp, guttural, close. Parker fired twice from behind a pool filter system, nearly falling backward with the recoil. Sarah caught him again, yelling, "They're trying to get at us from the side." One hunter burst through the haze and lunged straight for Mateo. "Mateo down?" Glen shouted. Mateo dropped to a knee just in time as Lucille's pistol barked behind him. One clean shot, straight through the hunter's eye. It crashed into a broken table, limbs twitching. "You're welcome," she said, reloading. "I'm writing you into my will," Mateo gasped, "as the person who gets all my unpaid debt." The fog gave them cover, but not peace. Glen felt the presence of more, always more, lurking just beyond the smoke. The Crimson didn't charge all at once. They were smart now, patient. They struck in flurries, testing defenses. A groan above drew Glen's eyes upward. Part of the glass ceiling had caved in. Emergency beams of light shone through like fractured sunlight. It felt wrong, too calm for the chaos underneath. And then the deck groaned again. A pipe burst near the bar, spraying water and steam. Glen ducked, and a shard of glass caught him across the brow. He staggered, vision blurring red. A hand grabbed him. "Sarah." "You're hit," she said. "Not deep," Glen grunted, blinking through the blood. "Keep going." They pushed past the wreckage, cutting through what used to be the children's waiting area. Now it was empty, save for bones, dragged luggage, and a sticky residue that none of them paused to identify. Andrew stayed huddled between Luis and Sarah, his hands still wrapped around the detonator. His lips moved, but no words came out. Glen knew he was reciting JJ's instructions again and again, holding on to something that made sense. At the next hall, Glen held up a fist and stopped. The corridor before them stretched wide, clean of bodies and debris, eerily so. No smoke, no blood, no twisted wreckage. Just the rhythmic pulse of red emergency lights and the faint hum of power still running through the ship. It felt too inviting. Luis stepped up beside him, breath ragged. "This it?" Glen nodded. "This leads to the lifeboats." No one moved. Lucille's voice was tight, cautious. "Something isn't right." "I know," Glen said. They stood in the flickering light, the only sound the dying sirens behind them, the occasional drip of water, and the soft, trembled breath of a kid clutching the detonator for last bomb they would set off. Something about the hallway ahead made every instinct Glen had screamed trap. But there was nowhere else to go. "No way but through," he muttered. Then he stepped forward. Glen's boots hit the floor like rolling thunder. He hated it, how clear the corridor looked, how empty it sounded. After the chaos they'd clawed through, it felt artificial, staged. Like a baited trap laid with surgical precision. They moved in tight formation behind him. Luis close on his right, Lucille on the left. Mateo a step behind them, Parker, Sarah, and Andrew anchoring the rear. They kept their weapons raised, sweeping every shadow and half-open panel, expecting something, anything, to lurch from the walls. But nothing did. Not yet. "Side doors," Glen said quietly, nodding at the sealed maintenance rooms and crew quarters lining the corridor. "Check for alternate paths." Luis was already moving, tugging on handles, pressing his shoulder into emergency panels. Each door clanged dully, unmoving. He tried another. And another. "Barricaded," he muttered. He moved on. Same result. One by one, every door they tried was sealed tight. Some locked, others jammed with debris from the inside. "They've been shut from the other side," Luis said grimly. "Like someone didn't want anything getting in." Glen glanced back. Andrew was pale again, his small frame shaking slightly as he kept pace between Sarah and Parker. Sarah touched the boy's shoulder, gently pushing him forward. "We're almost there," she said. "Just stay with me." Then came the sound. Scraping. Distant, but close enough to make Glen freeze mid-step. A soft skitter on metal. Then another. Lucille's head snapped up. "Back," she hissed, aiming down her sight line. Too late. The first hunter dropped from the vent above like a phantom, landing between Glen and Mateo. Glen swung his axe, the blade catching it in the shoulder, but not before it swiped with its claws, catching his vest and spinning him sideways. Mateo screamed and dove backward, firing wildly. The second hunter slipped through the smoke behind them, long limbs lashing out. Sarah's pistol cracked twice, clean hits, and the thing folded mid-lunge. "They're not trying to swarm us," Luis growled, reloading. "They're hurting us." Another hunter came from behind. Parker turned and dropped it with a single shot to the neck, but it confirmed Glen's suspicion. They weren't being overwhelmed, they were being guided. Funneled. Every crimson that appeared wasn't blocking the way forward, They were cutting off every chance of escape behind them. Flanking, pinning, trapping. They want us in the open, Glen said, breath tight. Straight through the corridor. That's suicide, Lucille muttered. It's exposed. Exactly, he snapped. But I don't see another way. The corridor widened ahead. Just beyond, a pair of broken security doors propped open like a welcoming maw. Beyond that, the launch deck. The lifeboats. He could see the tops of them through the flickering emergency lights. 2 pods hung from armatures, swaying slightly as the ship groaned. They were intact. Clean. Ready. They've been waiting for us, Glen exclaimed. Then we go down swinging, Louise said beside him. There's no turning back. Smoke, Glen said to Mateo. One more. Last one, Mateo replied, tossing it forward. The canister clattered down the corridor and burst, smoke billowing out like a living thing. A white wall to buy them moments. Stick close, Glen ordered. Weapons hot. If you see movement, shoot it. They plunged into the smoke, covering the last stretch of corridor at a run. The emergency lights flashed behind the fog, casting everything in strobe-like chaos. Shadows shifted. Metal groaned. They were halfway through when Glen felt it. That pull in his gut. They sprinted through smoke and shrieking metal, gunfire echoing off the walls like war drums. Glen led the charge down the upper hallway toward the lifeboats, his axe clenched in one hand, blood streaking down from a cut on his brow, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Behind him, the others moved in tight formation. Lucille and Luis were at his flanks, guns raised. Mateo a step behind, fumbling for another of JJ's bombs. Parker limped just ahead of Sarah, who had one arm locked around Andrew's shoulders, guiding the boy forward with steady resolve. And then the walls came alive. Crimson burst from the crawlspaces and shadows, waiting. The first one lunged from a vent low to the ground, its spindly limbs dragging it forward with jerky speed. Lucille shot it in the head, but 2 more followed, clawing and snapping. Left. Glen shouted, ducking low as a lurker swiped overhead. Luis reacted. He dropped a shrapnel bomb over his shoulder. Fire in the hole. Mateo called out. The hallway lit up in a pulse of red-orange and flying steel. The blast hurled a cluster of crimson backwards, sending blood and limbs cartwheeling through the smoke. The group surged forward again, no time to look back. Another burst of motion, this time from the ceiling. A hunter dropped between Glen and Parker, claws stretched wide. Boom, Parker fired without even aiming, the shotgun's blast punching the creature off its feet and into a bulkhead. It crumpled, twitching, then stilled. "I've got you, son," Parker wheezed, shielding Andrew with his body as Sarah dragged them behind another piece of wreckage. "Glen," Lucille said breathlessly beside him, "they're funneling us." "I know," Glen growled. The corridor widened ahead, stretching toward the launch deck. Glen could see it now, the lifeboats hanging from the docking arms, lights glowing green through the haze. Hope gleamed at the end of the tunnel. Too easy. Too quiet. The crimson fell back as they neared the final stretch, disappearing into the smoke as if satisfied with their work. No more ambushes. No more sudden strikes. Just an open path. Glen stopped. The air was wrong, charged, humming with the static of something waiting. Luis reached the side doors, trying one after the other. All sealed. Barricaded. "Every way but forward," Mateo muttered. "Get ready," Glen said. "Stay close. No matter what happens, don't stop." They crossed into the launch deck like soldiers breaching the gates of a cursed citadel. Smoke curled and rolled along the floor in ghostly tendrils. The alarm's mechanical wail continued overhead, its shrill rhythm swallowed beneath the pounding of their footsteps, ragged breath, and the clatter of weapons. And then they stopped. Just beyond the smoke, lit by the flicker of red strobes and emergency LEDs, stood the horde. Crimson. Dozens and dozens of them. They blocked the path to the lifeboats, their twisted forms lined shoulder to shoulder. Some hunched and snarling. Others stood perfectly still, silent watchers with mouths half open and heads tilted like broken dolls. Glen's breath caught in his throat. The pods, those 2 gleaming lifeboats, were within arm's reach. Suspended from the docking arms, lights still blinking green, hatches slightly ajar as if waiting. They had made it. Almost. And then the ship screamed. A deep, groaning, tearing wail from beneath their feet. The floor behind them erupted. Metal screamed, split, and shattered as something massive tore through the launch deck's rear plating. It rose like an earthquake given form, massive, jagged, and wrong. The Titan. It slammed into the deck with a roar that shook Glen to the core, its massive arms smashing aside debris as its malformed skull twisted toward them. Its flesh was riddled with scars, jagged bones piercing through skin. It blocked the path they'd come from, and with it, any hope of retreat. Then a hand grabbed his shoulder. "Luis." "I told you," Luis said, voice hoarse. "No matter what, the kid makes it." "Luis, what are you?" Glen's heart dropped. Luis reached for a duffel bag slung from his back, the one they hadn't used. The one with the bombs they never had time to finish. Just raw explosives. Luis opened the bag with one hand, grabbed the flare gun from his belt with the other. "No." Glen tried to grab him, but Luis stepped back. Lucille turned to him, eyes wide. "Don't you?" "I have to." Luis gave her a crooked smile. "Buy you a little more time." Then to Glen, "Get him to the water." "Luis, wait." But Luis was already running. Straight into the horde. He roared as he went, flare gun raised like a torch. The Crimson moved to meet him. They collided. The flare fired. The light turned white. And then, boom. The explosion rocked the entire deck, shaking walls and tearing open metal. A shockwave of fire, pressure, and shrapnel blasted across the launch bay. Glen flew backward. This time, everything went black for half a second. Crimson rained down. Chunks of flesh. Bone. Shattered limbs. Silence followed the blast for a moment. Pure, crushing silence. Then came the groaning metal. The ship moved under them, twisting, lurching. Sprinklers engaged. Hatches slammed. Lights failed. And when the smoke cleared, the lifeboats were gone. The docking arms were sheared clean off. One had been thrown across the deck, smashed against a support pillar. The other was missing entirely, torn from its rig. "No," Lucille uttered, stunned. "They're gone." Sarah clutched Andrew tightly, shielding him from the debris still raining down. Mateo looked around, dazed, bleeding from his temple. "Luis?" Parker stirred on the floor, groaning as he sat up. And Glen stood. Slowly. Blood ran down his face. Smoke clung to his coat. His fingers tightened around the axe in his grip. Behind them, the Titan stepped forward through the fog, dragging the bulk of its monstrous body toward them. It bellowed, fury shaking the deck. They had seconds before it reached them. Their only hope was to reach the water. They had to jump. Glen looked at the ruined edge of the launch deck, then back at the others, and slung his axe over his shoulder. "We jump," he said. The Titan charged. "Now!" Glen screamed. One by one they leapt toward the edge into the smoke-choked void beyond. Sarah dragged Andrew. Parker limped and fell forward. Lucille and Mateo were next. Glen turned, one last look at the charging beast, and jumped. The smoke swallowed him whole. Chapter 13. Watery depths. Glen hit the water hard. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and for one disorienting heartbeat, everything went blurry. The sea swallowed him, icy, relentless, and punishing. His body plunged into the deep, and the world became a murky swirl of salt, darkness, and silence. It felt like being dropped onto concrete from the sky, only to keep falling through it. He kicked hard, panicked and flailing, limbs moving on instinct. The chill was everywhere, burrowing into his bones. For a moment he couldn't tell which way was up. Then through the darkness, his lungs screamed and he followed the burn. His head broke the surface with a choking gasp. Salt water burned his throat. He coughed violently, blinking against the mist and smoke rising from the Ocean Serenity looming above. Red emergency lights flashed weakly through the gloom, casting shimmering halos across the waves. Glen turned in the water, spinning in tight circles as his heart thudded against his ribs. The ship was ablaze in places, the light of the fires flickering across the smoke. The escape had been chaotic, and now the silence that followed was worse. Then he heard it, gasping, splashing. A voice. "Here." Lucille. Glen twisted toward the sound, relief piercing the fog in his head as he spotted her, her eyes wide and frantic just above the surface. Not far from her, Mateo surfaced, sputtering and swearing between breaths. "I'm good," Mateo called. "I think I swallowed a fish, but I'm good." Another splash, Sarah. She emerged dragging Andrew, his body floating limply in her grasp. Glen's stomach clenched. She was barely keeping his head above water. Glen spotted movement farther back, Parker, flailing, his arms struggling to stay above the waves. Glen swore under his breath and lunged through the water. The cold fought every stroke. He was slower than he wanted to be, muscles already tightening, lungs still recovering. But he reached Parker and hooked an arm beneath his chest, keeping both of them afloat. "Got you," he muttered, teeth chattering. They turned together, and that's when Glen saw it. Bobbing between chunks of debris, a lifeboat floated on the waves. It was upright, covered in debris but intact. "There!" Glen shouted. "Grab it!" Lucille was closest, and by the time Glen reached the lifeboat with Parker in tow, she had already scrambled halfway up the slippery hull. She cursed once, slipped, and then managed to claw her way to the top. From there, she leaned down, helping Sarah and Mateo hoist Andrew up. Glen shoved Parker upward with a grunt, and Mateo reached out to haul him the rest of the way. The lifeboat wobbled under their combined weight but didn't roll. One by one they collapsed onto the bottom, gasping, soaked, trembling. Glen's hands slipped twice as he tried to climb up. His muscles screamed in protest. He'd used everything just getting Parker out of the water. But he forced himself up, elbows locking, fingers clawing over the hull until he rolled onto his back beside the others, chest heaving. "Is everyone up?" he croaked, his voice shredded by salt and exhaustion. Lucille was already scanning the waves. "Where's JJ?" Glen pushed himself upright, searching the water again. Then, movement. A splash. A grunt. JJ surfaced near a drifting crate, his arms working desperately to stay above the waves. Between his teeth, clenched tightly, was a soggy backpack. His limbs flailed wildly, not with skill but with sheer panic-fueled determination. Mateo cursed and jumped back into the water. He reached JJ within seconds, grabbing the bag first, then JJ's collar. Lucille and Glen leaned over the edge, catching JJ's wrists and dragging him onto the lifeboat. JJ coughed violently, finally letting go of the bag. I got the gear," he wheezed. "You crazy little..." Mateo shook his head and let out a breathless laugh. "You held on to that thing?" JJ nodded weakly, his face pale and soaked. "Compass, maps and tools. I wasn't leaving it behind." Glen stared at him for a long second, then looked down at the bag. If that thing had navigational tools, it may save their lives. JJ had nearly drowned for a sliver of hope, and it might have been worth it. The lifeboat rocked beneath them, unstable but holding. Beyond it, the Ocean Serenity loomed like a dying Goliath, half-shrouded in smoke and haze, a fading relic of the world that had once been safe. Glen shifted his gaze to each of the survivors gathered around him. Lucille, teeth clenched, eyes steeled. Mateo, breathing hard but alert. Sarah, still clutching Andrew's limp hand. Parker, silent but watching. JJ, trembling and soaked but alive. They had made it off the ship. The current was weak, almost non-existent. Without oars, without a working motor, the lifeboat simply bobbed where it had been, drifting lazily in the shadow of the ship. Glen looked up at the massive hull of the Serenity, rising like a wall of steel and wrought above them, still far too close. The glow of emergency lights flickered above, scarcely cutting through the mist. Somewhere within those metal walls, something shrieked again, higher this time. "Show. Focused." "They know," Lucille said from beside him. She was gripping the edge of the boat, eyes locked on the dark above. The first screech was followed by another. Then another. It wasn't random anymore. It was coordinated. Like wolves picking up a scent. The Crimson had figured it out. Glen's mouth opened, to bark a warning maybe or tell everyone to brace. But the sound of rending metal cut through the air, followed by a burst of motion from above. A pale shape hurled itself from the side of the Serenity. Glen didn't have time to process it before the creature hit the water with a violent splash right next to the boat, showering them in cold seawater. For a second the thing flailed on the surface. Then, hands. Clawed, pale, bone-thin fingers slapped against the side of the boat, scrabbling wildly for purchase. Lucille whipped her pistol from its holster, gripped it by the barrel, and slammed the butt down on the creature's hand. A sickening crack followed. The Crimson shrieked, its fingers bending at unnatural angles, but it didn't let go. Another hand joined the first. It pulled itself halfway up, sunken red eyes gleaming from a face scarcely human anymore, cheeks hollow, jaw twitching with anticipation. Parker snarled, stepping forward and stomping with all his weight onto the thing's skull. There was a crunch, then stillness. The body slipped back into the water, leaving a smear of blood and brine trailing down the side of the boat. "More?" Mateo shouted, pointing upward. Glen looked up, just in time to see another infected figure plummet from the side of the ship. It missed, slamming into the water with a brutal thud, limbs flailing before sinking. Another followed it. This one caught the railing of the lifeboat and held. "Grab something!" Glen yelled. He lunged forward, swinging the axe. The creature let out a distorted howl as it latched on, its fingers clawing deep gouges into the boat. "Get off!" Mateo launched forward, kicking it square in the chest. The crimson howled again, but it didn't fall. It grabbed Mateo's ankle. Glen's heart jumped. Mateo slipped, half his body tipping over the edge. The crimson's mouth opened wide, teeth blackened, its throat issuing a low, hungry gurgle. "No!" Glen dropped the axe and grabbed the back of Mateo's belt, yanking hard. The boat rocked dangerously. Mateo's foot slipped free from the thing's grip just as it snapped at the air. Lucille swung down again with her pistol, crushing the thing's face against the hull. It screamed, then finally slid away, vanishing beneath the waves. "Stay in the boat," Glen said, panting. "That's rule number 1 now." A thump hit the side. Then another. The crimson were coming faster now, hurling themselves from the deck above, some making it, most not. One landed wrong, spine crunching audibly as it hit a floating panel of debris and flopped into the sea like a broken puppet. Another missed entirely, striking the water with a splash and not resurfacing. But some held on. Another figure appeared at the starboard side, half submerged but rising. It looked emaciated, its skin stretched thin over corded muscle, its mouth already red with something Glen didn't want to think about. It screamed. Sarah screamed back, but her voice cracked with terror as she clutched Andrew protectively. Parker was already there, smashing at the thing's head with what looked like a piece of railing. It didn't fall right away. It took 3 hits, then 4. Then it let go, and didn't move again. "We're sitting ducks," Lucille spat, breath ragged, hair soaked and wild. Glen's mind raced. The lifeboat swayed in the rising current, blood now streaking its sides, the scent drifting through the air. It was drawing more of them. They couldn't stay here. He turned to JJ, who was crouched in the center of the boat, clutching the bag with wide eyes. "JJ, what about that transceiver? Does it work?" I don't know," JJ stammered. "Andrew, hand me the walkie." The Serenity loomed too close. He could see movement on the lower decks now, figures twitching, pacing, leaning over the railings. Then one leapt. Another. 3 more followed. "Get ready," Glen shouted. The sea was erupting around them. The boat rocked violently. Glen gripped the axe in both hands. They weren't out of this yet. Not even close. One landed in the boat behind Sarah and Andrew before the momentum sent it overboard. Before it was in the water, it reached out, grabbing Andrew's leg. Its neck muscles twitched as it yanked him toward the edge, frothing water churning around its emaciated torso. The lifeboat rocked as Andrew was ripped off the floorboards. "No." Sarah lunged, catching a handful of his shirt, but the soaked cotton slipped through her fingers. Parker dove forward, but the boy was already over the side. The radio Andrew had been clutching moments before clattered to the floor of the boat with a dull thud, the antenna snapping as it bounced once and rolled toward JJ's feet. Glen didn't think. He moved. In a single motion, he hurled the axe aside and dove headfirst into the water. The cold sea wrapped around him like ice. Glen kicked hard, eyes open against the sting of salt and blood. He spotted the flailing shadow just beneath the surface, Andrew thrashing, bubbles pouring from his mouth, and the crimson still dragging him down into the deep. Glen sliced through the water like a spear. Every second counted. The creature had its teeth clamped on Andrew's jacket, pulling him deeper, down into the dark. Its eyes were open under the water, wider than before, unaffected by the sting, its muscles twitching with grotesque purpose. Glen reached the boy, grabbed a fistful of the jacket with one hand, and punched downward with the other. He connected with the crimson's head. Bone met bone. The impact jarred Glen's wrist but stunned the creature just enough. Its grip loosened. Glen pulled again, this time with both hands. Andrew's limbs floated like seaweed, his body limp, eyes fluttering. Another jerk, and the crimson became frantic. It clawed at Glen's arm, fingers slicing across his forearm like glass. Glen screamed, bubbles flying from his mouth. He kicked hard, twisting his body and swinging one leg up into the creature's chest, pushing it down as he yanked Andrew up. They broke the surface together with a violent splash. Glen gasped, sucking in air and sea foam, his arm wrapped tightly around the boy's chest. "Andrew," he barked, shaking him once, twice. Glen kicked toward the boat. "Get them?" Lucille shouted, already leaning over the edge. Parker reached first, hooking Glen's uninjured arm. Lucille grabbed Andrew under the shoulders and pulled hard. Together, they hauled them back into the lifeboat just as another splash exploded behind them. Another crimson hit the water. It was already coming toward them, eyes locked, mouth open in a silent shriek. Glen rolled onto his back, chest heaving, still holding Andrew. Sarah grabbed the boy, cradling him to her chest. "My boy, my sweet boy," she murmured. "He's not breathing. Glen, help him. Please help him." Glen didn't answer. He was already dragging himself toward the axe resting at the bottom of the boat. "I see 3 more clawing at the boat," Mateo shouted, swinging a broken oar like a club. "Port side." Lucille raised her pistol, aimed low at the churning sea and fired once. The shot cracked through the mist. One of the infected jerked backward in the water, half its face torn away. It didn't scream. It just kept climbing. "We're gonna be overrun," Parker yelled. He was already moving to block one of the crimson dragging itself up over the gunwale. He slammed into it with his full weight, using his knee to pin it down and driving his elbow into its head over and over until it slid limp into the sea. JJ, pale and shaking, was crouched near the transceiver. He had the back open, wires exposed, water dripping off his sleeves. "I need 5 more seconds," he shouted. "We don't have 5. Glen growled. Another splash. The hull tipped dangerously as a crimson latched onto the other side. Its hands groped blindly, dragging itself over the edge. Mateo kicked it in the chest. It didn't budge. He kicked again, harder, but slipped, and for a second Glen's heart stopped. Mateo's leg went over the side. "Glen," he shouted, flailing. Glen was already there, lunging forward. He caught Mateo's arm and pulled with everything he had. The boat pitched dangerously, water sloshing in. The crimson's teeth snapped at the air, inches from Mateo's foot. Lucille grabbed the knife from Glen's belt and stabbed downward in one fluid motion. The sharpened tip drove through the creature's skull with a wet crunch. Glen and Lucille both pulled together, yanking Mateo back inside. The body tore away with it, dragged back into the sea. Lucille collapsed onto the floor, chest heaving. "We are not going to die in a rowboat. Will you stop going in the water, Mateo? Stay in the boat," she wheezed. Andrew wasn't breathing. As Sarah sobbed beside him, Glen dropped to his knees, water pooling around them in the bottom of the lifeboat. His hands moved before his brain could catch up, falling into old rhythms etched deep into muscle memory. The chaos around him, the shrieks, the gunshots, the splashes, faded to a distant hum. It was just the boy now. Andrew. Pale. Still. Eyes half-lidded and lips already tinged blue. Glen tilted his head back, opened Andrew's airway, and pressed 2 quick breaths into his lungs. Then he shifted position, locking his elbows, hands stacked. 1, 3, 4. He counted aloud, voice steady even though his hands trembled. 5, 6, 7. 30 compressions. He counted through them all, then breathed for Andrew again. "Come on, kid. Don't do this to me." Another round. Harder this time. Glen's shoulders burned. His wounded forearm screamed. He ignored it. 13, 14, 15. "Stay with me, Andrew." Another breath. Nothing. No response, he muttered. No pulse. Continuing compressions. Lucille knelt beside him for a moment, face pale, but her voice was tight and sharp. "You've got him. Don't stop." Then she stood, scanning the ship. The crimson hadn't slowed. Another thud hit the side of the boat. Something heavy climbing, claws scraping along fiberglass. "Parker," she shouted. "On your left." Parker was already there, driving the broken railing into another writhing shape trying to crawl aboard. The boat rocked wildly. Sarah held onto Andrew, shielding him as best she could while Glen resumed compressions. 24-25. Lucille snatched the walkie from JJ, fingers slippery with salt and blood. She pressed the button. Click. Static. She pressed again. Come on. Is that it?" Mateo asked, swinging at another crimson rising from the waves. Lucille pressed the button one more time, thumb knuckle white from the pressure. "This is Lucille. Triggering detonation. Repeat, triggering now." Click. Nothing. No response. "Nothing's happening," she shouted. Glen didn't stop pressing on Andrew's chest. JJ scrambled over, crawling like a crab across the slick floor. "It might be damaged," he said, fumbling with the radio. "Water might have shorted the circuit." "I can't get it to respond," Lucille growled. Here, There should be a backup unit, JJ said. He dug into the toolkit with frantic hands, throwing aside wires, a flare, soaked bandages. We packed two. I saw it, I packed it. Then find it now. Lucille snapped. JJ pulled out a second walkie, slightly older but still sealed in a weatherproof bag. He ripped it open with his teeth, yanked the device free and shoved it into Lucille's hands. Try this one. Lucille pressed the trigger. Click. Still nothing. Glen leaned over Andrew again. Another 2 breaths. His arms moved like pistons now, chest heaving from the effort. Come on, buddy. Come on. His voice cracked. Don't let it end here. A thud behind him. A wet growl. Lucille spun and fired 2 rounds into a rising figure at the stern. Parker grunted, shoving another back into the sea with his shoulder. We can't hold them off much longer. Sarah was whispering to Andrew now, her voice broken and distant. Please, please, baby, come back. JJ was still tinkering with the radio, trying to hotwire the first one with trembling fingers. Sparks flew. Nothing held. 10, 11, 12. Glen's arms burned, but he kept pressing. Lucille turned back to the walkie. Why isn't it working? We set the charge, JJ, it should work. The receiver might be too far inside the ship. JJ shouted, eyes wide. Too much interference, too much metal. We need to get closer or boost the signal. We're not going back to that ship, Mateo snapped. Glen felt his rhythm breaking. He sucked in a breath, gritted his teeth and kept going. 25, 26, 27. Another crimson slammed into the lifeboat. It hit hard, its entire upper body managing to crawl aboard before Lucille cracked it across the jaw with the butt of her pistol. It rolled backward, flailing, and Mateo finished it with a jab from his makeshift oar. Glen's eyes stung from sweat and salt. His vision blurred. Andrew's chest was still. His arms limp. No breath. No life. And still Glen pressed. He shut out the voices. The panic. The water sloshing in the bottom of the lifeboat. The flickering of the walkie's red light as Lucille tried again. It was just him and the boy. 30. He paused. Breathed. Pressed again. He didn't stop. He couldn't. Even if the sea rose around them. Even if the crimson tore apart the boat. He wasn't letting go. Not yet. Glen didn't realize it at first, not consciously, but something changed. The sound of scraping claws and crashing bodies lessened. The sea grew quieter, save for the waves lapping gently at the hull. When he glanced up between compressions, the Ocean Serenity was further away now. The dead metal beast that had loomed over them no longer cast its shadow directly across their deck. The lifeboat had drifted just far enough. We're out of jumping range, Mateo said, breathless, voice shaking with equal parts awe and exhaustion. They can't reach us. Glen's hand slammed down again on Andrew's chest. Come on, Andrew. Come on, buddy. He didn't stop. Couldn't stop. Every muscle screamed, but he ignored it, blocking out the shaking in his arms and the metallic taste of panic in his throat. Another round. 2 breaths. 30 compressions. Nothing. Until a gasp. A wet, choking gasp. Glen froze. His hands hovered over Andrew's chest, still trembling. Then the boy coughed violently, water spraying from his mouth, followed by another gasp. Then another. His body curled reflexively, lungs finally pulling in air. And with it, sound. Crying. Andrew's sobs were weak at first, but they grew stronger with every second. His little chest heaved, his face twisted with panic and confusion, but it was a relief. He was back. Sarah let out a strangled cry and wrapped her arms around him, clutching him so tightly it looked like she'd never let go again. Baby, baby, I've got you, she sobbed into his soaked hair, her voice breaking. You're okay. Mateo turned away, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand, pretending it was sweat. Tough kid, he muttered, his voice hitching. Glen let out a long, ragged breath and leaned back, arms falling limp at his sides. The ocean rocked them gently, mocking how fragile they all felt. The adrenaline had kept him going, but now the edges of his vision dimmed, like someone had flipped a dimmer switch on the world. He blinked hard, trying to steady his breath. Glen, Lucille called out from behind him. Heads up. Glen looked up, expecting another wave of crimson to be clawing their way back. But there were none in the water. Not anymore. Instead, he saw something worse. They were flying. Crimson bodies sailed through the air, one after another, like dolls tossed by a giant hand. They arced across the gap between the Ocean Serenity and the sea, some falling short, others splashing down with enough momentum to send water splashing over the boat's sides. Are they throwing them? Matteo asked, stunned. No, Lucille breathed. One of them is. A heavy thud echoed across the water. Then another. The hull of the Serenity shuddered under a weight that moved with disturbing rhythm. And then, just for a second, the mist parted enough to reveal it. A figure stood on the upper deck of the ship, enormous, hulking. Its limbs were elongated, its skin stretched tight and glossy over grotesque musculature. The Titan. It picked up another infected, effortless, and hurled it into the air like a cannon shot. The thing screamed mid-flight before crashing into the water far behind them. Lucille lowered her pistol slowly. That's the Titan. It's sending them after us, Parker said. It knows we're escaping. JJ status? Lucille barked. JJ had the first walkie open again, its back panel wired awkwardly to the toolkit. Still nothing. I think the detonator circuit's toast. The backup. He shook his head. No signal. We're too far. Lucille hissed and turned her eyes to the ship again. We should have hit it while we were close. Now we've drifted too far for the charge to pick up. I could swim it, JJ said. No, Glen snapped more harshly than he meant to. No one's going back. He turned back to Andrew, who was now breathing steadily in Sarah's arms, his eyes fluttering closed with exhaustion. Glen's hand trembled as he reached out and rested it gently on the boy's shoulder. Still warm. Still alive. Glen, Lucille said quietly. The charge. If we don't trigger it. She's going to drift, Matteo added. There's still hundreds on board and we are caught in the same tide. How long before it's back on top of us? Glen closed his eyes. The plan had been simple. Set the charge deep inside the engine bay. Trigger it by remote when they were safely clear. But now they were just far enough away to watch the Titan rise, and not close enough to do anything about it. Glen looked to Parker. Can you boost the walkie's range? Parker blinked at him. Maybe. I'd have to cannibalize the smaller walkie, maybe splice into the transceiver. The static caught them all off guard. Faint, crackling, like a phantom from the bottom of the ocean. Everyone froze, eyes shifting toward the radio in JJ's lap. Then came the voice. Glen. This is the captain. Glen's breath caught. He shot forward, snatching the walkie from JJ with both hands. His fingers trembled as he brought it to his mouth. Captain? You're alive? The response came after a moment's pause, steady but weak. I'm not sure that counts anymore, son. But I'm still here, for now. Glen leaned over the edge of the boat, staring back at the Ocean Serenity, at the crumbling tower of metal and smoke, the nightmare they'd barely escaped. He blinked against the sting in his eyes. We're off the ship, he said quickly, voice tight. We made it. But the trigger, it's dead. The bomb's still inside. We can't set it off. There was silence on the other end. Then a low breath, like someone settling into a decision already made. I figured, the captain said at last. I saw the signal light stop blinking. That means the charge is still armed. Just not listening. I've been laying here in the air duct above it. Just in case, I just hope I have the strength to get down there. JJ's working on it, Glen said. Maybe we can boost the range or... No, the captain said gently but firmly. You did your part, Glen. All of you. You got them off this ship. Another pause. Now it's my turn. Glen's grip tightened around the walkie. Captain, don't? It's all right, came the reply. Kind of poetic, isn't it? The captain going down with the ship. A small, dry chuckle filtered through the speaker. Old cliché, but there's a reason it sticks around. On the lifeboat no one moved. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I stayed alive long enough to make sure it worked. Deep in the engine bay. I'm the manual failsafe, the captain went on, voice thin but calm. Wasn't sure I'd still be myself when you cleared the perimeter. You don't have to do this, Glen said, heart pounding. I do, the captain said. They're not getting off this ship, Glen. You hear me? Not the Titan. Not the others. He trailed off for a moment. You just get what's left of our people to safety. That's the only order I've got left to give. Glen pressed the radio to his forehead, jaw clenched. His voice came out hoarse. Captain? There was another pause. Then, softly, goodbye. The static returned. Then nothing. The walkie went silent in Glen's hand. Just dead air. No click. No feedback. The line was gone. Glen didn't move. He just sat there, the walkie pressed to his forehead, his shoulders hunched, lips tight. A slow, creeping silence fell across the lifeboat. Lucille turned away first. Her expression unreadable, jaw set like stone. JJ bowed his head over the toolkit, fingers frozen. Sarah gently rocked Andrew in her arms, murmuring quiet things no one could hear. Mateo exhaled, slow and hollow. He was a good man. Parker didn't speak. He just looked back toward the ship, one hand resting on the railing, his knuckles white. Glen swallowed hard, blinking furiously. He opened his mouth to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Not yet. The explosion startled them. A thunderous boom that split the air like a lightning strike. It rolled across the ocean in a shockwave, rattling the lifeboat and sending a spray of seafoam into the air. Glen jerked his head up just in time to see the first bloom of fire erupt from deep within the Ocean Serenity. It didn't explode outward so much as it bled, violent bursts of pressure and flames spewing through cracks in the aging hull. Then came the second blast. This one hit deeper. The ship groaned like something alive, a long, tortured wail of steel twisting against itself. Bulkheads folded. Decks collapsed inward like a rotting lung deflating all at once. Fire ripped across the bow, leaping between decks and tearing up through windows and stairwells. The superstructure cracked down the middle, and one half of the Serenity began to tilt violently. Lucille stood slowly, one hand bracing herself against the swaying boat. Her mouth was slightly open as she watched the impossible unfold. It's happening. The groaning became a shriek. A series of deep cracks split through the ship, followed by the deafening roar of metal giving way. Then chaos. Crimson figures poured from the rupturing seams like rats from a sinking tomb. They screamed as the deck beneath them gave out, flinging some into the flames, others into the sea. Bodies crashed down the tilted incline, tangled and flailing, before vanishing into rising plumes of smoke and debris. And through it all, at the top of the ship, still standing, still massive, was the Titan. A backdrop of flames and smoke filling the sky behind it. It howled. The sound wasn't like the others. It was deeper. Something primal and pained. It tried to step forward, to hurl one more body into the distance. But the deck beneath it split like paper. With one last guttural roar, the Titan tumbled into the rupture, its clawed limbs scrabbling at the air, its mouth wide in rage, and vanished into the inferno. The Ocean Serenity cracked completely in two. Glen swore he could still see the ballroom, drowned in shadow, flickering with broken light, before it was dragged beneath the churning black. Electrical cables dangled like veins torn loose from a dying body, writhing in the salt spray. A generator somewhere inside surged and failed, unleashing one last burst of light from the observation tower before it too disappeared below the surface. Then came the sound, the deep, sucking roar as air escaped the hull in a massive exhale, and the ship began to slip fully beneath the waves. Glen didn't blink. He watched as the bow dipped, slow and reluctant, and the stern rose like the final breath of something colossal. Then, in one sweeping motion, the Ocean Serenity gave herself to the deep. The water erupted as she vanished, swallowing decks, lights, and memories in seconds. A burst of foam, then silence, except for the soft, sizzling hiss of severed cables meeting seawater, and the hush of waves settling over what remained. Silence. The sea flattened. The wind died. No more screeches. No more thrashing. Just the gentle creak of the lifeboat and the uneven breathing of those still aboard. Mateo leaned against the side of the lifeboat, dripping wet and breathing hard. He looked back at the churning water where the Ocean Serenity had vanished and let out a breathless laugh. "Well," he said, grinning through the exhaustion, "guess it's a good thing the Crimson can't swim, because I am way too pretty to get eaten." Lucille didn't look at him. Her eyes stayed locked on the place where the ship had gone under. Smoke still clung to the air, curling into the clouds. But there was nothing left to shoot, nothing left to run from. Glen finally lowered the walkie from his forehead and set it down gently beside him like it was something sacred. He turned his face upward, letting the spray cool the sweat that clung to his skin. His arms still ached from the CPR. His lungs still burned. But for the first time since this nightmare started, there was no immediate threat. Just the sea. Sarah gently rocked Andrew, who had drifted into a fitful daze. She clutched him close, her lips against his damp forehead. In Andrew's hand he gripped a harmonica, tracing its edges with his finger. Mateo dropped his broken oar into the bottom of the boat and exhaled hard. "So, what now?" No one answered. Parker shifted beside him, glancing at the floating wreckage. "Now we float," he said grimly, "and hope we can somehow make it to JJ's island." The boat bobbed gently as the waves returned to their calm rhythm. For a long, aching moment, they all sat in silence, watching the horizon, watching the fire fade. Glen glanced over his shoulder toward where the Serenity had once stood. Gone. The ship, the Crimson, the Titan, the captain. All of it swallowed by flame and sea. He sat beside Lucille, their shoulders brushing, both too tired to acknowledge it. Her jaw was still set, eyes fixed forward. But there was something softer now in her silence. They weren't out of danger. Not yet. There were still miles of ocean, no supplies, and the question of what waited on the other end of their journey. But the nightmare that had chased them, clawed at them, hunted them, torn people apart deck by deck, it was over. The Serenity was gone. And with it, maybe, the beginning of the end. JJ asked, "So what do we do now?" Glen reached down, gently rested his hand on the walkie. Just for a second. Then he looked up at the others. "We keep moving," he said. "One wave at a time."
We hope you have enjoyed Red Tide Rising Book 1 in the Crimson series. Subscribe to our channel and check out our other free audiobooks.